79 yards yesterday on that toss sweep, averaged nearly 10 yards per carry. Yesterday against the Jaguars, we saw him run the ball well against the L.A. Rams. Look, this guy, second in the league in receiving yards, 994. He's 6 away from 1,000. And that long drive to start the game, which really just took the air out of the football game right away. And I know it only netted 3 points, and technically it's still a ball game.
My dad lost his mind when they went for a field goal.
They ate up 13 minutes and 5 seconds on the opening drive of the game. 13 minutes and 5 seconds. It was the longest drive in the NFL since the Tennessee Oilers had a 13-minute, 27 drive against the Dallas Cowboys in 1997.
Oh, 97.
97. What a year, 1997. Jordan wins ring number 5 that year. Niners lose. Who did they lose to that year? NFC Championship against the Packers at Candlestick, or was that the Catch 2 year?
I think it was Catch 2 because 98 January was that wild card game, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it was the 97
This
season.
is 97,
So,
97 season.
You know, the Niners finally found a team that has a worse secondary than them. I mean,
Jaguars.
I mean, that was unbelievable. They're running a
3-3-5 defense,
what was
which
that?
is 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers, and 5 DBs. Did you not watch the tape from the Rams game? The Niners want to run the football.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
They want to run the football, but look, they're running the football. They're staying committed to it. 42 carries yesterday, 171. Jeff Wilson Jr., not a lot of room to run.
They missed Elijah Mitchell in the pop play.
They did.
Even just a 14 or 15-yard run kind of changes things for that offense. Yeah, they missed him yesterday.
They missed him yesterday, but you know what? They still get the W by 20, setting up a big-time game against the Vikings next Sunday. So 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570, Niner fans. Are you back in? You're starting to believe it's something special brewing for the 49ers. I got to hear from the Empire. Got to hear from the faithful here. Where are you at, faithful? How are you feeling after your second straight win? You're 5-5. You're right in the mix of the playoffs. You're tied for one of the last 2 wildcard spots. The Saints, to me, are not going to be. Trevor Simeon's not doing anything. They're going to go to Taysom Hill at some point. The Eagles are right behind you. They're starting to surge a little bit.
They're a fun team, though.
They're a fun team to watch. The Panthers,
Cam is celebrating.
Cam is celebrating.
I mean,
Cam is celebrating. He does give them some juice, man.
Yeah, he's celebrating. that last 4th down play notwithstanding. But, yeah.
He had a solid game.
He had a great game.
I just want to know, are you back in?
What do you think?
Of course you're back.
Come on, doggy.
Of course you're back.
You know I'm ready. I'm ready
in.
to go tailgate at Levi's right now. I'm so fired up. What a win. You want to say that, it's just the Jaguars? You're right. It is just the Jaguars. But, I can't scoff my nose down at wins right now. They're 5-5, and I think the Raiders are also 5-5, and yet both teams could not feel more different this morning in terms of where they're at. The whole league feels like they have a chance right now, and why not the Niners? Again, I'm not saying win it all. Just why not the Niners getting into the playoffs? You're referencing all the teams that they're battling with. They're getting healthier, right, for the 49ers. Now, we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks. They have an opportunity to play teams like the Vikings that are kind of standing in their way so they can kind of create their own destiny in a certain sense. Their quarterback seems to be who we haven't talked about for 20 minutes, which is surprising. He seems to be playing pretty good football, and it looks like all their playmakers are playing really well. It feels like that defense is really starting to understand who they are as an identity. I like where the Niners are at right now. And yesterday, the key part for me, no turnovers, and I believe only 1 penalty, which was picked up.
Right.
So they're playing clean football. You could say it's just the Jaguars, and I would agree with you. But they checked off all the boxes that I'm looking for, and they need to get Elijah Mitchell back. And I think that they'll be good.
They need Mitchell back, no doubt. They need Mitchell back.
I think they can be a playoff team.
They're going to get Al-Shaair back. He didn't play yesterday.
No, he did.
No, he did play. I thought he came off the field early.
He did
against
early.
Marcel. Yeah, it was first few snaps, right?
And then Marcel, well, he didn't start the game. For something happened in the pregame
warm-ups,
and then he came back out there.
You got to see the snap
Marcel
count on that.
Harris was actually playing pretty good, surprisingly.
Not bad. I mean, they're barely on the field.
I'm not a big Marcel Harris guy.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm not either. I think he's a guy without a position.
I'm with
too
you
slow
with that.
for safety.
I'm with you with this.
Maybe too small for linebacker. I don't know.
How about
Hufanga
making a play in open space? Is there anything that fires you up more than seing that hair flowing out of the helmet?
Tart was back too. Tart was back.
Yeah, he had a penalty in the end zone. I'm done with Tart.
Not bad. Look, 888-957-9570. I got to hear it. I got to hear from the faithful. Are you back in? Do you believe that this team is primed to make a postseason run? Because that's what it's about at the end of the day. It's about making the playoffs. It's about having a winning season. All right? I don't care about development. Like the whole Trey Lance issue, he's not playing. It's Jimmy's team. It's Jimmy's season to lose. This is it. This is it for him. He's got a chance to set himself up for the future for another big contract. He's got a chance to win a starting job elsewhere. Hell, you heard the broadcast over and over saying that Jimmy may be back next season. I'll get there. We'll get there in the offseason whether or not Jimmy will be back on this football team. But as of now, he looks like he's in command. He looks confident. He's starting to buy in. I like what I see from Jimmy Garoppolo.
This is only the second time during the Shanahan run. This is only the second time since Jim Harbaugh left this team that they're actually playing meaningful football this late in the season.
It's crazy.
Right now, we've got, 8 games left? 7 games left? I mean, you're looking at a team that, I can't believe that I'm saying that, but year after year after year, halfway through the year, season's over.
Yeah.
We're talking about draft picks and the future and who can get healthy for next year. So for me, I don't want to overlook this. I want to just sink into the moment. This is the bathtub that we're in. We're 5-5. I'm feeling good. The water's lukewarm. I'm hopping in. There's not bubbles everywhere. I'm not Scarface sitting there watching a flat screen TV like I'm the Cardinals and I'm sitting there 8-2. But gosh darn it, I'm not going to scoff my nose at being 500 this late in the year. This means something.
I'm not going to scoff it. I'm not going to scoff at it. Again, they're 5-5, and the fact that next Sunday means something.
Are you ready for that game?
It's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a fun game. That's a press box game for me.
Oh.
It's a press box game for me.
You got some tickets for your boy? I'm taking my dad and my brother out there.
Anna's using the tickets.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's using
Tell Anna to come party with us.
Yeah, she's using the tickets. She's got her girlfriend going with her.
Oh, nice.
Who knows how much of the game she actually watches, but hey.
Hey, don't hate on her.
Radio. We're not going to continue.
She's breaking down Jimmy Garoppolo's footwork. How dare you?
No, she'll be drinking beers. Who knows what'll be happening.
I have a song on the other side that is going to represent exactly how I feel about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, boy. I'm scared. Langford, is it a good song?
He doesn't know it yet.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. We got a song coming up. Can you name the song? And 888-957-9570. Where's the faithful at? It's a Monster Monday here in 95.7 The Game. I hear from all the 49er fans when they lose. I don't hear from you when they win. So how you feeling about the win? Are you happy they're playing meaningful football? And then, of course, the Warriors beat the Raptors last night. They led wire to wire. Jordan Poole, back-to-back 30-point games. Andrew Wiggins getting wiggy with it. Steph Curry only hit 1 3, and it didn't matter. Warriors are 15-2 on the season, the best team in the NBA. They'll be off until Wednesday when they take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Klay Thompson is getting closer and closer and closer to returning. So we'll get into some Warriors as well here on The Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of the year. It may also be a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19.
Switching your car insurance to Geico is...
back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Vontae and Shasky.
Crank this up.
That was a heck of a throw by Jimmy. All eyes are on Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's delivering. He is delivering. 1 interception in his last 3 games. I'm not mad at it. I don't get into passer ratings at all, but the passer rating is high. Only thing I care about is the wins, and he's healthy. And when Jimmy Garoppolo is under center, the 49ers win. Now, the 2-minute drills before halftime, I don't know who that's on. They did get a Robbie Gold field goal, which is cool.
How many 2-minute drills has this team executed in the 4 or 5 years under Shanny?
Look, dude, it is what it is.
It's like so predictable.
It is.
We're going to run just enough time off the clock to where we can only get a field goal and you can't touch it. It's like keep away.
And it's the Jaguars. Like, if there's a game to maybe say, you know what? Let's go ahead and go for it. That's the game. But they're winning on third down. Over their last 2 games, they're 14-26 on third down, converting third downs at a 54% clip. Previous 5 games, they were 25% on third downs. They were 14 of 56 on third downs before that. But Jimmy G, over his last 4, he's thrown 4,000 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, 70% completion percentage. Although, look, I'm not going to go there with the 10-yard throws and the 5-yard throws. He's making plays. He's not turning the ball over. And they're playing complimentary football, which is all we want. This is all we want. 888-957-9570. Are we back in? Do you trust Shanahan again? Do you trust Jimmy G? Are you excited about this team being in the mix? Seriously. I know you're excited, and as this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California, visit goldenstatelumber.com. How is the fan base, Shasky? Are they back in? From who you talk to, your buddies, fans, are they back in?
Well, again, the religion of the Niners, we're always in. We're always watching. We're all tapped in. It's, do we love the team this week or not? You know what I mean? And when you win, we love you. And we're feeling good. Look, think about the discussions that are going to be happening this week at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Hey, Niners 5-5, big game against the Vikings. Like, you're feeling good about yourself. You can talk yourself into this team. Look, they're right where they need to be. Who cares how we got here? They're 500. They've got 7 games left, and they have an opportunity to get to double-digit wins. To me, double-digit wins is playoffs, right? And I feel like they're playing a better brand of football. Now, they're going to have to do things against some of these teams coming up over the stretch, specifically Minnesota. Like, I think you're going to have to slow them down on offense, and you're going to have to score. I know you want to run the ball and possess the time and limit the possessions. Yeah, you're going to have to rip the ball down the field. And this goes back to the quarterback. Bonte, I have done the full circle of emotions on Jimmy Garoppolo 2 times over. I feel like Superman flying around the world multiple times over when it comes to Jimmy G. Here's the song that I keep coming back to, all right? I'm going to play you this song, and I'm going to explain why. There's just something about this guy, I just can't kick the habit. Hit me with the beat.
I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again.
All right, explain.
So this is Michael McDonald, and you gotta hear the beat drop first off. Shut up.
Beat is so.
So here's the deal with Jimmy G. All right, I'm told that I'm not supposed to be in love with him. The future's coming, and I'm in love with Trey Lance. I mean, that's my new girlfriend. I'm feeling good about it, right? Like I'm feeling really good. But at the same time, Jimmy just does just enough to reel me back in. And I'm not supposed to fall in love with him again, but somehow, some way, like an addict, I keep falling back in love with this guy. So
you're back in love with Jimmy G right now?
For the time being, yes, I am.
Why are you back
I'm not supposed to be, because I know that the future's on the wall. I know it's over here to the side, and he's going to have an opportunity. And heck, yeah, I wanted to see Trey play a little toward the end of that game. And I was, a little frustrated seeing him run a QB draw on third down.
Why are you back in love?
I'm back in love with Jimmy Garoppolo because they're getting back to what they need to do to make him the best version of himself.
Right.
They're creating a pocket. They're playing dedicated run-based offense. They got Brandon Ayuk out of the doghouse. This dude's looking like Snoopy out there, making plays downfield.
Right.
Debo Samuel is a weapon that's unlocked. George Kittle's healthy, and he's getting the rock.
Touchdowns in 3 straight games.
Yes, in the red zone. They're scoring. If Jimmy Garoppolo and this team can stay on down and distance, He's the guy that can get them to the playoffs right now. And so as much as I know I'm not supposed to fall in love with this guy because, the time is short, and I know that at some point Trey's going to be that dude, I just find myself falling back in love with the dude. Not all the way, but enough to where like I'm starting to feel really good about where they're at. Now, it's incremental gains, B. What are we going to do over these last 7 weeks? How can you finish? How do you close? All that's going to matter. But you can't, like, I know, I want to see him throw the 25-yard bomb. That's just not who Jimmy is, right? So what is he? He's a guy who can stay accurate at times, over the middle, who can keep the chains moving and can put this team in a position to win. Well, what have they done the last 4 weeks? They've won games. So I'm feeling really good about Jimmy G right now.
3-1 in their last 4. 3-1 in their last 4. And I think it's been an adjustment with Jimmy playing them in the shotgun more.
Agreed.
And he's been in the shotgun. Yesterday, he was 9 of 10 for 108 yards, 2 touchdowns out of the shotgun. He's comfortable in shotgun. This is what he ran in high school. This is what he ran in college.
Yeah.
This is what he ran with the Patriots. He has been in the shotgun. He's really good in the shotgun. Now, is he ripping the ball down the field? No. But you know what? It is what it is.
That's just not
It is what it is.
Would you agree that's not his strength, though?
Maybe it's not his strength, but you know what? This is the way the 49ers win.
Exactly.
This is how they won in 2019. This is how they won big games in. This is how they're winning big games now. Running the football, playing a controlled passing game, and playing complementary defense that got the Jaguars off the field. So we'll get to Nick Bosa a little bit later, 10 sacks on the season. Yeah. He's a one-man wrecking crew. But Jimmy, I don't know if I'm in love with him. I've always think...
No. I keep forgetting that we're not in love anymore.
I know you can't, but I don't know if we are.
He made 2 really nice throws yesterday. One was to Trey Sermon that he floated up in the air in the 2-minute drill, and the other one was to George Kittle early on. That's the kind of anticipation that you just didn't see last year from Jimmy, where the rush is coming, and he's going to get rid of it in a safe spot where no one can get it. Look, he's not going to be one of the top elite players in the league.
What did you think on the first drive when he missed Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Wide open in the red zone. That's why they went out and got Trey Lance. Like right there, those kind of plays. But I would say this, B.
Are you a little disappointed that Trey Lance doesn't play in the red zone as much as you thought?
Yes, but I also think that Shanahan fooled himself into thinking that he was bright enough and
to do the whole quarterback system.
And they're just not good enough. That's the reality. And you know what? You get credit for trying, but it didn't work, and I actually give him more credit for scrapping it. Here's the thing that I would say with Jimmy Garoppolo. Forget the stats, because everyone's going to throw the stats. Oh, he's passer rating. Look how many yards he's thrown for.
I don't care about the
touchdown to interception. Wouldn't you agree with me here? Decision-making has been much better the last 4 weeks.
Been much
How many
better.
Interceptable throws or throws you're like, where you cringe? Because the Jimmy O-No throw is real. Now,
we
I know
didn't see it yesterday.
There were 2 in the Monday night game.
There was 2 against the Rams.
I didn't see any yesterday. Did you?
There was no Jimmy O-No throws.
So that's where I'm like, okay, if he can start to kind of minimize those throws, keep it down to 1 a game, right? 1 a game, this team could do things.
Next week could be a challenge against Mike Zimmer and that Vikings defense, even though they got carved up by Aaron Rodgers. Packers are explosive.
And they got good linebacker play.
And they suffocated the Niners in that playoff game, which is why they ran the ball 12 straight times and a lot of Tevin Coleman in that divisional round game. Here's what Jimmy Garoppolo said about the team finding its swagger.
I think it's just guys are winning one-on-one matchups, and when you could do that consistently like we are, and we've got good players on this team, obviously. I think that goes without saying. But when you could all 11 across the board be winning one-on-one matchups, it kind of sets the tone for everything. People, playing man-to-man against us is tough. Up front, our O-line, they're doing as good of a job as I've ever seen. I love those guys, and they just battle every week. So when you could do that stuff and set the tone in that way, and then the defense just getting turnovers, doing what they do, it adds up on a team, and it makes for a long day.
Here's what Jimmy had to say about the team's direction right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's good. I think, these past 14 days have, I don't want to say changed our team, but it's definitely, we're moving in the right direction now, I'll say. And so we just got to keep going. There's a lot of football left to be played. Minnesota's going to be a good challenge for us this week coming up, and we got to get ready for them.
They got to get ready for him Sunday at Levi Stadium. That's going to be a fun game. But Jimmy Garoppolo, the noise is quiet. When you win football games,
absolutely,
the noise dies down. There's not one time, other than some of the red zone packages, where I was like, play Trey Lance. Because we've talked about it all season long. Once the Niners committed to Jimmy Garoppolo week 1, I said, then you got to let Jimmy Garoppolo play out the string. And if they're in it, you got to continue to play him. And has Trey done anything to make you believe that he should unseat Jimmy Garoppolo? Well, he had a chance after the Arizona game, but he got hurt. That was the window. He got hurt. Sprained left knee. Jimmy got another shot. Got another shot against the Colts Okay, he failed in that monsoon. He got another shot against the Bears, and it felt like that was a game that saved his job, and it turned around his season. Going back home to family and friends where he got his swagger back. And ever since then, Jimmy hasn't been the problem for the 49ers.
No, and I also think that the team around them has gotten healthier and just played better. And I think in part, like whether it's tangible or intangible, because they've just stuck with Jimmy. I do think that. I'm listening to the quarterback book by Steve Young. It's an auditory book that I'm listening to on a podcast. And he was talking about just the team dynamic. He's living with Harris Barton, who was a rookie left tackle for Joe Montana, and just kind of like how the team reacted to the yo-yoing of Steve and Joe. And I think in memory and revisionist history has changed over time. We make it now like Bill Walsh was a genius, and when he put in Steve Young, all he did was succeed.
Right.
And then he yanked Montana, but then Montana went back out, and all he did was succeed. The media, the front office, the owner, the team, the coaching staff, the players, they were all frustrated with how he handled the Joe and Steve dynamic and the yo-yoing. And I think the two quarterbacks, we think in our mind that they both succeeded. No, they did not. Joe had some downs. Steve had some downs. Joe had some ups and back and forth. They were frustrated. But the second Bill went straight to Joe. Now, Joe had 2 Super Bowls, so I'm not saying that Jimmy's Joe. But once he finally solidified Joe as the starter, everything calmed down. Everything
that's why you
calmed
gotta
down
do
in
that.
that locker room.
And
And
that's why
I think that kind of has happened for the Niners. But I'm not trying to say that they're the 88 Niners.
No, but you can't have that cloud hovering over the organization. Oh man, we're gonna play Trey here, we're gonna play Trey there. You heard Mark Sanchez during the first game in Detroit. It's like that's got to be tough for Jimmy to come out mid-series.
He's right.
And see the rookie throw a touchdown pass. That is tough. But right now the Niners, they win 2 in a row. They win 3 in a row against Minnesota. Got action. Bosa's playing well. We'll get to Bosa. Bosa's playing well. He's a one-man wrecking crew. Career high 10 sacks.
It's got to be the most sacks since Alden Smith, no?
Yeah, we're going to discuss this on the other side. This segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. 888-957-9570. Where you at, faithful? Want to hear from you. Are you back in with this football team? Or did you never leave? Holler at us here on The Roast.
In the time before.
13-yard line. Oh, looks like some punches were thrown here. Easy now. Garoppolo is somehow in the middle of that. And we have a flag. It's Jawan Jennings with his helmet off. Juszczyk trying to get 49ers back over to that sideline.
We're listening to Ron
After the play was
Torberg.
over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense number 2 for throwing a punch. That penalty is half the distance from the end of the play. Automatic first down. Number 2 is disqualified from the remainder of the game.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Vontae and Shasky.
Rayshawn Jenkins, right? That was the kid's name. Number 2 for the Jaguars. He was a captain. Got tossed. Shaquille Griffin left the game with a concussion. They were dropping like flies in Jacksonville, committing third down penalties, unsportsmanlike conducts.
Niners
roughing the
got
passer.
bailed out on the first drive.
I mean, what
Should have been a sack.
what an undisciplined football team they are.
I've seen
under Urban Meyer, the Jaguars.
Did you watch the Niners earlier this year?
Dude, I can't believe they beat the Buffalo Bills.
Something's going on in Buffalo right now. They can't run the ball. They're very gimmicky. I got Josh Allen in fantasy in both my leagues, and it's not looking good.
They don't have
right
a run
now.
game.
They
don't have a run game.
Zach Moss and Singletary ain't getting it done.
You can't just sit back and throw the ball
and
all
in the
damn
cold
day.
Weather. That's another thing that I think that I'm looking at around the league. If you just looked at yesterday, some weird scores yesterday. The weather's starting to turn.
Yes.
And the game is starting to become more physical. I have a bigger overall opinion on like DB play. Like we're throwing way too many flags on DBs.
Right.
Like, it's impossible to play DB in the NFL, and I think they need to do some adjustment to the rules. I don't know what, but allow a little more hand fighting. But the Niners I have not felt this good about Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of these throws over the middle, these throws to specific wide receivers. The decision making's there. I feel like the accuracy is there. It used to be I would cringe as he's about to throw, and right now I'm not cringing like I was.
Maybe
I was too harsh.
Yeah, I
It
think
might have
you're
been
too
me.
harsh.
It might have been a product of me.
Harsh. I think you're too harsh. I don't cringe when Jimmy Garoppolo throws.
Well, I was during a specific time. It was pretty ugly.
I understood that there's going to be some no throws with Jimmy Garoppolo because he's a gunslinger. He's a gambler. If anything, he's the anti-Alex Smith. I know we always compare him to Alex Smith or whatnot because he's checking it down, but Jimmy takes chances. Jimmy does take chances, unlike Alex Smith, and I got no problem with that.
I don't think he's taken a lot of chances lately. That's the part where I think I'm encouraged because I hear you on the gunslinger thing. I don't think Gunslinger gets it done with this version of the team.
No, it doesn't, but he does throw the ball into tight windows over the middle of the field.
Yes.
That, to me, is taking chances. You got a safety and a linebacker, and you got about 2 yards of separation, and there's a tight window that's closing rapidly, and boom, you get that in with your quick release. I think Jimmy is taking some chances here. 888-957-9570. I guess the question is not whether or not you're back in, but are you still skeptical of the 49ers? Are you still a little skeptical about where they can go? I mean, they beat a division rival in the Rams where I believe you got to just throw out the records. It's a divisional game. Divisional games are just different. Look at the Texans go to Tennessee yesterday. The Texans went to Tennessee and beat the Titans.
Yeah, well,
Texans one of the worst teams in the league.
Yeah, well, no Derrick Henry finally caught up to them.
I mean, division games are different.
Tannehill.
Division games are just so different.
They are, but Vontae, I would also...
Vikings, Packers.
Well,
Look at that one.
That was a great game.
Division games are different.
Oh, they're also down Aaron Jones right now. I would say that when it comes to the 49ers, I've actually been very encouraged with the wide receiver play, especially the last couple of weeks. I'm not trying to, kick Sanu while he's down. But my goodness, isn't it nice to see a young third wide receiver out there in Jennings who's just physical in the run game?
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
I'd like to see him get a couple of touches, but for me, I'm way more encouraged because Brandon Ayuk is finally being unleashed. And, I questioned earlier in the year, is he even any good? And now I'm saying to myself, no, he is a good player. I don't know if he's as good as CeeDee Lamb, but he's much better than a guy that deserved to be iced out as the fourth receiver on a team with zero number 2 or number 3. So it's good to see him kind of get going opposite Debo.
Kid's got talent. Kid's got big-time talent. And he's going to get a chance to make plays because Debo's now enemy number 1, public enemy number 1 for opposing defense.
He's special.
They're circling number 19 saying, we've got to take away Debo in the pass game. And look, yesterday, 1 catch, 15 yards for Debo Samuel. But he did have the effect on the ground, running the football out of the backfield. Brandon Ayuk is a guy who can make plays. Like, last year's season was no fluke to me. So when I hear that, oh, well, was he that good? What are numbers inflated? I say, that's BS. That's BS. This guy has a great catch radius. He's physical. He's fast. And it was the world's biggest mystery of why he wasn't implemented in his offense. But you know what? That's the thing of the past. Him and Shanahan had talked it out, and he is getting force-fed rapidly. Yesterday, 7 catches, 85 yards and a touchdown. He had a 34-yarder yesterday. I mean, this guy's making plays.
He is, but he needs to get a better chin strap because that helmet keeps coming off in the field of play. And
what's the dreads?
Is that what it is?
Probably. I don't know.
Get the helmet on, my man.
Yeah, hey, you know what? It's swag. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
Number 11 does look really good on like a skill position player. He looks sick. And in 5 minutes, there's one specific play that drove me completely insane, and I want to play it in 5 minutes.
Oh, boy. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Are you still skeptical of the 49ers? Did the Jaguars win do anything for you? Well, I'll tell you what it did for me. It made me feel good in terms of the Niners are playing relevant football now. Now, okay, you're 500, 5-5. You've got my attention. You got me fired up about the Vikings game. You got me fired up about it. Jacksonville's a bad team. The Niners have shown they could beat up the bad teams. Now, can you beat a team you're competing for a playoff spot with? Can you beat the Vikings on Sunday to go to 6-5? If they could go win 3 in a row and move over 500 going into December, boy, the Niners, they're setting themselves up well.
Doesn't it feel like they are finally hitting their stride and figuring out their identity of who they are?
They are.
They might not be a prolific run game team, but they're going to stay dedicated to the run game. And look, 3.5, I'll take that all day. You know, like if that's what they can get into, because then it gives Jimmy Garoppolo those third and manageables. It feels like the third and manageable. I mean, I think he even completed a 3rd and long yesterday in the first half. That's where he's going to thrive, because then that opens up their playbook and he can dink and dunk all over. Like, I know dink and dunk is like a negative connotation. Right. Not for this team. Like, they're not going to be Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers and throw a bomb over the middle and score late. That's just not what this team is. So I love where they're at right now. And the physicality on defense, Josh Norman, for as much as I've criticized him, leads the league in punch-outs right now. Forced fumbles with 6. They're looking good.
Not bad at all. Let's go to Miguel in Union City. Miguel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How you doing, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Anytime.
I just wanted to say, man, I believe all the time, man. I believe every week. Big part of sports is the progression and growth during the whole season.
Okay. And
you got to stay on. You can never get off. So when you ask if the Niner fans are back in, I'm not wishy-washy like that. I'm just always in, and when my team sinks, I sink with them, and that's part of when the team starts to have success. Then you can enjoy it much more, and it's just a better feeling.
Miguel, let me ask you this. Are you skeptical of the 49ers this season and their prospects? No?
I am not skeptical at all. I believe that they're just growing right now. I just believe that Jimmy G is still growing in this season. Just this season, he's growing week to week, and you just have to sit back and you just have to enjoy and just watch it.
Yeah, and I'm with you on the youth of the team, because think of who the best players on the team are. Debo's in his 3rd year. Nick Bosa's in his 3rd year. Fred Warner's in his 4th year. Those are your your 3. Would you say they're 3 top players? The other guy would be Trent Williams. He's older. I'll grant you that. And they've got older players. I'm not here to say that they're not older, but they're best players. They're 3 top players, right? In my estimation, if we were ranking them. They're all in their 3rd and 4th year. So
young bucks.
It takes time to literally teach some of these young players how to be winners consistently. It's one thing to be good one year, and the NFL shows this every year. A team rises up, they have a great individual season, and then they come back down to earth the next year. And that really happened for the 49ers last year. They fell back down to earth.
No doubt.
Now what do you make of yourself? And they hit a rough patch, and it feels like now they're really starting to right the ship. And if you want to be encouraged, the run game looks good, even though Elijah was out of it. Looks like the offensive line is better, more cohesive unit. Jimmy feels confident. Both my receivers are really playing well, and they're getting touches. George Kittle looks like, vintage George Kittle, essentially. And it feels like the defense is kind of figuring things out.
Yeah, defense getting a lot of pressure on the quarterback. They shut down the run yesterday, holding the Jaguars to 54 yards on 16 carries. Now, granted, the Jaguars barely had the ball.
They stink.
When they did have the ball, they were down. Felt like they were down 17-0 right away. It was just.
But they handled business, though, B. It was vintage early 90s Niners. They're up 17-3 before 10:45 in the morning.
Right.
It was a great couch day.
Yeah, they're up 17-0 there midway through the second quarter. Jacksonville gets a field goal. They get another field goal right before halftime to go up 3 possessions. So Niners, they get to win 30-10 in Jacksonville. Don't forget the segment was presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, and you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 888-957-9570. Are you still skeptical of the 49ers after this victory yesterday against the Jags? It sets up a monster date with the Vikings on Sunday. A monster date. What about Shanahan? Did you like the game plan? Did you not like the game plan? Should he have gone forward on that first drive? I think so. And Shanahan said after the game that he was kicking himself for it. He was absolutely kicking himself for it.
I'm okay with it knowing the opponent and knowing the situation. Like, I don't think you do that against a high caliber team. I think against a lowly team, you take the points, you keep it moving, because you're basically asking them to stay in the game longer. Like against a team that's a little like Arizona, for example. Right now, Arizona, to me, Cliff Kingsbury is the best coach in the game right now in terms of what he's done with all these guys out. You can make an argument for Belichick as well.
Might be coach of the year.
Coach of the year is what I'm getting at. Not best coach. You're right. He's done a phenomenal job. You're going up against the Jaguars. You're going up against Urban Meyer. Just put the points on the board. I wasn't outraged. I was more frustrated that they missed that pass to Jeff Wilson Jr., which was wide open.
Wide open.
But there was one element, and B, there was one play that I'm going to talk about that I was very frustrated with.
Real quick, let's hear from Shanahan. I'm not going for the TD on the opening drive.
Just how long of a drive it was. I thought it was closer to 2 yards than 1. They have a pretty good run defense there, and when you go that long of a drive, if we would have came out with no points, I thought that would have just given them a lot of momentum and got them going. So I wanted to go for it bad. It was hard for me not to.
Hey, look, I'm kind of with you here where I wasn't totally outraged about the field goal.
My dad was furious.
No, I bet he was. I bet he was.
You need a foot and you kick a field goal.
Well, as you heard from Shanahan, maybe it was longer than a foot.
Yeah.
Maybe it was closer to 2 yards. I think I was just more outraged at the missed opportunity to Jeff Wilson Jr. in the end zone by himself. And I'm thinking like, damn.
That's a wide open
That's
throw.
a wide open throw. You got to make that throw.
That's a layup.
Now, some people say, oh, well, Jeff Wilson Jr. stopped running. Quarterback's got to make the play.
Lob that up to him. There's no one in the vicinity.
So at that point, I was like, you know what? The 3 is the 3. Whatever. You ran a lot of. To me, I was like, look, even though you got the 3, Jaguars defense is beat up. They're tired, and they come out and throw 3 straight passes and go 3 and out
immediately.
So you know what? It worked out in the end for the Niners. Here's another thing.
Well, can we? Before you get to that, can I give you the play that frustrated me more than anything?
Let me guess.
Wow.
No, go ahead.
Well,
what's the play?
It's a cute play, all right? And I know everyone's talking about it, and I get it. The synergy of making the linemen feel good about themselves. I'm sure you worked on it all week.
The Trent Williams play?
Okay, I'm going to sound like a stick in the mud. Let's play the play, and then we'll talk about it, because I don't want to be the old man, but I think there's some reality here that people need to acknowledge. Play the play, please.
Garoppolo, end zone throw a little high. Trent Williams, I believe it was a tackle eligible, although we did not get the announcement.
Yeah, talk about sneaking people. He's going to report to eligible, but you separate Trent. Separate. You got to get. It's Miles Jack. You got to get some space there.
That was never open.
Okay. That was a dumb play.
Everyone's like hyping this play up, and Trent's laughing about it, and everyone's loving it. I'm glad that everyone's okay. Your franchise 33-year-old left tackle jumped in the air and landed on his shoulder, and again, maybe I'm the old guy, maybe I'm being negative, and I'm not trying to, because it was a great win yesterday. This singular play, I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Jimmy throws an airmail throw to him. He jumps up and falls on his shoulder. If he gets hurt there, now he didn't, so thank God, but if he gets hurt there, we're losing our minds this morning.
Well, here's the deal. As you mentioned, franchise left tackle.
Do I sound like a stick in the mud?
This is what I thought right away. Because everybody did go crazy over the play. Oh, it's a cute play.
I did not like it at all.
Look, I don't want Shanahan getting cute there. Trent Williams has been injury prone. You never know. He's a big boy.
He's already missed a game this year.
Do I need to run routes with Trent Williams at this point?
And an alley-oop, not a screen pass.
Do it with Lincoln Tomlinson. Don't even do it with Lincoln Tomlinson.
How about do it with one of these tight ends you drafted?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the play call. Everybody laughed it off because it didn't work and he didn't get hurt.
Did you get scared like I did?
I didn't get scared. I just said, wow, that's just not a play I would call. I just would put Trent Williams in that position.
I feel like the old man screaming at the clouds, but that's all I kept thinking about.
I watched the play and I was just like, dude, what? What are we doing here? Now, the Niners, I believe, scored on the next play.
Yeah.
A quick select to George Kittle because they went for it on fourth down.
It's a good throw.
I just thought, like, all right, you want to experiment with the Jaguars. You want to get cute. You want to tackle. Everybody in the building knows, oh, wait, Trent Williams is lined up on the opposite side. Something's happening here. Something's happening. So, really, you didn't fool anybody. The Jaguars had them doubled. I just didn't think it was a smart play call.
Yeah.
It's just not smart.
It's funny because all week it was wide open. And then game time, it was not wide open. There were two guys there, and Jimmy airmails him. So, like, that's the kind of throw, Jimmy, if it's not there to your left, just throw it in up above the end zone. Just throw it out of there. I sound like a stick in the mud. I'm not trying to be. It was a great win yesterday. That singular play scared the living crap out of me because I'm a psychopath.
Here's what Trent had to say about playing receiver.
It was such a blur. But once I seen Jimmy throw it, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is my time now. I got to go up and get this. As soon as I left the ground, I got blasted. I don't know who hit me. I felt like it was like 10 people right there. But it's definitely way harder than it looked, for sure. I got different respect for receivers now.
On the no-call PI.
That
was bad, right? Come on, man. I don't know why coach ain't challenged that or something, man. That's crazy. I know that wasn't legal.
And then hearing the defense say, double 71, double 71.
Yeah, when I reported eligible, I heard the whole defense yelling, we got double team 71. We know. Nah, I'm joking. I don't know. I don't think I sold it long enough. I think I was a little bit too excited to leak out, so I got to stick in there a little bit, maybe open it up.
Yeah, let's shove that playbook, rip it out of the playbook, throw it down to disposal, and throw it away. I don't ever want to see that play again. I'm
glad we can laugh about it, and he can laugh about it.
Right.
And I know I sound like the old man. I wouldn't do that with my 34-year-old, 33-year-old left tackle who I paid more money than any left tackle's gotten in free agency history. That's just me.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin and then Chambry here on the roast. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Bonte, and good morning, Showski. Bonte, I just want to say something first. I've been laughing the whole time at Rayshawn Jenkins, not Jenkins. Notice how we don't say Jenkins anymore since Roscoe Jenkins.
Yeah, Roscoe Jenkins.
Rayshawn Jenkins. I fell out laughing.
Did I say that? Jenkins. The slang sometimes comes out, man. The broadcaster leaves me, and the slang comes out. And I'm sure my boss is saying, bro, it's Jenkins, dude, not Jenkins. But this is how black folks say Jenkins. Yeah. We say Jenkins.
Jenkins. He said Rayshawn Jenkins. I fell out of the car. Shasky, Wash didn't get rid of Montana. Seifert did. Wash was gone. I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh, I know that.
Okay. So, listen, you guys, I know you have to do the Jimmy G for content and everything, but I'm so glad, like, give him a break. It's just, he's doing okay. I'm with you, Shasky. I still cringe a little bit when Jimmy throws those type. The only quarterback I never used to cringe on making him type of, needle thread was Joe, right?
Yeah.
As far as the Niners are concerned, so I'm with you there, Shasky. I still cringe as well. Also, too, on that Jeff Wilson thing, how do you guys know that wasn't a route that wasn't ran right? Because that's how it looked to me. Because Jimmy threw it one direction, and he was going another. And then when he realized, he tried to come back over and realized he's been out. They haven't worked together. And I felt the disappointment. I felt the same disappointment you guys did. But I just want to know, how do you know that was a route that was wrong?
Yeah. We don't. Robin, thanks for the call. It's just one of those plays where, somebody tweeted at me and said, man, it looked like Jeff Wilson Jr. stopped on a route. Maybe. But that's one of those plays where I'm saying the quarterback, okay, it may be the wrong route. Let me just put the ball on him. He's wide open. It just mid-play.
Put a little air on it.
Yeah, just, you know what? Here you go.
Lollipop
You're wide open.
Yeah.
We don't have to overthink it. Hey, next time you run the route, keep running down the goal line or whatnot. Adjust in the film room. Don't just, hey, you see him wide open and say, oh, well, he's got to be at a certain spot. Let me throw it to the spot. Just adjust on the fly and get him the football there. So it could be true. That's why This is why I stopped watching all 22, because I have no idea who the primary receiver is. I have no idea where the audible's going.
It could have been an option route.
Right,
you have
I
no
don't know.
idea.
I don't know what they're doing in the huddle.
Here's the question that I think that the audience, I would like to hear their perspective on. Are the 49ers peaking at the right time right now? Because I think that they are. I think that right now, it's been so bad. They're starting to get a little bit of momentum, though. And I really like where they're at heading into a monster game against the Vikings. They kicked the crap out of the Vikings. Excuse me, the Jaguars, excuse me. And I know people are going to say it's just the Jaguars. You're on the road. It's a 10 a.m. start. You know, you're on a short week. Yes, you're on the road.
Because there's a lot of Niner fans out there.
Have you flown? I flew twice in the last 3 weeks. Let me tell you, you feel it when you come home, all right?
And
I only went one time zone over.
It was a short
I know,
week,
there were a lot of Niner fans.
But there were, Niner fans really.
And it's
think about the Bay fans.
And there's a humidity out there.
Niner fans taking over Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah.
At Barclays Center. Niner fans taking over Jacksonville. What is that stadium called now? Autel Stadium? They changed the name so many times.
Yeah. Soon to be the London Jaguars?
Nah, don't move.
But do you think, I want to know from the audience, 888-957-9570, because I believe that the team is peaking at the right time right now. Everything's clicking. I know it was ugly. They've picked themselves off the mat. Jimmy looks good. Debo looks great. Kittle looks good. The offensive line looks way better than it did 5-6 weeks ago. I think the defense is kind of figuring out how to play. I don't think they're perfect, but I think they make just enough plays. The differential in terms of their points scored versus points allowed is in the plus, which is only the second time during the Shanahan era. They didn't commit any penalties. They didn't commit any turnovers back-to-back weeks. There's a lot to like about where the Niners are at right now, and they're healthy. I'm looking around the rest of football. Their best players are walking off the field. CeeDee Lamb out with a concussion. Derrick Henry out for the year. The Niners are going to get Elijah Mitchell back. I like where they're at. I think they're clicking.
62-20. Those are the two scores over the last 2 weeks. Niners against the Rams and Niners against the Jaguars. They outscored both those teams 61-20.
Yeah.
61-20. So starting to score some points here. 30 points over the last 2 weeks. 30 points over the 3 of the last 4 weeks. Now, some skeptics may say it's the Jaguars. It's the Rams who are beat up. It's the Bears who are beat up. But you know what? Draymond Green said something yesterday about the Warriors schedule. Everybody said the Warriors schedule's soft, yada, yada, yada. Draymond said, hey, look, we're just playing who's on the schedule, and we're just doing our thing.
Yeah.
And we're beating teams up. They're beating teams up. Niners, you play who's on the schedule. You're on a 2-game winning streak.
Yeah.
Next week, can you next 3 here for the Niners. Minnesota, Seattle, Cincinnati.
And you could really put the fork in the Seattle Russ Pete thing. Oh, God, sign me up.
888-957-9570.
Sign me up.
Are the Niners starting to peak? And are you still skeptical? It's okay to be skeptical. I'm not mad at it. What will we have to do? What will the Niners have to do to not make you so skeptical about the team? A win in Minnesota, a win in Seattle. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Is your business, high-rise, or HOA in need of quality painting now that teams are returning to offices? MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area's painting experts at mbjesse.com.
It's a
Second down 10. Sermon and Samuel in the backfield. It's a give to Debo Samuel, and he's gliding his way all the way into the end zone, and that's a 49er touchdown. Debo Samuel.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Staying alive? Is this a little staying alive?
Do you know who the band is? Turn it up.
Staying alive.
The Bee Gees.
Staying alive. I would have never got that. I would have said something like Diana Ross and the Supreme. I don't know what I would have said, man.
Come on, dog.
I don't know what I staying alive. Niners are alive. Langford, Niners are alive.
I found this on the Odyssey exclusive stations, Bonte. Hit the search bar on the Odyssey app. Hit exclusive stations. I went with classic hits today, and there's a playlist specifically as a wedding DJ. It's the wedding DJ playlist.
I like that.
This one hits.
A lot of weddings have been happening.
There have been.
The
Hey, the
Bee
wedding
Gees,
singer?
staying alive.
The Wedding Singer, hella underrated.
That movie?
So funny.
Adam Sandler?
So funny.
Good movie. Good movie. Good movie. Staying alive, and the Niners are alive, though.
Great call, Steven.
888-957-9570. The Niners are alive. Big game against the Vikings on Sunday. Whether or not the Jaguars win did anything for you, that's one question. But let me tell you what it did for me, folks. And good morning to all our roasters on Twitch and YouTube. Every freaking show now at 95.7 The Game is on Twitch and YouTube,
Search
which is pretty good.
957 The Game.
That's all you got to do. Type in 95.7 The Game.
Pound that subscription. If my 65-year-old dad and my 85-year-old grandfather can find out how to create a YouTube login and hit subscribe, anyone can.
Anyone can. Even though you probably did it for your pops and grandpa. Maybe.
No, I did not.
Maybe not. Just like, hey, Dad, this is how you do it. Hey, no matter what, you got the subscription. You got it. You got to click the subscription button. So go to YouTube, go to Twitch, 95.7 The Game. We're on there live right now. Shasky's got this dope San Francisco 49ers crew sweater.
You like
I
this
love
one?
that. I like that. That's old
It's
school.
simple, isn't
It's
it?
simple
Yeah,
and
I've got a
classic.
couple of these.
I'm a simple guy, and with the old school logo on the left sleeve, that's pretty good right there.
Attaboy, Leonard Skinner.
Yeah,
Simple
that's
man.
a pretty simple man, baby. The new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, Coke Zero Sugar. Leonard Skinner, yes, Sweet Home Alabama. I got it. I'm just keeping it moving,
You
baby.
got to check out that doc on Netflix. If you like Leonard Skinner even a little, they've got like an hour and a half, 2-hour doc. It's fantastic.
All right. I got to check that out.
Yeah.
Got to check that out.
I'm deep into the weeds on Narcos season 3 Mexico.
Haven't had time.
Oh my god.
Haven't had time. I've finished up
So
Insecure.
good.
I'm on BMF. BMF is very interesting on Stars.
Okay.
Dexter. I got into Dexter with Anna. Dexter's interesting.
It's
I
out
like
there.
Dexter. I like Dexter. I like those type of shows. So, by the way, King Richard movie. Recommend it.
Did not see that yet. It's on my queue.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good movie. Talk about the original LeVar Ball.
Oh yeah.
But you know what?
Well, him and Tiger Woods' dad. Tiger Woods' dad, very similar to the Williams sisters, where people thought they were insane. And really, everything they said ended up actually being true.
Look at them now.
Yeah.
Look at them now. Let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. Are the Niners peaking?
They're starting
Are you
to.
still skeptical? Are you still skeptical of this football team? Chambry in Arizona, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Appreciate you taking the call. I mean, just a little skeptical because, it's the win, obviously, we loved it. I told you guys last week I loved the Rams win, but, I kind of compare it to the Warriors, right? I mean, when you beat the Thunder and the Cavs, you'll take the W's and you should handle business, but you enjoy the victories more, against your Hornets, your Bulls, Clippers, Lakers, so on and so forth. So these next 3 weeks will tell me everything I need to know.
Yeah.
I know it's probably stating the obvious, right? But
it's a good point.
The main thing that's been the difference, in this 2-game streak has just been, like I said, Shanahan getting his head out of what and finally running the ball. And it's made a huge difference. And I've said I've enjoyed seeing Bosa finally moving up and down the line. I'd still like to see him play in the middle a little bit more, but Two things real quick before I head out. I think one of the silver linings in losing Kinlaw has been, finding a spot, I think, finally, where 91 can play. I mean, he's made a little bit more of a difference there, and I'm not seeing containment being lost on the outside. So maybe we found a spot for him where it's due justice for what he's getting paid. And I know the second thing is we've been kind of ripping Norman. I mean, he gets beat. We all know that he's not what he was before, but
made some plays yesterday.
To punch, the ability to punch the ball out, create turnovers, and us finally land on the ball. It's been a huge difference.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Chambry. Good call there. Let's go to Lori in Phoenix. Lori in Phoenix.
Damn, we got Arizona on lock.
Yeah, we do. We got the market quartered.
Mountain on line 3.
We got Phoenix, Arizona market. We got it quartered. Lori in Phoenix, good morning.
What up, Lori?
Are you still skeptical, or the 49ers peaking at the right time?
Good morning, guys. Like I've been telling you guys for the last few weeks, right now we got to take it 1 week at a time. So you got the job done in Jacksonville. You got it done last week against the Rams. Now you got to look forward to Minnesota. The thing that I will tell you that I'm liking, that I'm seeing, is these guys are dominating these football games. Now, granted, you were supposed to beat Jacksonville well, and you did. But they're putting up points, and that is something the Niners have always kind of struggled with a little bit offensively. They just don't put up a lot of points. They're not a team that puts up 38. They're just – so for them to put up 30 is very encouraging. The fact that Ayuk, 2 weeks in a row now, he's breaking out. Debo's a monster. Kittle's in his groove. Juszczyk's in his groove. But I'm loving what I'm seeing on the defensive side. They were talking a little bit about Nick Bosa saying, well, he's okay. Nick Bosa is having a monster season.
He is.
Monster season.
He is.
Like, monster season. Now I'm seeing Fred Warner. He was all over yesterday. So the tackling is getting better. The fact that these guys are jiving on both sides of the ball is huge. Robbie Gould, 3 for 3 yesterday.
Not mad.
Look at Prater yesterday in the Arizona game. Field goal kicking is super important. I get it. You want touchdowns, but you've got to have a kicker that is, 95 to 100%. Robbie Gould, the groin injury, he's getting older. You've had some worries about him. He's looking great. So I'm super encouraged about what I'm seeing. And, the Minnesota game, they looked pretty good yesterday, but Kyle Shanahan's been stalking Kirk Cousins for 3 years, so he knows him pretty well.
Lori,
this team, so.
Lori, let me ask you a question. It's Thanksgiving week, all right? Thanksgiving week. What's the one dish you can't do without on a plate? Because I see you always post pictures on Twitter of your family, and I'm thinking about, I'm going to the store today. I got my ham, I got my turkey. I'm looking on all my side dishes. Shout out Guerra Meats. But what's the one dish you got to have on there?
For me, it's stuffing. Just because I only make it once a year. I make my mom's recipe with the giblets and the whole thing. We add the turkey into the stuffing. We don't stuff it in the bird. I don't like that.
Yeah, you like it to the side, a little more moist.
Yeah, I like a little crunchy on the top. So, but yeah, that's the one thing. I only have it once a year, but I definitely look forward to the stuffing.
Yeah, stuffing, dressing. It's the same thing.
I like gravy.
Yeah, I do like the gravy. Thanks for the call, Lori. Lori, look, she has me a little excited here.
Oh, a little?
She has me a little excited. The way she says things, man, with the passion. Antonio gets me excited in Oakland. We'll get to him in just a second. No, look. I'm aroused because they're in it playing relevant football games.
Hey,
because hold on, Shesky.
No, because you're right.
Like when they were 3-5 and we're talking about playing Trey and people are just so quick to point out a season and say, let's develop. And I'm thinking to myself, I want playoffs.
So I'm glad.
I want playoffs. That's what I want.
I'm glad you're saying this because I had kind of a little spiel that I wanted to get to at some point today, which is the Niners and their fans. Look, we think we're back. Like, we're back in the 80s and the 90s. The reality is we're not.
We're never getting back to those days.
No, but if you just look at the last decade, right? Just since Harbaugh left, okay? Let me just read off the records. So they're 5-5 today. And people could be like, well, they beat the Jags. Who cares? It means a lot because here's their records every single year. 5-11 in 2015. 2-14 in 16, 6-10, 4-12. Yes, they were 13-3 in 2019, 6-10, and now they're 5-5. I am in no position to scoff at being 500 this late in the year. This is fun. This is special. This is unique. This is uncharted territory. And I know it's not as good as we would all want. But beggars can't be choosers, Bonte. We have been losers for the last 8 years.
Losers.
One time we rose up and we had a great year. I will take this all day.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving, and we're in it.
Relevant football at Levi Stadium this Sunday against the Vikings. 888-957-9570. Are you excited about that? Do you believe the Niners are peaking right now, or are you still skeptical? of what's going on down in Santa Clara. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not skeptical at all, man. I'm ready, man. We can beat any team out there. We pulled the Rams skirt up in front of everybody, man, on Monday Night Football, and, like, everybody's doing great, man. I mean, Garoppolo's playing efficient football. He's the most highest-rated quarterback in NFL last 4 weeks. There's not another 2 wide receiver, tight end trio that I would rather have than the one we got. Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. Those guys are all balling. Kittle, third straight game with a touchdown. Josh Norman, his 6th forced fumble, and I know he gets on our nerves and covers sometimes, but 6 forced fumbles, I mean, that's incredible, man. Fred Warner all over the place. Bosa, he's getting held, and he's still getting sacked.
He is.
Like, this dude, I mean, I see 2019 Nick Bosa, yesterday, so I think he's coming along. And all quarterbacks, beware. Beware. That's the boogeyman right now.
He is.
He's the boogeyman for everybody.
He's coming. Go ahead, Antonio.
My screen a little bit. Yeah, Arden Key was jumping off my screen, so we're gonna be.
Raider fans don't want to hear that.
Vikings next week.
Hey man, big show against. Big game against the Vikings. Antonio's right, man. Nick Bosa is wrecking havoc. Coming off that age.
You know what he's on pace for?
Huh?
Maybe, through 10 games, he's got obviously the
10 sacks.
7 more. He's on pace to be right around 17, 18, which would be like 3rd most in a single season in franchise history. You got Alden and Fred Dean.
It'd be remarkable.
I mean, I don't know if he can get there. They're going to need him to get there if they want to get there.
Yeah, and I love the way they're moving him around. They're now going away, like, you don't see as much wide-eyed.
Yes.
They're mixing it up a lot more, right?
They're
mixing it up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing that. But he's moving around there.
Agreed.
You got him going up in the middle. You got him going on the other side. He was feasting, and no, he doesn't get holding calls at all here. So 888-957-9570, more Niner talk. Also, the Warriors are 15-2. I want to get into this in just a second
I
here.
have a thought on Norman. Read your thing, and I'll give you my Norman thought.
Norman thought?
So, Josh Norman, if you're going to get cooked, right? Because we know Norman at times going to get cooked. Make a play. Right,
Yeah.
that's kind of my thing right now. He does make plays. I'll give him that. He gets cooked, but he makes a play here and there. He's got 6 forced fumbles. The next closest guy is 4. Darius Leonard with the Colts. So like that, it is impossible to play DB in the modern NFL. I want to see them kind of change the rules. I don't know if it's a 10-yard bump instead of a 5-yard bump. I don't know. I don't have the answer. I haven't thought it out well enough. I just know this: there are infinitely more wide receivers that are studs than there are cornerbacks, and there's just a problem right now. If you breathe on a wide receiver, it's a penalty. And I don't know what the rule change is, but I'm looking around the league and I'm saying to myself, this is not sustainable. We've got to balance it out. No one's going to want to play DB ever again.
I just don't like the 5-yard automatic first down defensive holding penalty.
I don't either.
I saw it in the Cowboys game yesterday. They're playing the Chiefs. They're facing like a 3rd and 19. They're about to punt. And all of a sudden, defensive holding, 5 yards automatic first down.
I hate that
Let's
rule.
make it 5 yards.
I hate
if
that.
offensive holding is 10 yards, you know what I'm saying? It's not a. I could go. It could do away with the automatic first down here. The executive show, by the way, starts tomorrow. Curly, right? Oh, next week or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Here it says next week, but it's starting tomorrow. The holidays, baby, right before Thanksgiving. Every Tuesday at 8:30, it's either Zaza or Bob Myers, and Zaza Pachulia will join us live tomorrow at 8:30. The executive show. Taking you inside the Warriors front office, brought to you by Free Spirits. Trying to cut back on alcohol but still love a great cocktail? Free Spirits makes non-alcoholic spirits so you can have the same delicious cocktails you love. Just without the alcohol. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. Drinkfreespirits.com. So a lot of stuff there going on with the Golden State Warriors. We'll get to Georgia Los Santos in just a second. Real quick on the Warriors.
Yeah, give it to me.
15-2 now.
Just 15-2.
Just 15-2. And I got the box score from the Detroit game.
Oh my God, that was a franchise win,
dude.
That was
32.
Kirk coaching his ass off in that game.
32. Andrew Wiggins 27. He's getting to the free throw line. they beat the Pistons, who were trying to fight the LA Lakers yesterday. It was pretty funny.
No. Just for 1 second, because you're here with the Lakers.
Funny.
LeBron, what a cheap shot.
Yeah.
That was a cheap shot. That's not two guys fighting under the rim. That's a free throw where he's standing closer to the free throw shooter than he is the actual basket. And I couldn't tell if it was elbow and fist or what. That was a cheap shot. And the player, Isaiah Stewart, for the Pistons, had every right to be furious and want to go at LeBron James there. That was a UFC level cut to the cheek, to the eye. That was a cheap shot.
I want to know.
I'm done with LeBron.
How
you
far,
called this.
I want to know how far Isaiah Stewart ran in the tunnel when he left the arena, because he took off sprinting.
Do you blame him?
Where did he get? How far did he get? There's just so many crazy situations. Like, he's running around, and Westbrook. Did you see Westbrook getting his fighting stance?
Looking like the fighting Irish guy. Looking like the Sheamus from the logo.
Dude, looking like a leprechaun. Hey, he was in his stance, and then the Lakers do come back and win.
I hate them.
Westbrook has some big plays
They're
on
so
the stretch.
hateable.
They're a joke. They're a joke.
Well, LeBron, it was just we'll get back into the Niners. I'm you called this like 4 years ago, and I was like, no, I love watching LeBron, and dude, he is so insufferable, and it's the little things like that. Like, for example, if Draymond did it, we know Draymond would be suspended for a year. Mm-hmm. But if any other player in the league did that, would they not be suspended multiple games?
Popped.
That was a cheap shot.
Popped. That was terrible.
I thought it was weak. It was not terrible. A basketball play. It wasn't like he was trying to hit the ball or anything. It was so weak.
Meanwhile,
it just drives me nuts.
The Lakers took their circus to Detroit. They got the win. The Warriors came back home after a 4-game road trip. They went 3-1. Lost the first game of that trip to Charlotte. They win 3 straight, 3 and 4 nights. Steph, Dre, Iguodala, Otto Porter Jr. don't play Friday against the Pistons. They still get the win. And then last night, no GP2 in that game last night. He didn't play. Iguodala's knee has flared up, so he's out. Otto Porter Jr. comes off the bench, hits 5 threes, 15 points. And then you get Jordan Poole with 8 threes, back-to-back 30-burgers. And you get Andrew Wiggins against the team that he grew up watching in Toronto. 32 points, 6 rebounds. Warriors hit 22 threes. All right, they hit 22 threes yesterday. Steph Curry hit 1.
Poole looks sick.
Think about that. Steph Curry goes 2 of 10 from the floor, 1 of 6 from the 3-point line, scores 12 points, drops 8 assists. But he only hits 1 3, and the Warriors win. They led the whole way. They led the entire game because they have other guys now stepping up. Last year they don't win a game like this. Jordan Poole's more comfortable.
That's a great
Wiggins more comfortable. He's aggressive now. Draymond Green's got the ball hopping around. He's grabbing rebounds, 14 rebounds last night, 8 assists. He's playing like an all-star. This team's good.
No,
I think we got a good basketball team in our heads.
They're a great team. I think they're a great team. Compared to the rest of the NBA landscape, I think there's about 3 or 4 really great teams, and they're one of them. I'm looking at the Warriors right now, I'm feeling very, very, very encouraged. You're getting all this news about Klay Thompson. I don't know. It feels a little premature. We'll see where that's at.
Can I just riff for a second?
Yeah.
We keep getting reports on a report that Klay Thompson's coming back.
Okay.
Everybody wants to be first on this.
Okay.
Klay Thompson's going to come back December 20th. Klay Thompson's going to come back Christmas. Klay Thompson's going to come back December 23rd. Look, I get it. He's been playing 5-on-5. Steve Kerr refuted the report yesterday, said he didn't know anything about Klay Thompson being cleared for full 5-on-5 contact. Whatever. He could have been playing 5-on-5 the last 2 weeks. I get it. People lie. Some organizations hide things. Who cares? The fact is, Klay Thompson is coming back. Whether it's mid-December, late December, early January, Shasky, I don't really care. Like, they're stacking wins, and I know Klay is basically going to be a midseason acquisition for the Warriors. He's going to be back. Wiseman's going to be back. And his team's going to get deeper where it's going to be hard for guys to get minutes, but it's a good problem to have.
I think just the general people.
I know we miss Klay.
No, we're excited. We're excited to see Klay Thompson. You, me, fans, media, his teammates, the NBA. Like, we all miss him. So that's why everyone's jumping over themselves to get this thing right. I don't know when he's coming back, but you know what? I love where they're at right now, Bonte. They're playing it great. And Friday night, Steve Kerr coached his ass off Friday night. They had nobody out there, and he's yanking Bielitsa and Looney back and forth for offensive and defensive possessions, and it was ugly. The final 5 minutes was ugly, and they had to hang on. That was a franchise win. Forget last night's win for a second. That was a franchise win, like one of those, like when you have great culture and you have great camaraderie and you have a deep team, you win like you did. I don't care if it's Detroit or not. Then I look at last night and I'm saying to myself, we've talked a lot about the Ben Simmons trade. How about those people that wanted Pascal Siakam?
Oh, my gosh.
Where you at now?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm so glad this team made no moves. They're sitting pretty.
Dude, I loved it because there was a lot of talk in the offseason. I was actually having this conversation with Grant Liffman at NBC Friday. We're discussing G-Money, Cousin G.
Yeah.
Cousin G. And we were talking about Siakam, and I know we lit up Sacramento Friday night. Yeah, we do. Cousin Nick, Cousin G. Yeah. Cousin G's neighbor, Mark, who listens to the show down there, B-Game.
Oh.
He's always snitching on me, Mark.
Is that what you call it?
Does that sound cool?
I've never heard Burlingame described as B-Game.
B-Game.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a nickname for Burlingame, isn't it B-Game?
I would say Big Money.
Well, they do have big money down there.
Although Burlingame Ave's pretty dope.
B-Game. I kind of like B-Game. Burlingame High, when you're on Caltrain, you can see the football field and stuff.
They've got a beautiful campus.
Yeah, it's a beautiful. It's big.
Play
it's
some
college
tougher
campus.
competition. Come on.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Wow.
Continue.
Wow, shots fired.
So you're listening to
But yeah, no, the Siakam thing. Like all offseason, we heard Wiggins for Siakam. Just send Wiggins back to Canada. Send him back to Canada. Siakam is this and Siakam's that. I can't unsee what the Celtics did to Siakam in the bubble. And what I mean by that, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum went right at Siakam. And they made him look foolish all series long. They had him in the Matrix. Had him in the Matrix.
Keanu?
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne. Fishburne. I mean, come on, man.
Hey, the new one's coming out.
Dude. Yeah, I know. That's kind of weird. It is B-Game, by the way. It's B-Game. They call it B-Game.
Oh.
Wow, a lot of people. Huh. That's interesting. Anyway.
Shows how much the two of us know about Peninsula.
I got it right.
Towns.
I called it B-Game. That's how I figured people called it B-Game. But no, like, I'm so happy they're not trading. The whole point of this conversation, I'm so happy they kept Andrew Wiggins. It's a good fit. I'm so happy they kept James Wiseman. I'm so happy they kept Jonathan Kuminga. They stood pat. They remained patient. Now, Ben Simmons is still going to be out there. Siakam may still be out there. But you see how Wiggins is playing right now and finishing at the rim? He's a good perimeter defender.
Hey, Wiggins is playing really good right now. Very good.
Dude, he hit 6 threes last night. 6 threes.
I like the way he's attacking the cup. It feels like he's going to the rim with a little more aggression.
He's doing a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole's doing a little bit of everything. Siakam, and then Ben Simmons. Like, can we? That ship has sailed, right?
What is going on there?
I don't know.
He's got a great deal. I need that kind of deal in life. Don't work, get paid.
Wow.
Feeling that.
So is Atherton A-Game? No, Atherton's not A-Game. Atherton's Atherton. There's no nickname for Atherton. Looking at the text line here. Milbray's called Cash Money.
Oh.
You should call him Big Money.
This is not good radio. We're not going to continue on with this.
No. Why is it not good radio? Nicknames of cities in the Bay, B-Game.
I know you're talking Warriors.
Got to give them love. They're big fans of the Rose.
Let's oscillate between the two teams right now. We got Warriors 15-2. They're on fire. Unbelievable. And I'm feeling really good about the 49ers right now. Like, I'm feeling really, really good. This is a beautiful week. We got Thanksgiving week. My Niners are 500. It's late Thanksgiving time. Like, let's go. We got Thanksgiving week.
You're back.
I am back. I'm back
all the way in.
And I'm going back to Jimmy Garoppolo. I have a song that I think represents where I have been with Jimmy Garoppolo. I've done the full circle, like a sundial, the full gamut of emotions on Jimmy G, and here's where I'm at.
I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same.
I know we've got Trey Lance in the holster, and I know that we're going to at some point get to the snub nose. We're going to get to that gun. But right now I'm holding the shotgun, and I'm not supposed to fall in love with Jimmy Garoppolo. But I feel like he's playing good football right now, and I got to give him his love. I got to give him some of his props, man. I'm not going to give him his flowers because I hate that term. But the guy's playing good football. The team is figuring out what their identity is. I feel like they're peaking at the right time. They're not there yet because I think peaking would be reel off the next 3, right? Reel off the next 4 or 5. Like that would be truly peaking, and we can look back and say, that was when they hit their stride. But it does feel like they're starting to find out who they are, and they're playing a good brand of football.
an identity now.
Debo's balling. Kittle's balling. The running game looks solid. The O-line looks great, and Jimmy looks good.
They have an identity. They're starting to develop an identity. Are they peaking? I don't know if I want to go there yet. I need to see one more. I need to see Sunday against Minnesota. I need to see Sunday, Shasky. Levi Stadium at home. Going to be a fired-up crowd coming in on Thanksgiving Day weekend. Beat the Rams on Monday night. Okay, division rival. Division games are different. Things happen in division games. Wacky things happen. But you got the win. Then you beat Jacksonville, a game you're supposed to win. But you beat them up. You ended the game at halftime. Game was over at halftime. Heck, some may say the game was over at the end of the first quarter. Some may say the game was over at the end of the first drive. Some may say the game was over at the end of the second quarter. But you got the win, all right? So now that's 2 in a row. And what your boy from Major League say? Hey, we win another one. That's what we call a winning streak. A winning streak.
Thank you, Big League. Or Major League.
Major League. Yeah, it's a manager. Remember, that's what that's how I prefaced it.
I know, I love it.
Like the manager for Major League.
I know.
Hey, that's 2 in a row, guys. We win 3 in a row. They call that a winning streak.
So who's the owner that we can't stand then in this equation? Because I did see Denise York yesterday with Frank Gore, and that's the first time I've seen Denise York in years.
You know what?
Years. There were photos. There was a video. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and I saw John Lynch with Gore. I saw Jed York on the field before the game. He was out there in Jacksonville. I wouldn't call them the owners of Major League. They spend a little money.
No, they spend a lot of money. They spend a lot of money. No, they're not. I'm just saying, like in there's a anyway.
Right. The Minnesota game will let me know if they're peaking or not. They don't win that football game, then you know what? We're going to go back to saying, hey, they beat the Jaguars and the Rams.
Am I allowed to have a little pep in my step this Monday after that win, though? Because they did handle their business.
You're allowed to do whatever you want to do.
I mean, that was a beatdown.
That was a beatdown.
Right? I mean,
that was a beatdown.
I can understand people that wanted to see Trey Lance come into that game, maybe a drive earlier, but quite frankly, whatever. Like, they won the game. That's all. Look, all I wanted them to do was handle business. Go on the road, 10 a.m. start, beat Jacksonville, walk out of there with no injuries. Don't turn the ball over. Don't commit any penalties. Nope. Check, 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 check.
Yeah. Do I have a pep in my step? Maybe it has to do with both teams. Maybe it has to do with the Warriors and the Niners. Mm-hmm. We got the Niners in the morning. We got the Warriors at night. Nice little day for the Bay Area in the sporting scene. Got a little break during the afternoon. Took a little nap. Got ready for work. Look, where are the Niners at? I don't know, Shasky. But I will say the win made me feel good, because it means that they're playing relevant football games.
Yes.
Not that they beat the Jaguars, because I'm just like, it's the Jaguars. You saw how bad that team was. Rayshawn Jenkins, let me say Jenkins, not Jenkins. Jenkins gets kicked out of that football game. Miles Jack is missing tackles. He's not in coverage. The team they stink. They're awful. They're absolutely awful. But the fact that they won to get to 500 and they made Sunday's game against the Vikings means something. It means something. And this 3-game stretch, Minnesota, at Seattle, at Cincinnati. Where are the Niners going to be at after those 3 games? Where are they going to be at? They mean something, though.
Yeah.
These 3 games mean something in a wide-open NFC. So let's see if they can get into the dance. Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I know we're talking about the Niners. It's so hard not to talk about the Warriors, but
We'll do both.
Hey, do both.
Yeah,
Give us both
do
takes.
Both today. They're both relevant to me today.
Well, I'm totally on the same page with not willing to say that they're there yet. I want to see what happens on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But just a couple of things that I'm looking back on. I think the Green Bay game was a punch in the gut for them, because they had that game won, and to lose it with 37 seconds left, I think really took the air out of the team for 2 or 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And they're finally getting it back. And I also think, too, that Kyle has committed to Jimmy. And the team knows that Jimmy is the starter. There's no more looking over his shoulder.
That's a good point.
What I saw on TV, his QBR rating over the last 3 weeks is 109, which is the highest in the NFL. So I like what we're doing. I like the fact that Kyle is committed. I love the fact that he didn't just sit on the ball with a 2-touchdown lead with less than a minute. He went down and we got a field goal. So the whole mindset has changed, you guys. I'm so happy about that. And as to the Warriors, God, I can't wait till Wednesday. I'm going to my first Warrior game at the Chase Center.
Oh, that's going to be fun. You get the Sixers, too. Steph Curry's in town. And you know what? I feel sorry for little bro. Because Steph's coming off a poor shooting night by his standards. And we know what happens in the follow-up game. When Steph Curry struggles, that next game, like Bernie Mac said, it's trouble for the next team.
Oh.
Trouble. You ever see Players Club?
Yes.
He goes, oh, Blue, if you don't give me that money, it's going to be trouble.
That soundtrack.
Trouble.
Ice Cube and Master P have a song on that soundtrack. That's
amazing.
one of my favorite songs of all time.
It's amazing. That movie, though.
It's
you like the
hilarious. I thought you were going to go Double Trouble. Leonard Skinner.
No.
Staying with our Leonard Skinner theme today.
Me, Leonard Skinner? Nah, probably not happening.
Yeah.
Not happening.
So a couple things here on the 49er game yesterday. Doesn't it feel like Fred Warner's playing better football ever since
he sat down with Mayoko and Laura Britt.
Okay.
49ers talking. He basically said the big contract kind of got to him.
Trying to do too much?
Trying to live up the expectations of the big money deal that he signed before the season. And I respect that. I said, okay, I can understand that. He has played better over the last 2 weeks.
He has tremendous pride, and so it doesn't surprise me. Someone who gets paid that kind of money, you want to go out and prove it and go out and earn it. I mean, look, when you and I got an opportunity to be on the mornings, didn't we want to come out and crush it and kill it? And you almost end up doing too much sometimes. And you got to find that good sweet spot of staying within yourself. I still haven't found that sweet spot, but, Fred Warner is significantly better at what he does than what I do. So, the guy's playing better football. The other thing that I'm looking at is the Nick Bosa thing. And, we talk so much about, D Ford and him on the field at the same time. Oh, Armstead, him, Javon Kinlaw, look at this D-line. Right now, Nick Bosa is an absolute force by himself. I mean, he is fantastic. The one area that I am a little like, they got to find somebody opposite him, and they're not going to be able to figure this out in season.
To the offseason,
They got to get somebody opposite him.
D Ford cooked officially.
He's done.
Is he done? What's going on with D Ford?
Really think this is...
He just kind of... D Ford was here and he's not here.
18 snaps this year?
I mean, no, he played a little more than that. He was playing.
D Ford looks good.
He did look good.
What,
he looked good in week one. He looked good. Think about how he looked in Detroit.
Okay, what did he like? 12 snaps?
No, he played number of snaps in Detroit. he played at least 30 snaps in Detroit.
Did he play that many?
Yeah, but look up D4 snap count as we go to Mike and Martinez.
Yeah,
Mike and Martinez, wwhat's happening?
I'll stand
You're on the
down.
morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, so I wanted to kind of touch on something that I noticed during the game that I haven't really heard anybody talk about. Is that Jawan Jennings block that kind of turned into a scuffle with Jenkins and ultimately ended up getting Jenkins ejected. I thought that was such a huge statement for the team to kind of show not just that they were tough, because I think a lot of people kind of felt that they were soft.
Agreed.
At the beginning of the year and kind of leading up to the last few weeks. But it also showed the togetherness of the team, because as he went over to the sidelines, he's headbutting people without his helmet on. And then I saw Shanahan go over there and kind of dap him up. And I just, I don't know about you, but that kind of got me going. Like, wow, I really love seeing that from this team.
I'm 100% with you. And I wanted to see Jawan Jennings get more looks before the Sanu injury. It's unfortunate Sanu got hurt because we never root for injuries. But come on, we want to see the young guy play. Like, I wanted to see the young guy play.
Yeah.
And I think this, to me, I watched a couple of videos. This is going back 5 weeks ago when Ayuk was in the doghouse. He ran all the way across the field on 2 different plays to go block someone. And clearly there was an emphasis in that wide receiver room. Hey, you have got to be a force in the run game. To see Jennings not lose his cool and get physical, I mean, come on, man. That's what I want to see. I want to see this team get like that.
Scored a big touchdown in Philadelphia right before halftime.
Absolutely.
To get a Niners a 7-6 lead, and they end up winning that game to go to 2-0. D Ford snaps 30 against Detroit. 30 against Detroit.
Oh, 30.
Yep.
Okay.
16 against Philly.
46 overall.
20 against Green Bay.
Okay, 66.
12 against the Hawks.
78.
11 against the Cardinals.
89.
And 17 against the Colts.
Okay, so about 106 total snaps this year for D Ford. How much money?
Oh, well.
Lot.
I mean,
wow.
D Ford looks good.
I mean,
all 106 snaps.
Banged up.
How many sacks?
How many sacks this year for D Ford?
1?
3 sacks.
3
sacks.
All right. It's like, what is
got a few quarterback hits. No,
D
Ford, I'm telling you, D Ford was disruptive. Just, again, he's not on the field. Not on the field.
You seem very sad by that development.
I just we think about edge. I feel
you're so sad
because we saw him at training camp, and I saw the guy working hard.
Yeah.
It's not like he's not trying to be on the field.
No, but he's banged up.
The way he gets talked about, like these are professional athletes. It's not like they want to play. And I'm starting to gain his perspective more and more. Like we talked to Festus Ezeli before he came back for the G League bubble, and I'm working with him, and I'm listening to him like, my knee was so bad. I felt terrible. Like, he felt bad that he went to Portland and he couldn't play. Like, these guys want to play.
No, but it's not about the player. It's about the acquisition and the cost, and then continuing to double down on someone who has a very big track record of staying hurt.
Right.
It's not about the player. To me, it's more about the constant doubling down of this is the year he'll stay healthy when the resume tells you that they're not.
I just see the yap. The yappers basically talk about D4 like he's a straight up bub, and it's like, damn, man, the guy's just banged up. Sometimes your body fails you.
I hear you.
Your body fails you, man. And we saw him at training camp. What do you tell us, Shasky? I'm trying to get right. I'm trying to get right. And for the first 3 weeks, he was right. Now, who knows what the hell's going on with him?
Therese Paylor, who was covering Kansas City, he recently passed away, was a guy who covered that Chiefs team inside and out before they were winning championships. We had him on, and I'll never forget, it was right after the acquisition, and I wasn't high on it. And he said, I don't know how this guy keeps clearing medical exams. I don't understand how he keeps getting cleared, because he was talking about his neck. He had a neck injury that the Chiefs said they will never clear him to play anymore. And then he had the knee injury. So it was two different things. And it's like, dude, and then they look down into his history like, oh, he hurt himself in high school. He hurt himself in college. And it's like, and I get it. The game is very, very violent. And when he's out there, he's healthy. But to me, then that would give you more caution to think that, let's double down. And he'll be our only guy that we're going to trust on the edge. You need to have an insurance policy in case that guy stays hurt.
And there's no insurance policy right now off the edge there. Ebukam got to start yesterday. A lot of people were fired up about him. We'll continue to talk some Niners. We'll also squeeze in some Warriors as well. Warriors are 15-2. Niners are 5-5. We got James and Palo Alto on the other side. He wants to talk about a Bay Area bet. That I guess he's made or will make. We'll discuss it on the other side, and that's brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables, harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
It's a monster. Odyssey station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
A second down 10. Sermon and Samuel in the backfield. It's a give to Debo Samuel, and he's gliding his way all the way into the end zone, and that's a 49er touchdown. Debo Samuel.
Chris Myers on a call from Fox.
He stinks.
Leave Chris Myers alone.
No, I will not.
Leave Chris Myers alone.
That's the best we can do in 2021.
I was hoping we got Gus Johnson and Nakeem Talib. We need that. I need a Gus Johnson game.
I need a Nakeem Talib game. I love him.
Hey, you know what? Maybe it's Sunday against the Vikings. No, they're going to send a good crew out there.
Yeah.
Probably
Moose
get
Johnston,
Kevin Kugler or Kevin Burkhardt.
Are we about done with Dallas Cowboys being play-by-play and color guys? Like I'm about done with it.
Troy Aikman.
Well, Aikman's great, and
Aikman's
Romo's
got a
great,
lot better.
But I don't need to see Witten, and I don't need to see Moose Johnston. I don't need to see these guys. All right,
Yeah, it's a lot.
Next thing I know, Jay Novacek's going to be on my screen.
Jason Witten's going to to be back on the screen.
Oh God, with his fake hair.
You think he's done?
Witten wasn't good.
I know. Oh,
Him
boy.
and Drew Brees, they went from being bald to not bald like 6 months later.
Just like Brian Urlacher. He's got a full set of hair now.
Yeah, but
dude was bald his entire career with the receding hairline. Receding hairline, excuse me. Debo Samuel, by the way, that touchdown run.
He is balling.
25-yarder, 8 carries, 79 yards on the day. Only had one catch for 15 yards, but through 10 games, he's the fifth fastest Niner, or has the fifth most receiving yards through 10 games.
Okay.
As a 49er, Jerry writes at the top 4 seasons.
Oh.
But Debo, 6 yards away from 1,000 yards as a wide receiver. It would be his first 1,000-yard season. He's playing out of his mind. Niners beat the Jags 30-10. We'll get back out to the lines in just a second here. But how are we feeling, Niner fans? Are you still skeptical, or do you need to see the mini game? Are they peaking, or do you need to see more? But real quick, Shasky, it's time for the Steph Curry three-point update.
Oh.
Brought to you by Masterclass. Steph Curry has made 86 threes this season. Last night was a down night. After going on the road, played 3 games in Brooklyn, Charlotte, and, of course, Cleveland. In those 3 games, Steph Curry hit 21 threes. 21 threes, including back-to-back nights where he hit 9 threes against the Brooklyn Nets and the Cleveland Cavaliers. What does he need? 56 to surpass Ray Allen, I believe. 56, a.k.a. Jesus Shuttlesworth.
I'll take your word for it.
Hey, he could do that in 6 games, maybe 7, maybe 8. I guarantee you when it's going to happen. I'm going to call it when it's going to happen.
When's that?
It's going to happen December 4th.
Oh, December 4th. Isn't that the Jay-Z song? December 4th?
December 4th. That's a great point. He was born December 4th?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Damn, that's Baby Chaz's birthday, December 4th.
Isn't that?
She was born on the day of Jay-Z?
Isn't that the song, the Jay-Z song?
Yeah, December 1st or December 4th.
I think it's December 4th.
On the Black Album.
Yeah,
it's a great song.
Great song.
Great
His
song.
mom.
Oh, it's a great song.
And I bought him a radio, and he just kept beatboxing in the kitchen.
December 4th.
It is December 4th.
That beat is so hard. Somebody had to play that.
I think my favorite on that entire album is the one with the gladiator at the beginning with Maximus. Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
I don't know why.
Yeah. I love that December 4th song. That December 4th song is
sick.
hard.
The best song on that album, though, Lucifer.
No, it's not.
That one
no,
knocks.
it's not. It's not the best song on that album.
When I hear that, my head just goes,
No, that's not the best song.
And the last song's pretty sick with Biggie.
Last song is sick. But that song, Lucifer's
first song I ever wrote or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's hard.
That song is
That
ridiculous.
is hard. That is a hard
is
song. That is a hard song.
You know who's playing hard?
Who's that?
The Niners.
The Niners. But hold on. Masterclass lets you learn from over 100 world-class instructors anytime, anywhere, and at your own pace. Get 15% off your annual membership at masterclass.com/thegame. Shasky and I and Matt Kolsky in the Morning Roast Invitational. We're trying to figure out how to get some roasters involved as well.
I'm not really comfortable with this.
Why?
Because I feel like you've allowed Kolsky to wedge his way in to take a lot of the heat off yourself.
No, absolutely not. He talked the talk. Just like you did.
With a timeout. What does that have to do with me and you going mano a mano?
Kolsky was yapping, saying, why am I not part of this? I filled in twice for Joe Shasky, the butcher.
Undercard.
And you know what he said? He goes, I know I could beat Joe Shasky at shooting threes.
Of course.
I know I'm a better three-point shooter than him. And he went to Danny Fryer, assistant program director.
Okay.
I want in on this. And Danny said, you know what? I think it's a good idea. So he came back on the airways. And here's my point of view. Anybody can get it. If you want the smoke, I'll give you the smoke.
When was the last time you broke a sweat?
Don't worry about the walking
Wet
baby
balls.
chance up the big-ass hill by my house in San Bruno the other day. All right? I was sweating my ass off Saturday morning. Man, them hills are huge. And then you're pushing the stroller. I was sweating my ass off. So your boy gets a sweat in.
Congratulations.
So walking.
Good walk. Hot sun baking on you. You're walking up the hill with a jacket on and a shirt underneath, and you're walking up a steep hill. Yes, I'm going to sweat a little bit. You know what? So,
when was the last time you actually shot a regulation-sized ball from three-point line?
The other day after watching Steph Curry's masterclass video, but I'm not going to brag about it. I'm going to let you do all the yapping.
I've done no yapping.
Like I said, you've done all the yapping.
I'm just listening to you.
You've done all
say
the
that
yapping.
Anyone can get the smoke.
You've been talking. Koski's been talking. So I said, you know what, Koski?
Okay.
You could get this work too.
Okay.
You could get this work too.
I'm Vontae Hill. Not gonna lie. I suck at hoops.
You know, you guys play that drop over and over and over again, but you never play me, never played a soundbite of me hitting a shot at Stanford on my buttocks, a free throw.
If that's your claim to fame, that's
right
pretty
now
awesome.
It is. Right now it is. I won $300. Pressure-packed situation. You ever hit a shot in front of 7,000, 8,000 screaming fans at Maples Pavilion? That's a sold-out crowd.
No, but I hit buckets against SI at Reardon, with the band going crazy, playing the Empire theme music.
Sabrina
from Star Wars.
Ionescu was in the building for Oregon.
Oh, did you see her tweet yesterday?
No, what was she tweeting about?
Just that nobody's covering women's sports, and she wants everyone to do better.
Russell Wilson and Sierra was sitting courtside. Steph Curry was coming in the building.
Did she dap you up?
They did not. They were just looking at me laughing. I watched him. I saw him with my own two eyes. They was locked in on me.
You were
locked
looking at
in.
Sierra. Shocker.
I wasn't just looking. The stars are out. The stars are out. Don't set me up, man. She had shades on. Hey, Curly. Hey, like I told everybody, Curly, anybody can get it. They want the smoke, they get the smoke. The Morning Roast Invitational. So you think Koski's in it? You're nervous now.
I'm not.
That made you nervous. Koski's in there. That made you nervous. I could see it in your face.
No, I find it funny that you're ducking. It's quite
Nobody's
interesting.
Nobody's ducking.
Yeah,
We could do our own personal 3-point shootout. We could do one with Kolsky. We do whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
Shasky.
I'm fine with that. We can
you
do
would have been the
multiple
rules
legs.
to you. You
There's
want me to
no
shoot?
Rules.
Look. If you want me to shoot from 25 feet out, you shoot from 22 feet out. I can do that as well. You want me to shoot from half court? I'll shoot from half court. Whatever handicap you need. In this masterclass 3-point shootout, the Morning Roast Invitational. Think of Steph Curry because, man, you boys don't learn how to flick the wrist. The warm-up routine has got me where I'm like, oh, you know what? Vontae, hit some layups first. Get your rhythm going. Get your confidence going. Go around the rim. Go around the key. Go at the free throw line. You know what I'm saying? Let them free throws go. You see that lefty YouTube and Twitch? Good morning, YouTube and Twitch. You see that?
So one of the main things Steph Curry says
Vontae,
on the follow through, the main thing he says is we got to make sure that elbow is above the eyes, and you got to make sure that hand turns into a crane. There we go. Now you're getting better.
Oh, it's there.
You got to practice what you preach.
I got the mic right here. I don't want to break the microphone.
Who are you feeling more confident about? Yourself in the masterclass shootout or Jimmy Garoppolo moving forward?
Oh, I feel a lot more confident about my chances in the Morning Roast Invitational.
Okay.
In the masterclass shootout. I feel real good about that. Langford, Curly, I feel really good about that.
And what about Jimmy?
I feel okay.
You need to see more of a body of work. I mean, this is a guy who's 30 years old at this point. We kind of know who he is.
Well,
and to me, the way they won yesterday, that's the template for winning. You're not going to win in that margin of victory, but that's the way. If you're going to get this thing going in the right direction from here on out, they're going to have to win the way that they've won the last two games, which is ball control, run, convert on third down. Yes, he's going to have to stretch the ball down the field, but that, 25 attempts approximately, that's a sweet spot.
That is a sweet spot. It's the biggest game Sunday. It's the biggest game of the season.
100%.
And we're going to get out to the lines in just a second.
I'm feeling good about the Niners, though, man. I really am. 5-5? Thanksgiving week, I'll take that all day, which is where they were just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, Sunday's game means something, and that's the win for me. The win for me, it's not about beating the Jaguars.
Yeah.
The Jaguars stink. But it's been Vontae been practicing the wrist flick with the $5 taco boxes. That's pretty funny, man. Taco Bell, so damn good. That's pretty funny.
I
man.
love how you get distracted by the text, but that one was good.
That was good. No, but
Free throw the $5 bill into the drive-thru window.
Yeah. Here you go. $5 box. Gordita Crunch.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with you. If you throw money at someone like that, I'm gonna be very pissed at you.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah, you don't do that.
I don't do that.
That's just my particular. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I don't throw money at people.
So the Niners. Look, I feel good about the win because they're relevant.
Yeah,
these games are relevant. They have a chance to grab a 6th spot in a wild card. I was hoping Seattle won yesterday and maybe see Arizona lose and maybe get an outside chance at the NFC West.
But I'm okay with Arizona winning, even though I was very conflicted watching it. My bigger takeaway on the NFC West in general, Cliff Kingsbury has been phenomenal this year.
Coach of the year.
And Colt McCoy is having a Chris Chandler-like year. No, he really is. Out of nowhere. He's having a monster. I mean, it's 3 games. But he looked like Joe Montana 2 out of the 3 weeks. Horrible in between. He looked fantastic. And I'm looking at James Conner and what they're doing. They got A.J. Green rolling. That defense looks stout. I'm okay with them running away with the division. Take the division. Go ahead, Arizona, because you could beat Arizona. You were within 1 score of Arizona with a rookie quarterback making his first start on the road with no George Kittle. I'm okay with that. Seattle, it feels like they are at the end of a run. It feels like Pete and Russ are finished.
You see what happened after the game?
As bad as the Niners feel, I feel like, man, they're way better than wherever Seattle's at.
You see what happened after the game with Seattle? So Pete Carroll was at
No, I didn't see after.
Well, he was at a press conference. He left prematurely.
Okay.
He came back 30 minutes later. He goes, guys, you guys have a job to do. It's only fair. I'll sit back and answer your questions about whether or not I'm done here or not.
Whoa.
And they were basically asking, like, you think this is the end of the road or whatnot?
I think it is.
I think it is, too.
You look, if I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Seattle, they need a complete overhaul. They have no picks. They got very little talent. They got 2 stud receivers, and they got a great quarterback who doesn't look right.
They should trade Russ for a plethora of picks.
That's reset mode. That's reset mode.
You got to reset.
So, but I'm looking at them and I'm saying I thought that game was going to be. It's still going to be a tooth and nail game. Don't think that Seattle's not going to show up against you. Bobby Wagner owns you.
It's in
Russ
Seattle.
Owns you.
It's in Seattle.
And Seattle owns you.
They want to spoil
win.
the party.
Yeah, you got to win that game. But that's way down the road. I'm just saying. Yesterday was a great day for the Niners. You referenced it earlier. Carolina loses. The Saints lose. Niners did what they needed to do. Business trip to the East Coast. Win in Jacksonville. Quarterback's looking good. Defense looking better. All my playmakers are making plays. I'm feeling good.
So what is that? Detroit 10 a.m. game, 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
Philly 10 a.m. game,
2-0.
Chicago 10 a.m. game,
3-0.
Jacksonville
4-0.
Any
you know
other
what?
10
we should
a.m.
relocate
games?
to Yorkstown.
Yeah, that was basically a 49ers
Youngstown.
home game yesterday. Now play Cincinnati at a 10 a.m.
That's going to be really hard. But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. We got a long way to go.
Well, and the good thing is they've beaten some NFC conference teams, so that's good. That'll be better for their tiebreaker status. Look, beating the Vikings would go a long way. Beating the Vikings would give them an edge up in the head-to-head, and I think it would be monster.
I also think the Niners can catch the Rams. I think they can catch the Rams. I really do.
I love that you're so out on the Rams. I love it because McVay's your guy. I mean, like there's a picture of Jesus, baby Ches, and then McVay when you walk into the Bonte Hill household.
I'm having a good day. I'm having fun. Let's not do that though. Let's not do that. Just compare McVay to Shanahan and saying, "Hey, McVay's won a lot of games." Don't mean that I love McVay. He's the best coach in the world. No. Let's not do that. Don't paint that picture. Don't do that to me. They own the Rams. 5 straight. We'll be down there at SoFi Stadium. January 9th?
Yeah, I think it's the first week of January, yeah.
That game may mean something.
We do a Southwesty? You and me?
Maybe I'll go private jet.
Dip down. PJ, look at you, man. The ego.
Hey, no, not the ego. Do you see they got the private jet deals? The Sweet X or whatever it's called? You see it? I see it on Instagram all the time.
How much is TV paying you?
No, they're only like $70 flights. What are you talking about?
I don't know if I trust the PJ, though.
Dude, that one I heard is legit. You don't trust the PJ?
I mean, the commercial flights, the proof is in the pudding in terms of the accident records.
All right, let's go to Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka, what's happening? Shaka, long time no talk. Oh, Shaka, wait a minute.
Right.
Shaka in Berkeley, the Vikings fan. Oh, you would have called during Vikings week, huh?
Hey, man, you're famous now, man. I see you on TV all the time with these suits, man. You and Langford, man, and this, man, I'm proud of y'all, man.
Appreciate it, Shaka. What you got for me, man?
Chasky, what's up, Chasky?
What up?
Hey, man, this game is going to be a great game, man. We both teams are trying to get that last spot, and I think it's going to be a lot of position comparisons. You know, you got Debo and Jefferson and Debo. You've got Kendricks and Warner. Yeah. You've got Norman and Patterson. You know, Patrick Peterson. So it's got a lot of great players who are going to play. I just think that Minnesota has stiffer competition. Minnesota could be 8-1, man, because they lost to Arizona. They had the ball at the 15-yard line and missed a 30-yard field goal.
That's right.
They could have won.
Yeah, that's right.
So when you're looking at that 5-5, it's a different 5-5. I don't want to shock anybody. You go look at them games; they could have won all of them games. So, but I know 49ers are going to come in there. It's going to have that crowd roaring. It's going to be a great game. I'm looking forward to it, man. You going to be there?
Yeah, we're going to be. Shaka, you going to be in the building?
I'm going to be there.
Yeah, I'm coming.
All right, hey, man,
go.
make sure we meet up. Make sure we meet up. Hey. It's long overdue. We got to meet up before the game when the Niners take on the Vikings.
I'll be there. I'm bringing my son, man. I'll be there, man. I'll see you there, man.
And I'm giving you a weather update next Sunday already. Yes, I'm here because it's cold in the morning.
Give Shaka the weather update.
48 degrees is the low, 70 degrees is the high for Sunday.
Shaka, might be a little too cold for y'all for Minnesota. Y'all like that dome.
I just left Salt Lake City at my son game at Weber State, so that's going to be nothing, man. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, just be Green Bay, man. We just, so all Viking fans are stoked. It's going to be a lot of Viking fans.
Hey, they used to show up to Candlestick.
They do. They do that. And then they do that.
Yeah, with the long hair. Ragnar Lothbrok. Did you watch that show?
No.
Vikings?
I heard it was great.
Awesome.
I like Vikings. I heard it was great. I saw some
Ragnar
snippets.
died, I wasn't really into Ivar the Boneless, but it was cool.
No, I heard it was. How many seasons did it?
I don't know, 4 or 5.
Yeah, I got Vikings.
Bjorn was badass.
I heard it was dope. But no, he's right. Look.
The women
Shaka's
were
right.
great fighters.
You look at the games they've lost. Minnesota. The first game of the season in Cincinnati, overtime. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They blew that game.
Couldn't we do that with the Niners in the game against Green Bay?
You can. But look at the Vikings. Arizona, they missed that field goal at the end of the game. They were up big in that football game. They lose to Dallas at Cooper Rush. They lose to the Browns 14-7. And they lost in overtime to Baltimore when they were controlling that football game. This is a big game. Oh, I can't wait for this game.
It is.
It's a relevant game, man. 5-5.
Getting back to yesterday for just a second. You watched Trevor Lawrence, the number 1 overall pick yesterday, and there's been a lot of talk about Mac Jones. Can we both agree? The situation, God, it matters so much. The circumstances, the team, the coaching staff, the players around you matter. If you put Trevor in New England and you put Mac Jones in Jacksonville, and this isn't a Mac Jones indictment, this is more just a statement on situations for young quarterbacks. Wouldn't we agree the outcomes would be almost identical if we flip-flop the quarterbacks?
I don't know.
You don't think Trevor would be at least a 6-7 win team with the New England Patriots?
Maybe.
You don't think that Mac Jones would be struggling the way that Trevor Lawrence, and I didn't even think he struggled that yesterday.
It's possible, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but I think it matters a lot, man. I think it really matters a lot because I see people like last week after that game, it's a standalone game for the New England Patriots. Everyone's losing their minds about Mac Jones on Friday, and I get it. Believe me, I do. I watched Trevor Lawrence yesterday against the Niners, and I'm saying, of all the players and all the reasons why Jacksonville lost,
he wasn't one of them.
Trevor was like Trevor. He wasn't even close to and clearly you could see the dudes could play. He's 6'6" and can move.
A lot of potential.
And he's a competitor. I'm not saying that he's refined. I'm not even saying that he's going to be the ultimate great stud quarterback one day, but he's the farthest of Jacksonville's problems.
Yeah, I agree. 888-957-9570. Are you skeptical about the 49ers? Are you still skeptical about their chances of making the postseason? 888-957-9570. Next 3 games, it's a gauntlet. Minnesota, up in Seattle, division game. Division games are different. They just hit different. And in Cincinnati. Those are the next 3 games for the San Francisco 49ers. Just like the Warriors, they have a gauntlet too over the next 5. Philly Wednesday. All right, you get Dame Dollar and Company Friday night, Portland. You get the Clippers Sunday at 12:30. It's an early game down at Staples Center. And then you got Phoenix back-to-back. The Suns, who have won, I think the Suns have won 11 straight or 12 straight or something like that. They're rolling. They scored 48 points in the first quarter yesterday.
You bring up Damon Lillard. Did you see what he put out into the ethos yesterday on the internet?
That he's not watching another Raiders game?
Yeah. Does that make him a good or a bad fan?
He'll be watching a Raiders game.
Right? He's like me. He's addicted, right?
Yeah, you say, like, I'm done with this team, and you'll be back. You'll be back.
You sound like the end of Half Baked, my favorite.
You'll be back. You'll be back. Mary Jane.
Yeah.
You'll be back. Mary J, what lied? Chappelle was back.
I wonder what Dame's reaction would be to Trailblazer fans saying that about them. But it's interesting to see when sports like studs like Damian Lillard are also obviously sports fans. It is cool. I like that. I like seeing him put that out there.
The Raiders, just real quick, they look mentally exhausted.
I mean, it's been a crazy ass year, dude.
They looked about cooked. And I feel bad for that fan base.
I feel bad for my fantasy team.
Like,
Josh Jacobs is like an RB5 right now.
Well, I mean,
damn it.
And they're not using Kenyon Drake. They're not using Kenyon Drake at all.
No. I do like that other safety, and I love their backup. I mean, Waller's a stud, but I like that backup tight end. Moreau's nice. Feeling him.
A couple mixed thoughts on JSX, the Jet Suite X Life.
Yeah.
Private jets.
What are you, Phil Mickelson now?
Yeah, I mean, has no accidents. Under $100, cheap. It's a cheap flight.
Really?
LA. Quick flight.
I'm ready for them. When are they going to do that? Like that train, that bullet train that Gavin
that'd be
was
a lot of
talking
fun.
about forever.
Yeah, it seems like
it's like, come on, man,
dude.
I'm ready to do that. Pinkies up, you and me drinking Hoolie on the way down.
That'd be pretty. I like a good train ride. I like a good train ride.
Do you?
Oh, I love trains.
When was the last time you were on a train?
Caltrain I was on after the Giants game. Game 5. I was on Caltrain going back home. It was fun. There was a lot of Dodger fans on that train.
Where does it let you off in San Bruno?
About 5 minutes away from the crib.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, no. I love Caltrain. I used to take Caltrain a lot.
I've only been on Caltrain one time.
Really?
Yeah,
it's a good ride. You can take beer on there, alcohol. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Read a book. Listen to some music.
Read a book.
Read a book.
You're that guy.
I do read books. I like that, man. You just get locked in.
I'm imagining you as the guy in the front row at a Giants-Dodger game reading the newspaper. That's you reading a book.
I used to bring newspapers.
Do it for the gram.
I used to do newspapers. I used to bring newspapers to games. I used to be that guy.
Reading your own articles?
No. I was a kid. True story.
When he was the water cooler man at City College.
All right, Bob.
They played Friday night.
Oh, the basketball. They lost. They lost to West Valley.
I know.
West Valley's good.
I crept in at the end. The game started at 5.
Did you go to the game?
Yeah, I did. I went to Reardon and Sacred Heart game, too. I was all over the place.
You was all over the place. Look at you making rounds.
Hey,
look at you.
Hey, the Reardon Crusader girls team.
Good.
There's a couple players that used to play for me that are on that team. I'm rooting for them.
Let's get to Rick and Dave on the other side here. 888-957-9570. Are you still skeptical of the 49ers? Or 5-5?
I'm feeling good.
I know nobody's skeptical about those Warriors. They're 15-2. It's beat down the Raptors yesterday. A wire-to-wire victory over Toronto at Chase Center. They'll hit the court again Wednesday against the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll discuss that a little bit later in the week, of course. Warriors beat the Raptors. Niners beat the Jags. We'll end the show discussing both teams right here on The Roast, and that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor. From farm to you, visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
Doing my best Bonte Hill impression. I'm feeling good. It's Thanksgiving week. All right, half of the city is already asleep and working from home the entire week. I don't even know if kids are back in school, but I'll tell you who's back in school. Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers. They're 500, 5-5. They're back to where they need to be. They got a huge game this week. We got all week to talk about the Vikings. They handled business on the road. They went to Jacksonville, 10 a.m. Business-like, up 23 at the half. There's a lot to not like. Okay, you didn't score a touchdown on an opening drive. Okay, you didn't go for it on the 2-minute drill. You were blowing out the Jaguars. The only way they were going to win that game is if you had some self-inflicted wounds. They didn't. They're doing good. Warriors, 15-2. They win a huge game. It was a culture type of a win on Friday night with nobody playing. And then a big game yesterday from Wiggins and Poole. It's user's choice. Where do you want to go? You want to go Warriors? You want to go Niners? You want to go Thanksgiving? What your favorite side is? I'm here for all of it. Bonte, what's your favorite side?
Mac and cheese. Mac and cheese, baby.
And does it have to be crispy at the top?
It could be crispy. Doesn't have to be crispy.
You like it gooey?
I like it all. I'm not picky when it comes to mac and cheese.
Me neither.
I mean, do it look like I'm picky when it comes to food? Come on, man. Come on, you see these cheeks?
So do you like regular macaroni or do you like spirals? Do you like shells?
Yeah, don't give me the shells.
You like elbow? You just like old school elbow macaroni?
I want old school.
Yeah, no
but I'm not
tools.
going to discriminate against the shells again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get too picky, but if you gave me a choice to shells,
How about the wheels? I mean, I'm going Kraft on you now.
Yeah, I don't know about the wheels. The wheels are good. The wheels are good. But
they're a little meatier. I'm not real big on those.
I don't know.
I do like the thick and creamy.
Keep it simple, folks. Keep it simple when it comes to mac and cheese. Keep it simple. By the way, 5-0, Bonte versus Stewart would be a better fight than Jake or Logan Paul. You just wonder how some of these people come up with some of these random things. Like, first of all, I'm not fighting Isaiah Stewart for the Pistons. You see that guy? He would kick my ass. He would decapitate me.
I wanted him to go at LeBron. I felt bad for him.
He would have been suspended for the season. Is
LeBron going to get suspended?
Probably for a game.
A game?
Look at that eye.
Dude, it's a UFC cut. That was cheap.
Before we get back into the 49ers and the Warriors, I found this sound earlier from last night. Russell Westbrook in the postgame after.
Give it to me.
Have you heard this?
No, I haven't. Give it to me.
This is great.
That's your boy.
Yeah, I don't, you might ask him that. I'm not really sure, of his reaction or why he did that.
What did the officials say that you were assessed a technical for?
Who got a tech?
You did.
I got a tech? Oh, wow. Why'd I get a tech? I didn't know I had a tech.
Maybe de-escalate.
Wow. That's interesting. Well, that's just being Russell, I guess. When you Russell Westbrook, they just try to do anything, apparently. But whatever. I don't know why I don't know what I did, but whatever. They had to put it on somebody. I'm easy to, well, not me.
Oh, man.
He's in.
Oh, man.
What's going on with him?
Dude, he did square up and try to fight. Oh, man. I love Russ, man. As a Warriors fan, I'm a bit concerned, to be honest. I think we've had a very easy schedule with at least 90% of the games. They're against teams that are no good, and the Suns are quietly beating teams very easy. So let's not sleep on the Phoenix Suns.
Who is sleeping on the Phoenix Suns?
I don't know. Some people are.
They're
maybe.
really, really good. They're the team that represented the Western Conference last year in the finals.
They've won 12 straight.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. But they've got their own little issues as the year continues to go on. Ayton didn't get signed, and that's lingering.
He's playing great basketball right now. I don't think that even matters. He knows if he plays well, he's going to get paid. Now, you look at their schedule. They just beat Dallas back-to-back. Dallas didn't have Luka.
Yeah, by the way.
Denver's beat up.
You want to talk about a guy that needs to hit the Peloton?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Luka, dog.
There's no doubt.
Listen to me, bruh.
There's no doubt.
Hit the Pelly.
Look, Denver, they didn't have Jokic last night. Michael Porter Jr. is now out for the year. Although the Suns, they scored 48 in the first quarter. That's pretty impressive. That is impressive. But they beat Cleveland. They beat New Orleans. They beat Houston, Atlanta, Sacramento. They struggled in the Sacramento game. Portland, Memphis. I mean, their schedule hasn't...
Why do we do this in the NBA?
It's like the schedules. Warriors just beat Brooklyn, dismantled Brooklyn, tore them apart. They beat Chicago, tore them apart.
They're
Look what they did to the Raptors last night. Forget the schedule.
Yeah, but if they were 11-6 or something, and they're a little closer to 500. Okay, you want to play that game? Fine. They're 15-2, and they're pounding teams.
Pounding them.
I mean, they beat the Pistons with nothing. Last night, do you know what the Lakers did to the Pistons? They played all three of their superstars max minutes.
And we're down 13.
Thank you.
They had to come back for dear life.
And they're begging for Anthony Davis to do something, whereas the Warriors played none of their top players.
All right.
So I don't want to hear that.
So Warriors, they'll see the Suns in about 5 games. 5 games.
Hey, before we get back into the Niners and we'll get some more into the Warriors, did you check out the video with me and Guru?
I saw the snippet.
Oh, dude, you need to go to 957thegame.com, all right?
Snippet.
Check out all the different social media channels. I got the Elevate Your Tailgate with Charles Woodson's Intercept Wines, which I actually busted a bottle of the Chardonnay out Friday night and had a little glass myself. Look for it at your local retailer or visit interceptwines.com, have it delivered to your door, and check out 957thegame.com right now and see the episode with me and Guru. Guru chugs a bottle of Chardonnay, and here's the best part.
He drinks it like it's water.
And it was with a Dwight Clark cup. I made the Dallas Cowboy fan drink it out of a Dwight Clark cup.
I kind of clicked off the video because he was in Cowboys gear. I was like, really? You wearing all that Cowboys gear to your house? That's disrespectful.
No, I allowed it.
He disrespected you.
You know what? I was watching the Chiefs versus the Cowboys, and it came across my mind, and I can't believe I said it out loud. The Chiefs are more hateable than the Cowboys currently.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
In my estimation, yes, they are.
They're not.
Yep. I hate the Chiefs.
Nope.
I can't stand Mahomes.
No.
And by the way, you want to look how D Ford looks good. Yep. The Chiefs are coming.
The Chiefs are back.
Damn it.
Chiefs are back.
And their crowd, I hate the Cowboys. I'm just saying.
No, the Cowboys are hateable.
I can't stand the Chiefs either.
Cowboys are so hateable. They're so hateable.
Out on them.
They're so
Frank
freaking
Clark,
hateable.
horrible human being.
So hateable.
Tyreek Hill, horrible human being.
So hateable. I gave
Kelsey got the drop.
I gave Darrell Wright some ribbing yesterday for the Cowboys losing.
Hey, I'll tell you this though. Micah Parsons is the truth.
He is.
That guy's ridiculous.
They got a player.
He is DeMarcus Ware meets Von Miller 2.0. I know you got to be in the top 10 to get guys like that, but that guy is going to have a hell of a career.
There was some. Oh, by the way, that's what I was going to say before we get back to Niners.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're looking for all the best Warriors content or the 49ers content, text 49ers to 20357. Or if you're looking for Warriors content, text Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Anna hooked up the Harris Ranch Steaks Friday night. Had the filet mignon.
I saw that.
And New York steak. Cool. And we watched King Richard. Oh. King Richard, the
It
movie.
looked like some greens, too, I saw on that plate.
Jordan Watkins. Shout out Jordan
surprised.
Watkins. Our boy Jordan Watkins hangs out with Kevin Dana, works at Chase Center, works at the Pac-12
Rip
Network.
Rocker from Kevin Dana.
Dude, hey, Jordan Watkins, now with this at NBC Sports Bay Area, he's a big Staffer fan, so probably don't want to bring that up today after they got
greens.
Because he made the greens. And he said, he's from the ATL.
Oh.
And he told me when I joined their podcast way back when, hey, I got some greens for you, big dog.
Okay.
He had some greens for me.
And
those greens were screaming.
Yeah?
Screaming.
Straight greens? No meat or anything in there?
Did he? I can't remember. I think they did have a little chunk of bacon or something like that, but
maybe some ham
those
hock.
greens were screaming.
Yeah.
They were on point. It was up there with my mama's greens. Jordan Watkins, that dude could cook, man.
I don't want you slandering your mother, though, on the
I'm not
radio.
slandering my mom. I'm saying those
Nobody
greens were...
beats mom's cooking.
When he was the water cooler man at
I got your mom's
Dude,
back.
mom's got the best greens, but Jordan Watkins... Those greens, dude, they reminded me of my mama's greens. Not gonna lie. Then Anna had mashed potatoes in there.
Yeah.
That was a great meal after a great win Friday night.
Speaking of sides, because we're going to get into it all week, because I'm going to ask what's your favorite main dish and things like that, and your favorite dessert Wednesday. I got to say, for me, scalloped potatoes, the cheesy scalloped potatoes.
Those are legit.
Yeah.
Those are legit.
Those are like,
those
that's,
are legit.
That's my jam.
Those are legit.
I love a mashed potato. My wife makes killer mashed potatoes, but I love scalloped
I
potatoes.
always go for thirds when it comes to the scalloped potatoes.
Aren't they the best?
Yeah, they are the best.
Izzy's Steakhouse used to have killer scalloped potatoes.
Izzy's over here in Marina?
Yeah, I haven't been there in a minute, though.
Yeah, it's been a while. I need to get back out there. All right, let's go to the lines, man. Lines are packed. Rick, Dave, Gene, Cruz. We're going to get them all on here before we go to crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Dan Dibley.
Yeah.
Wow. Who's running point on that show? It's going to be a good one. Let's go to Rick in Stockton. Rick in Stockton, are you still skeptical of the 49ers after they improve to 5-5?
Hey, man, I feel like we got it, and we been had it, man. I feel like we been had it. I just feel like Shanahan was trying to get cute, or he was just trying to, like, outsmart people instead of just attacking with the running game. You know what I mean? If he would attack with the running game, like, just like we did the Cardinals game, we could have won. We just needed a kicker. We had a kicker, we would have won. We had Green Bay. I mean, the second Cardinals game, it broke my heart. I thought we was over. I thought the season was over. I ain't gonna lie to you. But after that, we got back to bases and we looked good, man.
Hey, they look good. They look all right. Yeah, no, thanks for the call, Rick, and happy Thanksgiving. If we don't hear from you the rest of the week, they got it done. They got it done. You won a game, and now you're relevant. Now you're playing relevant football games heading into December. That's all that matters to me. Get to the playoffs. We argued about this all season. Sure, I want to see Trey Lance, but damn it, I want the playoffs. I want to see postseason football. I grew up. I mean, we all grew up, and we were immersed into this 49ers culture to where it was Super Bowl or bust. And I get it. Times have changed. Salary cap era, new ownership, new coach, all that stuff. But damn it, 4 playoff berths in the last, 20 years? I need playoffs, Shasky.
Yeah.
I need playoffs.
I do think that the Trey, Jimmy thing, for the time being, is, on the back burner.
That's on the table. That's done. Can we be honest? Let's stick a fork in that conversation.
Well,
this is Jimmy's.
No.
This is Jimmy's team.
But yes, I agree. But the reality is you're always one play away, right? That's the reality, right? At any moment, like when Jimmy takes a sack, I'm like, get up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just never know, right? Mm-hmm. Things can happen. And this is the second most games that he's played in his career in any given season. Mm-hmm. So he is in uncharted territory to a certain degree because the guy has gotten hurt, whether fair or not. Like, that's the reality of his resume. But I think that we keep thinking that everything's going to be seamless because, Bill Walsh, everything was seamless. Joe and Steve, it was seamless. He was smart at every turn. He had the complete vision. He was the, the Wizard of the Oz,
right.
and he knew exactly what was going to happen. He was the Oracle. No. I've done a deep dive on the Steve-Joe dynamic and what it's done to that team. I think revisionist history has changed the reality of what really happened when that was going down. Both guys were out of rhythm.
Right.
Both guys were frustrated.
Right.
The team was pissed. The team was floundering. It didn't know which direction it was going in. They lost a lot of winnable games because of the uncertainty at quarterback. And I do think that there's something to be said that since Jimmy has kind of repositioned himself as quarterback, this team has kind of played its best football this year. There is something there, but he's got to stay healthy to keep Trey Lance at bay.
Right.
And Trey Lance, I'm sure, is chomping at the bit to get in there.
No doubt.
Both can be true.
No doubt about that. By the way, random, Zucci, man. What's up, Zucci, man? He always comes through in the clutch. Phoenix Suns, strength of schedule, 29th in the league.
Oh.
Warriors, 28th.
Oh.
The more you know. Dave in Fresno. Dave, are you back on board? Do you believe the Niners are primed for a run? Are they peaking right now?
Man, what Kool-Aid is everybody drinking? I'm sorry, I am not. Look, it's nice we won. I'm not here to poo-poo on yesterday's victory. We beat the Jags. Great. But I'm looking big picture. And if the big picture is Super Bowl and consistent winning every year, then no, I'm sorry. I mean, you can only run so many jet sweeps and 5-yard slants. At some point in time, if we're going to beat the big boys and consistently beat the big boys, there's a reason why we traded 3 first-round picks for a quarterback. And Jimmy hasn't changed anything. He's the same player. He missed a wide-open 2-yard pass in the end zone. Now, if we're going to run the ball and Debo's going to get a 2-yard pass and turn it into a 100-yard touchdown every game, okay, then we'll be fine. But at the end of the day, boys, you got to use your eyes. And this is the same problem we had 2 years ago why people fell in love with Jimmy, because we win and he wins. That's all you can say about him, is that the team wins. But at the end of the day, if it's to win a Super Bowl, we're going to go to Tampa, we're going to play Tom Brady, and we're going to run jet sweeps all day. That's not going to happen, boys. Come on.
Yeah, only one team's let me cut you off for a second. And I get what you're saying, and I understand that perspective. Only one team wins the Super Bowl. All right? And this team is in no position to scoff at victories. I read off their record, Bonte, since Jim Harbaugh left. 5, 2, 6. Like, that's how many wins that they were winning. They have the 113-win season.
Yep.
Outside of that, 6 wins is the high water mark since Harbaugh left. So when you're 5-5 and it's the week of Thanksgiving, hell yeah, it's okay to feel optimistic. No one's saying this is a Super Bowl winning team. Like right now, Green Bay has all the weapons in the world. They have a quarterback at the height of his powers who's going straight to the Hall of Fame. And there's questions about them winning the Super Bowl. There is no clear-cut Super Bowl champion right now in the NFL. Every team lost yesterday that you thought was going to win.
And here's the thing. All it takes is one game in the cold weather.
Exactly.
This team's built for cold weather football.
Exactly.
They run the football, they're physical, they're beating teams up, and they're wearing you down. I don't know where this can go, but a win Sunday against the Vikings can go a long, long way. But I'm kind of like, I'm on the fence, too, with this football team.
That's
okay,
fair.
You got the 5-5. You're 500. Fair. Check mark. Okay, cool. Now let's play ball. Let's play ball.
Well, I'm looking at like the Chiefs right now. They have a very similar feel to the year he got hurt and they won the Super Bowl. They had a little stretch.
They did.
They had a little stretch where it didn't look right. They lost to Indianapolis on Monday Night Football, I believe. Where it just
Sunday Night Football. I remember that. Yeah,
it just didn't look right? And then all of a sudden, boom, they reel off a bunch of wins and they get hot at the right time. Tennessee a couple years ago got hot at the right time, and then they rolled in and knocked off Baltimore, for example. You can have a great year and not win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, I know I want to win the Super Bowl. Believe me, I do. But there is levels to success within a season. And right now, getting back to 500 was a small success to the bigger success, which is getting into the playoffs. And then we can go from there.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland, our main man, Gene. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Happy Thanksgiving until in case I don't get through the rest of the week here.
Gene, what's your favorite side?
So this is Chaz's first Thanksgiving, right?
Baby Chaz's first Thanksgiving. And you know what? I got breaking news here on the roast.
What?
You bring up Baby Chaz? She took 7 steps yesterday.
What?
So she's starting to walk, Gene.
So she can play quarterback.
She's starting to move around.
7-step drops.
Which makes my life that much harder because now I'm going to have to chase her. She likes to scat. She likes to scat, man. She's quick.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, so having a veteran that I am with 3 kids, I'm saying really enjoy your little girl Bonte. You got 12 more years before she becomes a teenager.
Thanks, Steve. And trust me, I think about the teenage years every single day.
Right. And Joe, enjoy your family get-together on Thursday. I hope it all goes well for you.
We'll see.
And anyways, turning to the Niners. Okay, so I just need one more game to see whether they really are a playoff team.
That's where I'm at.
See what they do this next week. Yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking Super Bowl anymore. Let's just lower our sights and try to get what we can get. You know, I've been a Garoppolo supporter from the start. But, you know, depending on what happens next week, I may have to back off on Shanahan. I mean, I thought he was done as a coach to a few weeks ago. But, you know, maybe he's like his daddy. But, you know, his daddy didn't start off all that well either. With the Raiders, he was a sub-500 coach. And he went to Denver and, you know, became a successful Super Bowl winning coach because he had help from a guy by the name of John Elway. But still, you know, I guess I'm encouraged that it looks like he's learning and he's growing, and that's what he needs to do. You know, I mean, he's only 41, 42 years old.
Exactly.
So he's got a long ways to go, and if he keeps trying to grow, trying to learn, then, you know, maybe he will be the coach that we hope he will be.
Hey, Gene, I'm with you there. Happy Thanksgiving. If we don't hear from you the rest of the week, I'm with you there. I need one more game.
That's fine.
I need Sunday against Minnesota.
But the fact that we even get to this point, to me, is an accomplishment in it, like a small one. I'm not here to throw a parade. No. I'm just saying, like, I thought they were dead.
Yeah.
The Cardinal loss was about as low as I could feel as a fan. And I'm surprised they picked themselves off the campus, off the canvas. All right, here we go. From the 650 Oscar and EPA.
This is funny.
Bonte about to look like D Ford chasing after a mobile quarterback now that baby Ches is walking.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
I'm thinking you're going to look more like Eric Armstead's goofy, trying to chase somebody on the outside.
Blowing containment. Oh boy. It's happening.
Going to look more like Isaac Sopoaga over there trying to chase down Kyler Murray.
There's going to be no more daytime video games for you, boy.
Oh,
that's done.
Maybe it's a one-on-one in video games. You know, but speaking of which, I went down the rabbit hole. I downloaded a game, a trilogy game.
Contra.
Grand Theft Auto.
See, I'm one of those guys who thinks Grand Theft Auto is a little overrated.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. GTA 3. I'm playing it right now. It's timeless. It's a timeless video game. I can't wait to get back to Vice City.
It's the same thing over and over again.
Well, no. I'm talking about the originals. Forget the newer ones. The new ones you have to work out and eat and stuff. It's way too much work.
But
Grand Theft Auto 3 is almost a perfect game.
Yeah. I don't know.
It still holds up, too.
I don't know. Cruiser in San Jose.
I'm killing it. 11% of the game completed already.
I'm not a big GTA guy. Cruiser, what's up, Dad?
Good morning, fellas. What's going on? Hey, I still need to see a better performance against the Vikings before I decide because you know what, really, okay, we curb stomped the Jaguars. Good, we're supposed to. You know, you're supposed to do that to those kinds of teams. And I know, everybody's capable of laying a stinker now and then. And like you said, Shasky, for me, that was the Arizona game. It was just like, what's going on here? You know, but I feel sometimes that before Jimmy comes on the field, he shakes the magic 8-ball. Am I going to play good today or what? And then depending on what it says, either he'll come and he'll ball out or he'll come and lay an egg. So I need to see some consistency before I'm on board. So
that's fair.
Let's handle some business against the Vikings, and then we can start talking about playoffs. Because as far as I'm concerned, why bother getting to the playoffs if you're just going to get mocked, right? That's just how I see it.
No.
But you know what? Hey, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, going to the playoffs, there's a carryover to that for the organization, for the culture, for the fan base. Just having a chance to be in the dance, having a chance, and you know what? And I don't think anybody's going to blow out the Niners.
No,
they haven't been blown out outside of the Cardinals game.
Part of why I really like Mike Tomlin, and I thought he was going to get blown out a couple years ago. When they went 8-8 with Duck Hodges and a bunch of randoms, okay, people could say that didn't mean anything. It didn't. It didn't mean anything? Because when I look at his overall record and they show it and they show that graphic and you're like, damn, he's been to the playoffs that many times in 14 years. He's been there 14 years and you just see his overall body of work. I'm sorry. That's equity. It's equity with the players in the building. It's equity with the front office. It's equity with the ownership. It's equity around the league when you're looking for a different coordinator. Someone knows, hey, I'm going to go there, and that's a stable working environment. Like free agents, like right now, we all agree. I'm looking at the Steelers. I'm just using them as an example. Tomlin is as stable as they come.
Right.
The quarterback right now, Ben Roethlisberger, is so up and down. How many different quarterbacks in the league want to play for the Steelers if they have an opportunity?
I don't know. We're going to see.
Right?
We're going to see.
But the fact that Tomlin's there, there's stability, there's all of this stuff. There's a lot of situations around, like right now, Cleveland Browns. I think they need a quarterback at some point.
Yep.
How desirable is it to go play in Cleveland?
Well, it depends on the talent. If you win in Cleveland, you're a rock star.
Yeah, but
would
you agree there is a drop-off between the consistency of what the Pittsburgh Steelers represent and Mike Tomlin? And I like the coach for the Cleveland Browns. I like him, Stefanski.
The Browns, though, have a lot of talent.
I
Somebody's
agree.
out there looking at that situation saying, man, Jarvis Landry, Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt.
I agree.
That defense, Myles Garrett, they're really good. By the way, the executive show starts tomorrow. Every Tuesday at 8:30, either Zaza or Bob Myers will join us live. And tomorrow, it's going to be nothing easy. Game 7, baby. Game 7. Zaza Pachulia taking you inside the Warriors front office. Brought to you by Free Spirits. Are you trying to cut back on alcohol but still love a great cocktail? Well, Free Spirits makes non-alcoholic spirits so you can have the same delicious cocktails you love, just without the alcohol. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. Jimmy Garoppolo in Pittsburgh next year. I don't know about that. Maybe he goes to Cleveland. I don't know. Let's go to Austin and Bay Area. Austin, what's happening? Austin? You're on the roast.
What's happening? How y'all doing this morning?
I can't complain.
Okay. What's up? Hey, here's what I got. I got Shanahan still in my doghouse, man. Him and John Lynch. But at the end of the day, what do you guys think about when Greenlaw come back? Would that put the defense over the top? Because when it's the first game they had with Detroit, I mean, even though it was Detroit, the defense came out on fire, But that's all I got. Yeah. And one more thing. I like how we getting Ayuk in the game. That's a 2.0.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
So let me give you my suggestion.
Get some touches like Debo.
I love Ayuk getting involved, and I love Debo, what he's done this year. Here's my suggestion for the 49ers when Dre Greenlaw comes back. Put him, Alshire, and Fred Warner out on the field together and just figure it out.
Yeah.
Just stop trying to put these slow linemen on the outside. Like Ibukam, what's the drop off as a pure pass rusher between Ibukam and a combination of Alshire, Greenlaw, and Fred Warner on the edge?
Ebukam's just not doing it for you.
You just got to find your best players and put them on the field.
Yeah,
it's not even about Ebukam. It's just like, I need some speed.
No doubt.
I need speed on the edges. So maybe I'm mixing up who plays that DN spot.
Especially to compliment Bosa, who now has a career-high 10 sacks, and we've forgotten all about the ACL injury. He's back.
And he's getting held left and right.
As a kid say, he's back.
This is going to sound like, Trey Lance and Operation number 1 for the offseason. And we could put a bookmark in this and talk about this later. Operation number 1, clearing the financial decks and figuring out how I can either trade up or pay to get a speed rusher opposite Bosa. That has to be the primary objective of the offseason.
Not corner?
Even more than corner. For me,
safety?
Even more than corner. I think having an edge guy who can run with Kyler and all these guys, I need a speed guy on the outside.
Let's go to JB real quick in Pleasanton. JB, what's happening?
Good morning. How are you doing, guys?
Can't complain.
Great. Thanksgiving week.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm a little confused because I get frustrated with the criticism of Jimmy G, and I'm driving, so I can't check his stats. What are his wins versus losses since he's been with the 49ers?
It's been really, really good.
Really, really good. Yeah, we want to kick him out of town. We want to.
Well, we don't want to kick him out of town. The Niners want to kick him out of town. They told you that by drafting Trey Lance.
Okay, well, you're right on that. But the thing is, every time things don't go perfect for the 49ers, it's Jimmy G's fault. And when things go right, it's not Jimmy G. It's not because of Jimmy G.
But that's the position of quarterback. Like I'm looking at right now on the television. Do you blame Pete Carroll or Russell Wilson? During the Kansas City Chiefs losing streak, it was what's going on with Patrick Mahomes. I know we do that internally here on Jimmy Garoppolo, and we probably do it more than other places. Right. But this is not exclusive to Jimmy G.
Yeah,
this is a quarterback thing.
And I don't think that's been the case this season. A lot of heat has been on Shanahan. By the way, Whitey Gleason and Dan Dilby are in the building. Shout out to Timeless Coffee, 9 a.m. hour, brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. New location over there at 17th and Webster. Shout out to RJ. Shout out to Paula. Needing some Timeless Coffee this morning, no doubt about that. By the way, I got to ask this. And Shasky knows what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh.
Whenever whether it's Dibley or Willard, you were Whitey or Willard.
Where are we going?
Whitey or Dib. You guys are having a great conversation. I'm always jealous. You guys come in, we're mid-show, and you guys are laughing, and I'm like, man, I wonder what they're talking about, man. You guys are having like the greatest conversation in the world.
Well, usually when it's Whitey and I, it's a Kreidler. It's Kreidler-centric. It's Kreid-centric. Because, Whitey and I go back 10 and a half.
Old days.
Exactly. So it's usually a quick, like, hey, brother. I try to do my half-hearted cry, which I get 2 crides for my crides. But
1.5 maybe.
I appreciate it. Hall of Fame voting is getting ready to be at a fever pitch. This is one of the biggest elections maybe ever.
Bonds,
Clemens, and the rest of them. The juicers they're up against it. And as the young voters come in and the old voters, I won't vote for him, brother. And maybe we check in with Kreis.
Yeah,
later
I
this
got
week.
my principles.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Is he going to vote for David Ortiz?
No, because he doesn't actually have a vote this year, I don't think.
Okay.
I gave it up, brother.
Because that to me, I know we're
But
going
I
to
don't
get back
think
into
he
the
would.
Niners.
To answer your question, I don't believe he would.
Okay, because I'm not saying it's him, but that I find a very it's a hypocrisy when I see people voting for David Ortiz and not for Barry Bonds. I mean, right now, Alex Rodriguez is employed by Major League Baseball on multiple networks as the face of baseball, served the longest suspension in the history of baseball for steroids. It's crazy how we pick and choose like a buffet cart who we want to.
Bagwell and Piazza.
Exactly.
So
right.
then you
Ivan
look,
Rodriguez.
honestly, you look at Sosa and McGuire. Rafael Palmeiro, I think, has been victimized in all of this as far as the finger wag. He
was sick, though.
He's got 503,000. He's one of the few to have both. So.
And
I did not do steroids.
There are guys that are in and have been in for a long time that did steroids, and no one has any idea. So
100%.
To me, if I had a vote, I'd vote for everybody who was outstanding, because otherwise it's not fair. Real
Selective
quick,
jurisprudence.
I just want to say it is a privilege to be here with 3 of the most iconic figures in Jockparty history. Great champion in Dibs, great champion in Bonte, and then Joe Shasky, who complained about the clues more than anybody in the history of the game. Even the ones when he got it right.
Why does that not shock
Even
me?
when he got it right. Even when he got it right, that's a very misleading
Be
clue.
careful. I might LeBron elbow you later on my way out of the building.
All right.
We
I'm
were just checking that video.
I'm going to beef stew you.
That was a nice, quick, spicy hot wing. It wasn't a big classic Matumbo where you extend, but he gave him the quick.
That's not Whitey style. He usually doesn't throw shade or hit anybody with drive-bys. That was ruthless right there.
It's absolutely true.
And he's caught up in the
He's
moment
complaining more than Guru?
No, Guru complains about buzzer calls.
I'm on a delay.
Yeah.
I'm on a stupid delay.
I'll be real though. The delay from when we were working from home, because Goo did have a delay. I
got the worst internet in this building. Come on, I'm not going to say who supplies my internet, but let me just say it's not Comcast, not Xfinity,
especially baseball season.
Steiny.
Goo. Steiny.
You stepped on the best part of that, which is the
the Goo. One more time, Spinoni.
The first day of any season, especially baseball season.
Steiny.
Goo.
Steiny.
Oh.
That's where it. Yeah.
I love when he goes, Guru.
We just talked about that. One will do. And I spent weeks, Butch, just like I would tell the boys behind the glass, I'm just going to intentionally not buzz in first to take out the delay. Watch those two just
Tankathon.
bantamweight themselves into submission and then scoop and score. So there's many different ways to go about Jockparty, which may or may not be returning this week. And a special edition.
Nice.
Give myself 3.
Nice.
That's pretty
where are you
good.
guys at on the Niners this morning? Like
I miss Jock Brady.
I feel really good about where the Niners are at right now. Look, it's ugly at times. Yesterday was a business-like win. East Coast. I know the Jags suck. Believe me. But you're 5-5. It's Thanksgiving week.
Well, that's how you have to win. You can't win pretty. You're not going to win with him going 35 of 44. You're going to win rushing it 40 times. Your stout defense. That, by the way, easy to stay fresh when you don't have to play the whole first quarter.
Right.
It's like the old school Warriors where, Steph, KD, take the fourth off. The defense
and the third.
Take the first off.
Nice and chill.
Joe, I loved your song for Jimmy G today.
You like that?
I can't forget not in love
I think we have it. Michael McDonald.
Good. Why do you? Damn.
I love that song.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, but I love Jimmy. Not over the moon. He's great, a great quarterback. Love him, but he's kind of the quarterback embodiment of that style that Dibs and you guys have been talking about all day. He plays quarterback like a linebacker would play quarterback. And sometimes when you're behind by 3 touchdowns, that ain't great. But a game like yesterday, it's perfect.
Are we surprised that Ayuk is alive and well and catching passes?
It was never the time to give up. He was never Dante Pettis. He was a player who needed a little tough love. He got it. He either wasn't enough in shape or didn't work hard enough on what they wanted him to do. And they gave him some tough love, and here he is back to being the player that you thought he was.
And he also cursed out Shanahan during the bye week, saying, "Give me the damn ball."
I don't know if I believe that.
They had a heart-to-heart, apparently. A heart-to-heart.
That's not a bad thing if it did happen.
Exactly.
Somebody stood up to Shanahan and said, "Hey, give me the ball." Shanahan needed that.
Do we know who has the most sacks in a single season for 49ers without Googling?
I thought it was probably 15. It was Alden Smith.
Very good. 19 and a half, Alden Smith. And then he had 14 his rookie year. That was his second year. And then second most is Fred Dean. Bosa has 10 right now. There are 7 games to go. If they want to get to the playoffs, doesn't it feel like he's going to have to peel off 6 or 7 more sacks?
Yeah. So is he going to be the defensive player of the year in the NFC, and Debo's going to be the offensive player of the year?
I think it's going to be really hard for him to get defensive player of the year. I don't know, man. But I'm just saying individually with no one opposite him right now that scares teams. He's having a heck of a year after that ACL injury. I love what I'm seeing.
Playing
from
really
him.
well. He's playing good football. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you in part by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. And again, the 9 a.m. hour with Whitey and Dibs, brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. Go get you some Timeless Coffee. What's coming up today? Other than Hall of Fame voting. Obviously, a little Niners. And Whitey with the most underrated basketball expert at the station. He's underrated. Whitey knows his hoops. He knows his hoops.
Who's underrated
Dubs,
him? We
15
all
to 2.
rate him
I just feel like he doesn't get enough love when it comes to basketball.
Whitey, go to hell, man. Yeah, thank you.
Damn.
Thank you,
no, that's not nice.
A couple years ago, and you guys all know this all too well, as all Warrior fans do. A couple years ago, me and JD doing Warrior pre and post.
The best.
They won 15 games that year. They've won 15 games already this year. Right?
Gotta keep you off the post game.
Yeah. You know what?
Then all of a sudden they start winning.
I mean,
I heard JD solo last night, man. I was like, damn. You're out there solo bolo.
Hey, I'm not doing anything. I'll come on. Nope, we don't need you.
15-2.
Yeah.
Thanks. Unless they lose 48 straight.
Did you guys want Pascal Siakam as a Warrior? Because I know there was rumors about him coming to the Warriors or the Warriors maybe trading for him. I don't think either of us wanted him, but is there any revisionist history on that? Did you guys want him? Do you want him now?
52-48. Yeah, I would, but you'd have to give up Wiggins. But Wiggins is K-Wig there's a new format they're playing.
Big time.
Right?
Bring the noise. And again, that's why last night it was okay that Steph had a C- or a D+ game, whatever you want to call it. If Wiggins plays like that, it doesn't matter. And that's the beauty of what this Warrior team could be.
Anybody still want Ben Simmons?
No, I'm good. I'm good with this roster.
Coach, I'm good, right?
Coach, I like this roster. You've got the super duper megastar, and then you've got 10 to 12 guys, Chioza. I mean, guys who just want to show up and play.
Happy birthday to Chioza. Cheese. Had 11 points on his birthday. Not sure. Looks like
he's
Steph,
about
though.
44.
He got the standing ovation. Yeah, he got the standing ovation last night. in the locker. They're like the Giants, right? Everybody on that Warrior roster right now, everybody is producing. Everybody.
Otto Porter
Other teams,
Jr.
you watch the NBA and you see a team, they put in their scrubs at the end of the game, and you're like, who's that? And then when the Warriors do, it's like, all these guys can play.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like I'm getting ripped off of League Pass. There's so many bad basketball teams out there.
Dude, everyone's
unwatchable basketball. It's tough. There's like 4 teams I want to watch.
Right.
It's not good.
Bro, the Philadelphia didn't suit up anyone in that game the other day on national television. Luka's not playing the other night. It's a nightmare. Kings, Luke Walton. Is he coming back to the Warriors bench? Not this year, but maybe next year. Is that what
we can't close this out with Kings talk. I steadfastly refuse.
The Puke Walton game Saturday?
Right.
The Puke Walton game? Come on, man. Guys throwing up
Never
courtside.
seen that before in the NBA. We've all watched the NBA a long time. Any sport, you ever seen somebody courtside right there on the field?
I mean,
lose it.
We need JD to chime in on the Kings from 12 to 3
it's
today.
the biggest rivalry in sports.
We will not end with Kings talk.
Dodgers?
We're ending with Warriors talk. All right, 15-2. Jordan Poole back-to-back 30 burgers.
Yep.
Wiggins playing well. And Coach, you said it. No trades, and they're getting basically a midseason acquisition.
Couple of them.
In James Wiseman and Klay Thompson.
And how about a potential third Kuminga if he continues to develop? Maybe.
What do you got?
I like me some JK. I like me some JK who said Dub Nation loves everybody, right? When he said the presser, they root for anybody. So JK, fan favorite. Team's rolling right now, so we will end with Dub's talk.
Yes.
Not King. How dare you bring up the Sack Kings?
Luke Walton, he's coming back to the Warriors. Bench. Book it.
That's it for us. Whitey and Dibs will take you up until high noon. Have a great day, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, right here at 6 a.m. on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard today, Whitey Gleason. Good to be back with you, Dan Dibley. And how about, speaking of back, how about the 49ers? They're back! The 49ers, right?
Back
5-5.
Back. They're back big time at 5-5. They're right in the thick of it, and they're doing it the way they need to keep doing it, getting healthy, pound the rock, and play that good, fresh defense.
I know you play a little golf, right, Dibs?
Tons.
Yeah. I think, to me right now, thinking about where they are, 5-5, and you look at the playoff picture, and they're tied. They're in a 3-way tie, right, for the last spot, although only 2 teams get in there. But to me, 5-5 at this point for the 49ers, it's been like a good bogey, right? You know? That's where they are right now. So you hit it, you're in jail, you hit a bad drive, and it's like, oh my goodness, I'm looking at a triple, maybe a snowman, and then you hit a nice recovery shot, you get up on the green, a bogey. Bogey's not great, but that was a good bogey. 5-5 to me, considering the expectations before the season started for the 49ers, where they are. Good bogey.
Yeah, gutsy bogey. And, you started off with a good drive with 2 wins that you should have had, and then you lost 4 in a row, which is when you hit that second shot into the hazard.
Yeah.
It's like, don't go left. Whatever you do, don't go left. You snap it left, so now you're in 2, you're dropping 3. You hit a nice, hello, friends. The 4th shot is all important. You put it in the pond at 11. Now you have to get up and down for bogey, which means you split with Chicago and Arizona, and then you win back-to-back games over the vaunted Rams and the pathetic Jags. You tapped in 3-foot putt for bogey in the NFL.
Yeah, so you got a few big holes left to play, but as far as driving the ball, those opening drives, my goodness, huh? 13 minutes yesterday, and it has to do with the scripting the plays, right? 15 plays to lead your 15 plays to lead your offense.
Thank you.
Toss it to the back, Jack. But it's just been incredible. And of course, it masks some of their weaknesses, right? Because you have Jimmy G, a quarterback. We were just talking about the fact that he's playing well, but you don't want him trying to lead you from behind. We've seen that against Arizona. And you got still your secondary's weak, but you don't have to worry about that as long as they're on the sideline going, yeah, go, Jimmy, go, go, go.
You got to hand it to Debo, bro.
Yeah, hand it to Debo, bro.
You got to try to gorge with George. I mean, you got me thinking Paul Simon right now.
Just throw a little screen, Gene.
Exactly. And set yourself free. 3rd down conversions.
I just got 4 cries from Kyle.
Nice.
Yeah.
I need to get the zoom up or a rear view mirror to be able to see behind me. But to do that in that fashion, And it'd be great if he would have cashed it in for 7, but even to settle for the 3, and I commend Kyle Shanahan in that moment for not getting greedy.
Wow.
You got all the way down there, 4th and goal from the yard and a half, and you realize that if you don't get in there, this was a big 13-minute nothing. So you take the 3, you know your defense is going out there early, super fresh, and Jacksonville's going to be under the gun, and if you get the 3 and out, which they did, then you really control the game from then on.
Somehow, someway, if they'd lost that game, which you watch the game, you know that wasn't going to happen. It was like watching the Warriors against Detroit Friday, right? It's like, it was a kind of close game. You knew Detroit wasn't going to win. Jacksonville, you knew they weren't going to win yesterday. But if somehow Jacksonville had come back and won that game, that's all we'd be talking about, right? Is why did they kick the field goal there? It was kind of funny. Jimmy after the game going, I wanted to go for it there. I wanted to score a touchdown, which they would have if he would have been able to complete a pass to an unguarded, wide open Jeff Wilson Jr. Undefended.
Yes, and that's, again, where you're reminded of what they did in the draft and why going forward that they want to do something a little bit different. Jimmy G is not Mr. Right. He's Mr. Right now. Mm-hmm. And that play was a microcosm. Not that Trey Lance is going to make that throw 10 out of 10 times, but you need a quarterback who can see that, hit that, and cash that in. And there was another throw earlier in the drive that he threw behind the receiver, which I believe it was Ayuk on that play. He would have gone for 20 or 30 more. The throw was behind him.
On the sideline,
Yeah, so he had to kind of settle up and catch it and take what he could get. Those little things are the big reasons why they did what they did in the draft. But for right now, doing it the way that they want to do it, pound the rock, keep it short, keep it safe, Jimmy Garoppolo's really good at that.
I thought against the Rams, we all saw it, the 49ers' most successful play. They kept going to it over and over, that outside zone run. Yesterday, their most successful play on 3rd down was penalty Jacksonville. Am I right?
Yeah.
They got a lot of mileage out of that. And bad penalties. Holding, defensive holding when Jimmy G was getting blitzed. He had no chance to even throw a pass. Offsides, right? Roughing the passer. Terrible penalties. So that's why I'm not sure how much to make of that win, because the 49ers took advantage of the chance to beat a terrible team, but it was just an awful team yesterday.
It was, and that's what terrible teams do, though. Teams that are poorly coached, and Urban Meyer, it's been good to see. It's been good to know you. I don't know how long you'll be there in Jacksonville, because he's a college coach who couldn't really cut it in the pros, in my opinion. They're 2-8, and they look like a 2-8 team. So that's part of it, though, Whitey, is when you go into a spot like that, coming on off a short week, because they had the Monday at home, you got to travel cross country on a short week. That's a spot where if you don't have your I's dotted and your T's crossed, you can slip up. You can make the mistakes instead of having Jacksonville make the mistakes. You go forward on the goal line, you don't get it. Well, now it's 0-0, and maybe Jacksonville's able to do something, and the game goes a different way. But if you fancy yourself a playoff team, even on a short week, you go there, you handle your business, and you wait for the lesser team to do lesser team things.
Mm-hmm. This is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Whitey in for Willard today. Glad to be back with you and with the great Dan Dibley. So have the 49ers, have they corrected some of their flaws, or have they just been able to mask them the last couple of weeks by running the ball 40 times a game, by running the ball almost literally down the other team's throats?
I think they've fixed things and they've gotten healthy. Now, when you play against better teams that can do more, especially offensively, because I think with that Jacksonville defense, that was a good matchup for the Niners offense. I mean, the Niners were able to move the ball. Granted, they got some help via the penalty, but they made the plays that were necessary. You found yourself a new running back in Debo Samuel, who, I mean, sorry, Eli and Jermichael and Trey and Jeff and all the rest of the fellows, but right now Debo Samuel is your we need 3 yards lead back, and I think you're going to see a lot more of that. So you're finding new ways to run the ball, different ways to run it with different personnel, and I think because of what we've seen the last 2 weeks, this is sustainable. It doesn't feel flukish to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I mean, I just want to see what happens when they're not able to establish the run early, what they go to then. We'll see. Maybe we'll find out this week. Remember 2019, as great as that season was, there was a lot of talk during the season that, Yeah, but what if they have to, remember this? What if they have to get into a shootout against New Orleans or Green Bay? Can Jimmy do it? And of course, he did do it against the Saints, one of the most memorable games in 49er history. But what about this year? What about this week? I mean, poetic justice. You got Kyle going against his dream quarterback, right? And Kirk Cousins. I can't stand Kirk Cousins, but he's having a great year. So you may.
You like that?
Yeah.
You like that?
I don't like any of it. You may have one of those weeks this week where you got to put a lot of points on the board and not just grind it out and beat them 30-10. You may have to match touchdowns with them. I don't know if they can do that.
Well, I think that what we've seen from Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel as receivers and a healthy George Kittle, as Guru likes to, I'll take 3. It's an early 3. You got to play it, though, so Whitey can get some context.
I've heard it.
It's just, it cracks me
Very
up.
familiar. All too familiar, frankly.
It's just, I don't know where that comes from, but every time I think of George Kittle, I have to say it in goose speak. But the fact that he's healthy, your 2 receivers are both really bringing their A game. You said, maybe jokingly, maybe not, Debo Samuel, Offensive Player of the Year in the NFC. It's not a laughable argument. I mean, he's having a monstrous year.
Right. It's not laughable. It's just, of course, if you're not a quarterback, and who knows, maybe we'll see him do that a little bit. But if you're not a quarterback, it's just awfully difficult to win that award. So the Minnesota Vikings this week, 5-5. I don't know. It's easy to wonder, well, 49er fans now, everybody back on board. Real 49er fans were never off board, right? They never left the wagon. I mean, there was a lot of angst about Kyle and what's going on with the quarterback situation. One thing I think that's come together here is clearly, and you alluded to it already, Dibs, clearly this is Jimmy's team. And the fact that going back to the Chicago game, Trey Lance was hurt, so it was Jimmy. Jimmy wasn't looking over his shoulder when they were in the red zone. Jimmy, you're going to play quarterback the whole game. I think that's gone a long ways towards bringing this whole thing together. Everybody is headed in the same direction, much more than they were when it was like, who's going to play quarterback right now?
Right, the 2-quarterback system, or even the threat of Trey's package.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, which, I mean, Spadoni loves any mention of packages. We got all kinds of package audio.
That's a damn good package.
Yeah, that maybe was my favorite. Steiny's passion about that package. That's a damn good package. Well, he is a new package that we saw in the game. It's called the kneel down package.
Yeah.
Hey, Trey, this is what we think of you right now. We think of you as the mop-up guy. Come on in here and towel off Jimmy's brow. Make sure he's got his electrolytes and his water and maybe his gum for the post game, because this is right now what we think of you, which is not to say he's not the quarterback of the future. He is, but right now, right here, right now, Jesus Jones, Jimmy G is your guy. Thank you. And Trey Lance is a non-factor. I'll give you a solid 3 for your Jesus Jones for even knowing that song.
I appreciate that.
At our age.
Don't you think that it's more possible now? It's not likely, but it's more possible than it's been in many, 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 many weeks that next year Jimmy G is still the quarterback.
Don't say it.
No, it is possible. It's not likely, but it's more possible. If they run the table, right? Where do they go? 12-5. They win a couple games.
Whoa.
What if they do? I mean, it's possible. Right? If Jimmy plays well and they win a playoff game or 2 and Trey Lance is still not developing as rapidly as Kyle would want, I mean, people go nuts. I just think, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's interesting to think how people would react. They'd have a lot of explaining to do,
right?
But I think it's possible.
Well, and the owner primed the pump.
Exactly.
You remember that cut where he said, famously, kind of unprompted, yeah, it's possible that Trey sits for a year or 2.
Yep.
A what? A what? Or what the what? A year or 2? That's, I mean, to me, it's a fireable offense. But
number 2.
Yes, to your point, even if they don't, quote, run the table, let's say they get to 10-7.
Do you think that'll do it, by the way? Pardon me for interrupting, but you think
9-8 gets it done, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think it. One thing we've seen from the NFL this year is that everybody beats everybody. Mm-hmm. Everybody hurts. #REM. And you saw Tennessee. A lot of 90s for me today. Yeah, one from Kyle. Tennessee loses to Houston. You've seen, Buffalo lost to this very Jacksonville team.
Right.
Buffalo lost again. It's a topsy-turvy NFL, Kev, I got to tell you.
It is. A lot of parity. Also a lot of parity, if I may shift gears for a moment here, in the NBA this year, right? We talked Saturday to Howard Beck. I was on doing Words This Week with John Dickinson. And I asked Howard Beck, what are the 2 biggest changes in the NBA since the Warriors last won a title, and how well equipped are they to handle those changes? And I thought, well, a lot of it is just the game continues to head more and more towards three-point shooting in the perimeter, and obviously the Warriors are well equipped to handle that. But Howard Beck said, the era of the super team that's going to win every year is gone. It's more wide open now, which just opens things up even further for this stunningly successful Warrior team at 15-2.
Yes, and I think the way they do it is very sustainable. Last night was a great example where Steph Curry got largely neutralized by the nurse and one, as you like to call it, not the boxing one, but Nick Nurse is guarding him off the team bus, and I think he was guarding him at home. Aisha's like, why is Nick Nurse here trying to deny you at the coffee station?
It's true. Who are you? Fact.
But when Jordan Poole plays like he's a real scoring threat in this league, Otto Porter Jr. knocks down open threes, and K-Wig continues to change the format with aggressiveness and offensive
three-fers they play now, the three-fers are incredible. And the ratings are, the offensive ratings are up on K-Wig. The defensive ratings are actually down, which is good.
That's fine, yeah. He is bringing the noise night in and night out. So Steph doesn't need to go for 35 in order for the Warriors to win. 15-2, and Steph's been unbelievable. He's still the MVP favorite, but you can win different ways.
Mm-hmm. That's really significant. The last two games, the Warriors clearly needed something out of Wiggins and Poole, right? Because against Detroit, Steph didn't play, so they knew you guys got to step up, carry a heavier burden. Last night also, and they did it both nights. I mean, what they did last night, Wiggins and Poole, they had like 60-something points on 33 shots or whatever it was unbelievable. Yeah, 33 shots they combined for 65 points.
And Jordan Poole, you have to appreciate Jordan Poole's confidence to appreciate his game, because there's going to be nights where he goes 5 for 19, but he never shies away from the shot. He was stroking 30-footers last night like Steph. He plays with the moxie. So with Jordan Poole, I've had to remind myself, Whitey, that you're going to get the unbelievably good, like last night, with some of the please don't shoot that bad.
Yeah. He's a little like Danny Ainge used to be, right? He'll make a three and then, oh my goodness, that was a scud. That thing.
Scud. More 90s references.
Yeah, that thing wasn't even close. He reminds me, another golf reference, if I may. Jordan Poole, you talked about his confidence. He's kind of like Tiger. And I know Tiger was hitting the ball again. Thanksgiving's a big holiday for Tiger. Big anniversary for him. So he's hitting the ball again. I heard Shasky talking about that, which is exciting. But remember Tiger. Yeah. Even in his prime, when he was struggling a little bit, he would never acknowledge he'd never say he was in a slump, right? Well, even when he's struggling, he never acknowledged that. Same with Poole. If he misses a few shots, someone says, oh, you haven't been shooting well. He's like, well, I shot well tonight. What are you talking about? He just does not acknowledge that things are not going well, because in his mind, it doesn't matter because things are going to go well.
Yeah, and they normally would go well. And if you're Jordan Poole, you've been given this dose of confidence where Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, all of them, Jordan, we need you to shoot. We need you to be aggressive until Klay comes back. But Jordan, go ahead and go crazy. Shoot, attack, score. I wonder when Klay comes back and when Klay is really back to being 30, 35 minutes a night in the spring, how it affects Jordan Poole and his aggressiveness. Because you need him to be aggressive, but if Klay's back, do you really want him to shoot 18 times a night?
Do you have a date yet for when you expect Klay to be back?
It was December 23rd, I think, that last home game before they go for the Christmas Day.
That's a Memphis game. I got it December 20th against the Sacramento Kings, against whom he scored, of course, 37 and a quarter.
That might actually work, too. Also a home game. We know it's going to be at home. Right. So good news, though, over the weekend as he continues to clear hurdles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll clear some hurdles coming up here. By the way, download the Odyssey app today. Make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations from hip-hop. Is that how you say it? Hip-hop?
It's close.
Okay. To classic rock and everything in between. They have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your music tastes. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Coming up, a number that should make 49er fans absolutely giddy. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Come
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
A second down 10, Sermon and Samuel in the backfield. It's a give to Debo Samuel, and he's gliding his way all the way into the end zone, and that's a 49er touchdown. Debo Samuel.
What a play. It's Willard and Dibs with Chris Myers in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard. Great to be back.
Twos and threes.
I was there. I took a shot at it. Perhaps I shouldn't have. But Debo Samuel, Dibs, I know there are some that wonder and worry about, well, wait a minute. He's not really a running back. Sure, he can play running back, but he's a receiver. And if you have him carrying the ball, there's a greater risk of injury. But it doesn't matter. I mean, that's what he does, right? Whether it's a handoff or a yak or that jet sweep thing where Jimmy throws the ball up in the air in front of him and it counts as a pass. I mean, that's his value, is he can run around people, and when he needs to, run through them and over them.
Just give him the ball.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you call him or where you line him up or what you want him to be, because he's all of that and more. You can put him out wide. You can put him in the slot and bring him in jet sweep motion. You can line him up in the backfield. Just put the ball in his hands. He is fast, strong. He can cut. The pile goes forward. He's one of the yak boys. Mm-hmm. You just want to have him with the ball in his hands. 79 on the ground, one catch for 15 in the air, but a couple of touchdowns, a few touchdowns, and a monster game, and he's a weapon. And George Kittle is equally dangerous, but you can't really run him in the ground game as much. And if you throw in Ayuk, you have three legit weapons, not even counting your running backs.
How much does that have to do with the 49ers turnaround, whatever you want to call it? Health. You got Ayuk, and health wasn't an issue, but he's productive. Kittle is back playing well. Debo's playing well, and Jimmy is healthy and playing well. Just having those weapons back and available. Even though I know Elijah Mitchell didn't play yesterday, how much of it is just you have, Kittle mainly back in the fold and productive and healthy?
It's huge because you already have the best left tackle in the game in Trent Williams. So if you want to run left and think about when George Kittle comes in that motion, pre-snap motion to the left side, and you're able to have Trent Williams and George Kittle leading your way on that toss that they run a ton of, or the zone, zone left. Anytime you want to run left, you can bring the guard to pull around, or George Kittle. You already have Trent Williams, who is basically a planet with legs.
Can I ask you something about that? I would never say this on the air, but why are you running the tackle eligible against Jacksonville in a game that's already decided? I mean, maybe that comes in handy at some point. Why show everybody else that that's even in your bag of tricks?
It's not really in your bag of tricks.
It should be, maybe.
That was more of giving a vet a shot,
okay.
And they doubled him up pretty good. I don't know how they knew.
Not a lot of separation from Trent Williams.
Thank you, Chris. I'll give you 3 for your Chris on Trent. But that was one of those where, I'm sure Trent had gotten in his ear previous, like, hey, Kyle, in case we get into a spot where maybe you want to TE me, tackle eligible, I'm here for it. That was just a fun sort of why not. Throw it up and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. On the text line here, 888-957-9570, from the 510, I'm not worried about Debo, but I'm worried about the defense wising up and realizing if he's back there, he's getting the ball. Wide receivers not used to picking up the blitz, so they're running the ball.
Yes and no. I mean, we had 6 different people play fullback yesterday, including Jennings. And when Jennings is back there, you knew that you weren't going to run a fullback lead or you weren't going to run any power when he's back there. But otherwise, if Debo is up there, he might just stay in and block, or Kittle, Juszczyk, Werner, or Dwelly. That's the beauty of the Shanahan offense, Whitey, to me, is you can put these different people in so many different spots. So you might be in 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, but you can move one of the running backs up to the line of scrimmage, or you can move him out wide. There's so many different ways that they can dress it up.
I agree. We talk a lot about Kyle and his creativity, and I think that's really where we see his creativity, right, is having the creativity to recognize, I can put this guy in this position. Debo, when Mitchell's not there, that's all right. Debo can run the ball. Also on the text line here, 888-957-9570, I think people are making too much of the running versus passing being about hiding Jimmy. I think it's just as much, if not more, about hiding the subpar pass blocking.
That's possible, especially when you don't have McGlinchey, and McGlinchey was struggling in the pass blocking as well. You've got a center who I was stunned to realize is 36 years old.
Mr. Mack.
Yeah, and he's doing well, but yesterday
Bernie
he
Mac.
had his hands full. Rest in peace, Bernie Mac.
Absolutely.
But Alex Mack had his hands full yesterday. And maybe the pass blocking is not the Lions' absolute strength, but Kyle wants to run it anyway.
Was Bernie Mac Mr. 3000 or was that
Yes,
Tom Selleck?
that was Bernie
Okay.
Mac.
Yeah, Tom Selleck was in a baseball movie too.
Mr. Baseball. Yeah.
Mr. Baseball. Okay. I couldn't come up with it. I knew it was a crazy title. From the 925, I wouldn't be surprised to see some huge plays down the road built off of Debo and play action. From the 510, a little bit of bitterness here, Dibs. All you're talking about is fine as long as Shanahan doesn't get upset at someone and bench them, e.g. Ayuk.
Well, I don't think that that was at a time where Kyle absolutely needed him to be out there playing. And, you've got a situation where you need your wide receiver to be able to block. You need your wide receivers to be physical. And Ayuk probably wasn't in that spot yet, or whatever happened at the end of camp, between the end of camp and the start of the season, he was not in favor. It's a 17-week year to expect, Brandon Ayuk, you're going to be our guy all 17. That's not the way it works in pro football.
Speaking of the announcers, as I was a moment ago, it was really funny to me. You got Moose Johnston, of course, the Super Bowl champion with the Cowboys. The number of times the 49ers did something successfully, often on third down, and he would talk about the Jacksonville defense, and he was incredulous, and he'd say, I don't know how you let that happen, right? He just couldn't believe how bad they were. Of course, they're bad anyway. Then they were a little banged up. But I thought Trevor Lawrence, all things considered, played pretty well. But that's a really bad fit, him on a bad team, but also an offense, Bevel's offense, that doesn't seem very well suited for his skill set.
Especially when they're behind. And I think that offense wants to kind of mirror what Kyle Shanahan does. You're not going to go out there and try to light teams up. You want to let your defense keep you in the game. Ball control. Trevor Lawrence throws 25 times for $158. Pretty quiet day, especially considering they were behind the whole way. You'd figure they'd want to open it up, but they don't really have the receiver talent. Their running back is okay. Their O-line's not great. So considering all those pieces, what can you do?
Mm-hmm. Urban Meyer early in the game almost seemed disinterested. I guess when the 49ers are chewing up 13 minutes, what can you do? But it just seemed like he was just kind of, not much I can do about this, just kind of watching and almost like he was detaching himself from any responsibility for how bad that thing is down there.
I think he's waiting for the NCAA coaching shakeout to happen, and he's going to be one and done. He's gone. I mean, beyond the Barstool situation where he was, I don't even know if you call that dancing. If you're on a bar stool, you can't actually be considered dancing, but he was doing whatever he was doing with his lower half.
Right.
He was,
I have a wife.
He was LHI. He was lower half involved is what he was. And, at that point, maybe he had already lost the locker room, but it feels like that team is already just playing out the string.
Here, a little more bitterness here from the 408. Shanahan is God again. It was Jacksonville.
No one's saying he's God. All we're saying is those last two games, that's the blueprint for how Kyle Shanahan wants to win football games with this current roster. You've got a great blocking tight end. You've got a Swiss Army knife in Debo Samuel and a quarterback who normally doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Pound the rock, let your defense be fresh. That was a Kyle Shanahan masterclass. Doesn't mean he's the best coach in the world again, but that's how they want to win. To your point, though, Minnesota, will you be able to play that way against Minnesota, a better offensive team, and still win?
Well, that brings us to the number that I said should make 49er fans a little giddy today, because you got the Vikings coming up, a crucial game, just poetic justice, right? Crucial game for the Niners, and they're taking on Kyle Shanahan's dream quarterback. But as far as being able to run the ball, who knows how the game is going to unfold here, but the Vikings give up 4.8 yards per carry. They and the Steelers are the only teams giving up that much. No team in the NFL gives up more yards per carry than the Vikings do at 4.8 yards. So we'll see, but obviously that's an encouraging statistical note there for the San Francisco squad.
Especially coming off back-to-back games where you run it 40 times.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If you can run it 40 times, and 30 really is the magic number where Kyle Shanahan's win percentage goes way up. But if you run it 30 times at 5 yards a tote, that's $150. That's pretty good. And, it helps you have those 13-minute drives that you had yesterday.
Mm-hmm. So you think 9 would get them in? I mean, who knows? We'll find out. But 9-8, you think it'd be good enough?
I think the right 9, a 10 gets you safe, in my opinion. But the right 9 would be including a win over Minnesota, tiebreaker. You want to? Well, I guess Seattle's not really in the mix so much anymore. But
see Pete Carroll yesterday, by the way, so angry during his post game that he walked out. Like I don't know. Then he came back, and then again he was like, I don't know.
Shout out Redwood High School in Larkspur.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll, I think he's about at the end. He should be. I mean, it's been great. What an unbelievable run. And just for him to feel vindicated after his first stint in the pros when it didn't go so well, to have won now in Seattle. He goes out on top whenever he goes out. But you have to beat Atlanta. You have to beat Seattle. You definitely have to beat Minnesota.
You got Tennessee, which looked a little bit more formidable before Derrick Henry got hurt. And Tennessee lost to Houston yesterday.
Terrible loss for Tennessee. And for Dibber Clause and liquidate all assets. I actually took Tennessee and laid the 10.
Sorry.
Well, at least those were the ones where, okay, fine, this game's over. It's a loss. The ones that hurt, Ohio State and Michigan State, I had the over at, I think, 65. How does that game not go over? Ohio State had 50 on their own, for God's sakes.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a bad, what I call a bad beat.
Well, that's where the Tennessee one, it's like, oh, crap. That one's not a bad beat. You got beat bad.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah, totally.
As far as the turnaround goes and reasons for the turnaround, isn't it incredible, Dibs? And it's Whitey in for Willard today. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Everyone who knows anything about football talks about the turnovers are so crucial. And they are, right? It's that simple. Last couple of games, when you're able to take care of the football and come up with a couple of turnovers, it's just night and day, as opposed to the Arizona game where, Kittle fumble. Oh, you got another fumble. It's just incredible the impact that has when you win that turnover battle, and some of that does come down to luck.
It does, but it also comes down to coaching and preparation, and that's where the Ayuk fumble and the Kittle fumble, the Debo fumble from before, those are unfortunate plays, but good teams avoid those mistakes. Belichick's teams, you don't see a lot of fumbles in New England. They obviously coach it constantly to where ball security is the number one everything. So if you want to get the yak, sometimes you expose the ball to that very thing. And, say what you will about Josh Norman and, the plays that he's made, the plays that he hasn't made, the penalty he incurred.
People he's grabbed.
He came through again with another punch out, and he's the kind of defender that is generating these turnovers.
I know you guys typically have a song of the day. Mark's not here today, so we won't do it. But Dibs, would this qualify as song of the day from the 415? Song of the day should be Flock of Seagulls, I Ran.
I like it. I give it a solid 4 because they did run and they ran so far away, couldn't get away. In the 4th and goal, they couldn't get away. But I like it. They did run. They ran a ton. You got 8, 19, 10, 2, and 3. Those are your carries by back. Even Trey Lance got his 3 carries in there. Attaboy, TL.
How does Jimmy not complete that pass to Wilson in the end zone? Somebody on the text line said, well, at one point Wilson stopped, and then Jimmy thought he was going to keep going, so he led him a little bit. But it reminded me of 2019 when you had Tevin Coleman, on a swing pass, and he's in the flat, unguarded, and Jimmy would miss him by like 6 feet.
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Jimmy does.
Jimmy experience?
That's what Jimmy is, yeah.
Jimmy being Jimmy.
That's going to be Jimmy going Jim. And he stands in there, he takes hits, he makes big throws at times, and then he misses open receivers. That's why he is the epitome of just the average QB.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how people react when he's still the quarterback around here next year, right? I mean, people are going to have a lot of people are going to have a hard time with that. Dibs.
No, people will melt down. Heads will explode if, in fact, your crazy scenario of Jimmy G returning comes to pass. The only
Jed
way
York said it could happen.
Yeah, he did. And the thing that makes it more of a
organized chaos,
more of a viable discussion than ever is the fact that Trey Lance does not even sniff the field anymore. I mean, it's an exclusive Jimmy G, other than the garbage time kneel down situation.
Hey, Neil, my name. Yeah, your name Neil Down. That's what you're doing today.
Your name is Neil, not Trey. Neil Lance.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Jonathan joins us from San Francisco. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Whitey and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, man, it's a beautiful Sunday. The Niners might have found their, just go back to their old self, man. Just smash mouth bully football, right? That's the way they have to win. That's the way they have to approach each of his games coming up. Just win out, man. Just give us that win out. And, for the Warriors, wow, over the weekend, they just showed us how, hey, it's early, small sample size or whatever. But, man, this team, it's like, those houses getting their windows replaced. It looks like they got a new window, I don't want to jump to conclusions too early, but looking at the NBA landscape, they're the most complete team. And I just want to say, man, Song of the Day nominee by Mr. Bill. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day.
Thank you. Thanks, Jonathan. I like that, though. The Warriors getting new windows. They've got a new championship window.
Yeah. Shout out Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Yeah.
Almost blew my own tagline. Thank you. I got an accident. I got a flummoxed 3 and a 2 from Spadoni. I blew my own line. Yeah. As new windows. Marvin, True Joist, all the rest.
Yeah.
Totally. Where's my copy? I'm nothing without that damn script.
I don't know what to expect from Wiseman when he comes back. They're gonna need somebody to spell Looney a little bit. Looney's playing a little more minutes, I think, than they thought he would. And he's playing great, right? Looney? Yeah.
New vertical game from Looney. Mm-hmm. Getting up there and finishing at the rim and snatching boards.
Yeah.
He's been awesome.
15-2, though, gives you a little bit more cushion. If by any chance, for any reason, you want to slow play any more than you intended to, Clay and Wiseman, you've got that luxury now because you're 15-2.
And the whole rest idea, Steph Curry getting some prescribed rest where it's going to be DNPs, and you had a DNP on Friday night, and they still won the game, and that's what makes you feel really good about what this could be. Is you don't need Steph to have an explosive game. Draymond and Iguodala, they both sat. OPJ sat.
I'm worried about Iguodala's knee, by the way, but we'll see.
Well, you're only going to get 40 to 50 games from Iguodala. Go ahead and give him the next month off. Like you said, 15-2, you've got a certain cushion now to where you don't need to, quote, chase wins.
You got somewhere you want to go? You want to visit somebody or something? Yeah, go ahead.
Golf. There's beautiful golf courses around here. I know he'd love to play. Shout out Contra Costa Country Club, where Andre Iguodala has been known to tee it up.
Yeah. I bet his clubs are oversized a little bit, huh?
A little bit longer, yeah. I put my foot in my mouth one day up there because after they lost that lead to the Clippers in the playoffs, remember they were up by 30 and then they lost?
Yeah.
And I was telling somebody on the range up at Triple C about the game, and I said, I've never seen such a meltdown. I've never seen such a choke job. And I look over my left shoulder, and here's Iguodala walking off the range. Yeah. Dipper Claus really stepped in it that day.
Yeah, he probably agreed with you, though, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
If he would have stopped and looked over.
Speaking of the NBA, it's nearly the holiday season here. Yeah, people should be, the NBA. People should be, this should be a season of love and giving. And yet, here we are with more brawls this year, or, what qualifies as a brawl in today's NBA. The old timers would say, oh, that's not a brawl. In our day, we used to take guns onto the court and shoot each other, and it wasn't even a foul, right? I mean, so you got the Gobert and Miles Turner, right? And you got Jokic and one of the various Morrises. And then LeBron and Beef Stew, Isaiah Stewart last night. Woo! Dibs. There was so much blood, I thought that's like fake wrestling blood, but it was not fake blood.
No, and all caused by LeBron James and what can only be characterized as a cheap shot.
Yeah.
He caught Stewart with a bow after a box out on a free throw. Just that quick, gave him just a quick spicy wing, really spicy. Not a whole 6-piece of hot wings. This was like
then he kind of tried
pepper.
to walk it back, right? Like, hey, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that. In fact, I think initially Stewart was called for technical foul. LeBron wasn't called for anything until they reviewed it. Then they tagged him with the flagrant.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And, and Stewart rightfully was getting upset. And they restrain him, and then he's not restrained.
That was great.
And then he's restrained.
You're right, guys. You're right. I'm fine. I'm going to kill him. You're right. I'm good. I promise. I'm going to kill him.
He came back a third time. And the whole time, I think it's DeAndre Jordan standing there for the Lakers, if I'm not mistaken. And he's just kind of standing there waiting to see what might pop off. LeBron's in the back. Anthony Davis kind of strolls by at some point like, anyone see my contact? What the hell's going on here? Just kind of an odd scene where it wasn't a full-on fracas, but You did a good Isaiah Stewart there. But no, guys, I'm cool.
I'm good. Honest. I know. I'm sorry. I gotta kill him. Totally. Then he was running into the tunnel. I don't know where he ended up then.
You're getting fours for your Isaiah Stewart. But I wonder how big a suspension LeBron's going to get. He's got to at least get a game because that was a straight up cheap shot. Elbow to the face.
I think we got Spadonia suggesting a 0, or maybe that's just the Laker fan hoping he gets a 0. Yeah. He got the flagrant, he was ejected, so the league will probably say, that's it. He got kicked out of the game. Hello, end of story. Stewart's going to get a major suspension because of his antics, which are certainly understandable, but the NBA doesn't want any of that.
Especially when it comes to LeBron.
Right.
And, this happens with 9 minutes to go in the third, so LeBron misses half a game. They were down 11 anyway, by the way, to the hapless Pistons. What's the deal with this Laker team? How bad are they?
They're old. They're going to have injury issues, and Westbrook is just not very good, right? I mean, he's just not very efficient, and he stubbornly takes a lot of bad shots. He's just not really helping them. Look how good Washington is after they made the trade to get rid of him.
Yeah. I think he needs to immediately go straight to the big three. Call Ice Cube and go play in the big three because that's the way he plays his game. Very one-on-one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know, Dibs. I don't think LeBron will be suspended at all. He should be, but I don't think he will be.
It's a shame.
Mm-hmm. Check out this episode on 957thegame.com and on the 95.7 The Game social channels. Elevate your tailgate. It brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com. Elevate your tailgate. Have you been on Elevate Your Tailgate?
No, I haven't actually.
Why? What do we have to do to make that happen?
I guess you got to know people who know other people.
All right.
You got to Google it.
I'm working on it. Coming up, do we need to lay the trade talk to rest this season? Do we need to have a funeral for the Trey Lance needs to play talk, Dibs? That is coming up. Also, the key to the 49er mojo, the reason why they've turned it around, the single biggest reason, that's next here. It's Willard and Dibs with Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
It's a monster. privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today. Hope your Thanksgiving week is off to a fantastic start. How could it not be after what the 49ers did to Jacksonville yesterday, after what the Warriors did to Nick Nurse and the Toronto Raptors last night? I know, Dibs, that before the show, the great Kyle Madsen gives us summaries of the game. And you said you actually had your own summary of the 49er game yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
it was a one-word summary. Whitey, I didn't need his 10-page summary. The word is domination. The 49ers dominated Jacksonville, which I'm not giving Kyle Shanahan and the rest of the team too many plaudits because you were supposed to go there and dominate Jacksonville, but you did. End of summary.
So I've got scoring plays,
fine,
substitutions,
cute,
game day weather,
quaint,
final team statistics,
appropriate.
Pages, just keeps on going. Final defensive stat. I don't need any of that, huh?
No, I mean, how many trees had to die for Kyle to do what I did in just one simple word? Because all of the pages, all of the birch and the elm and the pine.
Maybe a spruce or two.
Maybe. I got to tell you, poor spruce had to die for what? So we could summarize what we all saw, which was a good team dominated a bad team.
Have the 49ers turned the proverbial corner? I'm still not willing to say that necessarily. And Bonte made a great point today when he talked about how, you know what, it's late November here, and the 49ers are playing relevant, meaningful games. And that's great. And it is, right? As a fan, the Giants did that this year. The Warriors are doing it. And the rest of it is like gravy. If you get into the playoffs, actually win, that's tremendous. But the main thing is you just want the games to matter. And a couple weeks ago, it looked like, oh, boy. And here they are. The games matter again. So that's terrific. But have they turned the corner? Are they back to the team that we thought they were when we thought they were headed to another Super Bowl? I don't know yet.
Yeah, they are. They are that team, yeah. And I appreciate you giving a nod to Thanksgiving with your gravy talk.
Sure.
And, coming up Wednesday, maybe we can do a Thanksgiving food bracket. What do you think about that? 888-957-9570. Turkey's got to be the 1 seed in the meat bracket, but I thought maybe we could do
ham's kind of a sleeper.
I tell you what, we'll do a 6th. Kyle, are you? Kyle,
don't we have to do first what you're most thankful for in sports?
Oh, it's so good. So good. Excuse me, Mr. Whitey, I want to just say I'm really thankful for Steph Curry because I got to see him, and he's really good.
Thanks, Timmy. Good call, Tim.
I'll take a 3 from my little Timmy, but I got a 2 from Kyle. Kyle's big humbug on all this Thanksgiving-centric, and a special Turkey Day edition of Jockparty, I'm told, possibly Wednesday.
Could be. That could happen. Kyle was wondering before the show.
What that was, Kyle. I got a 1 and a frowny face from my turkey.
That's a pretty good turkey.
Sick turkey.
Yeah, you actually do some manipulation of the larynx or something.
When I do my John Sterling, you also have to. So when you do the Sterling, exactly.
What did I do wrong?
So many things.
Kyle was asking before the show, do we need to have a funeral? And it's like, really, you're talking funerals to holiday week, but funeral for the Trey Lance needs to play talk. And I think he's on to something there. On the text line, play Trey. I would love to see him get some more meaningful minutes and not be asked to do quarterback sneaks. We know he's got legs. We need to play Trey. I just think as far as this year goes, unless they lose 4 in a row, you're not going to see Trey, and that's fine, right? The team actually, I think one of the big reasons they're thriving and have their mojo back is because now everyone knows Jimmy's the guy now, and Trey ain't coming into the picture unless something that you don't want to happen happens.
And they have chemistry. Offensively right now, they look like they're all on the same page, and it's not to say that Trey Lance couldn't do that with this offense, but there will be a learning curve no matter when he comes in. You saw the one start he had where the offense was totally different. You ran a lot of quarterback only runs or quarterback decisions that you're not going to run with Jimmy Garoppolo. What you're doing right now as an offense, 20 plays, 13-minute drive, that is the way Kyle Shanahan wants to control these football games. Now, if you play Minnesota and you lose, if you go to Seattle and you lose, if Joe Burrow in Cincinnati outguns you and now you're 5-8 and you're looking at 4 games left to go, fine. Then the conversation percolates to the surface again.
Joe Burrow outgunned somebody yesterday. Who was that? Sorry, Spadone.
Oh,
yeah. On the text line, I'm not going to read all the Thanksgiving texts. You could bulky the Thanksgiving sides convo and not commit to anything. I'm not reading it. I'm not going there.
No, what else we got on there? Because I think people are hot on this topic.
I'm not reading the spiral cut honey glazed ham with scalloped potatoes here. Not gonna do it.
Scalloped potatoes might be a sleeper, Kyle. I got to tell you.
Tofu turkey, like Jacksonville on my chart. No, that's great, but just stop wasting your time with the turkey talk because we're not gonna go there.
I don't know if tofurkey makes it out of the play-in game. As a former vegetarian, I've had some tofurkey, and it just you're trying too hard. The texture's
nasty, right?
You're just doing too much. Yeah. I like tofu and a stir fry, but when you try to go tofurkey, that's where you're getting a little bit crazy.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Troy.
All right. Well,
I can see Kyle really sinking his teeth into this bit. Come Wednesday, this is going to be... we get cranberry in there and
color-coded spreadsheet to put together the bracket.
I love it. That's my guy.
Kyle, who literally said moments ago, and I'm with him, I don't want to do any Thanksgiving stuff.
If there's an original Thanksgiving idea that somebody wants to bring to the table, that's fine. But ranking the best Thanksgiving dishes...
Okay. The original Thanksgiving idea was only a Thanksgiving idea. You realize that?
The original Spider-Man was only a Spider-Man.
I gotta tell you, mac and cheese, breadcrumbs or no? 888-957-9570.
I love it. Blow up the phones. I think.
Do you put meat in the mac and cheese?
Do you put the stuffing in the turkey, or do you serve it and prepare it separately?
Do you call it dressing or stuffing? Vote now in our poll on Twitter at Willard Dibs.
This is all. I feel like we're doing a show meeting right now. This is all gold for Wednesday. This is Wednesday gold. Hashtag Wednesday gold.
Save it for the air, but
totally.
Do you remember where you and I spent the day before Thanksgiving 10 years ago, and with what very special guest?
Wow.
The day before Thanksgiving,
I knew
10 years ago.
It's time to test Dibs' short-term and his long-term memory.
Where were we and where were we most importantly?
Children's Hospital, Oakland.
No, sir.
With the Pies Guys report?
No, sir.
When Kreidler got a pie in the face, multiple pies?
That was Christmas. Thanksgiving, we were in Alameda at Raider HQ.
Oh, with that tight end.
Kevin Boss.
Are you bleeping me?
New York Giants legend.
Yeah. He was a Raider at the time, and I was wearing a jersey of the opposing team, I think.
Wearing a Bears jersey.
I lost a bet.
In the Raider headquarters. Yeah.
Punishing picks.
Yeah.
I lost punishing picks. If you remember punishing picks, 888-957-9570.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jamarcus Russell and the Pies Guys report, which Kreidler got of course, playoff time. Kreidler's great homage to it being playoff time.
Right. But
I can't believe we got fired for all that.
I know. How could
that ass was gold?
How could these things happen? Yeah. As far as the Trey Lance conversation goes, there's nothing there right now, right? Again, if they lose 4 in a row or something, maybe. If Jimmy gets hurt, of course. But other than that, we're done with that for now. As done with that as we are with the Thanksgiving and the sides. Although somehow that seems to be, it's like a zombie and it just won't go away. It's trying to claw its way back to the surface here. The bracket of the side dishes. No, not happening. And the Trey conversation, not happening. And the 49ers are the better for it right now.
They are. And until you get to that point where this year is no longer about this year, you're not going to play Trey Lance, barring an injury to Jimmy Garoppolo. What this offense is doing right now, it's humming. They're doing it in their own way. You got your wide receiver at running back. You've got your passer who you'd rather not have pass. You've got a good run-first offensive line and a defense that plays well when it doesn't have to play more than 30 minutes a game. So because of that, you can follow this formula and still win. You can beat any of your remaining opponents in this fashion. There's no team on your schedule in the regular year where you look at and go, well, I don't think we can run it and do it like we're doing it.
Welcome to the schedule game. What do you got, Dibs? Who scares you the most the rest of the way on this 49ers schedule now that the playoffs are coming into focus?
Well, I'd look at the Cincinnati game, and I see that as a tight spot because the Bengals are going to
beat somebody yesterday, and I can't recall who.
Yeah, I can't either. It's a team that used to be around here.
That's right.
Yeah, but now they're in Las Vegas, and Raiders are going to Raider, and they showed you yesterday. Cincinnati's going to be playing for something, and that'll be your second road game. You'll be coming off a tough one against Seattle, physical game against Seattle no matter what. That, to me, is a little bit of a tough spot. And then you mentioned Tennessee. Tennessee's better than what we saw yesterday.
Question, do you think it's possible that the 49ers have the opportunity to effectively finish off this era of Seattle Seahawks football?
Basically.
Wow.
If Pete Carroll, continues to go the way that they're going, if they wind up 4-13 this year, or if they wind up with a dreadful end of season record, there's going to be call for changes, and you're not getting rid of Russell Wilson, so the Pete Carroll era might be ending.
Mm-hmm. All right. And you're not that worried about Tennessee anymore, right? Rams. The Rams concern me, but right now they're not Tom Petty. They're not free falling, but they're not playing well.
No, they're not. And you get twos. And you've won the matchup with the Rams. Something about the Rams-Niners matchup favors you. You don't go into that game, I think, daunted. And although LA probably will be playing for something, they might be still fighting for the number 1 seed at that spot. You never know. Tennessee still is a dangerous spot for me. Again, it's on the road. Your final 3 road games at Seattle, at Cincinnati, at Tennessee. You've been good on the road, but those are 3 pretty tough spots.
Do you think that, and we'd love to hear from 49er fans here, 888-957-9570, do you think 49er fans have renewed faith in Kyle? And you deal with more listeners than I do. You hear from a lot of listeners in recent weeks like, oh, what is he doing? None of this is working. He's botched the whole quarterback situation. He's an offensive genius, and the offense is terrible. Do you think now, 2 wins in a row, everything appears to be back on track? Do the faithful have renewed faith in Kyle Shanahan? I never completely lost faith because I think he's smart, and smart managers, coaches, people are able to learn from their mistakes. But I'm just wondering if there's a kind of a turnaround going on here.
I don't think the turnaround has really happened for those people who have turned against him. Wow. They're still against him. And a lot of people who turned against Kyle did it in part because of the trade Jimmy discussion that isn't really a discussion right now. To your point about where Trey Lance is, he's in mop-up duty. It's Jimmy's team. This is Jimmy's team for this year, barring injury, and maybe, to your point, into next year. We don't know what the organization's going to do. You've got Trey Lance on a rookie deal, but if he's not ready and you feel like Jimmy Garoppolo still gives you a chance to win, you might just roll with Jimmy Garoppolo. And let's just say that they don't run the table, but they wind up 10-7, which would be a nice finish. You win 5 of your last 7. You go to the playoffs. You win a playoff game. Then you get knocked out. Well, Jimmy Garoppolo, again, got you to the playoffs. He looked good. The offense thrives under him. They might not turn the reins over to Trey Lance next year.
Giants fans this year had the opportunity to move the goalposts, so to speak, or the bases on the foul pole. I don't know.
Many times.
Yeah, because it was like, well, maybe if everything goes great, maybe you're a wild card. Then it didn't take long before Giants fans realized, wow, 100 wins, World Series on the table. So it's always great as a fan to move your expectations that way. Are 49er fans in a situation here where they have to move the goalposts the other way? Like, wow, a Super Bowl or bust was the way we started the season. Now, hey, if we're a playoff team, oh, that would be okay. I don't think so. I think if they get into the postseason as a 7th seed and they're bounced, I think ultimately that's an unsuccessful and bad season. But I also think a lot of fans are still thinking now with these back-to-back wins, Super Bowl's still on the table.
Yeah, it is on the table, but
is it?
If you make it in the playoffs, it's always possible. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo got you to a Super Bowl before, and is that team markedly better than this team? I would argue that this team is as good as that team when you look.
If you win, I'm sorry, but if you're the 7th seed, you got to beat the 2, and then if you win that, you got to beat the 1 coming off a bye. It's tough.
It's a tougher road than what they had the first time where you were the 1, and it went through your park. Yeah, but this year, keep in mind, only 1 team gets that bye, and there's a chance that if you finished up 10-7, you might be able to get to the 6 because those teams around you, there's hiccups and there's landmines and people are stepping in it. So you could get, forget them running the table 12-5. If you go 12-5, that would mean you would beat the Rams again, you'd beat Seattle, you'd beat all the teams. You might be the 4 seed, or the 5 seed rather, at that point.
Wow.
But, I don't think that any team really scares you in the NFC outside of Tampa Bay. That's the team that I think if you played Tampa, you'd have the most trouble with Tampa because their quarterback can carve you up. Your secondary's not good enough to stop their weapons. That team would scare me the most.
888-957-9570. I don't know how long you've been watching football. I know Dibs and I have been watching football a long time. How has pro football changed the most since you first started watching it? What is the most significant changes to the game since you started watching pro football? The reason I bring this up is because I think one of them comes into play here, Dibs, in my opinion. You touched on it earlier. The parody now. It's almost like a parody because it's just a joke sometimes when you see, wait a minute, that team, Jacksonville beats Buffalo, and I know Buffalo's struggling. But I think that bodes well for the 49ers. It's just, in my opinion, the gap between the best teams and the worst teams is smaller than it ever was, and I think the good teams are never quite as good or rarely quite as good, and the bad teams are rarely quite as bad as we like to think they are.
Because of the injuries, I think, in part, and also the nature of the sport where the flags that are thrown can really swing a game, and the calls, and players' health to me is the biggest equalizer. And it seems like more and more, like if you go back to the days when we started watching football and there's no salary cap, you could stockpile talent.
There were no face masks either.
Right. It was a violent game, but if you had deeper pockets as an organization, you could have better backups, and so the injury factor wasn't the equalizer that it is today. If you look at any team, if Green Bay loses Aaron Rodgers, if Arizona's without Kyler Murray for a long period of time, you go across the league, and if you take out the best player or a couple of the best players on any team, well, they're going to fall down. Other teams have the ability to step up and beat you in a salary cap league.
And as far as what goes on the field, the rule changes obviously have made it easier than it's ever been. Not easy necessarily, but easier to move the ball through the air, which it reminds me of something you and I went through 10 years ago. That was when Harbaugh took over the 49ers, and they had a lot of success at a time when teams were really just starting to open things up offensively, and the 49ers, as they are now, were kind of a run-first team, right? And one of the lines of thinking was, you got everybody in the league, they're trying to defend the pass, so they're getting a little smaller and lighter in the linebacking position, which makes it easier to run the ball, and I think that is one of the reasons Kyle Shanahan's system has had the success that it's having right now.
Yes, and I think that it's always a league of adjusting, and then the other defenses will adjust, like the Colin Kaepernick phenomenon, where he came in and started running the pistol and that read option more than any other team had ever run it before, and eventually defenses adjusted. Okay, Colin, we're going to try and keep you inside the box and make you beat us with your arm. And once they started doing that, he wasn't as effective. His career ended for different reasons, but he became ineffective in part because defenses made the adjustment. I don't know if there is an adjustment for what Kyle Shanahan's doing, because pounding the rock, running the football, if you do it well, it's a time-honored tradition, and if you can run it effectively, and right now the Niners can, because they have Trent Williams, they got George Kittle, they have a good offensive line, stable of backs, all in different ways that they go about running it. If they can run it successfully, possess the ball, own the clock, keep the defense fresh, those are things that have worked over the history of the NFL.
I think the early injury to Mostert really bogged down the offense. He's just so great in the zone stretch, which is their bread and butter, and it took them a while to figure out. And I know Mitchell played well against Detroit, but all of a sudden, all right, he can do it. But there was a long stretch there where they just weren't running the zone stretch, and I really think Mostert's injury kind of derailed the early part of the season.
And I think the Kittle injury, for me, derailed it even more, because he's such a force in the run game. And when you have he and Trent able to pair up on the left side, or if you have him on the right side, his ability in the run game, obviously he's a threat in the play action game off the run, but just his ability as a blocker, his joy that he brings to blocking, I think helps the run game so much. And so now that he's back healthy, not that it doesn't matter who the back is, but Mitchell, Wilson Jr., now Debo. You've got guys who can do it well enough as long as the blocking's there.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard next couple of days. You mentioned Colin Kaepernick. Have you seen his Netflix show? I've heard one of my daughters was telling me, I think it was Janelle, saying it's really, really good, but I haven't actually seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on it's in the queue, as we say, with Netflix shows. Dexter's back, so we're catching up a little bit on the new season of Dexter.
Gotcha. On the text line here from the 925, put your name on it, right?
You got to put your name on it.
Protecting the quarterback has changed the game. Defenses strategize around what linebackers they draft and how they focus on the defensive line. Plus, I can count 4 games this year where an incorrect roughing the passer changed the dynamics of a game.
Incorrect is always a dubious way to describe it.
I forgot. I'm talking to the patron saint of officials.
Well, get a rule book. Do me a favor, all of you, and just read the rules, because what you think roughing the passer is not what the rule says. And ultimately, the brave men and women who don the stripes each and every Thursday, Sunday,
They don't
Monday.
even wear stripes anymore, I don't think.
There's a couple of stripes in there, but it's not the true old school stripage, the stripage. But until you've gone out there and donned the baggie and the yellow hanky and put the whistle in your mouth, don't talk to me. And do me a favor, read the rule book, okay? Because when you land or when you go at a quarterback's knees, it's roughing the passer. You may not like it, but it's what the rule says.
Will you at least give us that some of the rules are not great rules?
Oh, absolutely. The rule book is worse than the tax code, quite frankly, and harder to cheat, according to sources.
Yeah.
Boy, that got awkward. Should probably dump that. Cordell and Cordell.
Tax code.
We're talking about taxes.
Yeah. You know, the game in which I don't think we, and I speak for myself as well, don't fully understand the rules anymore is the NBA, because you see now what you think that's a travel, and it's not. I think Bob Fitzgerald was even talking about this, because they literally in the NBA changed the rule. You got the gather, and then you got 2 steps after the gather. So a lot of people go, that's a travel, I don't call it traveling. Well, actually, that literally is not a travel anymore in the NBA.
Right.
Stupid. Don't say that
exactly. And he's right when it comes to the NBA rule book.
Yeah.
He's overly critical of the officials, but he knows the rule book inside and out. I hate the gather step, by the way.
I don't even fully understand what it is.
Basically, when you receive the ball, whatever you do in that next step, it doesn't count.
Right.
It's a mulligan.
Right,
It's
because you're gathering.
Correct. It's like breakfast ball when you play golf. It's like first tee shot of the day. It doesn't matter. Hit another one.
Yeah.
We're not counting that one. That's what the gather step is.
It's like a mulligan step.
Yes, it's a total mulligan step. Chris Mulligan step. The thing that drives me crazy is there's a ton of traveling that they don't call, like guys just lazily shuffling their feet, switching their pivot foot. It doesn't matter. You got to get over it.
Yeah. And then they're not calling as many fouls at all this year in the NBA, which I think is contributing to all these quote-unquote asterisk brawls we're seeing. It's more physical for a flow of game. That's great, but I don't want to see Beef Stew getting punched in the face by your boy LeBron.
I'd like to see him be able to dot the king back and just give him just a quick one piece, because for you to do that as LeBron James, that cheap of a shot, it was a straight up cheap shot. There's no other way to describe it.
And I think he caught him with his hand or his fist. He threw the bow, but I think he caught him with his hand.
Oh.
And that thing split. Oh, my goodness.
We get the one piece.
Yeah, it was the one piece, Ike.
Yeah. All right. Coming up here on 95.7 The Game, is this Warrior team good enough to compete for a title? Right now, is this Warrior team good enough to compete for a title? Before Clay's even back, that's coming up. And that is sponsored by the Valley Transit Authority. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with
subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Prepaid card ends 12/6/21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Ho, ho, ho. You hear any Christmas songs yet, Dibs? It's almost Thanksgiving. Is it too early for Christmas songs, Christmas lights, Christmas decorations?
I find it too early, but, one of our neighbors already has the full Christmas display up.
Nice.
Went from the Halloween display, which is fantastic, right into the Christmas display. I haven't heard any Christmas songs yet. But I'll give you the day after Thanksgiving. It still is too early to me. I'm more of a let's wait till December guy, at least. But I get it. When Black Friday comes and Steely Dan, etc., and that's coming up. So
yeah, to me, I'm willing to relax my standards, which are mostly, for the most part, in line with yours, given that we're coming out of the pandemic, hopefully coming out of it in a pandemic. So to me, you want to put up a few lights. You want to be jolly. Ha, 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 ho, ho, ho. By the way, have you heard the song, the new Christmas song, Santa Claus is COVID? Have you heard that one yet?
No, you get out of here. Santa Claus is masking to town.
Yeah, he's okay and everything, but according to the song,
he sees you when you're sneezing.
Santa got the...
He blows when he's awake.
Yeah, opening a vaccination clinic at the pole or something. So anyway.
He knows when you've been vaxxed or should. So get vaxxed for human sake.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on. Woo! Yeah, is it too early for us to say
what's going on here?
That the Warriors, this Warrior team right now, this Warrior team, 15-2, is it too early to say, you know what, this team is a championship contender?
It's not too early to say that because they are.
Even without Clay and Wiseman being here?
Sure. You're 15-2 without Clay and Wiseman being here, and we could play the schedule game and who you've played and who you haven't played.
That's your domain. I don't play the schedule game. That's your thing.
And you've got 65 of these babies left to go. So we know that there's a long way to go, but I always think about it's not a marathon, it's a sprint. Well, it's a stupid cliche, but when you think about it literally, it is a marathon and not a sprint. And I don't know if you've ever run a marathon or if you've ever watched a marathon.
I know someone who ran one. That's as close as I've come.
I ran one. I was never in the lead pack, nor did I ever have a chance to win. But when you watch a marathon and you get to this point in the race, which this is about 4 miles in to a 26.2 mile race.
And if you've trained for a marathon 4 miles in, you're not even feeling it yet, right? You're like, this is great. It's like walking down the street.
You're just clipping. And, for the elite athletes, you're running about 420, 430 mile pace. They're flying. But the point,
how about you?
I ran 840s. I ran, I think, 22 consecutive 8-minute and 40-second miles, and then I got that tap on the shoulder, and your boy was fading like a Michael Crabtree route in the Super Bowl, babe. Still finished under 4 hours, but
end zone fade. Yes.
The marathon you watch, the elite runners, there's that pack of like 10 or 12, 4 miles in. If you're not in that pack, you don't have a chance to win. Right now, the Warriors are in that pack. They're probably leading that pack. So, yes, they're championship contenders.
I don't know that they're there yet. And, of course, it doesn't matter because they're going to get Clay back and they're going to get Wiseman back at some point. So what's the point in debating it? But I do think it's fascinating how they've gotten to this point when a lot of us assumed that, well, okay, you got Wiseman, you got Kuminga, and maybe at some point here you get to the halfway point of the season, you get to the trade deadline, and if the Warriors are in position to make a run for it, maybe you trade some of your assets, maybe you throw Wiggins in there, and you get Beal or you get Ben Simmons. And now that's ridiculous, right? It's like, why in the world would you even consider that the way Wiggins is playing and the way this team is playing?
That's the
totally
thing.
Off the table.
Wiggins is untouchable. I can't believe I'm saying that, but
hey, Wig, baby.
The way he's playing, the way he's fitting in defensively, he's a lot more assertive offensively. And last night, I think, is a perfect example where Steph Curry was not going to have a tremendous game. They harassed him all night long, Lionel Richie, and so you needed to have other players step in. And, Jordan Poole lighting it up with 33. Andrew Wiggins goes 12 of 20. That's the kind of aggressiveness you want from Wiggins. He goes for 32. you can win when Steph Curry has a, quote, bad night.
Mm-hmm. You don't think he had a bad night?
I thought he was fine. He didn't score like he normally scores, but look at what he did from an offensive standpoint with the assist. He had 8 assists, which tells you that when he was getting the ball and they were coming to double him and harass him, he was making the smart pass. He had a couple of great passes for easy buckets.
Did have 8 assists, yeah. But 2 for 10 Dibs. Now, plus minus was what, plus 19. But
plus
2 for
19.
10.
But what he does from a movement standpoint, so they take him away. He only was able to get 10 shots off because they harassed him. But did he ever stop moving? No. Did he ever stop creating that gravity? Because if you don't follow him everywhere and he gets that little inch of space, he's going to get a shot off. So the fact that he keeps moving and running, that does something for your offense. So I don't think we can just look at 2 for 10, 1 for 6 from 3 and say he had a bad game.
No, that's what he does, though. And when he's not shooting well, it's like, that's bad. But you're right. I mean, he did a lot of other important things. Watching the game last night, the fourth quarter, as it unfolded, and Toronto made a little, maybe a mini run, whatever you want to call it.
It was like a race walk.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a run. It was a jog.
Right.
They went out for a jog.
Yeah, I'm hurrying to go to the bathroom. Yeah.
Totally. And nature called and they had to double time it.
I was wondering, okay, Nick Nurse, what he did with Steph. And last night, they play a lot of the zone on Steph, and of course, box and one. Looked like they were doing a lot of run and jump, old Dean Smith, like run and jump, trap stuff with Steph. And I was wondering, okay, did it work? Steph didn't shoot the ball well, but it didn't work because, okay, if your goal is to suppress Steph's numbers, it worked, but your goal is to improve your chances of winning the game, and you still lost by 50.
And you were never in it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And that's why, Steph had a bad game. Well, they were up 16-5 after 4 minutes in that game, and it never got closer. I mean, I know they made a, quote, mini jog to the fridge to get a beer, before the commercial ended, but they never got within 8. That game was never even like a thought of, here come the Raptors. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that defensive style, you took Steph away, congratulations, but you got blown out.
Mm-hmm. And it's obviously such a great sign for the Warriors because everyone else recognized, all right, then other people have to make shots. And for the second game in a row, Poole and Wiggins more than answered the call with sensational offensive games.
And defense is going to be the calling card for this team no matter what. And that, to me, was the reason why you won this game. You were up 22-7 in the first quarter, not because Steph Curry was having an incendiary night or because your offense was great. Your defense. Toronto couldn't score. And there's a lot of teams that you're going to be able to defend at that level. When you've got Peyton and you've got Toscano, Draymond, Iguodala, Porter Jr., Wiggins, Kevon Looney is a sturdy defender. You've got a lot of guys who are not only willing defenders, but good at it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's a key point, and you know better than I that the Warriors, when they were having championship success, as much as we talked about the Splash Brothers and as good as your Mark Jackson imitation was way back when, the success they had was all based on defense. Great defense was the spine of all of that, and it still is. That's what makes me worry a little bit. People get mad at me because I'm not the biggest Wiseman guy. I hope he's great. I just don't know. But I think when he comes back, his defense is going to be really important for him to earn minutes. He's going to have to defend. And last year, he just did not defend well at all. And he hasn't had the chance really to work on that because he's been hurt.
And you said the perfect phrase in there, Whitey, and that's earn minutes, because minutes will not be given to James Wiseman. He's going to have to earn them because last year, when it got down to the end of his time being healthy, he was starting to get more minutes because he had earned those minutes. They weren't giving him charity minutes. When you play with Draymond Green, you're not going to be able to be out there and be a slack or a lax or an absent-minded defender. Draymond's going to be all up in your kitchen. And if your team, this team, 15-2, predicated on being a good defensive team, it's assignment, it's high IQ, it's awareness. It's not just being a big guy and rim protecting. So Wiseman's going to have to earn his minutes on the defensive end.
Where are you right now with Jonathan Kuminga?
In love. I mean, it might be deep lust. I don't know if it's full-blown love yet, but
I love it.
I know you remember my wife, Sheena, used to tease her because her favorite Warrior was, I don't know if you remember David Lee. And
yeah.
She was like, he never does anything when you need him to. But her new favorite is Jonathan Kuminga.
He's an exciting watch, that's for sure. And you can see him learning on the fly, and the synapses are firing. And when the athleticism just takes over, he's awe-inspiring in his ability, and he reminds me of a 2004 Andre Iguodala in many ways. Remember how athletic he was? And he still is a great athlete, but young Iguodala who could attack the rim and dunk over people, and he had that great length and that great activity. That's kind of where I see Jonathan Kuminga as a player, and he's figuring it out, obviously, as a guy who played, 14 games in with the Ignite
He's 13 years old. Come on.
Basically, but you watch the skills, and it's like, my God, he's so explosive.
And not just the skills, and obviously the skills when he shows them, they're eye-popping. He just moves differently. And I don't know if it's athleticism or what, but I was watching one game a couple weeks ago where he was just in transition and he realized he was a little late and he had to get from top of the key to the foul line, or top of the key to half court basically. And the way he moved those few feet is like, oh my goodness, did you see that? It was like Usain Bolt or something.
Right.
He's just got physical capabilities that a lot of really good NBA players don't have. He's got a lot of room for growth, but he just moves in a way that catches your eye.
And it's a beautiful thing that they don't need him to be out there for 25, 30 minutes a night. They don't need his development to be, he has to be good by April. And that's the same thing with James Wiseman. You look at this team and let's say Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, none of them really is a factor come April. Well, you still have Porter Jr., Toscano, GP2, Iguodala, Damian Lee. You've got a lot of players to where you don't need your top 8. Last year they ended the year with 8 guys.
And 7, and then, Mulder. You're right. Yeah.
And it was
embarrassing.
Yeah, it was really, really thin. Well, you look at this team, and Toscano Anderson might be your 12th guy, and Chioza, he played great last night. He's probably your 13th man.
Yes,
so
yes.
To that point, the whole strength in numbers adage, I think, really fits with this group, and because of that, you won't need Kuminga to be special. I mean, it's a bonus what he's given you already, and same thing for James Wiseman.
Mm-hmm. And Moody looks like he's going to be a terrific player. He's not going to be, his ceiling isn't as high as Kuminga's, pardon me for lapsing into scout talk, but he looks like a really good player. And I think you just made a great point. They remind me of the Giants in that sense. And I think I made this point when we were talking to Butch and Bonte. You look at that Giants lineup, it's like everybody did something. Even Talkman, who fell off, he had that great catch in L.A., had a grand slam against the Angels. Vossler had his moments. I mean, everybody did something, and it's hard to find anybody on this Warriors roster right now about whom you could say, he's not really playing well, he's not contributing.
Who's having the worst year? That would be, I think, and it's fun when you're 15-2. We can laugh about it. And time to play. Who's the worst Warrior?
Wow.
Well, because you look across the board, it's not Steph. And it certainly isn't Wiggins. Draymond's been pretty damn good. Jordan Poole coming off a 33-piece. It's not him. Bielitsa.
If you say who's not having a good a year as
give
the
myself
other,
3 for my Steiny.
As the other, that's why
I don't have a strong opinion.
Who's having the worst year though? White?
I don't know. I would have said, and I know it was his birthday. I would have said Chioza, yeah. And then he had a really good game at Detroit. I think he scored 6 points, had a couple assists, hit 2 out of 3 shots. And then in his birthday game last night, he got an ovation from his teammates in the locker room. He scored 11, so it's not him. I guess by default, it might be Moody just because he doesn't get to play very much.
Yeah, and that's, it's tough to be cast in this way. But again, 15-2, it's kind of a lighthearted conversation. I was almost going to go Juan Toscano Anderson because he had DNP CD back-to-back games, but then the game he did play on Friday night, he came out with a vengeance.
Yeah, he's a really useful piece, right? Because the thing I love about him and Damian Lee was playing a lot better before he ran into, I think it was Steven Adams, and he hurt his shoulder, his neck, and he hasn't been quite the same since then. But those two guys, you go back to that 2019, that terrible year, and I know Lee was here before that, but whenever they've been called on, even if they haven't played in a few games, like, boom, they're ready. What do you need? When do you need it? Boom. Okay, we got it.
And that's a critical thing to have on your bench. And that's why, last night, Bielitsa played 4 minutes. That's fine. It doesn't mean that he's in the doghouse or that he won't be ready. The beauty of this bench, the bench unit, and it goes 10 deep, really, when you think about all the different pieces, Some nights you'll play, some nights you won't. Andre Iguodala, we might not see again until, Christmas. Go ahead and rest, Andre, and when you're ready, when we need you, he'll be out there and give you 22 to 24 minutes.
I do think, and you touched on this earlier, I do think it's going to be very interesting to see how Poole is able to adjust when Klay comes back. And I don't mean that in a detrimental way. I don't mean it as a criticism. But obviously, he is just flourishing as a starter. He loves being the starter. He's playing very well. And he's not going to get as many minutes, presumably, when Klay comes back. A few weeks ago, Andre, after a win, was talking about that, and he said, he didn't mention Poole by name, but he said, we got all these guys on this roster. Everybody's playing well. People are not going to get as many minutes as they'd like, and hopefully the winning will satisfy people. And I think in a way he was talking about Jordan Poole, just because, he's a young player in his third year, and this has been a bust-out start to this season after a bust-out end of the year last year, and then it's you're great. Okay, you're going to sit down now. And I'm sure Jordan Poole understands it, but you see the pride and the confidence with which he plays. It's going to be interesting to see if that's difficult for him.
And it's going to be incumbent upon him to stay aggressive while not trying to force it too much in the minutes that he does get. Because right now he's second on the team, Whitey, in total minutes. He's played 506 minutes. Only Steph Curry has played more total minutes. But when Klay comes back, he's going to go from 30 to 32 to probably 20 to 24, depending on his effectiveness. So can he still be this productive? Not at the same level, but relative to his minutes, can he still be aggressive and look to score when he's out there?
I do think he has the proper mindset for a really effective sixth man, right? And part of that is a guy who feels like, I should be starting. Right? That is part of the...
Yeah, he's a gunner. He's confident. Mm-hmm. He never shies away from an opportunity to score. And that's the thing that he can't lose because you need him to be that player.
888-957-9570. So Dibs asked the question, who's having a bad year for Golden State? And Kathy checks in from Oakland, 95.7 The Game. How are you, Kathy?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I laughed when I heard the question because the team's so stellar right now. And I thought, the only people having a bad year are Klay Thompson and James Wiseman. Everybody else is knocking it out of the park.
Thank you. She's right.
She is right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if we were to rank the Warriors 1 through 15, somebody would have to be 15th ranked. Like, if you went into your spice cabinet at home...
Do we need to go there, though?
I don't know if we need to, but I thought it was an interesting notion.
I do, too.
When you're 15-2,
yeah.
By the very nature of it, somebody would have to be 15th best. And I think it's just a hilarious exercise to try to figure out, because all 15 guys... are having good years, good to great years.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Now, Oubre just got a vote. I don't. That's not right, is it? Poor Kelly Oubre.
Well, that's a tough one. And that's Text of the Day nominee, though, somehow, nonetheless. Do you know who's last among effective field goal percentage?
Iguodala?
It's your wife's favorite player.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, he's kind of struggled with his struggle with his shot a little bit. Yeah,
14 to 36. He's shooting it at 39% from the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So if you went by that metric, it would be your guy JK.
No, you're right. And that was an easy one, and I blew the layup. A lot of people have talked about the Warriors. The skeptics have said, they really hadn't played anybody until they played Brooklyn. Kenny Atkins has had a rough year from the 6'5", the poor assistant coach who hurt his leg working out. Doesn't that reek of a basketball injury? And they didn't want to say. I mean, I hope he's fine, but hurt his leg working out. Did Kenny Atkinson?
It's possible it happened playing basketball, is what you're saying.
It's possible. I don't know, but I hope he makes a quick recovery. But to those who have said, the schedule has been pretty easy. If you go back, Dibs, and I know you know this better than I do, again, because you were here the whole time, the Warriors in 2014-15, when they just took the league by storm, won a championship, and then the next year when they won 73, but came up short. Both those years, they got off to great starts, just like this, and they didn't look back. It's not like hopefully the 49ers will do. It's not like they kind of limped through the first part of the season, then they caught fire. When the Warriors are playing Warrior-style basketball at a high level, this is what they do. They kind of boat race the whole league.
Yeah, and you get to that point where Klay comes back, Wiseman comes back, and let's just say that happens in 12 more games or 15 more games, and you're sitting At that point, you'd be 27 games in. Maybe you're 22-5, and you've got a 4 or 4.5 game lead. You're going to feel better about playing Clay 12 minutes and Wiseman maybe 15 minutes. You can really baby them, and you can slow play Andre Iguodala, because if this season continues to go the way of those other seasons, and you're going to get into a playoff scenario, you're going to need Andre Iguodala 25 to 30 minutes a night then, not now, then. And you'll need a fresh Draymond then. Wiggins, you don't have to worry about. He played in all but one game last year, and he would have played that game, but they rested him for the play-in tournament.
Right.
So his durability, fine. Kevon Looney, you're going to have to monitor Kevon.
Yes.
You're going to have to make sure that he's available for 15 to 20 come April. So the more wins now gives you more opportunity later to rest guys.
Yeah, I remember when they used to play Cleveland in the finals every year. It seemed like Iguodala's role during the regular year was just do whatever you need to do to be ready to guard LeBron in the finals. Everything else, whatever you need to do, we'll do it. And so maybe that becomes his role if he continues to struggle with this, swelling in the knee for a 37-year-old is a little troubling. But the defense has been stellar, and I think that takes some of the pressure off Clay. I know one of the big questions has been when Clay comes back. He'll probably be able to shoot the ball still at I think when he's 80, he'll be able to get out of bed on the 4th of July and make threes. But how about defensively? And I just don't think it's as vitally important for him to be able to defend this year at the level at which he used to defend, because the team is so solid defensively.
Agreed. And you've got, let's say when Clay comes back, he's your 6th best defender. Well, you're doing pretty well. And right
Are we
now,
playing who's the worst defender now? No, we're not playing.
Time to play Who Can't Defend. It's the all turnstile team. Yeah, it's got to be the B.
Yeah.
It's got to be NB.
Yeah.
But when you look at Gary Payton II, he wakes up in the morning defending. He was born to defend. Juan Toscano-Anderson's a good defender. Kevon, Draymond, two-way wig. So Clay doesn't have to come back and lock down the other team's best player anymore.
Yeah, and we both agree that Clay's probably going to come back either December 20th or December 23rd, 20th against Sacramento, 23rd against Memphis.
That sounds about right. And so that would be 4 weeks from now, basically. 4 more weeks to build up. I know they've got one more trip on the road before then, and Bob Myers did say on our station, I think with Steiny Guru, that they were going to have Clay debut at home. Whether or not he starts that game or comes off the bench will be up to Clay, but I think those are 2 great choices.
On the text line here from the 510, you guys should have the guy who picked the Dubs to win 36 games. I want to know what his model saw. I only will mention that because it's a guy who obviously knows what he's talking about. That was in The Athletic, and it was John Hollinger, who has worked in NBA front offices. And he had the Warriors winning, I think he had them winning 38, and somebody else, I know you're a big 538 fan, Dibs. I think they had them winning 38. It was amazing to me that people could look at this Warrior team and say that they would not win as many games as they did last year. That didn't make any sense to me.
No, it just depends on what you were getting. You've gotten a Wiggins so far that is better than what he's been. Draymond Green has been better. Porter Jr. far better than Oubre Jr. You could compare what they had to what they have now, and across the board, everything's better.
Mm-hmm. Do you still need to find out from people who's having the worst year, or have you satisfied?
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
I'm satisfied.
And what did we decide? Is it Moody or is it...
No, it's Jeff Doughton is the correct answer. He played 2 games. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That was kind of the punchline.
Puts a nice Christmas bow on the whole thing.
A nice Christmas dough tin.
Coming up, have the goalposts moved on what constitutes a successful 49ers season? That is coming up here on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, and that's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Hi, I'm JD.
I'm Kyle.
HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Way to shut up.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, Whitey Gleason in for Willard today. I'll be in for the next couple of days. Just thrilled to be with my friend Dan Dibley. And not only going back over old times reminiscing, but looking at this incredible Bay Area sports year with what the Giants did, which I still, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, Dibs, try to be honest with you, I still have a hard time believing that actually happened. And now the Warriors, wow, I thought, hey, they might be pretty good this year. Oh my goodness, they're way better than anybody thought this soon. And now the 49ers have salvaged their season.
Things are pretty darn good around here, and coming off the heels of, the Giants get 3-5. The Warriors make 5 finals appearances and get their 3. The Niners with a couple Super Bowl appearances, not getting all the way over the hump. It's our cup runneth over with successful sports. And right now, you mentioned it, the Giants, it's hard to look at that any way other than to say that was a good team, not necessarily the best collection of individuals, but there's something to be said, I think. Everyone talks about chemistry and momentum and all these other make-believe things. Well, they're real when you look at that team. It's not flukish when you win 107 in a baseball year.
Did I tell you what Brandon Belt said about the Giants' chemistry this year? And this was Joan Ryan. We talked to her on one of the weekend shows, and she said she literally wrote a book on chemistry, and she asked Brandon Belt, who had the better chemistry, this team this year or the teams that you were on that won the World Series? Brandon Belt said, this year by far. And she said, how can you say that? And he said, we don't have any D-bags on this team. That was his answer. That was his honest answer. Yeah, so that was it's incredible that happened here. And the 49ers, maybe they're turning things around. Before we get back to the Niners, Monday Night Football tonight, are you a Manning cast guy?
Yes and no. I'll watch it for a little bit, but after a while, it gets to be a little bit too boring, quite frankly.
Really?
Yeah, and I know they have their guests and they do their bits, but it's a little bit too. It's very football heavy, and I like some of that, but I look for a little bit more in my broadcast.
Interesting. Yeah, the first time I watched it, and this was like week 1 or 2, and I felt like, this should be better than it is. And of course, it did get better, but maybe a better way to digest it, a more efficient way is just the day after. Who was really good? Draymond was on. Okay, I'll watch that.
Yeah, that's actually the best way to do it. You go about it and you find the hits. And I like the guest lineup. And, Al Michaels was on for just a little bit, and then Draymond comes in. But I don't usually ingest the entirety of a Monday Night Football game. You have it on, and so sometimes, if you have Manning cast on, you listen here and there. You're doing other things, though.
How do you think you'd feel if you were Steve Levy or Brian Griese or Louis Riddick, who we've had on the show before, a really good guy, and you're doing the game, and then on the network on which you're broadcasting games, they have promos for a different version of the game? Like, don't watch these guys, watch this instead.
It's very disrespectful, but it just goes to show you where that television show is versus when we were kids. And, it was Howard Cosell. Mm-hmm. And you think Howard Cosell would tolerate a Manning cast opposite him? There's no way.
Who would it have been back then? Maybe the Archie Manning cast.
Yeah, exactly. I'm joined by Don Strock joins us, Archie Manning, Don Strock, friend of the program, Don Strock, as you know.
Good friend.
Yeah.
Good friend
guy.
Of the program.
Good guy. I got him on Mount Strockmore, but
competitor.
Yeah, I don't think that would fly, but then again, I remember the outrage when Monday Night Football was no longer on ABC, when they moved it over to ESPN. It just shows you what they think of their own product.
Yeah, that was one of the smartest things that I think Commissioner Stern did, David Stern, when he gave the NBA contracts to, was it TBS at the time? And people said, TBS! What, are you out of your mind? It's not even a broadcast network. And he pointed out, look, there are a lot of young people today, and this was a while ago, to whom it doesn't matter if it's a cable or a broadcast. They make no such distinction. It doesn't matter.
Right, and what matters to that show is the halftime and the pregame show with Ernie, Kenny, Charles, and Shaq. And that is, as long as you have those four, you could put the thing on the Food Network, and people would still click over and watch it. It's not that you you don't want to watch the games themselves. You do, but it's for those 4 personalities. And, that just shows you what ESPN thinks about its broadcast. It's the complete opposite, where people are going to tune in because it's pro football, and we love pro football. It doesn't matter who the broadcasters are or were. I mean, Chris Myers and Moose, they were fine yesterday, but nobody.
When you're 4-5, you get Chris Myers and Moose Johnson doing your game.
That's what you get, and and it doesn't really matter either way who you have.
Still only a 2.
Yeah. Oh, you got a 3. It's the international.
Oh, okay.
The international 3.
Thank you.
This, I think, is disrespectful in some cultures.
I think this is too, actually, but I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Well, Eli Manning showed you one that we all know.
Yes.
And I can't even do that anymore because we're live streaming on Twitch. But he gave you the double your number ones.
Somebody on the text line asked if this is my first time on YouTube and Twitch, but it's not, because I was actually on with the great Kyle Madsen a few weeks ago in another market.
You were?
Yeah.
Look at you, Tim Hardaway, crossing over.
Yeah. So, it's great to be with you this week, and thank you for listening.
You were twitching in the mid-market, huh?
Yeah.
I like it.
That's,
hey, brother.
That's true. Yeah. Have this.
El Macero, I want to hear from you. It's my Hacksaw Hamilton.
Very good. Very good. I know I brought this up earlier. The goalposts on what constitutes a successful 49ers season. I think before the season started, we all had a clear idea for a lot of people is you got to get to the Super Bowl, right? If this team, after last year, the debacle of last year, and last year was supposed to be Super Bowl or bust, and they didn't get there. So if they don't get there this year, it's a failure. I don't think that's where we are right now, right? After this slow start, all of a sudden, wow, if you're a playoff team, that looks pretty good. So have the goalposts, do you think, by and large, amongst the fan base, have the goalposts moved on what constitutes this year a successful season?
No, it hasn't yet.
Wow.
You're sitting as the 8th seed right now. If the playoffs started today, that would that'd be alarming. They don't. Okay, whew, thank God, because the Saints get the 7. You would be in the 8, slightly above Philadelphia, Carolina, etc. So for me, there are 2 different prongs to what could make this a successful season. One is forget Super Bowl, nice prong. Forget Super Bowl or bust, but you got to make the playoffs and win a playoff game. The other prong is develop Trey Lance. So if you don't accomplish either one, let's say you ride Jimmy and you get all the way through 17 games and you wind up 9-8 or 10-7 and you lose a tiebreaker, you don't make the playoffs, and Trey Lance only had that one game at QB, then it's a failure, in my opinion.
Yeah. Obviously, huge game this week. The opportunities are there. I'm still really surprised they did what they did to the Rams. I know that's old news. Just frankly, I didn't see that coming. I looked at that. Intellectually, wow, if they win that game, that would be great. But it's just hard to imagine. They did. So now you got the Vikings, huge game. And then after that, assuming you beat the Vikings, you have a chance to finish off this era of Seahawk football, to put the nail in the coffin of the Pete Carroll era.
Yeah, and they're sitting at 3-7, and they're only ahead of one team on the playoff ladder, and that's the winless Detroit Lions. But at the same time, Seattle's a team you've struggled with as an organization. So if let's say you beat Minnesota, everyone's high on the hog, 3 in a row, 6-5, here we go. And then you go to Seattle and you have a hiccup, and Russ and Pete beat you, and you fall back to 6-6. Then it's another time of we're beating our drum and we're wringing our hands over, they got to play Trey Lance's team. See, Jimmy can't even beat Seattle when they're down.
Yeah, that's the problem with this good bogey of a start, right? It's the opposite of what the Warriors are going through. 15-2, we got some wiggle room here, but 5-5, you don't have any room to mess around with. If you have another one of those clunkers like they had against Arizona for whatever reason, it could finish you off.
It could, but as long as you beat Minnesota first and foremost, because to me, if you wind up 9-8, it's going to come down to tiebreakers. Right now, you've got the Saints, the Vikings, and the Niners all at 5-5. So that would be 4-3 finishes for everybody, which wouldn't be great. And that would be 3 teams for 2 playoff spots, by the way. So that would make the head-to-head with Minnesota all the more important if it came down to that.
Mm-hmm. Echoes of that 2019 playoff game, right? And the 49ers, they were a much better team then. When that was the famous game where Jimmy, he threw an interception, then Kyle said, we're not throwing the ball, we're not throwing passes anymore. That gets me back to one of the big reasons why I think so many fans have been down on Jimmy. And, we have a lot of smart people in the area, and a lot of people just see it, and they recognize, wow, he's limited. I don't think he's great. But I think Jimmy Garoppolo has suffered from Brandon Belt syndrome. Do you remember when you and I, with Kip Kridler, we were doing a show years ago, and we had Boach on, and this was probably 2011, and Boach was talking about Brandon Belt, who was complaining about the ballpark and struggling, and Boach said, he got to put his big boy pants on. Remember?
Yeah, I do.
When you have the manager or the front office clearly expressing that they don't feel great about a guy, fans just naturally go, wow, well, if the manager says that, oh, this guy's terrible, boo. And I think when he really put the clamps on, the restrictor plates on Jimmy, and he wouldn't let him throw the ball, I think a lot of fans said, man, the coach won't even let him throw a pass. The coach won't even let him throw a pass. He must be terrible.
Well, we've seen it, too, before that. It wasn't a case of that was the first time the light bulb went on in fans' heads that this guy maybe isn't the sauce.
Is it the Easy Bake Oven light bulb?
That is, exactly.
Okay,
that thing is dangerous, by the way. Don't leave your Easy Bake on in case the kids are alone playing in the room. My sister had an Easy Bake Oven, but
Gail?
Yeah, the Caner. She was cooking up some cutting edge foodstuffs. We'll just say that.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll leave that one there, pending the statute of limitations on the Easy Bake Oven and pending litigation.
All right. Okay.
But I digest, Whitey, as we like to say.
How were they?
Nasty, disgusting. Can't do it. I know she's listening at work right now. My phone's about to blow up. Sorry, Gail. I didn't mean to out you like that. But I don't think that the light bulb didn't go on for me that game when he put the restrictor plates on. Thank you.
But Jimmy is the guy. Jimmy is a reflection of this blue-collar approach the 49ers have now. The DNA that is a part of this 49er attack, ground and pound, right? Run the ball down your throat. Jimmy is the type of quarterback he reflects that type of mentality. Maybe you'd love to have a guy who can air it out a little bit more, but he, as I said earlier today, he plays quarterback like a linebacker would play quarterback, and in that sense, I think that's one of the reasons why he's so well-respected and well-liked by his teammates.
Yes, he's tough, and he'll stand in there and make the big throw, and he took on a tackler, a would-be tackler 2 years ago, and he tore up his ACL, and you would want him to be a little bit smarter. He had a good slide yesterday. He got down when there was a point where he could have stayed up and gotten more yards. So he plays smart at times, but it is that toughness, and it's that sense of he's going to hold it as long as he needs to in the pocket and deliver the ball when he has to.
Hasn't he played a lot better since they've started putting him on passing downs in the shotgun more often?
Yeah, I think so. It gives him a greater opportunity to see the field before the snap. You can kind of read the defense a little bit more comfortably, and as long as you have that jet sweep motion, that threat, that little pitch forward to Debo, it works like play action does when you're in the shotgun.
Mm-hmm. I don't know where this team is right now, but I do know that unless something goes terribly wrong, an injury or a lot of losses, that Jimmy's going to be the guy the rest of the year. Dibs don't want to hear about the possibility that Jimmy's going to be the guy next year, but I think it's in play. I think it's on the fringe of possibilities, but I do think it's more of a possibility than it's been in a long time. By the way, on the text line, can't be worse than vegetarian meatloaf my sister makes in a real oven.
Ouch.
That's not nice.
V-loaf, yeah. As opposed to the vlog, the video blog. This is V-loaf.
I apologize because at first I thought someone made vegetarian meatloaf in an Easy Bake Oven. That's where I thought that was going, and it wasn't.
Or the V-low, the velocity.
Right. Yeah. Fire Kyle right now. Well, we can wait till after the show. I don't know if we need to fire
I'll go home. That's fine.
Go on.
So, here we go. Jimmy Garoppolo, who we know Kyle has been kind of lukewarm over in a crucial game against Kirk Cousins, who we know has been, maybe he's not now, maybe he is, he's been Kyle Shanahan's dream quarterback. His ideal quarterback.
Not anymore. I mean, I think that ship has sailed. It might have been his ideal 3 years ago, but he has basically Kirk Cousins in Jimmy Garoppolo. Cousins is a little bit better.
Cousins is, and I can't stand him. He's having a great freaking year.
Yeah, but it's because they throw the ball a lot more. Kyle Shanahan's offense, I don't know how much better Kirk Cousins would be than Jimmy G is. I don't think that if he had Kirk Cousins, he'd be looking to throw it 40 times a game.
Well, I think they'd take more deep shots. And I know, Cousins doesn't like to take shots, but I think they would be taking more deep shots. He's got a better arm. He can sling it. He's got more arm strength. And again, I can't stand Kirk Cousins, but he can take shots downfield. That's just not part of Jimmy's repertoire. Some of that is because, as a texter alluded to earlier, you got an offensive line that doesn't give Jimmy a lot of time, but he just doesn't have the ability to push it downfield.
And they also don't run those routes. So it's partly chicken and egg because Kyle Shanahan doesn't scheme up a lot of deep throws and a lot of deep patterns. Most of what he designs is underneath, crossing routes, quick throws. Now, does he do that because his quarterback can't throw it deep, or does he like that and therefore his quarterback can't throw it deep because it's not designed that way?
And that's the beauty of getting off to these starts. 13-minute drive. Well, they have to kick a field goal, but still you got the lead. Don't you think on some level Kyle probably thought 3 points might be enough. We might be able to win. That might be enough to win the game. But my point is that takes the pressure off Jimmy. It takes the pressure off your secondary. Jimmy doesn't have to take those deep shots and rally you from behind when you're getting off to a good start and you're grabbing the lead as they have in the last two games.
Yeah, 77 yards and 80 yards, 2 monster drives, taking up 17 minutes.
Monster Monday here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, thank you, Whitey. And 10-0 at that point. You go all the way down and forget the field goal, 13 minutes. Then they go 3 and out, and you got to love it. The poor offense was exhausted going back out there. And
as of right now, where's Jimmy in your all-time 49er pantheon of quarterbacks? Is he ahead of Alex Smith? I asked this a few weeks ago, and some people said, I think he is. Other people got really angry, like, how in the world can you even suggest that?
I would put him ahead of Alex Smith. It's close because, Alex Smith played longer. Alex Smith had to do a lot more with a lot less than Jimmy Garoppolo has. However, Garoppolo quarterbacked his team to the Super Bowl.
I agree.
When Alex Smith went to the Super Bowl, he was the backup.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could they have made it with Alex Smith and not Colin Kaepernick? Maybe. I don't think that they would have been as likely to go. Colin Kaepernick was so dynamic that year, and he was so unexpected. Nobody knew how to stop him until a couple years down the road. So if Jimmy G would have gotten beaten out by Trey Lance this year, then maybe I would have put him below Alex Smith. But I got Jimmy G with his career record. The fact that he's been to a Super Bowl, I have him ahead of Alex Smith.
I do too. It's close, but I do too. Real quick on Colin Kaepernick and just putting everything else aside, and it's very important, but just looking at Colin Kaepernick, the football player now, do you think he just didn't get better? I mean, to me, it just looks like he never quite, as a passer, improved. And he should have had an opportunity. But as you said, he was like a force of nature, doing things that no one had ever seen before, especially against Green Bay in that postseason. But then he never went anywhere from there.
Yeah, and I think it was an ability to completely read the field and go through progressions and then still be able to deliver the football. I think because early on in his career, maybe he was coached up to where it's check the one read, and if it's not there, run. Because he was such an effective runner, then I think that sort of tamped down his ability to grow and become a more proficient passer. It's partly the Harbaugh system.
Coming up here, we dribble back over to the Warriors. Warriors, so much fun to watch right now. Draymond Green says basketball is what again? Fun again. He says basketball is fun again. That's next. Willard and Dibs with Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95. Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard. Next couple of days here. Great to be with you. Great to be with Dan Dibley. By the way, if you haven't already, check out the latest episode of Elevate Your Tailgate, 957thegame.com, pardon me, and on the 95.7 The Game social channels. Let's see here. Elevate Your Tailgate with Charles Woodson's Intercept Wines. Look for it at your local retailer or visit interceptwines.com. Have it delivered to your door. Speaking of interceptions, Dibs, turnovers, such a huge part of this 49er turnaround. Seems so simple. Everybody says, got to win the turnover battle. Then you see it happen before your very eyes, and it makes a profound difference in the outcome of a game if you win the turnover battle as opposed to lose it as the Niners had been doing.
And it makes a profound impact on your team chemistry as well when you're actually generating turnovers. For an offense to not turn it over is one thing, and this offense is built to not turn it over. You don't expect your quarterback to throw it a bunch, so your likelihood of throwing an interception goes down. As long as you have good ball security, you shouldn't be giving it away a bunch, but the lack of takeaways from this defense has been the problem. So now that you've got Josh Norman and his peanut punch generating turnovers, punching the ball out, and the ball hawking nature of this defense is improving, that helps take the pressure off the offense.
Which team has been more fun for you to watch this year, the Giants or the Warriors or these 49ers?
I would say the Giants, and it's close. It's Giants over the Warriors, and then the Warriors over the 49ers, because we don't know this 49er team week to week. We don't know anything in the NFL week to week. Are you a good team? Are you a bad team? Parity has never reared its ugly head more than this NFL year. The Giants, the way they did it, so many different times, different heroes. Late night Lamont, Brandon Crawford career year, Buster Posey, fresh, father of four, the belt, putting the C on the chest. Gosman early in the year was the Cy Young Award winner. Doval comes up throwing 102. Your various Talkmans, your Ruffs, your Floreses, your Dubons, Casali, so many different pieces, so many different players at different times. The Giants, to me, over 107. And the fact that thing it wouldn't end.
Right.
You kept waiting for, okay, here it comes. They're going to lose 8 of 10.
Here comes the other shoe, the other cleat, reality.
June swoon.
Yeah.
The dog days of August.
I knew it. Yeah.
I knew it. This team wasn't that good. I knew it. They had a winning percentage above 600 every month.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the Warriors could mirror what the Giants did, they would win 67 games this year. They'd go 67-15. And so that might happen.
Yeah, and it still obviously wouldn't be as surprising because with the talent they have, and they're also chronologically, they're not as removed from the glory years as the Giants were, right? The Giants these are all different guys for the most part, other than Buster and Crawford and Belt. So it was just, I'm with you. It was just a matter of watching it and just every game going, what? They did what? Again? I mean, I still can't believe they're doing it.
And just how? I mean, all those games. And I was at the June game out there at Oracle Park where Littell got the start, gave up 4 or 5 in the first, and eventually Yaz would win it with a splash hit over Arizona. A splash slam, by the way. And
was that the one that you were accused of leaving early?
Yeah, it was. Because I Instagrammed early, saying how I was with my girl, my special girl, who goes by the name Supper on this program because she favors supper over dinner. She doesn't call it dinner; she calls it supper.
But it's still
same meal,
dinner,
same meal, yeah. Okay. But it's supper. So I just sent out a message in the 5th. Hey, Giants lose, but I win. And the Giants turned out they also won. But I actually stayed for the game. I didn't leave early. I went to social too early.
Right.
I got burned.
On the text line, 888-957-9570, Jay asks, Warriors already falling into the category of boring and expected to win?
No, I don't think so. And last night's game is a perfect example. You had Steph Curry go 2 for 10. That should be a loss. But it wasn't because of the nature of this team. You've got Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins who they can go for 30. They don't always go for 30. Who does? But they have that ability. And the way this team defends, and like last night, it was Team Cheese. Chioza played a big role. And Juan Toscano Anderson. You never know with this Warrior team who players 2 through 11 are going to be.
I think that speaks to the mindset of this team, too. And, the Warriors, when they were taken the league by storm. As I said earlier, 2014-15, they won 67 games, and you had a lot of people like, Charles Barkley saying all year long, they can't do it. They can't do it. Jump shooting team can't win the championship. And they did, and they relished being underdogs. Then you get Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant is fabulous. And when he left, it left a crater here, and they're just now coming out of that crater. But when he was here, it was, oh yeah, they're going to win, right? They're going to win every game. They're the greatest team we've ever seen. And I think this team this year, they enjoy being the underdogs again and again, having the opportunity to prove doubters wrong. When Kevin Durant was here, there weren't any doubters.
Yeah, and Klay Thompson is so furious in advance of all the doubting. And, you heard Draymond talk about it the other night where Klay is just, all the people that have written off this Warrior team and the dynasty's over and Klay will never be the same again and this team will never be the same again. Well, now you look at 15-2 and, they could go 500 the rest of the year and we might forget this 15-2 start. They'd end up, I think, 50-32.
Pretty good.
Which is still a great year, right?
Yeah.
But if they win 35 of the remaining 65, I think is left. So, you'd wind up with 50 wins. Darn good year. Top 4 seed, top 5 seed, but we would have forgotten this great start. But if this start, they're not going to win 15 of every 17. That would end up 67-15 like we talked about.
Yeah. How's the environment been at Chase? And I haven't been out there since pre-pandemic. And, even that 2019 year, it was loud at times. That Christmas win over Houston was very loud, but obviously, not Oracle yet. But how much progress are they making towards, Steve Kerr talked about it on the recent homestand. We're building a home court advantage again in the new building. What is the state of that in your professional opinion?
It's developing. It's still probably at an early grammar school level. If I was going to do the K-12 analogy where, Oracle as a crowd, they were doing their doctoral thesis. That was the best crowd, not only in the NBA, but in all of sports, I would argue. The early championship run, obviously we believe was special, but when the Warriors started to get that championship feel, the early years, everyone in the T-shirts that they would give away, the crowd rocking a half an hour before tip, that was elite doctorate level. Well, now, Chase Center, third year, they're probably like at second grade level right now. They're learning how to be a good crowd, and the team's providing those moments, but think about it, Whitey. All these games have been blowouts. There haven't been that many close games where you needed those moments.
Don't you think building a winning atmosphere in a particular building, a new building, some of it has to do with winning big games in the building, and in which obviously the Warriors really haven't had the opportunity. They had a few big games last year. Chase didn't always go the way they wanted, but they really haven't had that opportunity to build it in that way. As we've seen, the 49ers are still struggling with that as well.
Yeah, and 2 years ago, the Niners had that at Levi's, and I was there for the NFC Championship game, and it was an incredible atmosphere, and it felt candlestickian, if I may, in many ways. And winning definitely breeds that sort of fan culture, but at Chase Center, a lot of that has to kind of emerge and it has to develop. And one thing that's a troubling trend, and I don't know what the fix is, but that third quarter emptiness. And you saw it again last night where halftime, everyone goes to get your food, your drink, maybe a quick run to the,
too many other things to
souvenirs.
do, right?
Yeah, a lot.
Good for business, but bad for the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's not until there's about 6 minutes left in the third where you actually get the crowd back in the seats.
Mm-hmm. I remember Miami for years. It was terrible. It's like, where'd everybody go? Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, the Warriors, obviously a lot of fun to watch, and Draymond Green says he's having fun playing basketball again.
I've just kind of found that love again. Kind of go through a lot of shit and, the love kind of wanes a little bit. But I've just found that love and that joy for the game, and I'm just enjoying playing basketball and controlling what I can control. A point of emphasis for myself this year was simply to control what I can control. That means on the court, that means with the referees, that means off the floor. That's just a step in my life. I think it shows on a basketball court.
Winning. He loves winning. The 2019 year when they went only 15 games, he really struggled with that year. I know there's some people say, he looked like he almost gave up on his team a time or two. I don't think he appreciated that, okay, Clay's hurt, not his fault he's hurt. Steph got hurt, not his fault he's hurt. But here I am holding the bag in this terrible year. And so now the fact that they have a chance to win a championship again, remember in the offseason he was very vocal about how we got to get some veterans because we got to make a run here. We're not going to be around forever. And now you look around, if you're Draymond, and say, wow, we got a shot. So of course he's having fun again.
Yeah, winning, fun, losing, not fun is the big takeaway. But I give Draymond credit for this, and he said it in the cut, and maybe this is an outgrowth of his maturity, not only as a player, but as a man and as a father. He is controlling his emotions much more, Whitey. He only has 2 techs this year. He's 24th in the association in technical fouls. Normally he's top 2, top 3. You could go ahead and pencil him in for 15 because on number 16 you get suspended, and he would go right up to that point. But maybe it's because they are winning. He doesn't have that much to complain about, but he's comported himself a lot better.
Don't you think some of that has to do with a little give and take? And it looks like the officials now, when Draymond reacts strongly to a call that he doesn't agree with, you don't see the officials right away get their backs up and go into defensive mode. They're more tolerant of Draymond's going to have his say. And obviously there are certain lines he can't cross, so he deserves credit for it too. But I noticed the officials are giving him more leeway. They understand just because he gets upset, that doesn't mean I got to tee him up.
And I think that's partly him being a veteran too now, that he's been in the league for, 10, 11, 12 years. He's earned that respect. And he also, I think, has figured out the way to go about it, because refs don't like to be showed up by a demonstrative rant when you're stomping your feet and making a bunch of noise. You can say your piece and then pull me aside as a ref and talk man to man or man to woman and deal with it on the floor. But I think he's made the adjustment, and also the way the games are being officiated, all the ticky-tack, that's not a foul, all that stuff is, not all of it has been taken out, but it's been curtailed.
Yeah, those non-basketball plays.
Yeah, the infuriating ones,
Yeah, and it has gotten a little more physical, which is great for a flow of play.
And it plays right into what Draymond wants to do. He's a guy who's going to play more physically, so he'll have less arguing, I think.
One of the big surprises of this Warrior start, obviously, Gary Payton II has been, what? Where did this come from? He didn't play last night as he recovers from hernia surgery that he had during the preseason. That's been stunning, but just the level, your guy Wiggins, the level of consistent aggression that he's shown, it's really remarkable. And it's what for years people were saying, we need to see that from Wiggins, but I don't think we will.
And now you're seeing it. And you're not seeing it every night, but you're seeing it more often than once every couple of weeks. Now that kind of Wiggins float game is the outlier.
Yeah, where did he go? Where is he? Is Wiggins? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there he is.
Like the other night, he had a 5 for 12, and I think he had 12 points in the night. And it was just kind of one of those games where he floated. He didn't make his imprint, but now he's making his imprint more often than those games. It used to be, it was the float game, and then, wow, out of nowhere, Wiggins had a big game.
Yeah. Well, Draymond says he's going to make sure Wiggins stays aggressive.
Wiggs is iron, man. He don't miss games, but the reality is, he was a little banged up coming into the season in those first few weeks. As he started to feel better, you saw the aggressiveness continue to pick up. And since that Minnesota game, it's been full throttle. So that's what we need from him. Obviously, we know he's capable, and, he'll continue to play aggressive. I'll make sure that he playing the way he's playing on both ends of the ball makes it really tough to beat us.
We just heard Draymond say how much fun he's having playing basketball. And I don't think Wiggins cares that much about what Draymond or Steph says about it. He can do it any night. I don't think he cares that much, but I do think the fact that he's played so much better this year, it seemed to start with the Minnesota game. I think Wiggins realizes, I can do this, and this is a lot more fun.
It's more fun to play and not have to worry about Draymond making sure that you're exerting.
That's true.
Because that's what I heard from Draymond there. I'm going to make sure that Andrew continues to push and try, and that's been the motivation for Wiggins, but averaging 19.1 this year, his career average is 19.5, so he should be able to be that guy. If he can average at 20, if Steph is at 30 and Wiggins is at 20, Clay comes back at 15. Poole's at 15. Well, there's 80 right there. And if you get another 30 from the rest of the squad and you play good defense, you're going to win a lot of games.
Good question for you, Dibs, on the text line here. Who is number one for technicals this year? Is it Westbrook? Do you have that information?
I do,
available?
and it's not. Westbrook is tied for second with Karl Anthony Towns. Rudy Gobert. 6 techs. Westbrook and Towns with 5, and there are a handful of players with 4, including the aforementioned Isaiah Stewart.
Beef Stew.
Beef Stew took an elbow. He's got 4 T's on the year. Trae Young has got 4. Hey, can I get a call?
Please.
Those are facts. I got 3 from my Trae Young. I don't even know if that's how he sounds, but it's a caricature.
957-9570. Let's talk to Nick in Berkeley on 95.7 The Game. Nick, you're on with Dan Dibley and me, Whitey Gleason, in for Mark Willard. What's up?
Hey, happy holidays, you guys. Hey, man, I don't care what the Jaguars' record was. They got some gigantical players, man, and we just powerhoused them yesterday, man. It was one of the mid '80s games where they were just smashing each other. And I mean, I don't know if you saw one of their players got twisted up like that, man. That was hard to watch, man. I hope he's all right. But and another thing, I don't think Gary Trayton Jr. should be called the glove or the mitten or whatever. It sounds like he's playing golf. You know what I mean? Just call him GP2 and then leave it at that.
All right, thanks. So he says,
and thank you for Gigantical.
Gigantical
Gigantical is going to go alongside Herocious among 95.7 The Game lexicon.
The Gigantical Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know how good they are. They're not very good, but then their secondary was so depleted yesterday. It was not a fair fight.
And I don't object to the mitten. If Gary Payton, and I prefer GP2, you got JTA, you got GP2, you got OPJ.
It's got a young glove, doesn't it? A young glove.
Could be, but he can be the mitten and not just be like one of those like mittens that a middle school girl wears. The oven mitt is a legitimate mitten.
It's not a mitten. It's a mitt.
Well,
it's not an oven mitten.
It's an oven mitten. Absolutely.
No, it's an oven mitt.
It's not an oven mitt. It's a catcher's mitt.
A mitten is a lesser mitt.
I don't know about that. Then
you don't say a catcher's mitten.
Call him the glove in then if he's a lesser glove. I mean, I like to play on the glove with the mitten. And I think if you think about the oven mitt, which is a sturdy, useful, you're not going to get burned with the oven mitt.
I agree, but it is not an oven mitten.
I'm going to see if I can find confirmation.
Maybe the isotoner?
The only reason you'd have an oven mitten is if
it says oven mitten. It's an oven mitten.
Easy bake oven.
Gigantical.
Yeah, your sister probably had an oven mitten for her easy bake oven, but a real oven, you need a real oven mitt.
I'm looking right now at a number of instances where it is an oven mitten. So
that's all bogus. That's all fake.
Gigantical.
It's a gigantical oven mitten.
All right, coming up.
You know those ones that go past the elbow? It's gigantical.
What are those things players wear now when they get on base?
Gigantical.
For sliding. The sliding mitts.
It's a sliding mitten.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. All right, coming up, you mentioned Beef Stew is a suspension forthcoming for LeBron. That's coming up. That'll be sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance. Do what you love. AC Transit hiring bus operators now. Paid training is provided. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. You're listening to Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard. Great to be with you. Great to be with you, Dibs. And I did want to say you're welcome. The last time I was in, a couple weeks ago on a Friday, I had to make a pick for you, and I think donuts were on the line. I mean, not just based on that pick, but overall as part of your choose your battles, right? And I did you right. I took Charlotte at home against the Knicks, and Charlotte was an underdog, and they won outright. So I was happy to help you out.
Yeah, thank you. I was happy to take that and be able to ride with it because you know me pretty well, Whitey. Had you done me wrong,
I would have heard about it.
Not only would you have heard about it, but I would have never forgotten it.
Right.
You know I love to hold a grudge.
Yeah. So what are we doing for Choose Your Battles this week? Would I be picking then for Mark Willard?
Yeah, you're in the seat.
Okay.
So, you got to pick
your battles.
You pick your battles, and you're in the seat of Mark Willard. When you were in my seat, I don't know if you sat in the banana chair, the chair that I
did.
Yeah, it's good.
Banana in the tailpipe, sure.
Yeah, exactly. So you're picking for Mark because you're in the Mark seat. So
okay, Mark. I did a show with him. Really good guy. He was really, generous with his time and let me do a bunch of crazy stuff. But you're my guy. So what I'd like to do, and he's not around, right? As far as we know, he's out of town, I think. I would like to tank his picks because I think you would benefit from it.
Whoa, you would do that for me, Whitey?
Well, of course,
you gonna watch out for me?
Yeah, and would anyone else benefit from that if I did that?
I think we all benefit.
You guys are my guys. I've known you longer, and Mark is a wonderful guy, but
I have serious concerns about the ethics of this.
The what?
Like, that just feels wrong. No, it's messed up. Like, we play for donuts.
Right.
You can't just lose on purpose.
I think
I know that benefits Spadoni and myself, but I don't feel great about it.
The only ethical thing for me to do is to do something that helps my friends.
So Mark Willard is not your friend.
He's not as good a friend as you guys are.
He barely knows him.
Yeah.
So are we like best friends?
If I had a son, would you come to his birthday party?
Boy, no pressure invite, or is there a pressure invite involved?
It's a no pressure invite. It's an NPI. It's a classic NPI.
And where is it? Probably not, but I'd consider it.
Yeah.
I'd consider it.
I live a lot closer than he does, that's for sure.
Oh, boy.
Spadoni would go.
Yeah. I didn't go to Dib's birthday party 10 years ago. No pressure invite, and it was not convenient for me. I had some things going on, but he's never apparently forgotten.
Never.
So, yeah.
Never. Kreidler showed up.
I know.
Hey, brother, I brought a present for you and the little one.
Well, anyway, I would be happy to do that if it helps here and pick your battles. If it helps you, I'll try to, and maybe it'll backfire on me. But I think I got some good options here.
Okay.
If it's okay with you, if I try to tank Willard's pick.
Well, let me just tank you in advance for doing that.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'll take 4. That's really good. I got an outward laugh from Kyle. What are you thinking, Whites?
What's the money line on? Is it Bellarmine's at UCLA? I think. What's the money line?
Yeah, Bellarmine. It's the Good Sam Empire Classic, and UCLA is given 22 and a hook. The money line, you can get Bellarmine at quite a price, plus 1,700, 17-1. All Bellarmine has to do is beat the number 2 team in the country.
Give me the Bellarmine. Do we know what they are?
The Comets?
Bells.
No, that's the high school, Kyle. Kyle doesn't get it.
I'm going to go Bears.
They're the Knights.
The Knights.
With a K.
Yeah. Give me the Bellarmine Knights. There you go. That's my official
money
pick.
line. You don't want the 22 and a half?
22.
Stop.
Yeah, just give me the money. Yeah.
Lock it up.
Liquidate all assets.
He's going to liquidate. By the way, this is brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, and Texas Hold'em, the Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. So,
real quick, Dibs.
Willard has Bellarmine.
So you're going to feel good tonight, tracking that score and watching Bellarmine lose by 60. You're going to feel good that Willard got it wrong.
First of all, Bellarmine, they have to win the game, so they could lose by 1, and I would feel good.
Wow. Okay.
So let me refresh the audience, and maybe you could pull your head out yourself, Kyle.
Yeah.
How was I treated when I was off? Oh, wait. Mark Willard portrayed me as having been suspended
I was
for the
here
very
for that.
station.
I was shocked and stunned.
I was stunned and shocked. I was stalked and shunned is what I was.
It's a minor league hockey team. Stocked and shunned.
Strocked and shunned. So that's how he did me. So yeah, this is how we're gonna do him.
Inter-show beef
on a similar.
It's not like he doesn't have a chance to win the pick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing 5-on-5.
You're right. Everybody puts their pants on the same way.
Hey, the hoop's 10 feet from the floor for both teams, Kyle.
Thank you, Ollie.
Oh, he stinks.
Yeah, I like it. Well, in that same vein, I'm taking Duke at home against the Citadel. They're slight favorites. They're favored by 26.5, but I'm taking them on the money line. It's a money line Monday. Give me Duke. I'm going to stick my neck out. And Kyle knows I love the Citadel. They lost in double overtime earlier this year.
It's like a military academy, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, yes, sir. I'm taking Duke on the money line. I'm not laying the 26.5, Kyle.
We can do that? We can just take these huge money lines?
It's a money line Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it is.
Unbelievable. This is ridiculous.
He started it.
This is totally different. I'm going to keep with the integrity of the bit.
Oh.
And I am going to take the Sacramento Kings and their new head coach, Alvin Gentry.
Interim.
Because interim head coach, Alvin Gentry, thank you.
2 and 1.
Thank you. I'm going to take the Sacramento Kings -3 and their interim head coach, Alvin Gentry, because this is how the Sacramento Kings work. They try to make a change. It works for a short time. They buy in, and it turns out to be a disaster. But that has to start with a victory against a depleted 76ers club. I like the Kings -3 against the Philadelphia 76ers at the Golden One Center.
Can I just say, Dibs, and it always happens, and you always blame me when the conversation shifts back to the Sacramento Kings, as it always does, and you see, I had nothing to do with that.
Right.
Nothing.
It's your mid-market homeboy with whom you've shared many a show.
Twitch and YouTube, in fact.
And our sister station. So that's good. That's a sensible pick. And, man, he's really sticking his neck out there with the point spread. Risky, Spadone. What do you have, Joe?
So you guys are all going basketball. I'm not feeling it on the hardwood tonight. So we're going La Liga action. We got Mallorca hosting Rayo Vallecano. So we're going to over 2.5 goals at +140. Yeah. And Mallorca, man, they're +350 on the money line. I thought about it on a money line Monday, but we're just going to go over the 2.5 goals.
It's the first time anyone has ever said Mallorca, man.
Throw the records out when those two teams play.
Mm-hmm.
That game starts, by the way, in 4 minutes. So Spadone just beat the buzzer. Mallorca over Rayo Vallecano. You're taking the over?
Over 2.5 goals.
Okay.
+140.
I love it. I love it.
All right. Ojalá que se mejore pronto, Jose. Good luck with that. So there you go. Yeah, the Knights of Bellarmine. I hope they don't pick tonight to shock the world.
Yeah, if they do, boy, there'll be egg on our face. +1,700. That'll be a pretty penny for Team Willard and Whites.
Mm-hmm. There was an egg on Beef Stew's face last night. There was blood, Dibs. Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons took I don't know, it looked like it was supposed to be an elbow, but it was a fist to the face from LeBron James. And then once again, for the third or fourth time this NBA season, we've seen a lot more physicality, near a borderline brawl, and it's been a long time since we've seen that kind of angst.
Just a cheap shot.
Yeah.
It starts with a cheap shot from LeBron James, where totally unnecessary, and not even really a tangle after. How somebody dares to try to box him out after a free throw. So now I got to lash out violently, and then the incredulity. My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I intentionally struck you on or about the face. My bad. And then the multi-pronged near assault. No, I'm good. I want more.
Yeah. I'm good. You guys, I'm right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm going to kill him. No, you're right. Oh, let me at him. Yeah, but that looked, as I said earlier, it looked like fake wrestling blood. It was a terrible gash he received.
Yeah, it wasn't
and he had
too
some
fake.
on his lip, too.
Oh, yeah, that thing just opened up. Head wounds, as you know. Yeah. Spadone, the Laker fan. The only one SOFT in that whole sequence was LeBron and a little bit of Anthony Davis, who... Guys, what's going on here? I didn't see my mouthpiece. I must have dropped it here.
Frank Vogel said, sometimes this will bring a team together. Now, what the hell is that?
It was a great rally, 34-17 in that fourth quarter for those Lakers.
Gutsy over Detroit.
Gutsy over Detroit.
Yeah.
Huge.
Well, the team needs to rally behind your star, when he cheap shots somebody like that.
It was an accident. Relax.
It was appalling. It was petulant. And it was the frustrated the king. I'm tired of being on this squad. I'm going to lash out. You could act like a man. At least step up and go after somebody nose to nose.
Yeah, it was ill-conceived, poorly produced, and badly executed. That's
rest in peace.
What it was. Hey, that sounded like Matt Steinmetz.
It was.
Yeah.
It's always nice when the first thing you hear is a laugh from me, Whitey. Good job.
I appreciate
well
that.
done.
Steiny and JD, what's up? JD, how was postgame last night?
It was great. Yeah. Warriors, another big win, doing it different ways. Wiggins and Jordan Poole going off. Otto Porter chipping in. Nothing can stop this team right now.
Speaking of chipping, I know you like it when it gets chippy. What did you make of the LeBron beef stew brawl?
If LeBron had hit me the way that Stewart got hit, it would have been a very similar scenario, although I probably would have clocked LeBron a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I'd take my whatever it would be, 25-game suspension, and it'd be on to Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm. He's not going to get suspended, is he, Steiny? LeBron.
Oh, no. Why would he?
Yeah.
He got
it. We threw him out of the game. Come on.
It was an accident.
Oh, okay.
Right, Spinell? It was an accident. He doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
How about those Niners?
Yeah. Before we get to that, let me just mention here that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG, MZ, FM, and HD 1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Yeah, we're getting ready to make way for Steiny and JD here, and the 49ers are back, right?
Yeah, I guess they are. They're in the playoff hunt. They got Minnesota next week. They leapfrog them with a win. They got some winnable games the rest of their schedule. Hey, all systems go.
Yeah, schedule game, JD. How many wins does it take for the 49ers to get in to the postseason this year?
I think 10 for sure. 9 might even get it done.
That's what Dibs was saying. Yeah, that's what Dibs was.
Nine's better than 50-50, I think, at this point.
Especially if you get the right 9, which is what I was saying about the Minnesota game. To Steiny's point, they're going to be in that 9-8. It'll be New Orleans. It'll be the Niners. It'll be Minnesota. If all three of those are 9-8, well, you don't beat Minnesota, you lose that tiebreaker. And conference-wise, I don't know how you stack up against New Orleans. I think 10, you're safe. 9-8, one of the 9-8s will get in.
What do you guys think? What is the possibility now? I think it's possible, not likely. I've said this a few times. Possible, not likely, but more possible than it's been in weeks that next year your quarterback is still Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, more possible than months.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's within the realm of possibility.
How about that?
No, it's within the realm of possibility. I would put it at 5%, a 1 in 20 shot.
Oh, boy.
That he's the quarterback next year. Now, you're portraying it as probably closer to a 10 to 20% chance.
At least I think it is. We'll see, but you're right. I do.
It's 5% up from 2%. 3 weeks ago, it was probably at 1%. Because, the Trey Lance injury set back his ability to get on the field and play. And now Jimmy G's he's playing fine. You're 5-5. He's not doing so much, though, that you're ready to rip up his contract and give him a new deal. And you have the rookie already signed. Do you really want to go through this dance again next year? I got it at 5%.
But if they win, and they win in the postseason, it's going to be difficult to make that change.
I got it up to about 1 in 5. I have about 20%.
20%?
I do. Yeah, I do. He's played well the last few weeks. 6 touchdowns, only 1 pick the last 3 weeks. And that pick was Jimmy. Didn't really matter.
Inconsequential.
Exactly.
Yeah. What do you think, JD?
Here's the question, though. Are the 49ers, it's twofold for me. Are they going to continue to win playing the way that they've played, where they're going to run it 40-plus times?
Can you do that?
Is
like
that
this
sustainable?
Week, for example?
And if it's not, where does that leave Jimmy?
Great question.
And then the other part of it for me is just, what the heck is going on with Trey Lance? If at that point, is he not ready? To me, he better be ready. He better be good enough by 2022.
Yeah, I think JD, you touch on the key, because if they're not able to continue this method of just controlling clock, which takes pressure off your quarterback and your secondary, then I think this thing could maybe not turn all the way back around, but start to eke back the wrong way.
I hate even saying this. The other part, though, for me is is Jimmy going to be able to stay healthy? Because every time he starts to get down the path of, hey, it looks pretty good, Dibs, what are they, little action, then something happens, and maybe Trey Lance winds up finishing this season or playing a couple of games down the stretch by default.
And that's always ever present when it comes to this conversation. The other thing for me is, if you can win this way with Jimmy Garoppolo this year, let's say you go 10-7, you win a playoff game, and then you get knocked out, whatever, fine. You can do this exact same thing with Trey Lance next year. If you're not letting Jimmy G throw and you're still winning games, well, now Trey Lance can come in and you don't have to let him throw, and he's a threat in the run game. The QB's live in the run game. And so you don't need him to necessarily be, quote, ready to go next year if you're going to play this way anyway.
And Steiny, how sweet would this be if they beat Minnesota and it's not a foregone conclusion?
Steiny loves
I like
Cousins.
Minnesota, by the way.
Yeah.
He
I
loves
love Kirk
Cousins.
He's having a great year. I
Yes,
can't
he
stand
is.
it, but he's having a great year. But if you beat them, you have the chance then to put the nail in the coffin of the Pete Carroll Seattle Seahawks era.
Yeah, you would have an opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
I think they're done regardless of what happens in that game. Did you see Pete Carroll leave and then come back yesterday? Yeah, so I think they're in a little bit of
Boomerang
trouble.
press conference.
Obviously. But the one thing I think when I hear Dibs say, well, if you're going to run the ball 40 times, Trey Lance can do that, unless he's just not accurate with those those middling
Dink
type
and dunk,
throws.
yeah.
Because, Garoppolo does usually put the ball... I think Garoppolo's pretty accurate. I know people say...
Unless he's got a receiver wide open in the end zone.
Let's say Jeff Wilson's on the phone.
Well,
I was hoping the phone would ring,
I'm over
but
here.
maybe next
you don't
time.
think Garoppolo's accurate?
I think, some of the time.
He's accurate-ish.
Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
It's like he's really
I don't need to
accurate
hear that.
until he's not. When he's not, it's very noticeable.
He doesn't usually miss that throw, but sometimes he misses that throw.
What do you guys have coming up,
look,
Steiny?
if he's as bad as you guys say, then how bad must Lance be in terms of his accuracy?
I like Jimmy G. When you said he's
all
accurate,
right.
yeah.
He's all right. We got Low Neal. Low Neal, 12:30, lunch with Low on every Monday. And then Eric Sleepy Floyd. He's going to join us at 1
I
o'clock.
was there on
one of
that
the top-
Mother's Day when he went nuts against the Lakers.
Were you? 51 he
Yeah.
had that night.
Yeah.
So
It was
you-
actually an afternoon game. But all right, that's
Okay.
great. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Dibs, thanks. If it's okay with you, I'm going to try to get back in the building tomorrow.
It's to be determined. But, try your card key tomorrow.
I will.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, Steiny. Thank you for listening. Steiny and JD next year on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, 49ers back to 500 with a 30-10 win. Question is, where do they go from here? They got Minnesota coming up next week. Obviously, that game is going to go a long way toward determining who makes the postseason and maybe who has an advantage over the other team. I don't really think we need to talk too much about the Jacksonville game, JD. And by the way, JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson this week.
What's up, man?
Wish Guru a happy Thanksgiving. I'm a little... I don't think I want to come out of the gun saying I'm a little lethargic today, but I'm just having a little trouble getting loose. You know what I mean? Just having trouble getting loose.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain.
I had a tough time getting going this morning as well. It was one of those where you kind of get your routine of just, whether it's checking emails, show prepping, whatever it is. Today it was just, man, I got to just sit there, maybe grab a little quick bite to eat and just take a little extra time in the shower, get that energy rolling.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, and I'll be ready to go in 5 or 10 minutes. There's absolutely no doubt
Come on, you
got
to be hot out of the gate. Let's go.
Well,
you got to pre-prep that.
I mean, what are we really going to do? We think, let me ask you this. Do you think differently of the San Francisco 49ers this Monday morning as opposed to 2 Monday mornings ago when they were 3-5? I mean, yeah, they're 5-5, but do you feel differently about the 49ers, or if you had to answer truthfully, would you say, I actually feel different about all the other teams around the 49ers?
I feel differently about the 49ers.
Okay.
I mean, how could you not? 2 weeks ago, they looked like they were in shambles at 3-5. They had just gotten blown out at Levi Stadium with the backup quarterback playing for the Arizona Cardinals and Colt McCoy. And look, I think you can take a step back from even that game and go back to after the Colts game when they were 2-4, and that was a very ugly loss in the rain on that Sunday night. And at that point, a reasonable expectation or goal for this 49ers team would have been go beat Chicago, split with Arizona and the Rams somehow, handle Jacksonville, wake up this morning at 5-5, and you would have known at that point a month ago that 5-5 would have you very much in the mix. So I actually think the Niners, as ugly as the Colts game was, and they deserve to get blasted for that, and for as ugly as the Cardinals game was, and they deserve to get blasted for that, this last month really in many ways couldn't have gone any better from the macro view, because through it all, they held their mud, they went 3-1, and now they've got action at 5-5 for a playoff spot.
They do have action. I think the reason 49er fans are optimistic right now is because of how they've done it. Kyle Shanahan, he wants to run the football. I mean, there is, at least with this team and this quarterback, and they went out and ran the ball 40-plus times yesterday. Now, the question you had is, can they really win games the rest of the year like this? And they're 5-5. Obviously, they go 4-3. That gets them to 9-8. Can they get to 5-2 and go to 10-7? That would probably assure. I'm sure it would ensure a playoff berth. But what happens when they have more 3rd and 8s instead of 3rd and 2s? How will Jimmy Garoppolo handle that? That's the question.
That's ultimately what it's going to come down to, because teams are going to force the 49ers to throw, and I think the Minnesota Vikings are going to be that team. They're defensive-oriented head coach and Zimmer. He's going to try and take the running game away and make Jimmy Garoppolo beat him. Now, their pass defense has been vulnerable, and Aaron Rodgers was able to hit some big plays against them yesterday in a game that was really a terrific watch among the morning games. But Seattle's going to try to do that, even if Seattle maybe doesn't have the personnel to do it. Cincinnati, like all of these teams coming up these next 3 games, I think are really going to try to force the 49ers into, all right, you're not going to run it to the extent that you want. And Kyle Shanahan has shown that if you give him certain looks, he will come out throwing.
Right.
And that's where it's going to come down to, can Jimmy Garoppolo get the job done? I still feel like it's on Jimmy to determine the ultimate fate for what this 49ers team can be this season.
I just look at yesterday's game, and I know it's Jacksonville, but I think this is exactly the kind of game Kyle Shanahan wants. No turnovers. They had 1 penalty, JD, all of yesterday. They ran the ball 40-plus times. They time of possession them to 39 to 21 minutes. It was everything you wanted. It was everything you wanted in a win, and you didn't have to worry about possibly losing. It was stress and drama free. And again, what do you make of Debo Samuel lining up in the backfield a lot yesterday?
He's really good at it.
Well, the thing, here's what I saw. But here's what I threw at you. And 888-957-9570, if you're a 49er fan, or even if you're not, you can jump in here. It almost feels like Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Garoppolo so much that he's putting Debo Samuel in the backfield to ensure that he's going to handle the ball 8-10 times a game.
I think that's a fair point to bring up. I think there's another reason as well, and it's, I look at Jeff Wilson Jr., he carried it 19 times, which is a lot, right? 19, 20 times for an individual, and I think he looks at it as, do I want Trey Sermon to carry it another 19 times, or do I want Trey Sermon to maybe carry it 5 to 10 times, and the bulk of those in garbage time or mop-up duty, and I want to give those carries to the best offensive football player that I have on my team, which is Debo Samuel. So to me, it's more, how do you get Debo more touches? How do you get Debo, who did have a catch But when you know teams are going to maybe try to take him out of the passing game, how do you just put the ball in his hands? I think it's a lack of trust in the running backs that aren't maybe named Jeff Wilson or Elijah Mitchell. Mitchell was obviously unavailable yesterday.
Oh, not necessarily, skepticism over whether Jimmy Garoppolo can throw for 250, 300.
No, but look, I think Garoppolo likes throwing the football down the field to Debo. I think we've seen that.
Yeah,
we've seen the short stuff, right? We've seen the stuff where it's a quick pass, it's a screen, whatever. They do a lot of that stuff too, not necessarily in the game plan as much yesterday. I think it's more about rushing attempts, and I'll say this. I think the 49ers were reluctant to run the ball with Debo Samuel earlier in the year, one, because they had more running backs available to do it, but I think the other part of it is you risk him getting hurt, and him getting hurt's been an issue. And if he gets hurt because he's a running back or you're putting him in those positions, then you got big trouble offensively because he's having an MVP caliber type of season to this point offensively. Like, where would this team be without Debo freaking Samuel? They might be 2-8.
So you think he was in the backfield most likely because Elijah Mitchell didn't play.
Yes.
And Mitchell's the one of two players that Shanahan trusts in the backfield. Wilson's the other one. Sermon's going to have to get his... he's going to have a few carries a game.
And the rest of their guys are scrap heap guys or special teamer.
All right,
types.
so Debo's going back to wide receiver next game for the most part. If Mitchell comes back, which...
More than 8 carries. Yeah, it might be 3 or 4 carries. It might be 2 carries. Yeah, I think it would almost be inverted if you look at the stat line. 8 catches next week, maybe 2 carries because you got Mitchell and Wilson, and then Trey Sermon will get no carries unless something happens to one of those other guys. Maybe... a healthy and active again because some of the other running backs are better special teams players. But no, I think it's game plan specific, but I think a big part of it this week was only one trustable running back, and you didn't want to hammer Jeff Wilson 30 times. Otherwise, he probably would have.
Right. I mean, I can't believe that this is going to be a topic, but it can't help but be one. I remember Jed York saying during the offseason, and it was kind of a throwaway line, JD, but when he said, Trey Lance might sit for a couple years. And nobody really took him at his word for that, and I'm talking about Jed York. But, I mean, now we're halfway through the season. The 49ers are 5-5. They look like they're getting into some kind of groove. If Garoppolo and the 49ers can go 5-2, the final 7, and that means they're going to have to beat a good team or two along the way. But let's say they can do that. I mean, goodness gracious, then where are we? Or doesn't it matter? Like, you and I have talked about Wiseman a lot, and I do think there's a lot of parallels between Wiseman and Lance. And I said to you, hey, when's Wiseman coming back? And you said, who cares? Is that the way we should start looking at Trey Lance at this point? Hey, when's Trey Lance going to play? When's he going to say? Who cares?
For this season, yes.
It's over for this season is what you're saying.
It's over for this season because I think it's been commonly well, I don't know that it's been accepted by everybody, but it's common knowledge at this point, if you've read the tea leaves and you've listened to Kyle Shanahan, that he doesn't believe in playing Trey Lance until he believes that the playoffs are out of reach.
Right.
Well, how are the playoffs going to be out of reach? They're probably not going to. There's probably no way they're going to be out of reach.
One more win. If they beat Minnesota, I mean, that ensures 3 more games at least.
Exactly.
Right.
And how are the playoffs out of reach? Well, you lose maybe the next 3 games.
Exactly.
At that point. And then you're 5-8, and you've got 4 games left, and you're playing Atlanta at home. And so then maybe we're having a conversation. But even if you lose the next 2, you'd still have a shot to win that 3rd one, and then you're 6-7, and you got action.
Exactly.
To your point. So that keeps you in it up until the final 2 weeks of the season before you'd make a change. And that's the other part of it, not to get too wonky on the schedule of it, but then once you get to that Atlanta game, are you going to make the switch on a short week before you're going to Tennessee? You're probably not. So it for this year, it's a wrap, barring some kind of an injury. I don't know about next year, though. To me, that's a problem. I'm going to drop the first. That's a problem. If you're to the point where, hey, Trey Lance isn't going to be ready September of next year to be the starting quarterback, when the template for success is the template that the 49ers have had success with the last couple of weeks, and you would figure would continue to have success with if they're going to be a playoff.
It's so funny because Dibs brought it up, and you just alluded to it. If you're going to run the ball 40 times, who cares who's the quarterback in a way? You can put anybody back there.
And you know what? That's been said a lot.
Right.
But if that were true, that's where I think you have to shift it back to, and I said this when we were doing the crossover, where is Trey Lance then right now? Because to me, if you believe that, and a lot of fans believe that, a lot of fan media, I'll call them, believe that if it's going to look like this, Trey should be out there right now. Well, why isn't he out there right now? You know what that tells me? That tells me that Trey Lance either hasn't gained enough experience at practice because he's got scout team duties and other things to prep for the week, or it tells me he's not very good at practice, and Kyle Shanahan knows he's not good enough to even execute the current game plan at the level that Jimmy Garoppolo executes it at. It's not Kyle Shanahan's a moron that is doing the wrong thing and preventing this kid from growing and developing. I'm not going to go down Kyle Shanahan's road for that. To me, it would be more, hey, he sees that the youngster's not ready, and that's a concern. So you hope that that's not a concern next summer.
No doubt. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno. Hey, Rob, what's going on, man?
What's going on? First off, I'm coming down your road, Matt. You talk bad about my guy, Brandon Ayuk. It's funny they start throwing the ball, stop, put him in the doghouse, and the Niners in the offense start winning games. It's crazy, huh? But look, though, man, this narrative about Lance not be able to make them throws, man, look, I went to like 6 camp practices. Lance ran every play he ran the same offense Jimmy ran. They didn't start doing the read offense until later in camp. But he was running the same offense, doing the same exact thing. My thing is this: if you're going to I like Debo raw, but you're going to get him hurt. You're doing too much. You got to put all these running backs on the squad. You got to gimmick it up this much for Jimmy G. Just gimmick it up for the rookie. I see a lot of rookie quarterbacks in this league that's playing. The guy from the Jets came in and played this cool game. Kyle's supposed to be this great offensive coordinator. Put this guy in position to play. Look at RG3. Lance came from a system where he played under center. He didn't play no air raid system like RG3 and the rest of these cats. They did some.
Rob, though. Hey, Rob, though, you got to acknowledge it's not looking good for Lance. If you want him on the field, you're probably not going to see it this year. Would you at least acknowledge that?
Yeah, I came to that conclusion, but I can still complain about it. But what I'm saying is, if they're going to run this particular offense, if you got Debo in the backfield, you got Lance, you run that same bootleg action. You can't tell me that's not going to scare defense. And you got Ayuk, where Lance can hit that ball to Ayuk. I'm just saying, from a schematic standpoint, the way Kyle is playing, that fits Lance's skill set. So I understand why you're not trying to put him in, like even yesterday.
Well, he got in yesterday late, but I hear what you're saying.
He's done with the just going to put him in for a few plays here, which that's surprising to me. But those plays are going to be the gimmick plays at this point, right? You're not putting him in to run. A couple of quick things, just because I was at training camp extensively back in August. Right. He's right about initially it was the same offense, but when Trey Lance actually played in the regular season, it was a completely gimmicked up off. It looked like the Kaepernick offense to be in that game specifically. It was. They hammered him into the line 8 or 9 times talking about Trey. It was almost a full. This guy's a running quarterback first type of an offense, which was somewhat surprising to be perfectly honest. But the tell for me as to why isn't Trey Lance out there running the Jimmy Garoppolo offense? And I agree with Rob. He did do it in college. He did play under center. He showed well in training camp when he was doing it in the early part of training camp. Well, why doesn't Kyle Shanahan trust him to do it now? He doesn't think that he'd be good at it. This gets back to the crux of people want to blame Kyle Shanahan for that. Well, he's the head coach. If Trey Lance can't do it to the level that Kyle Shanahan thinks would be satisfactory enough for them to win, then that's why he's not doing it. That's why he's not playing him.
No doubt, but that doesn't make it any less disappointing if you're a 49er fan. Whether Shanahan hasn't brought him along effectively enough or whether Shanahan maybe drafted the wrong guy, there's something about Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't want to use the word mediocre because I do think he's a little better than that, but Jimmy Garoppolo is a known entity right now, and if the 49ers are going to go anywhere, they're going to go somewhere playing the way they've played the last 2 or 3 weeks. Then you have to ask yourself, is that really not only sustainable, but can you win games in the playoffs like that? Yeah. More than one on the road. You have to win road playoff games, too.
No doubt. And it would be very difficult, although who knows what the 49ers are at that point. Maybe they are the hot team at that point that can make a little bit of a run. And maybe not win 3, but maybe they could win 1. Maybe they could win 2. I mean, that at that point would be a positive deal. The concern is, and again, this is what you're right, it drives fans nuts. The concern is, if Jimmy's doing it this way, why can't Trey do that? And what Kyle is telling the world is because he's not good enough to do that right now.
Exactly.
So no matter what you think of Jimmy, and if you think Jimmy's mediocre, if you think Jimmy stinks, whatever you think Jimmy is, Kyle Shanahan is telling you Trey Lance right now is worse.
Exactly. I mean, there's no other way to interpret it. And he's used the phrase, Jimmy gives us the best chance to win. Well, that tells me Jimmy Garoppolo's better in Kyle Shanahan's mind. And if that's what we're looking at, well, we're not gonna see Trey Lance for at least the next 2 or 3 weeks because they are going to be in it. There's absolutely no doubt about it. They're going to be in it for the next 1, 2, 3 weeks, even if they lose a game here or there. All right, Lorenzo Neal is coming up on the other side at 12:30. We'll talk some football with Lorenzo. Hey, find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Black Friday is coming. And that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now, before the rush. Or you'll be sorry.
Hi, welcome to IKEA.
Hi, I'm hosting the holidays at my house this year, and I'm looking for something green.
We've got tons of ways to help you save water, lower your electricity bill, or reduce waste to help you live more sustainably this holiday season.
Oh, I was thinking more like green, like a chartreuse or like holly.
Ah, well, we have those too.
You know what? I'll check out that green stuff first.
This year at IKEA, Black Friday is going green. Check out IKEA Green Friday at your local IKEA store or IKEA-USA.com/Green Friday.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the dad from that hilarious sitcom you watch on demand. Thanks to DirecTV Stream, our worlds have been brought together.
And there's a laugh track.
Oh, who, them? Yeah, well, they kind of just follow me everywhere.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directtv.com.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, I think that this team, and I think that JD, you'd probably be in the same church, same pew, and JD, I'll sit on your lap. I think this team's underachieved. I think I think they've underachieved early in the season. We can sit here and we can make excuses and say they're playing well now, but what happened? This team was a sieve. You were giving up PI after PI, pass interference. You couldn't beat a team with a backup quarterback. A lot of things have happened, and it became about attitude. Everyone was talking about run the defensive coordinator out, all the different things that were happening. You say, what is going on? What's going on with the play calling? What's happening? Why isn't this team playing? And we kept saying, are we going to give Shanahan an excuse? Oh, we're injury. Well, you guess what? You've been playing without your top pick, I think with top 5 pick McGlinchey in the draft, and you've been playing without him, and you've still been able to win. What does that tell you? The team's underachieved. It means to tell you it's an attitude, and it tells you about discipline. You look at this team, special teams, they wasn't playing well. I told you defense, when you look at the nose guard and look at certain guys, they wasn't grub. A grub means, JD, where you hold, where the nose guard holds the center and holds the guard, and now you let Fred Warner able to run downhill, and now you don't let him run the hump. They were getting pushed back, and now Fred Warner getting pushed up, and then they were acing up to the linebacker, and now there was holes on the backside. They're getting pushed back, and now he's got to run the hump, and now the running back's picking up 5-6 yards. Look at Chicago. Go watch the tape. You gave up over 100-some yards against Chicago Bears, who's not a very good football team. You've been horrible against the run. So, yes, I'm going to sit here and tell you right now, let's start the year. When we started the year, we said the strength of this team was that defensive front, and those guys were going to be great. And what happened, JD? What happened, JD? What happened, Steiny? What happened? We got to see that they were getting pushed around. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop the pass. So, yes, I said this team underachieved. I would tell John Lynch, I would tell them all, they underachieved early. So, yes, I had doubt because I'm like, what is wrong with this team? They didn't play up to expectations. They know that. You know that. And I know that. So now they're playing well. They're playing better. They're running the ball. They're doing what we've always said. We've always said, Jimmy G, look how efficient he's been in the last 3 weeks. Come on, JD. Come on, Steiny. Let's be real. He didn't throw for 200 yards or 300 yards yesterday. They were able to run the ball. They were able to let him throw the ball as needed, and he can be very, very effective. That's when this team is at its best. Come on, Steiny. Don't try to put me on the spot.
All right, Lo, I want to take you down this path here and explain this one for the fans. When you look at this, I'm coming from a fan perspective with this. A fan that says, look at the way the 49ers are getting it done these last couple of weeks with all of the run and less pass and more, a few specific plays where Jimmy has to make plays. What do you say to the fan, Lo, that says, if it's going to look like this, why can't Trey Lance be doing it?
I think that's a great question. And honestly, I don't know. And if this is going to look like this.
Does it tell you Kyle's opinion of Trey Lance and the way he's practiced and the way just where he's at? Are we getting the answer to that question in that?
I think we're getting a little bit of that, but I'm going to tell you right now, I just think that Cal's a great guy. I think that Cal Shanahan tries to protect his players too much. And there's coaches that are good coaches and they protect their players and they just like, no. Instead of saying, you know what, I'm not going to protect them, I'm going to let them go do it. And I think that Cal Shanahan doesn't want this young guy, he doesn't want the criticism, he understands what's at stake and he's like, this is the future. I don't want to put this guy in harm's way because if he doesn't win, they're going to always come on his helmet. But I'm just looking at this. And who do you guys want to have? Would you guys rather have Jimmy G or rather have Matt Jones? I'm asking you, Steiny, and asking you, JD. Where do you guys look at Matt Jones when you watch what he's doing in New England? Is it the system? Is it the coaching? Is Matt Jones, do you guys rather have him over Jimmy G right now?
Yeah.
Why?
To me, it's not even close.
JD?
Because Matt Jones is a rookie. And we know what Jimmy is.
Yeah, I think for this season, Jimmy would still give you a slightly better chance to win than Mac Jones.
I'm not arguing that.
But Mac again, Belichick's running he's running a lot of screen passes and swing passes, and he's got him to where he still makes mistakes here and there. Their defense is great.
But who doesn't? That's my point. So I'm with you. So both you guys, when I was making a point, just like you guys asked, what is it? And that's why I'm saying attention to details. And when I'm saying sometimes coaches let guys off too early, too easy, you got to be in guys' face and saying, I'm not accepting this. Matt Jones has made mistakes, but the guy also have made some great plays.
Yeah.
His defense has played well, and they're doing the things because they've given it to him. So you went up. You didn't have to jump up and give away the farm like you always say, Steiny, and you could have had this guy. So when you look at it and you look at it being optimistic, that's why I'm saying coaches sometimes have to push guys. Push them. And push them, make them uncomfortable. So you got to go through and say, okay, can Trey play at this level? Can he do what Jimmy's doing? You know what? Maybe not then. Because like you're saying, like you alluded to early, JD, getting back to your question, if knowing this offense is going to be this simple and how we're going to run the ball, why wouldn't you have it to Trey? Because now you have even more boot option and can even do more things. Maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe he can't read two safeties. Maybe he can't read single safety. When it's single safety high, you already know. The outside, your corners, all those different things, the post corner is going to be open. You put too much stress on the single safety. When it's cover two, you always know that middle of the field is usually always open because both safeties got to get wide. You got verticals, and then you put Jimmy G. Then you put Kittle, who's tough. Hey, diddle, Kittle down the middle. Now you put the pressure on the middle of the field. If you got some guys that can run on the outside, when any team that playing two safeties deep, you get to the outside. Safety's got to go both and go kick their half of the field, and the middle of the field is open. Do an angle route and get Kittle down the middle. So I look at this, and like your guys are alluding to, then he must not know coverages. He must not understand certain things because, yes, if you're going to run the ball 40 times a game, 40 times a game, 44 times a game, yes, I think that you should look at this young man. But if Jimmy G is giving you the best opportunity to win, and that's what Cal Shanahan is telling us as a media, then you got to ride it. But it's interesting to me.
I thought you were going to continue there. It's interesting to me too, Lo, and I'll tell you why. Is because if the 49ers win 5 of their last 7 and they go to 10-7 and make the playoffs, maybe they go on the road and win one. Well, now where are we next year? Where are we next year?
That's the thing. You did not draft, and that's the whole point that we're talking about. Now, I do believe when you look at their schedule, what they got Atlanta, they got some games, some games. Seattle's been playing putrid. Seattle's doesn't look like they have it going. So you have an opportunity. We talked about this team. I think mine was 7, or I think I had them at 9 or 10 wins this year, and that's it. And seems like I don't know if they're going to get there because I got to see more. I got to see more consistency. I seen it against the Rams. That was great. You saw it against Jacksonville, who's not a very good team. Let's see if the consistency and the sense of urgency will continue. But yes, I think that you got to find a way. If I'm Cal Shanahan and you guys ask me to coach this team, it's no way that I don't have this guy running 10 to 15 plays a game. No way, in certain situations, I'm bringing this guy along. I'm putting him in the game, getting him ready. Whether I lose, win, or draw, I'm putting him in the situation, in the fire, where I can have this young man ready for next year. Because you can't miss. You gave up the world for this young man, Steiny, like you said. 2 first-round draft picks. Don't have anything. You have to get this guy on the field in every game, have some type of package for him. Let Jimmy run it, if that's what you want to do. But you better get this young man acclimated because you're going to need him because you gave up too much draft capital to go get this guy.
Is Kyle Shanahan an aggressive or a conservative coach?
I think at times he's been aggressive, but I think at times he's conservative. I think when I'm talking about aggressive, we saw in the Super Bowl very, very aggressive. Had the 90, I think it was 97% chance of winning that game when they had that double-digit lead, and you see him squander it. You saw against Atlanta, they were too aggressive, going for the juggler, throwing the ball, even though the running back didn't make the block and the quarterback gets sacked. So I think he's shown that he's been very, very aggressive. But I also have seen him be conservative when he knows that he can win. When he knows that his running game is going and it's moving well and doing the things that it is, I think he's a masterful coach. When this guy can run the ball and he can get you by design and play calling and do that, I think Cal Shanahan is at his best. That's when he's at his best. Cal Shanahan is not at his best when he becomes reliant on the pass. Cal Shanahan is at his best when the running game is going and now his play action, his boots and his counters and everything else starts to work. Cal Shanahan is a masterful coach when his running game is moving well.
Let me ask you this, Lo. The 49ers have beaten the Eagles. They beat Detroit. They beat Jacksonville. They beat the Rams.
The Bears.
The Bears. But they've lost to the Packers. They've lost to Arizona, the Colts, Seahawks, and somebody else. Are they a good team? Are they a good team, or are they the definition of a mediocre team that struggles to beat good teams but can beat bad teams?
Well, Steiny, that's another great question because if we started the year going back to week 1, everyone said the Niners odds is Super Bowl. Everyone had them second in the division. People said Niners got a good odds. If you look at where they were at starting the season, because we talked about the defensive front, the running game, Kittle, everything that they had, all the weapons, Ayuk, Debo. Everyone starting the season had this team as a for sure, absolutely for sure, sell everything, a playoff team. Now we're just hoping they can get in. Now we're hoping and saying, are they going to make it? Do you think? So when you're saying, is this team, to me, I go back again. I'm going to stay on that. I'm going to stay in the same church. This team has underachieved. I don't care about injuries. They have underachieved. They haven't played great ball until the last several weeks where they started executing. And not just executing, it's been a mindset, it's been physical, and guess what? They've had 9 guys in the box and they've still been able to run. Guess what? They've doubled certain guys and they've still been able to get the ball to them because it's an attitude. It's a mental attitude. It's want to. That's how football is, Steiny. It always will be until the end of time. It still comes down to who wants it more. Attitude and preparation and attention to detail. And this team has not executed at that high of a level until as of late. So I don't know if this is a good team. I need to see more, and that's why everyone is scratching their head saying this team went out and motorboated the Rams and showing that they can play with anyone. What does that tell you? Inconsistency and a lack of energy in certain situations because penalties and self-inflicted wounds has absolutely killed this team early in the season.
All right, Lo, I want to give you a hypothetical. 49ers wind up 9-8. They make the playoffs at 9-8. They're a wild card team. They win a game in the playoffs. They lose the second weekend divisional round. Is Jimmy Garoppolo the starting quarterback in 2022 under that scenario? And are you more or less open to that than maybe you were a month ago, 3 months ago?
No. Here's the reason why. I can't. I'm too much invested in Trey Lance. I'm going to have to, I want, and here's another side that we're not looking at and no one's talking about. And I thought, Steiny, because you're always, forward thinking and looking at things from a different perspective. How much of this everyone, don't you think they need Jimmy G to have success? So if you're looking at this Niner team, don't you hope that Jimmy can run and keep playing well and you keep letting him do the well and keep playing the young guy, let him play a couple plays and let Jimmy get in the playoffs and keep playing well? Because I don't have, last I checked, Steiny, do you have a first-round pick next year?
No.
So a second-round pick? So you better try to say, what can I get for this guy? I'm putting this guy on a pedestal. I'm still pubbing him. I'm putting him in a situation. I'm saying the right things. Why would I kill myself? You can't cut off your nose and spite your face, JD. You got to be in a situation you got to understand. I got to put him in a position to have success because next year I don't have a first rounder, but if I can trade him or flip Jimmy G, why wouldn't you do that? Because you've already committed to trade.
Lo, thank you so much. As always, appreciate it, man.
No worries, guys. Cheers.
All right, that's Lorenzo Neal every Monday at 12:30. He comes on and does his thing. So thank you to Lorenzo Neal. I mean, the reason you wouldn't trade Garoppolo is if you don't think Trey Lance is going to be ready by next year. I don't know what. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know what to make of it because Guru and I get into this a lot. Guru says, well, what is going on with Trey Lance? And I know it's not detailed enough for him, but what I say is, well, he's not as good as Garoppolo right now.
Right.
That's the one, and we can dissect that till the cows come home, but that's the way Kyle Shanahan feels. The question is, can Kyle Shanahan see in his crystal ball a time when Trey Lance will be better?
Yeah.
Or can he see it yet?
I think he can see it.
Okay.
I think he can see. He would tell you he's not even thinking about it because it's week to week and game to game, and they're trying to just make the playoffs, and all the focus is on who they play. Oh, the Vikings. I forgot for a second because we've been talking so much about other things. All the focus is on the Vikings, but I think he's got a pretty good idea as to whether or not with another offseason, Trey Lance would be ready or not to begin next season as the starting quarterback. I got to think, I'm not willing to go there to say, boy, this is really concerning for next year that Trey Lance isn't playing right now. I don't think it was ever the plan as much as we in the media and the fans made it out to be, where Kyle Shanahan was just itching to get Trey Lance in at the first opportunity he could, where maybe he was a little bit better than Jimmy.
Right.
Now, if he was a lot better than Jimmy and wow, dynamic, ready to roll, way ahead of schedule, then I think he'd be playing. I just think we lost track of it or got caught up in the hype of everything. I think that, that big throw, that third practice or whatever that people saw, I think there's people that are still have an irrational attachment to that, like, oh my God, Jimmy can't do that, so Trey should be playing.
Right.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners have won 3 out of the last 4. They've done it mostly on the ground. Question is for 49er fans. Is this sustainable? Are you looking at this team differently than you looked at it 3 or 4 weeks ago? Do you see an avenue where they can rip off some wins and make some noise in the postseason? 888-957-9570. Or do you need them to win some games against some quality opponents? 888-957-9570. We're going to open up the phone lines to 49er fans and any NFL fans on 95.7 The Game. Hey, check out a brand new episode of Elevate Your Tailgate on 957thegame.com and on 95.7 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate is brought to you by Chef's Toys, a kitchen and restaurant supply store trusted by grill masters and tailgate kings. Visit chefstoys.com or a store near you.
Access to cutting-edge treatment can help make long-term survival possible.
Stand Up to Cancer and the Lust Garden Foundation have teamed up to bring pancreatic cancer clinical trials to those who need them.
For more information, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Hi, I'm Matt Jesse, president of
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. JD, we're going to talk Niners most of the day today, but I just got a tweet. Somebody sent me a tweet that said, I don't know if you're doing this or not. So y'all need to forego the false narrative that y'all are running on this station, JD, and that Steph struggled in last night's game.
Yeah, he did. He struggled.
He stinks.
I know it doesn't happen often. It might happen, I don't know, eight or 9 times out of 82 maybe. But it happened last night. Raptors take him out of the game a little bit, and other guys were crushing it. So the Warriors are able to take advantage, and Steph was able to take advantage.
Pretty amazing. Because
I'm saying he stinks.
No, he doesn't. People are going to think 2 for 10 from the field, and they were never really challenged. They were always in control of that game last night.
Never trailed.
I'd forgotten Wiggins is from Toronto. I forgot that he had that little extra.
Kills Minnesota, and he kills Toronto.
Yeah. Jordan Poole with some 2 big-time back-to-back games. I'll tell you what. He doesn't lack confidence, that's for darn sure, Jordan Poole.
And he got his three-point percentage. Boy, I had it in my notes because he was at 29.9, and he got it all the way up to, I think, 33.3
really?
In the last 2 games.
And I think Curry was at 38.7.
Yeah, he's at 42 now.
Yeah, and then he went like 18 for 27 or something.
Yeah, but then it was 1 of 6 last night, so I didn't look at it. I'm getting in that habit of kind of looking at him game to game now. Once you get close to the 20-game mark, you start to just look at what you got.
I got to believe Curry will be up over 40 when it's all said and done, like he always is.
About 42 and a half?
Yeah, probably. That's probably.
43?
Yeah. Could be 46.
Is he going to hit 450 3-pointers?
Well, that's a good question. How many games did he play the year he hit 402? I can't even remember. I want to say 72 maybe. Something like that.
That's quite a bit.
It's just unbelievable. I
think it might have even been more than that.
Yeah,
I'll get that for you.
The kid can shoot, that's for sure. Let's go 79 games. Okay.
Yeah.
He won't play 79 this year, I'll bet you.
You'd think not. That was
Probably
the 70. The reason I knew it was maybe closer to 80 was because that was the 73-9 year. So there weren't too many games.
73-9 year. See, this is where you. Okay, so that was the year. That
I put those two in that same bucket.
Gotcha.
So it was like he played almost. I thought it was actually 80 that he played that year, but it was 79.
Gotcha. One thing, and again, we're going to get back to the Niners in a sec. Wiggins. Another reason Wiggins kind of fits on this team, JD, is because they want to give Curry some time off. They want to give Iguodala. Wiggins doesn't need games off. Wiggins is incredibly durable and has been over his career. Even last year, the game he took off, they made him take it off.
Yeah.
So, listen, Wiggins is a better player now than he was in Minnesota. I think he would acknowledge that. Let's go to Polo. Polo wants to talk some 49ers. Hey, Polo, what's going on, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Hey, here's one thing before I say something about the Niners. Hey, Jordan Poole, Austin, doing good this year. In rookie year, everybody was writing him off. Now everybody jumping back on his bandwagon. And I say with that, now let's say we put Trey in the game and he having an off year, and now everybody's going on his, getting on his line because he's not performing. But besides that, I like Jimmy. Jimmy's doing good. But we just need Kyle Shanahan, draw up some good plays for the receivers so they can gain separation, because that's what we lacking right there, is in that, gain the separation with the receivers. I don't want to see Sanu on the 30-yard line when we going up the field. I'd rather see him in the red zone.
Yeah, the one thing and I'll ask JD this too, are the receivers, let's say, as open as they were 2 years ago, when everybody talked about how great Kyle Shanahan was at scheming guys open? Just on balance, do you think they're getting open as much as they did during the Super Bowl years? Is it
not quite as much? But if you remember, once they got Emmanuel Sanders, it opened up a lot.
That is true.
You know why? Because Emmanuel Sanders can get open and make plays with guys on him, and I think that's where just because you get open doesn't necessarily mean you can make the play or make the catch once the defense collapses on you, if that makes sense. So he was a much better receiver. I think that the difference in the passing game, other than they've run the ball more, has just been they actually let Ayuk play.
Right.
And build a chemistry. Like, to me, I think the Ayuk thing, that's on Shanahan to me. And without knowing fully what happened, unless they actually had he fell asleep in a meeting or, was late one day or something like that, and then went out and had a bad practice, and Kyle Shanahan undressed him on the field, verbally. So if it was something like that, then all right. But until further notice, it's like, look, this dude's too talented, and your team is not talented enough to not have him be a part of it. So, once he's been more of a factor, they've looked like, hey, this team's got at least 2 competent receivers.
Yeah, I don't...
you can't say they don't have 2 competent receivers if he can't get on the field, which was a problem those first 3 or 4 weeks.
Well, I don't know enough about what happened to blame it one way or the other. I have a sneaky suspicion that Shanahan had enough of something.
Yeah.
Ayuk going through the motions at practice. You're
probably right. But if it's just going through the motions at practice, this team isn't that...
I know.
Because that's one issue I have with the 49ers, kind of bigger picture, is they thought they were talented enough to make the trades that they made and still contend. And, Kyle Shanahan thinks he can make a point to Ayuk and still be good. And it's like, you know what? You don't have it dialed that way as a franchise right now.
No.
So don't act like you do. Play your best players and try to win.
But I do understand the guy's in his second year, and you start gifting him playing time.
Look,
listen, is he so good that
compared to the other 4 or 5 guys?
No, I hear you. I just don't.
It's dramatic.
I know that, but I don't know.
Now, if you went out and got a better third receiver, and that guy could play, and then, if Emmanuel Sanders, let's say, was their third receiver, and all of a sudden he's playing in Ayuk's spot, okay, make your point, but don't make it when it's Sanu and River Craycraft and some of the other guys they were trotting out there.
No, I hear you.
Trent Sherfield.
I hear you. I do go back to Ayuk kind of saying, and maybe he was just playing the game because he was sick of not getting targeted, but saying I needed to learn how I wasn't practicing. I mean, basically acknowledged it, but that could very well be because he knew that's all he had to do to get back on the field and start being targeted again. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, what's going on? Scott, how you doing, man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, I just had a real quick thing. I was kind of shocked at it when I saw the post game with Shanahan when they asked him, "Hey, why didn't you go for it? You kicked the field goal." And he says, "Well, it was, he thought about it, but it was it was like 2 yards, closer to 2 yards." I'm going, yeah, it was 2 yards to get into the end zone, but they were less than a yard from the first down. It's like he didn't even know that they actually had a shot at a first down. That shocked me. I didn't hear anybody else follow up with that because it didn't make any sense because it wasn't 2 yards. It was like a little more than half a yard to get a first down. So it seems kind of crazy that a head coach would not know that he could get a first down without scoring there. It was just kind of weird.
Well, thanks for the call, Scott. JD did bring that up. Remind everybody kind of what the time in the situation was there.
They were on the 20-play drive to open the game where they're burning 13 minutes, and it's 4th and 1 on the 2. So you get a yard, you get first and goal at the 1. If you get 2, obviously, you get the touchdown. And that was odd to me because that's where I got into this with Lowe. Is he an aggressive coach? Or is he a conservative coach? Because he has an odd. I think he wants to be considered an aggressive coach. If you asked him, he'd say that. And I think a lot of people kind of say it for him. But then he's got a conservative side that comes out at weird times. I'll say this also just specifically about the judgment. There's been 2 other instances, and I'd have to do a little bit of research to remember the exact games. But there was 2 games this year. One where it was 4th and 1, and he said post-game he thought that they were farther than they really were, and that's why he punted. There was another game where he thought they were closer than they were, and he went for it. So I think he's got a little bit of an issue. Third time,
right?
When you read the quote from I think he's got a little bit of an issue of totally understanding and seeing or communicating with those on the field how close or far away they are. Because there were games, he punted in a game where it was like, this is a joke, why aren't you going for it?
You mean on the 4th and 12?
No. This was like, I'm talking about 4th and 1s.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about all these are 4th and 1s. And he went for 1 when it was really closer to 2, and he said, I thought we were closer. And then there was another instance where he punted, and then he said, I thought we were farther. So it's actually happened both ways before what happened yesterday. And then yesterday, because he said, because I didn't get it either,
right?
But because of the quote afterwards, I thought, oh, he just couldn't judge, or nobody communicated to him from the players on the field how close or far they were, because it made no sense to me to have a 20-play drive for 13 minutes, and you want to be a Billy Badass kind of team, and you're going to line up against Jacksonville and 4th and 1 and hammer it in for a yard like that. That I thought was a bad look. Didn't matter. We can quibble about they're playing Jacksonville, whatever.
Maybe they don't think they're a badass team right now. I mean, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but you put together a 20-play drive and come out with 0.
All right, then freaking Jags are first and 98.
I know.
And you know what? Get a stop. To me, at that point, you're fine. Either way on it. But this is the thing, and this is where I am starting to struggle more with Shanahan. I'll get your take on this, and it may not be apples to apples, but he's that guy with I'm going to kick the field goal now, the 19-yard field goal. But then he's also the guy that wants to dap up Juwan Jennings for getting a dude kicked out of the game and being tough with him to where you kind of get him into throwing a punch, and he's dapping him up like he's Johnny aggressive. But then it's 4th and 1, and he's kicking a 19-yard field goal.
Yes, I agree with that.
Which one are you, Kyle? And I think at times he's both. To the I don't know. There's an inconsistency there that I think pops up and hurts this team sometimes.
I wonder how much of it his decisions have to do with the defense, and is he more conservative when he thinks his defense is dominant? Maybe like 2 years ago. Now I can't remember exactly how aggressive or not aggressive he was 2 years ago, but I'll bet it might have something to do with the fact that he might not think his defense is as good as it has been in the past. But I knew when they took the field goal in the first drive, that was going to be, assuming the game wasn't a blowout, which it ended up being, so it doesn't really matter. But I knew that was one where interesting. And the funny thing is, I don't know if you saw Matt Barrow's story in The Athletic, but Matt Barrow's made it sound like just even getting a field goal right there stuck a dagger in Jacksonville a little. That the tone had been set, and I thought, I don't know. Yeah, Jacksonville maybe it only gives up 3 there, and they figure, man, we caught a break because they just dominated us for 12 minutes.
See, I'm more of the belief, and look, this is an open discussion. I don't think there's a hard and fast correct answer necessarily. I tend to be more. Where are you on this? I tend to be more of the belief, if you're playing a lesser team, that to me is where you get. That to me is where you go aggressive. Like that's to me where you make the point. Like if you were playing Green Bay yesterday and you did that, I probably would have kicked the field goal and been fine with it because it's early in the game. You want to get ahead. I think that's actually why Shanahan did it, by the way. It's just you want to make sure that you're playing from ahead.
Right.
Because that's been something, even if we're going to make sure we're playing from ahead. Even if Jacksonville, it's 1st and 98, they punt, and we got to go down the field again. There is something to getting ahead, but in that moment, I didn't like that. To me, it was, no, you're the 40 freaking Niners playing at Jacksonville. You've hammered them 20 plays down the field. Now you're kicking a field goal. You let them off the hook.
I got you. I got you.
Denny Green.
I got you. It's definitely one way to look at it. Mitch is in Manteca.
It didn't matter.
No, it didn't. What's up, Mitch? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Afternoon. I just wanted to talk about the running game.
All right.
First of all, I think I like what we're doing until somebody stops us. I think we should keep doing it, and plus maybe Debo Samuel doing what he's doing back there. And another note, if Trey Lance was ready to play, don't every Niner fan think he'd be playing right now and Jimmy would have the hat on the sideline? I don't think it's, okay, well, I'm just going to save Trey Lance for next season or later on. He's just not ready, and I think Kyle Shanahan is more important in winning games than putting Trey Lance out there. So I just think that, he has a better chance of winning with Jimmy. He's a veteran. He knows the Niners system, and he's beloved in the locker room. So that's all I got to say, guys. Have a good afternoon.
I agree with you, Mitch. I agree with you. There may be a million reasons why Kyle Shanahan doesn't think Trey Lance is as good as Garoppolo, but the only thing we're left with is that he doesn't think he's as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, period. And who knows when he will be, but... and
it's not just if he's the same or a little bit better.
Right.
He has to be the best chance to win.
Well, the other
unequivocally.
The other thing, JD, is the one thing we heard about Shanahan from the moment he became the 49ers coach is, his system is so sophisticated. Even when Jimmy Garoppolo got here, it takes 2 years.
Yeah.
It takes 2 years. Well, if all that's true.
Oh, Matt Ryan, the first year.
Well, I'm just saying, if all that's true and Kyle is this phenomenal play caller, but you need a lot of detail, well, then Trey Lance isn't playing this year. He's not going to play this year. We'll see how the 49ers do.
That's the plan, right? The only way Trey Lance is going to play is if Garoppolo gets hurt or if they lose 3 or 4 in a row and they're deemed to be all but out of the playoffs. But I think there were people making the case 3 or 4 weeks ago that they were already all but out of the playoffs, and he stuck with Garoppolo.
510 said JD thinks it was the Green Bay game. It was only a half a yard, and he punted thinking it was 2 yards.
Yeah, and then there was another game where it was the opposite.
Yeah.
He went for it, and there was another game where he went for it, and then he said after that, hey, I thought we were closer, and they were actually farther.
The one thing I wonder about Kyle is
but that's a small detail, but you got it like. That's the kind of thing, if you're a head coach and you're a genius...
Well, you got to know it's an inch, a foot, or a yard and a half.
You got to know. And,
no doubt.
And so that's, again, people say, what does it matter, JD? Well, you're the head freaking coach. I'll give Kyle Shanahan his flowers for being the offensive play design genius, but you know what? You also got to manage a freaking game. And there are times where his game management is atrocious.
Well, I mean... what was the game a few games back? He threw the red flag and he said, I didn't really see it. I didn't have a good view. That's why I threw it. And it wasn't close.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I also think and the one thing you can't do is challenge out of emotion or challenge out of hope. Like, damn, we need this. I'm going to go for it.
Although Pete Carroll did that yesterday. He kind of acknowledged it. He said, I didn't think we had a good shot, but what the hell? It was too important of a time. Gene's in Oakland. Hey, Gene.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I haven't called for a while.
Yeah, how you doing?
It's been a while. Anyway, as far as the Niners go, I mean, there's all this speculation about are they back, are they not back, whatever. To me, this next game is going to tell at least me all I need to know about whether they really are a playoff team or not. Meanwhile, I've always been in on Garoppolo. I always felt like he was the best choice, to get us as far as we could early on. Of course, when we were talking Super Bowl, but even now to get to the playoffs. But I want to say something about Shanahan, because 3 weeks ago, I mean, I was out on him, just like a lot of fans. It looked like he was in over his head. As you say, JD, he's making a lot of, strange decisions, inconsistent. And it looked like it was even affecting the team. I mean, that Indy game, they looked flat. They didn't come out right. But I want to give him credit. He seems to be figuring it out or getting better, at least in the last couple of weeks. They played the Rams. They had a great scheme, and the team came out fired up. Granted, they're kind of our cousins, but still a good team. And Jacksonville is, they're the dregs, so there isn't much you can tell from that. But still, we came out fired up and played, as well as you would expect them to play. we'll see what happens this next week. But, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Shanahan. Maybe he's like his daddy. His daddy didn't do too well the first time through with the Raiders. He was a sub-500 coach. And then he went to Denver and, won a couple of Super Bowls. And, of course, he had a guy named, what's his name?
Davis.
The quarterback.
Elway, too.
Elway.
Yeah, anyways. Yeah, Elway, to help him out, But anyways, I guess I'm a little concerned. One last point. Yeah. I'm a little concerned about, when do you give Trey his opportunity? Because if you sit him on the bench the rest of the year, you're probably going to lose another year with this guy. And, it's going to take him a year of experience before he can really thrive, right?
Well, thanks, Gene. Appreciate the call. I think that's got to be the plan right now, though.
Yeah.
That he's and I do think Shanahan believes. Well, I do think there's a benefit in Garoppolo basically playing the entire season, and then for whatever reason you do move on from Garoppolo. I think then you come into next year with some excitement and an element of the unknown that makes it interesting. Hey, now we got Trey Lance. We haven't seen him last year. If Trey Lance plays 4 or 5 games this year and does not look good, now all of a sudden you come into next year and be like, boy, he better get better.
At that point, you'd be more inclined to, maybe not Jimmy, but you'd be more inclined to think, hey, you got to have some kind of veteran backup.
Exactly.
So you can just remain competitive.
Exactly.
Even if you are going to turn it over to him. I think the other part, and I hate even bringing his name up, but it's the Pat Mahomes comparison. Mahomes was 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
It was 1 year, and they won with Alex Smith, and then they lost to the playoffs, and it was, all right, year 2, you're out there. And he's Pat Mahomes.
Sure.
He's in the AFC Championship game going to overtime against Tom Brady, right? So, but I think 1 year I get, 2 years for a guy picked that high in today's day and age, I'm not as open to that.
Right. Well,
he better be ready by next training camp.
Right. And Kansas City moved up to get Mahomes, but not to the degree that the 49ers moved up to get Trey Lance.
But they moved up thinking they had action.
They did. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. And they did.
They did
have action. Let me see what we got here. I'll tell you what, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see people on hold. We're going to continue to talk San Francisco 49ers football. I'll tell you what, people like to kind of roll their eyes at Kirk Cousins, but Kirk Cousins is the kind of guy who 3 weeks ago you'd think would have a field day against this 49er defense. Is that going to be the case on Sunday or not? We'll find out. Also, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations. From hip-hop to classic rock and everything in between, they have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your music tastes. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
Starting tomorrow, the Morning Roast is proud to present The Executive Show, a weekly interview with Bob Myers and
So Friday, Friday, the show was over. Got done at 2:30 because of the Warriors game. Early start. Yeah, I took a little walk down the street with some of my guys. Guru and Giddings came down.
Okay.
Curly was late. And we're sitting there and just having a good time, and we're all relaxed. And the next thing you know, I look outside, and I'm seeing tubas. I'm seeing drums. I see a marching band. It's the Cal marching band. And I'm thinking, what the hell are they? It was the big game Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to take a shot at the big game, but holy Toledo. I moved out here, JD, almost 35 years ago.
It was a huge deal.
Huge.
And now it's like you didn't even know they were playing.
Did not even know they were playing. And that's my daughter went to Cal, so I follow Bear football.
And she wasn't even into it enough for you to know.
She graduated now.
Oh,
so she didn't care. Yeah. Jeez, what happened to that game? I guess Stanford stinks this year, huh?
Yeah, they both were. I think 3-6, 3-7. Right. But yeah, Cal got the better end. You know who else got the better end this week?
Warriors?
Sacramento State Hornets, baby.
Who'd they beat? Stingers up.
They won the Causeway.
Oh, Stingers up.
That's right. Sac State won the Causeway Classic over Davis. Big rivalry. Much smaller rivalry game, but that's all I got. On to Cincinnati. But I did want to get that in.
How much
Stingers up.
What do they get? About how many? They probably get a nice crowd for that.
I remember going to, I mean, it's much less than it used to be. It's probably 10K, something like that. I remember you talk about, 20 years ago it was a bigger deal or whatever. I remember going to games where they'd get 19 or 20,000. And, but yeah, it's just not the same.
I tell you, I came out to Sacramento in 11th grade for an all-star basketball team. Came out and played 3 or 4 games.
From Pennsylvania.
Correct. And it was junior year in high school, and that's when I first started falling in love with California. In fact, I even remember going home saying, you know what, I'm going to check out Sac State and Cosumnes River College. I'm telling you, I was thinking, you know what, get out there to California. It took me about 6 years, but I finally did. Let's get to Antonio.
For those of you still listening, here's Antonio.
Hey, come on. It's our state's capital.
Come on, it's my hometown, for crying out loud.
Exactly. Let me tell you something about Sac. I like Sacramento. There's action. You got some action in Sacramento.
I went to there was action on Saturday night when I was visiting some friends.
All right.
Sac State football, currently the best team in town in Sacramento.
They are. They could actually win the national championship. Like, they're going to the playoffs. They're having the best year. Not to get off, they're having the best year they've ever had, I think, in the history of their program.
Is that?
Yeah, the equivalent of that.
Okay.
They might run into Trey Lance's alma mater, North Dakota State.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that level. The Trey Lance level.
So they'll probably have a prospect or two.
It might.
Right. Antonio's in Oakland. Listen to this guy.
DeAndre Carter's in the league right now for Patriots.
Okay.
Hey, Jimmy Garoppolo, 4 straight games of 100 quarterback rating, only quarterback to do that. But yeah, man, we are returning back to the 2019
Washington
formula of just pounding the football, being physical, and that's what I see these last 2 games. And Debo Samuel, he's I think teams are looking for the next Debo Samuel kind of the same way teams are looking for the next Steph Curry. I'm not saying he's Steph, but from we need to find that next guy standpoint, he's right there with Steph. And that's why he's getting the ball, because Jimmy G, he's not lighting it up every game, but he's been playing good football, and that's all we need him to do, man. Because he's probably our 12th best player. He's the Andrew Wiggins of this team. So all he has to do, don't mess it up, be efficient, and we're going to be dominant. So that's all I got to say, guys. And I love winning. I love winning the games. Let's go. Playoff back. We back.
All right, Antonio, Mr. Positivity. 408. Says Sacramento's nightlife shuts down a little too early.
Yeah,
is that true?
It depends on where you are, but in a lot of places, yes.
Okay. So,
not everywhere, but
one of those last call at 11:50, you're like, come on.
Yeah, there are a few of those. There are a few of those.
Yeah, that's too bad.
But, yeah. There's a speakeasy. We'll speakeasy on Saturday night.
Okay. Little
where you had to, say the code word.
Nice.
And then, yeah.
I've had a few of those places in my lifetime. Yeah. I always knew the code word, especially after 3 a.m. Let's go to USA Coach Adam Martinez. Coach USA, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing there?
Doing well, man.
Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener. Missing Guru today, but I get it. Got to have a day off. That's good.
Yeah.
But, hey.
Lay off.
Long-time Niner fan, and I got to say, I'm not totally convinced with what I'm seeing right here. I love the talent, love the guys they have. I love Shanahan. I love his offensive mind. But I think the delegation of the coaching just isn't completely there. I mean, you see Shanahan all the time. He's got either the tablet or he's got his play sheet in front of his face. And he's like who's managing the game if he's got his face down in this all the time? So, 4th and 1 call, plus we even had a timeout they got called on offense when we literally called it because the play clock was about to run out. I just think there's too much bad decision-making because he's too preoccupied.
I mean, he does like that play sheet.
He's not giving that up. He'd give up the number one in charge of player personnel before he'd give up calling plays.
He loves that play sheet.
But you got to have somebody then that's designated as your
clock
go-to
manager guy, or
your
just
go-to
somebody.
guy. Yeah,
just somebody to keep,
because his clock management's pretty bad.
It can be
in big moments.
It can be pretty bad. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and again, it also comes down to are you a conservative coach or are you an aggressive coach? Because right before the half, he's very content to not go down and try and get points.
Right.
And in some games, that's okay. But in other games, you got to be a little bit more aggressive, and it always seems like he gets those kind of backwards.
Because he doesn't feel comfortable looking at Jimmy Garoppolo saying he can push us 50 yards down the field in 42 seconds.
He's afraid of the big mistake.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
It's not even that. Yeah.
But would he be afraid of the big mistake with another quarterback?
Well, I think he'd be afraid of the big mistake with Trey at this point.
Oh, no doubt. I think so. And I think that's maybe why he's not playing. I think here's the other thing that he says. I think he says, Jimmy, give us a little better chance to win than Trey. What he really says is, if we play Trey, we have more of a chance to lose through rookie mistakes or mistakes. And the funny thing is, I know people question a Jimmy Garoppolo throw here or there, but he doesn't turn it over that much. He doesn't.
I mean, not every game.
No, I mean, he's only turned it over once in the last 3 games.
It's true. And it was inconsequential.
It was. Akil in Dublin. What's up, Akil? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Hey, that field goal in the beginning of the end of the first drive, I'm actually okay with that. I mean, I know the field goal was not ideal, but at least it was at the end of a long drive where the 49ers are reestablishing their run and their toughness. So I'm okay with that for now. But moving forward, I'd love to see a touchdown. And next, Brandon Ayuk. I'm starting to see why Shanahan drafted him. Ayuk is a solid third option. He's effective when both Debo and Kittle are healthy. When they're gone, unfortunately, Ayuk is not a number one receiver, and I don't think he ever will be. But Ayuk as a third option, he's coming along, and I'm happy to see it. Good replacement for Kendrick Bourne, who's doing his thing with the Patriots, but I think Ayuk is a solid number 3. 2 in a row. I'm happy. Let's see if we can get the dub next week. Thanks, guys.
All right, Akil, thank you. It's funny because this is the way I look at it. Okay, Ayuk. Now he had 3 or 4 productive games. Kyle Shanahan's going to say, well, the reason he's been productive the last 3 or 4 weeks was because of the way I handled this situation when he wasn't working hard.
Sure.
It's like when people I love doing this just to mess with people. When Keith Smart was coaching the Warriors and he played AC Law ahead of Curry and it bothered the hell out of Curry.
He gets credit for that. That's why Curry's so great.
Exactly. One of the reasons. He lit a fire under Steph with AC Law.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think?
Keith Smart he was one of the all-time...
Assistant at Arkansas now.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. That tells you a lot in and of its own right. Based on who the head coach is there. Keith Smart always had, and you'll remember this, I think Warriors fans will remember this, the one thing that drives me he was the king. He had one, what I call a faux coaching move, like a fake like you're doing something when you're not, and I hate this when coaches do this, and Popovich will do this from time to time. He was the guy that, like, first play of the quarter, something happens, timeout.
Oh, God.
Timeout. Timeout. First play of the quarter, somebody blows an assignment, gets a layup. Timeout. He did that all the freaking time. I hate that. That's fake coaching.
You know what? I got a fake coaching thing that I can't stand either. And Mark Jackson used to do it all the time. 40 minutes. Who you starting tonight, Mark, at center? I'm not going to divulge that.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's going to make a difference.
Right.
That's going to make a big difference. God, that bothered me. I'm not going to tell you who's going to start at center tonight. Okay. All right. Boy, you really have it locked in.
Didn't they even at one point go through the introductions with one way and then actually have somebody else take the floor? I think they actually did that one time.
What's the deal with that? Can you do that? It doesn't really matter? I mean, you have to submit a starting lineup.
Well, you know what's funny now is, like, even when a head coach will say, like, 90 minutes before the game, it's undetermined or so-and-so's questionable. There is a point now, I think it's 30 minutes before. I could be off a little bit. I think it's 30 minutes before now where it is locked in, barring some kind of late injury. It does get officially announced.
Okay.
Right? Like where it's sent out 30 minutes before you submit, just like you're in actives.
Right.
You know, you got to cross out who's up, who's not. So there is a formal, but it's not like baseball where, okay, if you take that guy out before the game's done, he's done. But it does formally get announced now for every game. I think 30 minutes before tip off.
All right.
Even if a coach doesn't tell you an hour and 45 minutes before.
Gotcha. Pete's in San Ramon. Hey, Pete, what's going on, man? What do you got? I'm talking a little Kyle Shanahan.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Yep.
I just wanted to refer to the earlier caller talking about Kyle's face in the play sheet all the time. He is well known, and I don't know if they see it on TV all that often, for prowling the sidelines so he can see what the defense is doing against the Niners and leading to his play calling from there. So I don't worry about the play sheet. That's covering up somebody else lip reading him.
No, I know that. Did he? Thanks for the call. Did Pete say prowling the sidelines?
Yeah.
So that he can see the defense?
Yeah.
All right. I got to believe Gotta believe a lot of coaches do that.
Got no issue with the play sheet, but just for the record.
I don't either. It's just something to poke a little fun at. You know how serious those. They cover up. Yeah, it's like when you see the pitcher come out, and the catcher, and Posey's got his. Come on.
I'm all right with that.
It's
Will Clark.
I'm all right with it too.
Will Clark.
I'm all right with it too, but
reading Greg Maddox's lips.
Can't make fun of it.
In '89.
Hey, by the way, did you see Kenny Atkinson is Vegas's favorite?
Yes, I did see that.
To be the next head coach of a team.
I did see that.
Kenny Atkinson, the Golden State Warriors,
and he'd be an improvement over the current head coach for that team and the last head coach for that team and probably the last, I don't know, eight of the last 10 head coaches for that team.
What are we looking at? How many years now? When's the last time Sac went to the playoffs?
15.
So they went in 2005, 2006?
Correct. That was,
Wow. Is that the longest drought in NBA history?
I think it might be. It might be. I think it was 14 maybe, 14 or 15. Maybe it's, I can't remember.
The Warriors went 12. That I know.
Yeah. This is
95 to 07.
Yeah. This is longer than that. I should know the answer to that.
I wonder if.
I think it is.
Well, they're knocking on the door, though.
If not, they're knocking on the door because they still are probably, as you love to say, 3 years away from being 3 years away.
Exactly.
You know who should get that job?
Sacramento?
Not now, but next year.
You mean a fitting or somebody who really should get it?
Really should get that job, and they got to. I mean, they're probably in a teardown, so he might not want it. But it's an obvious because there were other names on that list.
Who?
They should hire Terry Stotts.
He'd be an upgrade. I don't know that he can.
Anyway, yeah.
About Mike Brown?
I'd rather have Terry Stotts.
Oh, I'd rather have Terry Stotts than Mike Brown.
Or Kenny Atkinson.
I don't know. I'd see Atkinson. He coached in 3 years with the Nets? Something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Currently, the Sacramento Kings are tied for the longest postseason drought ever.
Don't tell us.
Okay. There is another team out there.
Hit the music.
Okay.
Let me guess. So it's not a team now. I don't think it can't be.
No, it's not now. It's the longest current streak.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to say.
Any of the four major sports, I believe, as well.
I'm going to say, but I don't know why they're coming across my radar, and I know that's wrong. I was going to say Orlando, but they made it.
Like 2 years ago.
Oh, boy. Lakers, Clippers. The Clippers? Maybe Clippers did it? Oh, Clippers did it.
1976 to 1991.
Okay. All right, well, they're going to get off the schneid pretty soon. I got to believe. Hey, by the way, did somebody really throw up on the front row?
Oh, yeah.
At the Golden 170?
Oh, yeah.
A lot, too.
Like 4 times.
And it went all over the court?
Yeah, all over the court and by the Utah bench. And they stopped the game for about 25 minutes because they had to come out and clean it up.
Did the guy get ejected?
I mean, ejected, I would use that term loosely. Because, I mean, he did get removed, but at first he kind of sat there. Like, he was just going to be allowed to stay, and then somebody had to come over and be like, "Yeah, we gotta get you out of here." He went down in the tunnel. Like, I guess if you're sitting there, you can go.
Sure.
Sometimes you can go in the tunnel to exit. So he went down the tunnel past the visitors' bench there, but he was smiling as he was heaving.
Okay, so he was not.
He was having a good time.
Okay, so he
had a little too much day.
Okay.
He'd had a little too much day.
God,
may have gone to the Causeway earlier in the day. Maybe a little tailgate about 9 a.m.
510 says the dude was just sitting there smiling.
Yes, he was.
So I take it I can see this on the...
Oh, yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, there is
video.
Do
I want to, though, is the question.
It just depends. Some people can handle that.
It's pretty gross.
It's kind of like the blood thing. Some people will see blood and just like pass out. Like some people will see somebody heaving and it'll make them want to throw up.
Right.
Pretty amazing how nonchalantly he's just sitting there too, right, JD? He was like chilling.
Yeah, he was having a good time. Like it was like, I mean, we've all been there. Where like not maybe to the extent where you're throwing up, but we've all been in that. We've all had that moment where you're just kind of sitting there, and
right?
You're feeling pretty good.
But the thing is usually
you're sitting courtside at an NBA game, like right next to the bench. You're right at the scores table.
Yeah, but there's usually you get that feeling right in the back of your throat. That usually tells you got about a minute.
Well, and at that point,
40 seconds. You got to get moving at that point.
And at that point, the last place I would have wanted to be is where he was.
Exactly.
Because I would have been thinking, boy, this would be embarrassing if I throw up right now.
Confidence was not wavering with this gentleman.
He didn't care. He didn't care because, again, he was sitting
right. So he was in between the
center
team
court
and the scores table.
He was basically at the table. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Imagine doing that. There's like a celebrity next to you. It's like Rihanna's sitting two seats away.
It's one of those where it's like the visitors. It was the Jazz bench,
right?
And then like 4 seats, and then the table, and then there's like 4 seats, and then there's the Kings bench. Like if you go all the way down, and he was one of those in like the little 4 seat. You imagine. Well, the only thing worse than that would be like, imagine like if maybe your boss like gave you tickets, like maybe like how'd you get the tickets, or like a good friend that's a mover and a shaker in town.
You got them from Puke Walton.
That's terrible. That's awful.
Joke stealing is what it is. That's my joke.
You don't want that joke.
I'm out on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Although Tony Jones covers the Jazz.
Oh sure,
yeah,
absolutely.
Tony Jones, great Twitter follow.
Yeah.
He had what I thought was the line of the night, which was "Puke for Luke."
Well, I actually, believe it or not, heard David Locke's call on Utah Jazz radio, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" And it lasted for a while, I guess. So.
He was doing play-by-play of the throw-up?
He kind of was.
It was north of 20 minutes.
Yeah, he said that the Utah Jazz bench kind of cleared out.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, that's a hazard at that point. You got to think with the, infectious control and all that and everything going on.
So clearly, I mean, so he took his mask off, clearly.
Well, yeah, he was drinking, so you don't have to have it on if you're drinking.
Oh, my God.
So he probably never put it on because he probably never stopped drinking.
Right. All right. Well.
And there was a lot of food consumption, too.
You could tell
because there was a lot of...
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30
That's going to do it.
And maybe a couple hot dogs.
All right. That's going to do it. Boy. Tough way for... And had Luke been fired, or he got fired that night?
No, it was the next day. He got fired yesterday morning.
All right. 888-957-9570. We're going to turn our attention to more positive matters like the San Francisco 49ers. They play the Minnesota Vikings next Sunday. That's a big game. 2 5-5 teams. And the Minnesota Vikings, I think they're a little better than their record indicates. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the other side.
You like that?
Golden State Warriors. They're 15-2. And I'm talking to JD. Is this a 60-win team? 60? It seems awful high, but we'll talk about that on the other side. Hey, check out a brand new episode of Elevate Your Tailgate on 957thegame.com and on 957 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate is brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com.
The 49ers thrashed Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle from the pocket, end zone throw, touchdown, Brandon Ayuk.
Now the red and gold are right back in the playoff hunt.
That's 2 in a row for the Niners. They're 5-5.
they got a run in them. And when I say they got a run in them, I'm thinking 5-2, so you don't have to kind of sweat the playoffs. What are the odds 9-8 get it done, do you think?
I think 9-8 does get it done.
Okay.
If it and Dibs said this in the crosstalk, if it's the right 9-8, if it's a 9-8 where you've got a head-to-head win against Philly, you got a head-to-head win against Minnesota, you don't play New Orleans, you don't play Carolina this year, but
you take care of Atlanta.
Yeah, you handle Atlanta and make sure that's a banked win. And I think 9-8, there will be at least one 9-8 team in. I think there actually could be, you look at it right now, there could be two 9-8 teams that get in. I mean, the separation is sort of top 5 and then the final 2 spots. So it's not even one, and that's where I think the Niners have this dialed. I think Minnesota winds up getting one of the 2. I think they're good. Like, to me, like, I test Minnesota currently, New Orleans, San Francisco, Philly, Carolina, those 5 teams. I think the best 2 teams are the Vikings and the 49ers.
And what were the other 3? Philly, I'm not
Philly,
sold
Carolina,
on.
New Orleans. I'd have New Orleans in the mix if Jameis was still the quarterback, but they clearly have issues now.
They do. I mean, Philly put 40 on them. Philly's offense is shaky. But they're 5-6. They're 5-6.
And it's also really fragile right now, too, because as much as there's this euphoria building of the Niners are back and they can get on a run, you lose this game to the Vikings and you're back down in that mix. And then you got to go to Seattle, who's not as good, but it's still, for the time being, Sunday Night Football, and Seattle already beat you, and you know Seattle's going to want to beat you, even if their season ultimately is winding up going nowhere. Did you know this? Seattle, not to get lost in the weeds on them, they are 15th right now in the NFC out of 16.
Really?
They're 3-7, but it's a bad 3-7. They're tied with Chicago, but they are 15th. They are the second worst team in the NFC after Detroit.
And now you see why them beating the 49ers early in the season. That hurts.
Bad loss.
That is a bad loss.
But even at that, you add it up, and it's like, well, the Niners, you count that as a bad loss. They got one good win against the Rams, and everything else has kind of been chalk. That's why you're 5-5.
I mean, the one thing that the Niners have done, and you brought this up before the show, is they've been able to, I don't know if it's flip the switch, they've been able to, avert disaster. So they win the first 2 games of the year. They didn't look great late second half against Detroit, and Philly was an ugly game. Then they have the Packers beat, essentially. They give up a couple big plays to Aaron Rodgers. Now they're 2-1. Then they lose 3 more in a row, so they lose 4 in a row overall. And at that point, you're starting to think, they go 2 it's a big difference, bro, between 2-4, getting back into it, and 2-5. So the 49ers have ended up winning 3 out of the last 4.
Bro.
And now they play Minnesota on Sunday, and it's a game that has a lot of implications. Where do you think you think Debo lines up in the backfield more, less, or about the same as he did yesterday?
Less if Elijah Mitchell's able to play.
I got to believe he's ready to play because it seemed like he was going to be close.
He didn't practice all week, though.
Right.
So that was kind of the first indicator of maybe he's not going to be okay.
How do you decide because whatever, Lamar Jackson didn't practice all week either, and he almost played. I guess
he
what
was
I'm saying,
sick, right?
Right, non-COVID.
Yeah,
non-COVID.
Right,
that's true. But what players under Shanahan's watch would not need to practice and still be on the field if they say they're ready? We're just talking about
Trent
Bosa.
Williams, Nick Bosa were the first 2 that popped in my head. Trent Williams is one.
Not Garoppolo, though.
No, not Garoppolo.
See, that's pretty. Well,
although again, we go back. Garoppolo was healthier than Trey that week.
That's right.
And our Trey was healthier than Garoppolo that week that he played. Yes,
that's right.
I got that backwards.
That's right. Jimmy Garoppolo.
And then the next week, it looked like Garoppolo still wasn't. When Garoppolo came back and was healthy, and Trey wasn't, because remember, Trey got hurt in the game. It got flipped. And at that point, Garoppolo still wasn't 100%.
And made people aware that he wasn't 100%.
Exactly. That was the debacle against the Colts.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when I thought,
boy, there's something going on.
That's what I did think there was something going on there because they were lifeless in that game.
And it was almost as if Jimmy was saying, hey, don't put it on me.
Right.
Don't put this one on me.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people don't use this, but Jimmy's 5-4 this year.
And you know what, though? They do deserve credit. Like, that's the other thing. We started the show with this. They do deserve credit for holding their mud.
Yeah.
From 2-4 and from 3-5. Because we all did shows off of those two games.
Right.
And it was a dumpster fire.
Well,
at that point.
Think about it. They were losing, so Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo was at the forefront. You had Brandon Ayuk going through whatever he was going through with Kyle Shanahan. You had George Kittle, who was hurt. I think Trent Williams missed a game in there. The secondary was abysmal. They looked bad 3 or 4 weeks ago. The question is, are they as good now as they've looked, at least against Jacksonville? Yeah, by the way, Jacksonville, boy, oh boy, they're pretty lousy. Yeah,
and they're already have maybe a win or two more than you would have expected them to have. So I think they were also kind of like, and had been competitive in some other games that they didn't win. So I was like that was almost the kind of game for Jacksonville where you're thinking, hey, they've been playing pretty well, and the Niners haven't been playing pretty well. It's like, yeah, you know what? The Niners are still tenfold better than Jacksonville.
Right, and Jacksonville comes out, and they're not overconfident, but they're thinking, you know what? We go out and we play good football. We can beat this team.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, one, no, you're not, and two, no, you can't.
Exactly right. 49ers, they put it all together, in a sense, in their 30-10 victory. Any thought on playing Trey Lance that last series?
I loved how so many people, and again on Twitter, whatever, the conversation is like, well, you got to get him in. This place a great opportunity. Get him in, almost like into the third quarter. It's like that doesn't work that way.
No,
like you're putting him in for the last maybe 5-8 minutes.
Exactly.
If the game stays where it was, there's just an unrealistic expectation, I think, sometimes of how to develop them. Like, you don't just. It's not like an NBA game where you're up 30 and you put guys in and they finish the game, because in the NFL, a team scores, you make a mistake, all of a sudden it's a game that you have to make sure you're holding on for.
Well, it's the same thing, and it is the same thing in the NBA, JD. If the Warriors are up 18 with 6 minutes to go, Draymond Green's still in the game.
It's not enough.
And you know what? Curry's still going to be in the game probably till 3.5,
exactly.
3.
Exactly.
And you got to keep it up around 18 because things can happen in a hurry.
I was hearing the calls for that, or seeing the calls for that around halftime.
Right.
Like boy, get him the last 3 or 4 series. I'm thinking 3 or 4 series.
Well, the one thing I did ask last week, because I do think it's been a change of either strategy or a change of approach, is when the season started, Kyle Shanahan laid out his plan, which was, look, Garoppolo's a starter. There's no quarterback competition. Jimmy's going to be the man. At the same time, Trey Lance hasn't played football in a long time. We've got to start getting him out on the field. Either design a package for him or play him, 4 to 6 plays a game. That's clearly gone by the wayside. And that's the part that I don't quite understand is, well, what happened to those 4 to 6 plays that he was supposed to play?
That's a great question.
And I don't know the answer. And I find it hard to believe that he could, I find it hard to believe that Lance is so ineffectual that he's even afraid to play him 4 or 5 plays, because you can design a couple plays that aren't going to, break your back because you're putting him in peril.
I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
How about 4th and 1 at the 2?
Well, that's essentially the way they used him week 1, right? Didn't Trey Lance score or throw their first touchdown of the year?
Yes, he threw it.
Yeah, from the 1.
Yeah.
Just a little ball out in the flat.
Wide open. Yeah. And then you go back to the Green Bay game where, remember, they were down 17-0, right? And they're down they had all the penalties and redos, and they couldn't get it in. They had 6 or 7 plays trying to get it in, and finally, almost angrily, not wanting to have to do it, it appeared at the moment, Kyle Shanahan puts Trey Lance in the game, and remember Trent Williams had one of the blocks of the year. And it was a walk-in.
That's right.
Why are you not running? Why wouldn't you bring him in on 1st and goal at the 4?
I don't know, and I wonder if part of it is. I find it hard to believe Kyle hears the noise. I mean, I guess every coach hears the noise, but every coach has to tune it out. I wonder if he just said, you know what, it's more trouble than it's worth to play this guy 5 or 6 plays because I got to pick the right plays. I've got to pick the right situation, and then
what are you saying? He can't manage it?
No, I'm saying then the fans come into it a little bit if he has success, and does Shanahan really need that headache of boy Trey Lance played pretty good. Can we get him 9 or 10 plays? So I don't know. I don't know
if he's thinking that, and I'm not saying he is or he isn't, but if he's thinking that.
I mean, I think it's a little far-fetched that Kyle Shanahan, this is what I always think. Okay, so Kyle Shanahan, a guy who's grown up in football his entire life, is going to be impacted at all by the outside noise. I just can't believe that.
Right.
I can't. But then again, if you're going to play the backup here and there, you do invite that. I mean, you just invite it because that's the nature of football, especially with a backup quarterback.
So he did say at the beginning of the year, though, he was going to have packages and use them, and he hasn't. And so to me, there's free reign to do it, but then he hasn't done it. And I'm with you. I don't feel as if he would. I don't feel as if he would hear the noise and think, well, wait a minute, if I bring him in for a couple of plays here or there and those plays go well, people are going to demand that he plays more. Right. Although I will say I think it's been overwhelming, just as somebody that's covered it and talked about it, the push from it has to be Trey. Right. Why isn't it Trey? You're winning the game. It still should be Trey. Like it's been, again, your Kyle Shanahan shouldn't matter, but it has felt more overpowering in a way than even I would have anticipated.
Well, I think also the one thing I was thinking, is this a possibility? All right, week 1 in Detroit, the kid plays. You win. Week 2 in Philly. I think he played, right?
He didn't, I don't think.
He didn't play against Philly?
I don't think he did against Philly.
Okay. What I'm getting at
and it didn't go great against Detroit either. Like, it seemed a little out of sync because it wasn't just the one. They did it.
Right.
It was a little out of sync, and maybe that's...
Well, remember, Garoppolo kind of ran off the field, and then Lance scored, and Jimmy ran down, and he acknowledged it's not easy to cheer for that, even though it's his team, but it's not him.
Bingo.
And so what I wonder is, okay, now you go to... You're 2-1 against you lose 4 games in a row. Now you got trouble. Well, now you don't have any wiggle room. Like, you don't have wiggle room. Maybe now at 5-5, maybe they go ahead and beat Minnesota. Now they're 6-5. Let's say then they go beat Seattle. They're 7-5. Maybe he comes back into the picture now because they have a little bit of wiggle room and they're back in the mix. Maybe he just didn't. Maybe he thought the stakes were too high. They had to win those games, but that still defies. Why wouldn't you just put him in there for a few plays like you said you were gonna?
And it's not even a few plays to develop him as much as it is just a few plays where he can help you win. It's two different things. Like, I'm out on playing him just to develop him. Like, I agree with Kyle Shanahan on that. If your goal, the 49ers' goal at the beginning of the year was to compete for the Super Bowl. Right. So if that's your goal, you're not just going to play Trey Lance here and there to get him experience. Like, I'm on Kyle Shanahan's side on that one. Forget about that. You're playing him because he's dynamic and he helps you win, because it's difficult for the defense to gear up for the Jimmy Garoppolo style, and then you throw a guy that can do the things that Trey Lance could do out there, both running the ball and passing the ball. It's supposed to be a weapon. Kyle Shanahan's supposed to be the master of using every weapon and doctoring the game to a point where he's going to embarrass the opponent, and then he's not playing him.
Right, and that's where I think the simple answer is Trey Lance isn't ready yet, even for a limited role, because I don't know. Maybe Kyle knows that the plays that he would call for Trey Lance
too predictable. Maybe.
Yes, but also, I mean, he just does not want. Let me tell you what he doesn't want. Obviously, Trey Lance coming in a game and making a mistake that costs him a score.
I'll tell you another thing I think he doesn't want, and maybe because this is just
get hurt.
Look at the Arizona game.
Yep.
And again, the Arizona game was. I thought that was horrendous. The level at which he put him in harm's way.
Right.
Like, run the regular freaking offense. Like that was not good. But I wonder if because he got banged up in that game, running those plays, he's like, you know what?
And those are the only plays I can even run for the kid.
And so it's like,
now.
You know what? God, if I put him in here for 4 plays and he takes a hit and something happens to him, then what? Like that? Yeah. Then he can't do it. Then he can't learn anything to get better because he's not going to be able to practice.
Exactly. All right, 888-957-9570. We got one more segment left. We're talking San Francisco 49ers back in business at 5-5, and Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings coming in next week. And the 49ers, as we like to say, have action. We're going to come back and talk about it all on the other side, and it's sponsored by your Northern California Toyota dealer.
Toyota's Operation Black Friday is here. Get $500 cash back when you finance with Toyota on the 2022 Camry and Camry Hybrid, or check out the all-new 2022 Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places. Cashback is available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offer ends 11/30/21.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish.
way to shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and JD. Got a half hour left. And I'm going to ask the same question to 49er fans that I've asked JD and a few people. Why do you think Kyle Shanahan hasn't been playing Trey Lance? And I know he got in yesterday in that last series, but essentially the game was out of reach. So why is Kyle Shanahan not playing Trey Lance? Is it a big deal or not a big deal? I'm kind of with JD. Is I'm not going to. To me, it's not going to be a big deal until he doesn't play when they're out of it. Then we got something to talk about.
Well, and he would, right? I mean, he would play when they're out of it. If they lost their next 4 games.
4. It would take 4 probably, though, not 3.
Probably would take 4 because you'd be 5-9, and with, at that point, 3 games back, the best you could do is 8-9. 8-9 ain't making it.
Right.
I mean, I suppose technically it could still, but let's just say at that point, like 9 would be the marker. I
would
think,
agree.
For you're out of it.
I would agree.
You start thinking about the future.
But also, if they lose 3 in a row and go to 5-8, how realistic is somebody's going to rip off 4 straight? I don't know.
It's
and do you
not.
let Trey Lance try to rip off 4 straight?
Maybe you do.
You're right.
So it's at that point, I think it would be more 50-50.
Right.
But you know how it's going to really be.
Exactly.
If they lose next week, 888-957-9570, and people are going to be going ballistic.
But he ain't playing.
Should be him in Seattle on Sunday Night Football.
Right. Well, that ain't happening. No way, unless Jimmy gets hurt this next week.
No doubt.
Sean's in Rio Vista. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. With Shanahan, it breaks down real simple, and you can go all the way back to the draft. Trey Lance was not his pick to begin with. He traded up, which was a foolish trade for Mac Jones, and they had to listen to all the fans screaming at him, "You're taking Trey Lance." So his ego's hurt. So then you got Garoppolo, who is just Jumby Garoppolo. You know what you've got with him. Yes, he's won, but that's mainly because of the teams built around him. He can't throw a long ball, and he's not accurate. Trey Lance will develop into a great quarterback at some point, I believe. But Shanahan's not playing him because his ego's hurt. Otherwise, you'd already see him out there when the Niners were losing. So
I don't know. You know what? And here's where I'm at on that. If Shanahan really got talked out of Mac Jones, shame on him. Shame on him, and I can't believe it. Because how many times do you hear a coach or a GM when they finally get that job where they have control, and everybody always says you want to go out on your own terms if something doesn't work out. If he thought Mac Jones was a quarterback to pick and he got talked out of it, then it's only a matter of time before this thing exposes itself for what it is, which would be, I don't know, it would be something that I have trouble believing, to tell you the truth.
That would be really problematic. I don't think it's his ego or anything like that. Like I want to kind of cut that off at the pass. But the one thing that I do think is worth further discussion and further evaluation is, look, if that did happen, boy, then it might already be over.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely.
Because as Mac Jones goes on and has success, I don't feel like he's not playing him out of spite or something. Like, hey, you guys that talked me out of it think he can play and he can't, and I'm not playing him. And even though Jimmy's just okay, I don't think that's what this is. But if it is, yikes.
And then the other thing is, okay, let's take it logically. Shanahan wants Mac Jones, and Lynch is saying, boy, this Trey Lance is pretty dynamic. And of course, I guess you bring in Jed York and Parag Marate, and they say, man, this could be this could be that guy. This could be that guy, Trey Lance. And maybe, I don't know if the word's talked into it, but if you're even if you have the final decision, if you got 3 or 4 guys, I mean, Joe Lacob's got a final decision too, and they never traded Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, even though I think Joe Lacob was ready to do that, but some others weren't, and so he said, okay, you know what, we're not going to do it. But I do, if he wanted Mac Jones and was talked out of it, or even he kind of changed his mind on his own, and now all of a sudden he doesn't think Trey Lance is as good. Yeah, it's over. It's over at that point.
I don't think that's what it is.
I don't either. I just think, I also think this is where Kyle Shanahan's contract comes into play. He's not in a rush. Kyle Shanahan's not on anybody's timetable but his own.
Right. And
he's got 4 or 5 years left.
He's not going anywhere for 2022.
No.
We know that for sure. And beyond that, we'll see. But he probably got 23 too. I mean, let's be honest. He probably does, unless next year's a debacle to the point where you're not winning and Trey Lance looks like he's not very good. Then there's maybe some trouble at the end of 22. But for all intents and purposes, you're probably going to get a second full year with your young quarterback before.
Well, if
the decision is on you.
Exactly. And here's the other thing. If the 49ers get to 9-8 and make the postseason, then he's set for 2 or 3 more years.
Then he would be 2 for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Jacob's in Santa Rosa. What's going on, Jacob? How you doing, man? What do you got?
So here's my thought on the Kyle Shanahan not playing Trey Lance. And the idea is every play that Trey Lance runs is RPOs. We hear all these stories that he knows the whole playbook, but yet Shanahan still has not really opened up anything with Trey Lance. So I feel, and this is just my opinion, he wants to keep minimal film on Trey Lance. He knows that's his secret weapon, so he doesn't want anything to be on film. It's that simple. And I'll take your guys' comments off air.
That may be part of it. But at the end of the day...
Well, what's he saving him for?
Maybe believe it or not, maybe he's saving him for the last 5 games.
Okay.
Maybe saving him for the playoffs here and there. Maybe he's saving him for next year. But I see what the caller's saying, but I'm not. I see what he's saying. I'll leave it there. Austin's in the Bay. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, fellas, JD, Steiny, how you guys doing today? Listen, I think 2 things that could be equally true, as someone once said. It could be that Trey Lance is going to be good at some point, but I also think it's very possible, and I've said this from the beginning, I believe that Mac Jones was his choice. I almost said Steiny's choice. No, it was Shanahan's choice because it just made too much sense. I mean, we're trying to convince ourselves that Mac Jones and all that he achieved at Alabama and all these other guys, Justin Fields, these guys played at a high level. They didn't just play at these schools. They play at a high level. All of a sudden, Trey Lance is going to be wink and nod from Shanahan better than all these guys. Or it's just, if you think about it, it defies logic. All right? So, yeah, I think that was his choice. I think he got talked out of it. I think somebody thinks that he's the whisperer inside and he can make this guy into a superstar. We'll see. But, hey, let's give Mac Jones, it shouldn't be an either or. Mac Jones is good right now. Trey Lance may be good someday. That's all we can say, right?
No, I agree with that, Austin. I mean, I think there's a chance. I made a list, JD, of there have been a ton of quarterbacks who didn't play the first year or 2.
Yeah.
Who were pretty darn good.
No question.
Who ended up being pretty darn good. I mean, the one thing I will say is it reminds me of when you're talking basketball, let's say to a NBA coach or a GM about the draft that's coming up 6 months from the present. That's when you're likely to get some honest assessment of a guy. Like if you ask an NBA coach right now, hey, what do you think about that guard at UCLA? You're liable to get a truthful answer as opposed to up near the draft.
Right. So lying season.
Exactly.
At that point.
Exactly. So what I'm getting at there with Shanahan is I do think that he believes Lance is going to be okay, but when he looks at a quarterback for his team, what did he always say over the years? The first thing, a quarterback's got to be able to make plays in the pocket. Kyle Shanahan has been asked 6 times since he came here, what about a running quarterback, more mobile, this, that? They've got to make plays. And then sure, if they can make plays after everything breaks down. But that's not a priority, I don't think, for Shanahan, unless somehow he finds that perfect quarterback. But there's also a part he's leaving out, and that's the judgment of the quarterback knowing when he's got to use his feet. Like, he is really looking for, like, the perfect quarterback who can make all the throws and then make the perfect decisions when to take off.
Exactly.
And those are hard to find. They're certainly hard. You're certainly not going to find it with a first-year quarterback who didn't play last year.
But I also think that's the tell on why Trey Lance was the pick. Because they believed, and Kyle Shanahan believed, that Trey Lance can be one of those quarterbacks that can do both. Smart enough to see the game a certain way, strong enough arm to make the actual throws physically, and then the athleticism and ability to make the plays with his feet. Like that,
right.
What everything you just explained about the perfect quarterback or the ideal quarterback, that's why it was him and not somebody else, right?
Right. It has to be.
Right. I mean, it
has to be.
Because how many have that? Like, that's the other thing. Like, how many have that ability to do that? Like, which quarterbacks? I mean, think about
Russell Wilson.
Right.
Mahomes. Rodgers can extend
could
a play.
Younger, for sure.
Josh Allen can extend a play. I guess 5 years ago, Roethlisberger could do it. But there aren't a lot of them. There really aren't.
Pocket passers
right.
that can also get it done with their legs.
Clearly,
and Wilson wasn't that initially. Remember, Wilson was...
He was like a drop back guy.
But Russell Wilson he ran a lot.
Early in his career.
Early on. And then he developed into more of a pocket guy. He threw a great deep ball from the jump, but he was a guy that, hey, when there was trouble... And a lot of times that's how Seattle, if you remember, a lot of times they'd get off to some slow starts in games, and then he'd kind of play backyard football, get him back in games and win a lot of games that way because he'd be running, he'd be on the move, he'd make plays. So he kind of developed into the pocket guy as he went on.
Gotcha.
But he used
more of a
his
runner,
legs initially. Right. He's kind of what Kaepernick never fully became in terms of, like, they were both kind of on a similar path, but he never developed into the pocket guy that Russell Wilson did, if that makes sense.
Where does Justin Herbert fit, you think?
He's a pocket guy that can, he's a pocket guy.
But he could become a Josh Allen type.
Yeah, oh yeah, he can make plays with his legs.
Yeah, see, to me that's what it's got to be. That's what it's got to be. That they took Lance because they do figure he's going to be able to run at some point or make plays with his feet. But he's just not there right now. Look, great 650. Ask Steve Young. Steve Young was kind of like that early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
Ran a lot, then ran less and less and less, and then when he ran, he became more effective. It's interesting. It's real interesting. Mac Jones going to the playoffs, though.
Sure looks that way. And they're getting better.
I know they are. Their defense is getting better.
Their defense is great. And, yeah, you look at them, and that was sort of the question that I had the last couple of weeks just about them is, can they win the division? And then all of a sudden, Buffalo's struggling. Right. And now you look up today, and they're the third seed in the AFC.
Incredible.
Because they're in the lead now in the division. Still have to play Buffalo again. So we'll see what happens there. And the Bills are down in the 7th spot. But every week, they actually could be better. Like, they've lost. Remember the Tampa game?
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football, Brady wins it at the end. They lost on a fumble at week 1 at home. It was early in the season at home to Miami in a game that was, I think it was a 1-point game or a 2-point game, and they were driving down to win that game and then coughed it up and they ended up losing. Like they're 7-4. They're very close to being 9-2.
Right. Kyler Murray probably in that can make plays from the pocket.
Definitely.
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, forget about him.
I know you do forget about him.
So yeah, it's
Eddie's in Pinole. What's up, Eddie? When's Lance going to get on the field, if at all? Eddie, going once? No, Eddie. Eddie said Trey Lance isn't getting on the field until Garoppolo's off the roster.
Interesting.
See, the other thing is, and this is a problem for another day, is if next year is Trey Lance's turn, who's going to be the backup to Trey Lance? Because it's not going to be Garoppolo.
No.
You wouldn't think. And you'd like to think Nate Sudfeld is going to, you could get an upgrade over Nate Sudfeld.
It would have to be somebody that's better than Nate Sudfeld.
You can probably find one of those.
But you also probably can't find somebody that's as solid as Garoppolo would be either. Which,
right.
But you're right. That ship to me would sail.
I think Garoppolo is going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL next year.
Definitely.
You say definitely.
I don't think there's any question he is. I mean, he could be. I mean, I'm just looking around at. I mean, I'm looking at just some teams where he could be. He could be the quarterback at Pittsburgh. He could be the quarterback in Denver. I think he could be the quarterback in Miami. I think he could be the quarterback in Houston next year. I think, hell, I wouldn't be surprised if it was even the one-off with the Jets, and they decided they were going to let Wilson not.
Right.
Maybe he needs a little more. Maybe he needs a little time. I mean, I'm looking around at the NFC. He could be the quarterback in Carolina. He could be the quarterback in Washington. He could be the quarterback in Atlanta if they move on from Matt Ryan. He could be the quarterback in Seattle if Seattle trades Russell Wilson somewhere because he demands it. He could be the quarterback for the Giants next year.
Saints?
Be the quarterback for the Saints next year. So there, yeah. To me, I mean, how many? Just feel like we named half the league.
Yeah, but
he's going to be somewhere starting.
Well, you're right that he could, but the question is how many of those teams would want to bring him in knowing that he might just be a C+, B- quarterback.
What was Jameis Winston before this year?
Nothing special. But I guess what I'm saying is if you're not going to be a great team, let's say you don't have a great defense or running game, you really think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to make a difference? Like, what teams could Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback to the Super Bowl? I guess is what I'm saying. Not a team probably with a bad defense.
No, although I think the Saints thought they had a defense that was on that trajectory.
Right. Hey,
they'd love to have him right now. I think the Saints would love to have him right now.
I could see that. Hey, one thing I wanted to get to, did you see the LeBron Isaiah Stewart?
I did. I took some flack from my comments earlier with saying, if somebody had done that to me, I'd have popped them a couple of times. Talking about LeBron. People are like, yeah, okay, JD, like you really would, I wouldn't talk about
think it was incidental?
I'm not talking about me as I am right now. Like anytime you get into that, it's like I'm not talking about me and LeBron now. I'm saying if I was an NBA player at 6'7", 220, and I got hit like that, I might go ballistic. That was my only point.
LeBron getting suspended?
Probably not.
One game?
Maybe.
What about Isaiah Stewart?
He's getting multiple.
2 or 3?
I don't know. Maybe double digits.
No. Because that'll just be
here's
failure to leave the court in a timely manner.
Okay. Here's the other. Did you see? So he put on Twitter last night, Stewart, after the game. It was see you November 28th at King James.
Oh, boy.
Which is a week from last night. They play in L.A.
Okay.
So do you have to now suspend him beyond
I see what you're saying.
Beyond that game?
Yeah, I think you do.
So then maybe you end up with, what's that, 4 or 5 games?
That's true. Yeah, on those plays, I know it's so easy to say, he did that on purpose. I don't know.
Probably didn't.
I don't know if he did or not.
But if he did,
they stink. That team stinks. Yeah, they do. The Lakers. What are they going to do other than look up at the Warriors all year long?
You know what well, I don't even know if I want to say it. I don't even. It's not. It's good. You tell me if this is out of bounds, because this is because a few people have asked me, what are the Lakers going to do? And you know what I've said? They need to hope. They need to hope. Not me.
I know.
They need to hope Russell Westbrook gets hurt.
Spadone wants him traded for John Wall. I'd do that. I'd trade him for Simmons. Man, that team.
That ship has sailed, and then you look at it's like, you know how some players, just because they play on certain teams, make you think they're slaps. and then they go to another team, and you know what? The opposite can be true too, right? Some players, because they're on certain teams, you think they're slaps. They go other places, and you're like, you know what? That guy's not a slap. There are other players that you think aren't, and then they go to other teams, and you go, oh, wow, they really are.
Give me an example of that.
Well, I'll give you an example of what I intended to bring up. I always thought Kuzma was kind of a slap.
Okay.
Watching him with Washington,
I think there's something
maybe he's not a slap.
Yeah, I think there's something to LeBron's pretty hard on a guy like Kuzma, and that I could see.
Wizards 11-5. The Westbrookless Washington Wizards 11-5.
That was
they're going to come back there.
They will, but that was kind of the point.
Yeah.
So you wanted an example of a guy that he's on one team and you don't think he's a slap, but then he goes to another team and you realize he is a slap. I may have to think about that one.
All right.
And get back to you tomorrow or Wednesday.
How much we got here, Espino? How much we got here? We done?
No.
Got about a minute 20.
Yeah.
Oh, we got plenty.
Not at 52.
Sometimes it's been, JD, we've been having long breaks.
Yeah, you broke like at 8 minutes too early last time, Steiny, by the way.
What are you talking about? It was 26. Hey, Evan.
Talking about last hour.
Yeah,
You broke about 152 there, buddy.
Going
That's
into
funny.
the 2 o'clock hour. No worries, though.
No, there won't be. There won't be any worries. Because the price for being late is much worse than the price you have to pay for being early.
Yeah, you can be early every once in a while, as long as it's not too early.
All right. Yeah, we're going to talk some Warriors tomorrow, 15-2. Pretty amazing.
How about Draymond?
We're going to get into Draymond. You know what, though, I thought was funny? He said, I'm not drinking, really.
Well,
he said, really.
There's levels to that.
No doubt. There's absolute levels.
I mean, as you know, and I may know.
If you don't know, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Draymond told the media last night that he's feeling as good as he's ever felt. Physically, he's engaged. He says he's engaged in the game.
And he also, I think you're burying the lead a little bit. He also said, I was terrible the last couple of years.
Oh, right. I thought you were going to say him saying I'm the best defensive player.
Well, yeah, that's cute. That's fine. We can debate all that, but I thought that the admission of I've been bleepy.
I don't think he's been that. I don't think he's been that.
No, but that's been the conversation.
Michael Irvin, 4 o'clock. Peter King, 5:15. 5:15. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
Starting tomorrow, the Morning Roast is proud to present The Executive Show, a weekly interview with Bob Myers and Zaza Pachulia.
Nothing easy! Nothing easy! We're going to Game 7!
up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
It's not magic that will deliver 1 billion packages to homes across the country this holiday. It's the United States Postal Service. And we don't need a team of reindeer to do it because we've added more vehicles to our fleet. And while we don't come down your chimney, we can pick up presents for you and yours. So if making more holiday deliveries to homes in the U.S. than anyone else seems like magic, that means we're doing our job. Share the magic at USPS.com/helpers.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Let's go 49ers, Ray. This is unbiased, unemotional, no opinion involved facts of the 49ers season. Number one, they have officially won 3 of 4 and are back at 500. Would you agree with that as a working fact?
If you're going to make me, sure.
They've won their last 2 games by a combined score of 61-20. Now, they haven't been playing a very good team the last week, but the week before it was the Rams, and they beat the Rams almost as loudly as they beat the Jaguars, who are a terrible football team. But, Ray, look, a team that we thought was all done with its taking care of business portion of the year just a couple weeks ago has taken care of its business in the last couple of weeks, playing time of possession, penalty-free, turnover-free football. It's a formula that Kyle Shanahan has success with.
It's what they did 2 years ago, and while it's surprising that they could look as bad as they did 3 weeks ago and then come back to this, it's the plan that he had going into the year, which is we can control the ball, we can keep other teams from scoring, and we can take our time with the rookie. And it's taken, like I said, 11 weeks, but he's finally got the team that he thought he had. Or at least he's got the team performing the way he thought they would.
I don't want to say it's death by paper cuts, but death by inches is exactly what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, Ray. There are different ways to skin a cat. Some are more entertaining than others, and fans crave entertaining cat skinning on a football Sunday. The 49ers get back to a basic level of beating another team decisively. It's not as sexy, but boy, it's effective when it works. That opening drive, 20 plays, 13 minutes. It only gave the Niners a 3-point lead. So you had this incredible opening statement, hardly punctuated properly. It felt like more than a field goal there was what you needed to historically frame the magnitude of that opening drive, which ate up the most clock by any one particular drive in football in 24 years. I mean, they ground Jacksonville to a nub in the opening drive, had to settle for 3, Ray. But the minute that Jacksonville went 3 and out in the very next series, that game was all but over right there. That defense was already cooked. Urban Meyer had shown his offense and his entire team, I'm going to hang you out to dry. I don't know why. Like, he should have been as interested in picking up a first down on that first series as he is in winning the Super Bowl. Because he needed that first down. He had to get his defense a little time. Anything other than a 3 and out. And a 3 and out was all he was able to generate. Next thing you know, you look up, the 49ers got a 2-score lead, and the Jaguars had run like 6 plays.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where the obvious orthodox football move is just wrong. I mean, Jacksonville's going nowhere, so it's not like conservatism is your friend under any circumstances. But given the circumstances, they had to maintain the ball. And if they don't make it on 4th down, well, then they're not meant to win anyway. But to punt it away and just go, that it's not just that it's a message. It's that you're already admitting that you don't trust your team enough to make it go work outside its own narrow box. And it's one of the reasons why their record is as poor as it is. That and the fact that it's a rookie coach, not very many good players. But sometimes you just have to go, we've got nothing to lose here. If we get blown out, we get blown out. But we're not punting immediately. We don't have to. And I mean, I know that the surrender index tweet went crazy about it. But in this case, they were right, because it wasn't so much the game was on the line. It was that Jacksonville was on the line. It's Urban Meyer saying, I hate my team. And it's the players going, yes, we know you hate us, but we're the ones doing the work. And they stopped working real fast.
When Shanahan and company settled for the field goal after the 20-play opening drive, well, it was really a 19-play opening drive, the 20th play being the field goal, that felt like a little bit of a referendum on, I still don't like what I see, even though I just saw it for 13 minutes in a row. At the same time, though, Ray, and I know that Twitter hated it, I didn't necessarily like it, because we've done segment about how, a lot of segments about how going for it on 4th down is the new NFL. Especially when it looked like it didn't look like they had a first down to gain, which would have evaporated even more time off the clock if they had picked up the first down, not to score the touchdown. But here's I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. Opening with a drive that put points on the scoreboard is always a good thing to do. Always. And getting stuffed there in the one rally moment that the Jaguars might have had in that opening drive would have been way more demoralizing than having to settle for the field goal. And by that time, Jacksonville, again, had gotten so cooked defensively in one drive plus a 3 and out. It was 10-0 before you looked up. And the 49ers were on their way to rolling. Again, just the facts here on Damon and Ratto. By the way, we are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. The 49ers, Ray, are 4-0 when they play turnover-free football. They're 1-5 when they don't. That one win coming over the Detroit Lions all the way back in week 1. I was just told in my ear we have breaking news. This better be big to open up a well-prepared and loved opening monologue. What do you got, studio?
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
About a half an hour ago, ESPN's Jeff Passan told us that the Giants would be incredibly aggressive in looking to fill out their starting rotation over the next couple days, and it happened right away. They do it in-house. At least that's where they start. Jeff Passan reporting right-hander Anthony DeSclafani and the Giants are in agreement on a 3-year, $36 million contract, bringing back the starting pitcher for 3 more years.
I like the deal. I like the price. I like the player. An awful lot of that feels like good wampum all the way around to me. Might have even undervalued himself a little bit more on the open market, Ray. But he pitched very, very well here. I think he found a home. He's got a lot of reason to stay, and the Giants have an awful lot of reason to want to keep some of their rotation around because they basically got one guy under contract. Now it's officially two. Good signing. That feels good. I like that move by the Giants.
The pitching market is thin. You could tell that by the Jose Barrios signing last week. And
Big
so
money.
this was basically a placeholder. They wanted one spot in their rotation to be nailed down. Does it change them in any material way? No, but it makes sure that they are at least covered until they go pitcher hunting again.
Look, change is one thing. Trying to stay a little bit the same is what exactly they're trying to do. What will they spend on the rest of this pitching staff? And will Chris Bryant be returning in a San Francisco Giants uniform? It feels like we're going to start to get the answers on these questions throughout the week. We have a 3-show week. Obviously, Thursday is coming up, and Thanksgiving is around the corner. One of my favorite days of the entire year, even though, for some reason, the Detroit Lions have still cornered the market on that early game. The Detroit Lions have completely cornered the market on Payne. Oh my gosh, what a terrible performance from them this weekend. We might have to get into that with Peter King, who comes on by in our 5 o'clock hour, Michael Irvin in our 4 o'clock hour. And man, kind of like the way the 49ers rolled up on Jacksonville with a monster opener. That's what the Warriors did to the Toronto Raptors. Ray, it was 31-11 with 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. And when you put any team in a 20-point hole and you go on to hit 22 threes in a game, it's going to be tough to take that away from you.
The 20-point lead is not nearly as safe as it used to be. But the fact is, Toronto is not good enough to close a lead like that on the road. If they were playing in Toronto, I'd say, you know what, that's doable. But not against these guys, not against, not the way they're playing now and not the way they're defending.
I tell you what, man, I had a really good day yesterday, even though the family was kind of getting sick. Like, I watched that early 49ers game, had some family time. Then IU Hoops tipped off about an hour before the Warriors did. The Hoosiers and the Warriors won. Got a little Sunday Night Football in there. Another really good episode of Succession. And then I was tired. Then I went to bed. And I did not see Isaiah Stewart and LeBron's video until I got up this morning. And wow, that's what hold me back looks like for real. And we're going to talk about that just a little bit today, too. It is good to have you along here on a Monday afternoon. Twitching, sure, why not? It's the future, I've been told. That and ball bearings. So stick around, kids. We got an awful lot for you today. Damon and Ratto were brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Is your business, your high-rise, your HOA in need of quality painting? Now that people are returning to offices, well, MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area's painting experts at mbjesse.com.
It's a Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Good Monday to you. Damon and Ratto with you here this afternoon. By the way, check out the latest Butcher Boy Elevate Your Tailgate segment right now. He's got Guru hanging out with him. You can find it on 957thegame.com, all of our social media channels. Elevate Your Tailgate brought to you by Chef's Toys, a kitchen and restaurant supply store trusted by grill masters and tailgate kings. Visit chefstoys.com or a store near you. Ray, we started with a little bit of breaking news in the opening segment, learning that Anthony DeSclafani has been re-signed by the Gigantes. 3 years, $36 million. Seems right. Feels good. Like it. No complaints. We've got a little more breaking news during the commercial break. Shams has officially cleared up what suspensions are going to look like coming out of the Isaiah Stewart LeBron brawl in Detroit. Of all places, Ray. Detroit. Gosh, it's like a magnet for something to pop off.
It's a happy place. And the vibes are everywhere.
Really?
It's sort of like Disneyland North.
It's a place to mind your manners, to say the least, and watch your hands. And look, I know that there's a lot of people thinking that ESPN was going to just come out defending LeBron left and right today and this, that. I watched that video from 6 different angles, Ray, about 10 different times this morning, and I really thought that LeBron, having made contact above the neck, did not do so maliciously, did not try to cause an injury, and we have a 19-year career to sift through without a lot of dirty play. I didn't think he was going to get a game. I really didn't, and I was wrong about that. I thought that Isaiah Stewart might get 3 games. I was wrong about that, and I thought that possibly Russell Westbrook would get a game since he was given a tech for escalating the situation, and you figure a situation escalator is the last thing the NBA wants on the NBA court. Well, Shams has officially let us know that Stewart's suspension is for 2 games for, quote, escalating an on-court altercation by repeatedly and aggressively pursuing James in an unsportsmanlike manner. James gets a suspension Tuesday against the Knicks for recklessly hitting Stewart in the face and initiating an on-court altercation, according to Shams. And Russell Westbrook, nothing. Gets nothing. I don't know if he's been fined or will be fined, but he's not being suspended, and that's maybe the right way to go. But that was like the first official, there was really bad blood a-brewing, like, fight in sports, Ray, I've seen since... Man, I think I got to go back in my mind to a couple wild pitches and an escalating war of beanball between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Cincinnati Reds a few years ago. I mean, it's that was like nasty. Like, oh, you got guys getting kicked in the face with cleats. Like, this is more than the typical hold me back fight. Like, you let this guy go, there will officially be punches thrown. That was happening in that Reds-Cardinals game, and that was happening in that Detroit game. If there weren't 2 NBA teams in between Stewart and LeBron, Stewart would have put his hands on LeBron, for sure.
That was entirely generational. That's a 20-year-old telling a 36-year-old, I don't care what your name is, you're not going to punk me. And that's what Isaiah Stewart basically did, and wanted to make the point that he wasn't just going to be led away meekly. I think he did want a piece of James. And it would have been fascinating to see how that ended up. Because
put it on pay-per-view. Well, the guy's nickname is Beef Stew, Ray. Beef Stew for Isaiah Stewart. You got to like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those moments where LeBron suddenly looks his age because one of his peers, at least in terms of their occupation, has decided not to back down. And I'm not a big fan of having brawls break out, but that to me is interesting because it's a guy who he's half as old as LeBron. And he just said, well, you're not that important to me. I didn't grow up idolizing you. And then I guess LeBron came out today and said he tried to get a hold of him to apologize, which is hilarious because I can't imagine that it would be difficult for LeBron James to get a phone number. That sounds to me more performative than it is penitential.
Isaiah Stewart keeps that circle tight, Ray. He didn't want people infiltrating it.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Look, I would just say this. I think LeBron probably genuinely did want to call and say, look, dude, that is just an unfortunate accident on a basketball court. The last thing I wanted to do was draw blood. It was the drawing of blood which sent Stewart, I think, just into the, let's call it red zone. Just he went angry because, like Ben Stiller was quoted in what's the name of the movie where they play dodgeball? Dodgeball. You don't make me bleed my own blood. And LeBron made Isaiah Stewart bleed his own blood, and he was not happy with that at all.
Yeah.
The name of that movie about dodgeball, Ray, was Dodgeball.
I trust you on all matters cinematic.
Thank you.
I kind of think that there was a little bit of intent to that, just because LeBron James knows when he's hooked a guy's arm. He knows that,
right? LeBron James has never tried to open up a cut on an NBA court.
No, he didn't try to bust him open. But there's such a thing in the NBA as catch and release, and he didn't want to do that. So the natural result of that ended up being Isaiah Stewart getting cut, and I think he was having none of it because he's 20 years old, and he doesn't want to get bullied in a season in which the Pistons have been nothing but bullied. So I think LeBron getting a game is absolutely reasonable. I think it's hilarious that the game he's going to miss is in New York. And Stewart should have gotten more because he really did want to turn that into a spectacle. In fact, I think one game was good for James. I think 2 games was probably insufficient for Stewart.
I thought Stewart was going to get 3. 1 for the altercation in the first place, and then 1 game for each terrible I'm coming back at the guy reaction. Because he ran back to the issue twice. He tried to return to the scene of the crime to further discuss with LeBron what had just happened. So I thought 3 would have been about right. And I agree with you. It feels insufficient by a game, but honestly, close it with a couple of cuts, no harm, no foul. And in the 1980s, outside the blood going down the face, this happened all the time. I mean, guys were getting popped in the head, in the face, in the eyebrows all the time.
But don't forget that the optics were bad. Not the cut, but it's in Detroit. That suddenly becomes a 3-day talker.
Absolutely.
And Adam Silver doesn't want 3-day talkers.
Not in Detroit. Not with all the documentaries.
Not on that subject.
No, sir. By the way, the ejection, only the second of LeBron James's now 19-year-long career. The first came on November 28th, 2017, when James was a Cavalier and they were hosting Miami. So everybody had to put on their tough guy cape that night in Cleveland. Miami, now I hate you, LeBron, got tossed from that game. One more note on the ejection, and then we have even more breaking news. So, Grandy Maldonado, get the breaking news sounder ready to go.
95.
No, not yet. Get it ready to go. I'll tell you when. Don't I said get it ready to go. Get ready to go does not mean push the button. I'll tell you when to push the button. LeBron James's ejection in that game came with about 9 minutes left in the third, and luckily, Ray, for streak's sake, he had scored 10 points. That extends his double-digit scoring streak to 1,048 games, the best in league history, and still the longest unbroken double-digit scoring streak in league history. You can go out there and get 10 in an NBA game for 1,048 consecutive games. You're pretty good at what you do. There you go. Do you feel good I got that note in? I'm glad I got that note in.
I'm fascinated by it. I kind of wish, though, that Scott Foster had tossed them about 5 minutes earlier, just on general principle.
just to break the streak. Look at you. Oh, push the button.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Well, the man who officially is your comeback player of the year walks away from the game forever. Buster Posey, in the last official baseball act of his career, even though he's retired, was just named the National League Comeback Player of the Year. Trey Mancini received the honor in the American League. Also, Farhan not letting his pitching staff get away today. Ray, we have more news being broken by Jeff Passan that left-hander Alex Wood and the Giants are finalizing a 2-year contract north of $10 million a season. That is what is being told to ESPN. First on the scene was by Robert Murray, attribution to Jeff Passan of ESPN. These are good deals, Ray. 3 years, $36 million for Anthony DeSclafani, a 2-year deal in the, call it, $21, $22 million range, all in for Alex Wood. That feels good. Both those guys had good years last year. Keeping them around is making life easier on this team's offseason. Pitching that you've already got your teeth into, have had success with, and you're getting back for what I would suggest, due to who's out there, is a little bit under market value.
I don't know if either one of these are under market value, but I think they're safe plays by a guy who I think still needs to make a bigger splash. And I think that's where you'll see the rubber hit the road. I didn't know that DeSclafani was going to be back, but I figured that either he or Gossman would. But
now Gossman's a much bigger figure than either of these guys will be commanding.
Yeah, but at some point they've got to get somebody who's in that price range or above, because I think one of the things that they were at least somewhat fortunate with last year is that they got better starting pitching for a deeper part of the season than they had any right to. And I think it showed down the stretch when they had to use the openers more often, when they had to go to their bullpen earlier. And I don't know that is long-term sustainable. So I still think they need somebody who can pull the sled a little harder and farther than Gossman or Wood or DeSclafani.
They need Max Scherzer. They need Max Scherzer.
You know what? Lucas mentioned that earlier, and I sort of am so-so on him because I think they want somebody who can do that, but has a longer shelf life than Scherzer's going to have.
Can you find me a comp to Scherzer's ceiling who's like 24 years old and you want to give a 10-year deal to right now?
I don't
see
you don't
him
have to
out
get
there.
a 24-year-old. You get a 30-year-old. There are guys out there who you could
comparable to Scherzer that you could sign
not
today.
Comparable. You don't have to be comparable to Scherzer because your Scherzer is Logan Webb. Logan Webb's the ace of the staff. You need somebody.
But not if you sign Max Scherzer. Then you have the best second pitcher in baseball almost in Logan Webb.
Well, but Scherzer had a chance to come here last year and didn't want to. I mean, Scherzer voted on the Giants a year ago and said, I'd rather be in L.A.
And he might take a second look at him this time around. We saw what he did last year. Last year. He's a free agent. He hasn't re-upped with the Dodgers, not yet, which means it's not meant to be in Los Angeles 100%. I am coming at him hard if I'm Farhan. And I'm not looking for him to be any more than a 2-year solution. What is a sign right here number for Scherzer 2-year deal? 2 years, $60 million? Sign here? Would you do that?
If I'm Scherzer, I'm probably checking the market for some other places.
Look,
because
I think I can do $1 million
because I could think I can do 30 for 95 or 30 for 100 from somebody else.
If you think you can go get more than $1 million to start, have at it, pal.
Yeah,
but
I think given the fact that starting pitching is as scarce as it is, I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants ended up offering that. But I'm just leery of a guy who had a chance to go before and didn't. I think it'd be more likely that he would re-up with the Dodgers. And the fact that he hasn't signed immediately only means that he's playing the market, not that he's rejected L.A.
Doesn't mean he's rejected the Giants either. He's just looking around the market, and they're part of it. Anyways, there you go. There is your didn't expect to get one, much less two Giants pitchers re-signing by the time we get you to 4 o'clock this afternoon. But indeed, that is exactly what has happened. And Buster Posey, in his retirement season, wins Comeback Player of the Year. Ray, real quick, your baseball mental Rolodex, you do not have to look this up. Does it pop anywhere in your mental Rolodex page? Has a player ever retired after his Comeback Player of the Year season?
Not to my knowledge. Usually when you come back, you want to do it again.
Exactly. It's rare, to say the least, that Buster Posey gets named Comeback Player of the Year in the year he retires.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he wants to get it in 2023. But no, in a lot of ways, Buster Posey's career seemed very impressive, but not remarkable until he retired. That's the thing that, I mean, people are going to look at that, the Comeback Player of the Year after a gap year to mind his family, and then he walks away. I don't know that anybody in any sport's done that.
Well, not baseball, but Alex Smith, we just saw it. He won Comeback Player of the Year for the Washington, they were the Redskins, and then he stepped away, and that was it. Retired.
Well, he wanted to play some more, and nobody was signing him for anything. I mean,
he's still retired, though, right?
There's a difference, though. If Alex Smith wanted to play some more, that's different than Posey. Posey said, I've had enough. And that's entirely to his credit. I don't know that anybody ever said, I'm not interested in playing after you got hardware.
But we'll give you the technicality, since that's what we were looking for. Congratulations, Lucas. Pick up your prize on the way out today.
Alex Smith.
Since we by the way, not that I want to do that right here, but I got a segment saying what Kyle really craves is Alex Smith. If you tell me, name a coach and a quarterback who could have made beautiful music together, Kyle Shanahan is exactly the coach that Alex Smith would have needed in his career to win a Super Bowl. Those guys would have been perfect together. Some guy wants to... If you had the choice for Kyle to select game manager or spectacular off-script playmaker, he's choosing game manager 10 out of 10 times. Jimmy Garoppolo is now reaching the height of his Jimmy Garoppolo season's worth of power because he's become a supreme game manager. And he's doing exactly what Kyle wants him to do. It's funny. Alex Smith and Kyle Shanahan would have made beautiful bedfellows together. They would have really, really complemented each other as a coach and a quarterback. Sexy? No. But executed correctly, effective? Yeah, it definitely could have been.
Oh, sure it could have. Absolutely it could have. It is, however, interesting that while Kyle Shanahan is perfectly happy with the game manager he has today, he still drafted Trey Lance because long-term he wants to have a different kind of offense. Now, whether he gets it from Lance is still to be seen, but he's comfortable doing this until he decides he wants to do something else. What the last 4 weeks have done is allowed Kyle Shanahan to be the kind of Kyle Shanahan he thought he would have to be in 2021. So essentially, the plan that's been mocked for so long is starting to come together now. And what happens in 2022 is still, it's throw the cards in the air and see what ends up face up and see what doesn't. But I think Kyle Shanahan is getting what he wants short term. Long term, we'll find out.
Garoppolo yesterday executed the game plan. 16 of 22, 176 yards, 2 touchdowns. Look, when you can complete 73% of your passes and just operate in, just all day long. That's the 49ers had another 4-quarter football game. All the phases were working yesterday. They didn't turn it over. Jimmy goes over 10,000 passing yards for his career. But really, Ray, it is the opposite of quick strike. Designed to be the opposite of quick strike. Death by inches. Like, if Tampa runs and I know this isn't the official name, but the philosophy of Bruce Arians is no risk it, no biscuit. There's a lot of no risk it, no biscuit in play by the Vikings and Mike Zimmer, which is going to make next week's game fascinating and valuable for all sorts of reasons. What's the opposite of no risk it, no biscuit? Because that's the offense that Kyle Shanahan wants. Or it's certainly the one he's designed to complement the team he's got this year and in this situation.
But interestingly,
chew clock, eat more salad. Is that the opposite of no risk it, no biscuit?
I guess it could be. I mean, and it's interesting that another team that believes in that, even though they don't really have the personnel to fit it, or at least not the quarterback to fit it, is Cleveland. Because when Cleveland has Nick Chubb, they just give him the ball. They don't make it very difficult. And they end up winning, even if they look ugly doing it. But they've won basically every game in which he's carried the ball, more than 15 times. And another team that likes to do that, and this is sort of developed of late, but Indianapolis. They have Jonathan Taylor. And I think what you're seeing is that if you have either a running game or a running back who can chew up time for you, they're more willing to do this than they were 2 years ago. Because I think in part Kyle Shanahan and his offense are being imitated by some coaches. You have to have the right personnel to do it, but I don't see that Frank Reich is looking to, have Carson Wentz determine the future of the Indianapolis Colts. He's saying Jonathan Taylor's that.
Yeah, and look, Wentz has turned it over very few times. They've been terrible when he did, like left-handed, loopers into defensive linemen's bellies have been the turnovers that have been highlighted, but he's not the turnover machine that became a turnover machine in Philadelphia. And we know that the 49ers at their worst are a turnover machine. At their best, when they don't turn the ball over, they're 4-0 this year. 4-0 when they do not turn the ball over. They're 1-5 when they do. So, conservative, less than sexy. Again, these things make me think of Alex Smith instantly as a quarterback. But it's a winning formula for what the 49ers are doing right now. It's hard to criticize a dominating win over Jacksonville. My only one real critique is that I really thought that there was a safe window to get starters out of that game that Kyle chose to ignore. And that's maybe his stubbornness coming out a little bit. I don't know. You do put Trey Lance in there and you don't let him throw a single pass. Like, he could have thrown a pick six and it wouldn't have even mattered. Stretch the legs a little. But I'm talking about getting Bosa out of the game, getting Jimmy Ward out of the game, getting Debo out of the game. Call me once bitten, twice shy. I've seen 49ers seasons get dashed due to injury. Is that historically or recently? Oh, yeah, that's right, recently. So I'm always a little bit nervous. When the game is in hand, I'd be pulling starters if I were Kyle. But yesterday, he didn't do it until the bitter end. We've got Michael Irvin joining us at 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Peter King a little bit later on. It's Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Switching and saving with your local Geico agent sure is easy. Even easier than binge-watching a bad TV series. You watch one just to make fun of it.
Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up tonight from 6 to 7, it's the football hour with a couple of guys who played in the best football league in the world. Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal from 6 to 7. It's the football hour brought to you by Street Strider, the first 2-in-1 indoor plus outdoor elliptical. Visit streetstrider.com. Ray and I are going to be joined by the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, Mr. Michael Irvin will be joining us at 4 o'clock. We've got Peter King today at 5:15, and an awful lot to get into from already, what is that, week 11 in the books? Tonight's the last game of week 11 already? Man, this year is flying on by. Ray, the 49ers are officially in the NFC currently has 5 wins club. Very exclusive club. It's the Vikings, the Saints, the Eagles, the Panthers, and the 49ers. NFC teams that currently have 5 wins to their name. 2 of those teams, Ray, is going to the playoffs. 2 of those teams. And look, one of those teams that does go to the playoffs could be the 49ers, especially if they keep playing turnover-free, practically penalty-free football where they dominate the time of possession. I mean, you're going to beat a lot of very good teams when you have all that going for you, much less a team as dreadful as the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, and their schedule comes into play, as I suggested it might a while ago, because their schedule has a couple more Jacksonville-level teams on it. And, that's why Sunday's game against Minnesota is big. I think Seattle might finally be past it. I mean, they just don't look like, Russell Wilson can save them anymore. At Cincinnati's still tough, but Atlanta, at Tennessee is tough, but Houston, and they have the Rams number and have for a while. So I think they at least can look in the rearview mirror and say, well, that's not us we see anymore. Credit to them for figuring out how bad they've been and how to fix it. And what it was not suddenly trying to become Kansas City. It was trying to become Indianapolis, which is double down on the stuff that Kyle Shanahan believed in 2 years ago, because he does not yet have all the personnel he needs to be the team of the future. So he's decided, well, I guess we'll just be the team of the past until the future comes, and it's working.
So let's just, for sake of the argument, break up the NFL into thirds. You have the elite third of the league, you have the middle tier of the league, and then you have the dregs of the league in the lower third. When you play turnover-free, penalty-free football where you dominate the time of possession, Kyle Shanahan's 49ers are going to curb stomp the bottom third of the league when those conditions reveal themselves. They will basically beat everyone in that middle third and have more than a puncher's chance to beat any of the teams in the elite tier. All of them. Any of them. Whoever you want to put in there. Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Dallas Cowboys, 49ers go out and get the same moving parts that yesterday's game came with. And they're very, very hard to beat by the best teams in football. Now, here we are again at the Jaguars. And let me give you a real quick, before Michael Irvin joins us, Jacksonville Jaguars franchise update. Ray, I think I've seen enough. That is among the least disciplined group of professional football players and coaches you will find in the NFL. Like Rayshawn Jenkins wanted nothing to do with that game, so he decided to take the rest of the day off when he is out there throwing punches at a player who doesn't even have his helmet on. I mean, that is just all day and night long, get me out of here, Bush League play, because I'm getting worked this afternoon. And again, Urban going 3 and out after that defense was on the field for 20 plays on the opening drive. For him to go 3 and out with that offense and not try to gain 10 yards like he tries to win Super Bowls or tries to meet girls at his bar and restaurant back in Ohio. Like, he should have he needed that first down more than he needs his children's love. And he totally ignored it and had what? You had Trevor Lawrence on third down throwing a yoinks away 35-yarder down the sideline that wasn't even close to its target. That's bad. It's bad all around. That's a terrible football team. They've got some good players. They've got some interesting pieces, but they're so poorly constructed and coached, and they have no discipline, no true leader on that team, and it's reflected on the way that they go out and execute a game plan.
Well, and what makes it worse is when you're not willing to just roll the dice when the dice are put in your hand, what you get is the circumstances which happened on the second possession they had, where Trevor Lawrence fumbles, or where Chenault fumbles on the first play. And so they end up not getting the ball for their fifth play until 24 minutes have been played. I mean, that's, all of a sudden now it's 17-0. And whatever minimal chance you had of being competitive has been replaced by a minimal chance of being representative. I mean, they had the ball for 4 plays in 24 minutes. I mean, that's preposterous. And that one decision by Urban Meyer speaks to the notion that he still coaches like he's at Florida, where like he's got the better players.
Well, and it's like he thinks the clock stops with every first down.
Well, it's like, well, we'll just punt it here because when we get it back, we'll be fine. When in fact, the evidence of the first 10 weeks is that, no, you're never fine. You're awful. The only team that's worse than you is Houston. Even the Jets are better than you.
Are we sure Houston's worse anymore? Come on.
I'm pretty sure.
Go Texans, Ray.
You go Texans. I mean, they're still. I mean, what
say it like that? It sounds like a threat.
Yeah, I mean they're They're minus 120 in point differential, and I mean, maybe I would listen to an argument about the Jets, but Houston's genuinely terrible, and the only reason why they won yesterday is because, quite frankly,
Magic.
There was drinking going on in that game. I mean,
Magic,
they were
baby.
just. I mean, how does Ryan Tannehill throw for 300 yards and still end up throwing for 4 picks?
Just special, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and now, frankly, for the most part, yesterday was a series of ridiculous performances by allegedly good teams. I mean, the Packers lose to the Vikings. I mean, just no. The Saints lose to the Eagles. No. The Bills get roasted by Indianapolis. I mean, I guess that's foreseeable, but not by 26 points. But
the Raiders are a million miles away from that 5-2 start to the year.
Yeah, they are done. I mean, just forget they were not. They were not in the argument in the second half, and the way they performed in the fourth quarter tells you they're done. That is who they are. That is who they've always been, and it's why they're not a factor anymore. They just aren't. They had their run like they always have early in the year, and now they're, I think, like they're 11th. They're a 5-5 team like the 49ers are, and yet they are heading down at a breakneck rate. And I don't know, in that conference, which is better than the NFC, how they get back in it.
So you're looking at the 5-5 Niners as illusion or puncher's chance returning to the conversation?
Puncher's chance, because all they have to do is finish 6th, which they can do. I mean, they're as good as Minnesota. I have no idea what New Orleans is now. I think they're in the argument. I mean, their margin for error is thin. I mean, they have to play like they did yesterday for the vast majority of the following games, and that's why Sunday's game is pretty important because that's a tiebreaker game.
It's massively important.
Yeah.
Both of these teams have turned back-to-back wins in and over the last 2 weeks to save their seasons, basically. So there's an awful lot of drama coming up in this 49ers-Vikings game. Plus, you got the tale of Kirk Cousins, which every single time you talk about Kyle Shanahan, somebody brings up, right? So you've got that forever tying these two teams and coach and opposing quarterback together, either anecdotally or factually, actually, whatever you want to say. It's all water under the bridge now, but every single time you watch Kirk Cousins, think, but for the grace of God, there go we.
Man, God doesn't want any part of that discussion anymore.
No, not really.
Kirk Cousins has profound limitations, but he's got Dalvin Cook.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Who's got more profound limitations, Cousins or Garoppolo?
I think that's about a wash because Debo Samuel is becoming their best running back.
Well, that's something that we're going to get into with Michael Irvin right away. And I'm glad that you brought it up because we got Debo talking about, hey, he tells his coaches he still wants to be a wide receiver when he goes to work. He'll do the running back thing when he needs to, but don't get it twisted. He is a wide receiver. Here's Debo Samuel on not wanting to change positions.
I mean, honestly, if I'm in the backfield, I'm really looking to bounce it. But if I can't bounce it, I got to stick my nose in there. But yeah, it's just kind of natural. You just got the body to be a running back. But like I told one of the coaches, I said, don't get too many ideas just to transfer my position.
Can we get the Bruce Bochy? He's a competitor. That's what he is. You used to watch a Green Bay Packers football game, Ray.
He's a competitor.
And at some point, they would tell you that Brett Favre isn't a quarterback. He's just a football player. Debo Samuel is not just a wide receiver. He's a football player.
He's a competitor.
There's no doubt. He's a competitor. Thank you very much, Boch. Oh, by the way, one and all, boys and girls, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Ray and I are very happy to be joined by the Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin. The playmaker stops on by for his weekly conversation. And Michael, let's just pick it up where we were. We were just talking about Debo Samuel, who only had one catch for 15 yards, but basically turned into this team's second most important running back when asked to do just that by Kyle Shanahan. And he fit the bill unbelievably. He really is one of those, he's just a football player kind of football players, is he not?
Yeah, yes, he really is. And I can't even express how difficult that is. You play wide receiver and to jump back and say, okay, now I'll become your running back. And to do that, it's phenomenal. It really is a phenomenal talent. He really is a gifted dude. I was thinking about it. It's like, man, if he wanted, he could. He has that if he really wanted to, if Cal really wanted to. He could certainly put him in an MVP conversation, with the way he could use him in the backfield, catching the passes. Sort of like Cordero Patterson does over there for Atlanta. You know what I mean? He certainly has that talent.
Could you imagine running the ball 8 times in a game? I mean, you ran it 6 times in your career. Was that something that, Frank, you maybe you look at it now and go, that might have been fun to do, or was discretion the better part of valor for you? I'd rather be out here on my own.
No. I don't have those kind of converting skills where you could just pop me over somewhere else and put me down and say, let's go. I was kind of like that old commercial. That Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial. I do chicken right. That's all I do. You know what I'm saying? That's all I do. Yeah. But Debo, he can do chicken. He can give you a burger. He wants a steak. He can do all of that. He has that talent. No, I wasn't that blessed.
So the 49ers open in Jacksonville, Michael, with the longest clock-eating drive in 24 years. A 20-play, 13-minute drive. And I would ask you, like, what's it like to be waiting around that long? And then I thought, well, why would Michael even know what that's like? It probably never happened to him, but it did. It did, Michael. The last time an opening drive took 13 minutes off a clock?
Right.
The Tennessee Oilers beat the Dallas Cowboys on a Thanksgiving Day game back in 1997. Oilers win 27-14. I looked it up. Do you know what you did that day?
Oilers took a 10-minute drive?
They had a 13-minute drive.
A 13-minute drive.
13-minute drive on you that Thanksgiving Day. By the way, in the 27-14 Oilers win, all you did was have 5 catches, 118 yards, and you scored both Dallas's touchdowns. So you still had a monster day in defeat.
I was in the game. But, you know, it's so funny because I was on the air the other day. Remember when they put that drive on Tampa Bay? That 10-minute drive, 10-minute plus drive on Tampa Bay to win that game in Washington with the Washington football team. I'm out there saying, man, this never happened. I don't ever remember. I forgot all about that.
It happened to you.
Where in the world I could be on a team? What does that do to a football team and the mentality? What that does to the mentality of a football team? You know what I mean? When you drive the ball 13 minutes, 10 minutes, they're trying to stop you and they can't get off the football field. You just watch it kills the manhood of that football team. That's a hell of a thing to be able to do it. I didn't even remember that I was a part of it.
Well, what does it do? Forget about the body cooling down. Just the mentality that you got to work yourself. I mean, you got to work yourself up into a froth to go play, and then to sit around and wait that long, like that's got to be worse than cooling down the hamstrings or getting tight. I mean, the mental aspect of waiting around's got to be harder than the physical aspect.
Right. But you're not just sitting around. It's not sitting around. You're watching your team get demolished. I mean, you know what I mean? And you're sitting and say, "Oh my God, what's going on?" And you're looking at that clock and you're watching a whole quarter go down. You're like, man, and you're thinking, this could be all night thing here. So yeah, it messes with your mentality, but it messes with your whole team to see that happen.
When you look at the NFC right now, is there a trustworthy team that you can bank on week in and week out? Or are there just some good teams, some kind of average teams, and a bunch of lousy teams?
Yeah, what we're saying here too, buddy, what we're saying here is obviously true, not just the NFL. This is not NFC, but also the AFC. We had said a few weeks ago, the top teams are definitely in the NFC. Top teams definitely in the NFC. But every team, I mean, AFC and NFC has some warts, you know, and has some issues. In the right matchup, you can attack those warts, you can attack the issue, and come out on top. Absolutely. This season, it's wide open.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So, look, much of the early part of the year was everybody dissecting what Jimmy Garoppolo isn't and imagining what Trey Lance might be. But we're just going to have to put that all away for another year, a little bit later on in this year maybe, because it's back to Jimmy's world. He has been playing very well over the last month. As a matter of fact, when he doesn't throw a pick, the 49ers are 5-0 this season. When he does throw a pick, they're 0-4. I mean, is it really that simple? Don't turn it over, win a football game for Kyle Shanahan and his quarterback?
Well, turnovers are a big part of every game, and you hear people talk about that all the time, and it really is. It's amazing. It really is amazing how that works, you know. But you can understand how that works. You're getting the ball back, you give the offense opportunity. So yeah, it's a big part of it. It really is. It's a huge part. But what trips me out, listen, you guys, I mean, this was 2 weeks ago. I mean, you guys were manning the ship, and man overboard, everybody out of here.
everybody out of here. And after that Rams game, you turn around and now actually you're looking and saying, well, maybe there's a shot at doing something here, even this year with this thing opening up like it is. Because you're seeing the Tampa Bay with 2 losses. The Cowboys have 2 losses over the last 3 weeks. You know, you started seeing those top teams have some problems and opening up everything up. And San Francisco defense now starting to play kind of like it used to play.
Yeah, getting some pressure on the quarterback, making the tackles in the open field. It's a lot better, there's no doubt. Look, a lot of people are criticizing, everybody in the Bay Area for saying, weren't you guys just giving up on this year 2 weeks ago? And look at where we are now. Well, the Niners have won 3 of their last 4, and in their last 2 games, they've outscored their opponent 61-20. So they're playing much differently than they were right now. And Michael, it feels like everybody falls into that category. If you can put a month together in this league, I don't care who you are.
Right.
You're lucky.
Right.
Like it's a 6-week league. If you can be the same team 6 weeks in a row, you're golden in the modern NFL.
You got a shot. And also that's, you look at what you have left after, of course, the Jags, and you look at Minnesota, Seattle, Cincinnati. You got a shot to win the rest of these things. So to win the rest of the games, when you look at what you got ahead of you, and get right back in it. It's all like we said. It's over. That's exactly what it is. The same thing with New England over in the AFC. I was like, man, no way, New England. New England's back. They put together that nice streak that you're talking about, and they're back at the top of the AFC right now. So. Yeah, everybody's still in this fight.
If you had to take one player for this season and win a Super Bowl, which player would it be? And it doesn't have to be a quarterback. I know that's the lazy answer that everybody wants to give, but if you had to take one player to start and say, this is the team I'm going to win the Super Bowl with, what player is it that you're taking?
Oh, if I get one player, any player, offensive, defensive player, what player would I start with? I would probably start the thing off with Aaron Donald. Yep. Aaron Donald. If you give me Aaron Donald to start a team, to put that heat up the middle of the football field. I was thinking of, because when I was playing, I would always say, well, I loved him so much, Eric Williams. I said, boy, if I was starting a team, I'll start with that guy right there, Eric Williams, because he set the tone for my whole offensive line, and we didn't take off until we got Eric Williams, who said to us, all right, guys, don't worry. I got Reggie White. Y'all go play the rest of this. I got Reggie White. I was like, okay, all right, really? Okay, yeah, good. We can do some winning. You know what I mean? That kind of guy that has that kind of effect is what I want to start a team with. And especially if you tell me, don't do the lazy answer and take a quarterback.
I like that. I like that an awful lot. It's so funny. Aaron Donald, we talk about how great he is, and then for whatever reason, he plays the 49ers, and he's hard to find on a football field. Yeah. And there was Daniel Brunskill, who is the much maligned starting right guard of the 49ers, is just a guy in this league until he faces Aaron Donald, and then all of a sudden he becomes John Hanna. He's one of the best. When he's playing Aaron Donald, he's one of the best guards in football. Anybody else? Well, flip a coin.
Isn't that crazy how that works too? And it's the reality. It's just sometimes you go up against somebody. It's like it's just for some reason it doesn't work here. It just doesn't work here. Ain't got to be the greatest dude. I can tell you guys before. Robert Massey gave me my biggest fits. I go like Darryl Green, the Deion Sanders, all these greatest players in the world, and I come up against this dude like, what? What is this? So sometimes it just works that way.
Did you ever figure it out? Did you ever figure out why that guy had your number?
Yeah, I did later on. I told you it was because of the relationship I had with him getting ready for when he was coming into the draft. Massey was Drew Rosenhaus, one of Drew Rosenhaus' first clients, and Drew was my best friend, and I was trying to help Drew get clients at the time, just talking to him all the time. And I told him strategy and things that I try to do to cornerbacks in a game to get in their heads and mess with their minds. And then I never thought about one day I'm going to have to play this joker. And just the fact that he knew what I had already told him just threw me off completely.
There's one other team whose turnaround this season has been as dramatic as the 49ers has the last 4 weeks, and that's Kansas City for this largely the same reason, which is their defense suddenly got fixed. Does that happen very often? And when it does, is that sufficient to suddenly have a Super Bowl contender where you just go, our defense was awful, now it's superb?
Yeah, yes, it can happen. It can happen quite frequently because I always say this to guys, defense is just about, everybody talent-wise in the NFL, everybody has talent. Now it's just about want to and connectivity. Okay, we come up with a good scheme, a good design, things that fit the talent that we have, and good for the scheme that we're opposing. Good for the scheme. Now it just comes down to want to and connectivity. How hard are we going to play this defense? So you can see a defense get much better, like you watch. Like you watch Kansas City Chiefs this year, or you watch the Green Bay Packers this year, or you're talking about the San Francisco 49ers this year, even the Dallas Cowboys this year. Yeah, Kansas City went down the first 3 drives, but they didn't score but hardly any more after that. And those two, and Dallas, what they looked like last year. You can watch that kind of growth on defense because once you get 11 guys that say we're going to play this, we're going to play it together, and we're going to give it all we have every down, that changes the defense.
The Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin, here on 95.7 The Game with Damon and Ray. And I kind of want to go into another sport, and then you can bring it back to football if that's where the story is for you here, Michael. But did you see the Isaiah Stewart LeBron James video from last night?
Yes, I did.
So that's what Hold Me Back actually looks like. Like, that's what, like, there's a lot of pretend, hold me back, I want a piece of that guy. And you didn't really want a piece of that guy. Isaiah Stewart really wanted a piece of LeBron James. And if there hadn't have been 2 NBA teams in between Stewart and LeBron, he would have gone and given LeBron the old what for. I really think so. In all your years of playing, I'm talking about going back to Miami Hurricanes practice. Have you ever either gone at a guy like that or had somebody come at you where you realize, oh, this isn't one of those typical hold me back. Oh, no, please hold me back. Really, hold me back because I don't want this, so hold me back. Like a real that guy wants static fight.
I don't think I've ever had really one of those situations, but we talked about that. I talked about it on First Take, a couple things that I said with this that I believe. First of all, I got to commend LeBron. Because, dude, I ain't talking about last night. I ain't talking about yesterday or the fight. But I've seen so many people try so many things at LeBron. I remember when I'm watching, I said, man, I don't know how he does it. How does he not strike back or try back, And he maintains all the time. Like that little fight, that little swing down, that was absolutely intentional. I think LeBron was a little shocked at the damage that it did when he saw all the blood, but it was certainly definitely intentional just to send a little message, which is part of the game. I thought this. I remember when the commissioner decided that I needed a few days rest, and they sent that letter to me. The letter read, Michael, we believe here at the NFL office that you enjoy an enormous amount of publicity, exposure, because you play for such a high visible team, and because of that, we're going to have to give you an extra game on your vacation. That's what they said to me on my vacation. And I thought, okay, certainly that applies here. LeBron is LeBron. You know what I mean? He's LeBron, man. And the whole league, you're the face of the league, you know. And I know you get frustrated. I know you're human. But when you hit a guy like that and all that happens, you see blood like that, that's just a bad look. And it's a bad look for your boy Isaiah to be raging around that arena like that because the people were announcing, everybody please sit down, everybody please sit down.
Especially Detroit.
They don't want his boys who are up here in the arena all of a sudden to be crazy and come down here and start some kind of a brawl. You know what I mean? And now we got all kinds of crazy stuff. So, yeah, man, I think if I'm spending them, I'm spending them both the same amount of time. LeBron because of who he is, and certainly Isaiah because he could have started or incited some kind of serious situation.
One other serious situation closer to home for you. Thursday is Raiders-Cowboys. Does Thanksgiving still resonate as a big day in Dallas for football fans the way it used to? Or has the fact that it's been, you've been playing that since 1966, is it starting to get a little tired?
No. They love that. They love that Thanksgiving Day game. That's part of all of the America team thing that goes with it. America team, America, food, football, and on our day of food, here's football, and here is America's team doing the American thing. So no, that don't ever get old in Dallas, man, and I'm looking forward to it this year also. Because I tell you, I usually work, and then I go eat with my family, the Joneses, and then I go home and eat with my family, the Irvin.
Michael, is the Leon Lett game still the biggest game you ever played on Thanksgiving, or are you're going to find a game that you can actually put into the win column?
Well, the cat game, Leon Lett game was a different game now. You know what? The game I will go back to is probably the Green Bay Packers game where Coach Garrett came in and we won that game with Jason Garrett at quarterback. And, I would go to that game because I worked Jason Garrett so much. And I used to feel so bad, like, man, I put this man through on the what? He's not even going to get in the game. And I got him throwing me all these passes. And so I was so happy that he finally got, the rest of the people got to see his work. And he had a great day, threw for over some 300 yards, 3 or 4 touchdowns, whatever he threw for. So I would count it as that's my best day. But the most memorable moment was me sitting in that locker room with Leon Lett after he touched that football, and I'm telling Cat, I know you're hurting right now. I know you're crying. But my brother, look at it this way. Every Thanksgiving, I promise you, they're going to play your play. I promise you. So you're going to be famous forever just from that play. And when I saw Leon later on, he said, man, I was just a young buck crying, man. How could you say something to me like that at that time? I said, I was just telling you the truth. And they do.
And I love that Jimmy Johnson came out and he basically said, yeah, I got different rules for different players. Yeah. And this guy gets a leash that others do not.
Yep. That was the coaching. That was his coaching.
Happy Thanksgiving, Michael. From our family to yours, man, I hope you, the Joneses, the actual family, the Irvins, I hope you all have a fantastic Thanksgiving, man. Thank you very much for joining us, as always, this week.
Guys, I hope and pray that everybody that hears us regularly, man, spend some great time with your family. We already know how important it is because that got snatched away from us through this recent pandemic. So let's make sure we appreciate it and honor it since we are back together again as a family in this holiday.
Indeed, man. Love to you. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Great guy. Love the stories. Ray, I remember that Leon Lett game because it was one of the most moments in Thanksgiving history. For those who do not know, the Dallas Cowboys had blocked a Miami Dolphins field goal, and all that had to happen was for the ball to come to a rest. There was no chance to advance it from the Dolphins, and the game would have been over. Leon Lett sees a ball on the ground, his instincts kick in, and he goes to pick it up. It's the rare little bit of snow that happened in Arlington, and because of the roof, there was parts of that field, Ray, that didn't even get touched by snow, but that little part of the field was snowy. The ball slipped from Leon Lett's hands. Dolphins jump on it, get to kick a field goal, win the game based solely on Leon Lett's mistake. It was unbelievable.
It was a moment. Leon Lett helped make Don Beebe's career too.
Sure did.
He is a guy, frankly, who should never have had the ball in his hand.
He is on the receiving end of two. You don't want to be on the receiving end of those football highlights. And I can only guarantee you this, like Michael Irvin said to Leon Lett, dude, they're going to show you forever. I don't know if dinner's going to be good or not. I don't know if your family's going to get along or not. I don't know if the turkey's going to be moist or dry. I don't know how the cranberries are going to taste. But I do know you're going to see the Leon Lett play during that Cowboys game. Bet your life on it. Bet your life on it. You'll see it.
The other thing you'll definitely see on Thursday, and this will be Thursday morning, you'll see George Halas, because that's about the last time the Bears mattered.
Dude.
That game's going to be... oh, by the way, congratulations. Andy Dalton is starting.
The Dalton era is back, Ray.
Yep.
Really never left, if you think about it.
Seriously, Andy Dalton versus Tim Doyle. It's one of the great matchups ever.
It's what America wants. Yeah. It's what America needs.
Boyle's quarterback rating on yesterday was actually so low that he could have gone 0 for 1,000 and had a better rating. And that's that's a fact. He could have thrown 1,000 balls and missed on every one of them and had a better quarterback rating than he had doing what he did.
America actually does deserve that game, come to think of it.
Absolutely it does. And you know what? The problem is not Detroit. The problem is who Detroit gets matched up with. In the last 3 years, the NFL, in its wisdom, has decided that America needs to see them play Houston, then Washington, and now Chicago.
Look, what it does, Ray, is it gives the NFL an excuse to let's take an unwatchable game and put it in a what am I looking for? It's captive audience. Let's put a game no one would watch in front of a captive audience, and by default, people will watch this dog of a game, and that's what that early Lions game has become. And you can say it's not all Detroit's fault, but let's be honest, it is 95% Detroit's fault. When we come on back, we got a little bit more here on the status of the NFL. I want to bring it back to the Warriors before we get back to football and all that entails with Peter King at 5:15 this afternoon. Don't you go anywhere. We got open lines, 888-957-9570 here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, and we're brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. Visit cleanca.com.
Welcome.
Hey, it's great to have you here today. Damon and Ratto coming to you, and we've got another Elevate Your Tailgate happening on 957thegame.com. All the social media accounts. You got Butcher Boy hanging out with Guru, grilling up the steaks. Elevate Your Tailgate brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com. We've got Peter King joining us in about 45 minutes right now. He normally stops on by on a Tuesday. This week, he's coming today because he's traveling tomorrow. It is Thanksgiving week. Ray, I should have used our conversation with Michael Irvin to promote the fact that we are going to be taking the very game you asked him about. There is a Thanksgiving Day game between the Dallas Cowboys and the Las Vegas Raiders, and we're going to be carrying that game live here on 95.7 The Game. No, we are not the flagship of the Raiders once again. This is a one-off, and it's probably because the Dallas Cowboys are one of the surest rating bets in the world. The Raiders, unfortunately, are just going in the opposite direction. All the enthusiasm that their 5-2 start generated, Ray, has more than evaporated. It is gone. It is hard to find. And you can honestly, here's the thing. There's a lot of years where you can just blame it on, well, that's normal Raiders stuff. They've had two things happen to them that is even abnormal for the abnormal Raiders year in, year out. What happened to Gruden could not have been foreseen. And what happened to Ruggs, ultimately the most preventable action in the world, sunk an important part of their offense, and it is just it's been a disaster since.
Yeah, and it all started. I mean, it all stopped because they were going great, and then they had the bye week between the Ruggs case, which is a tragedy in a whole different way, and the John Gruden explosion. I think it just all of a sudden hit them that, holy crap, this is not what any of us signed up for. And since then, they haven't scored 20 points in any game. They've given up, 96 in the last 3. So that's basically 4.5 touchdowns. And they look as hopeless as they've done in past years when they couldn't stop anybody. And even at that, their defense hasn't been great all year. I mean, there's only one game where they haven't allowed 20. So, what they were doing was they were covering up that sin with one of the game's most high-powered offenses, and now they don't have that anymore.
Yeah, it's not nearly as high-powered as it was just a little while ago. I read that they had gone 14 consecutive unconverted third downs when you go all the way back to the Chiefs game from the week before, and it took until the fourth quarter of yesterday's game for them to just complete 1 third down, and that's got to be as demoralizing as, like we were talking about with Michael Irvin, just sitting around and waiting to go play with 13 minutes of game clock just being evaporated almost instantly. And that's what the 49ers did in Jacksonville. They opened up with a nothing short of historically significant opening drive. It's like the second week in a row that has happened. And we had said that Kyle's game plans had just left an awful lot to be desired. And the one thing that you could count on from him was a scripted 15-play opening drive where they were going to come out and look like the team to beat at least early on, and then in-game adjustments would maybe be what trips them up. Not the last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks, the 49ers have looked like the best team in all of football on their opening drives. And I'm not saying that they are that just because of those drives. But however we were feeling, and I believe the way that we were feeling about this team a couple of weeks ago, Ray, was correct in the moment that we were talking about them. It would be incorrect for us to keep holding on to our worst prognostications given what we've seen. And what we've seen are individual performances rising to raise overall team performances, which when the 49ers aren't beating themselves, bingo, bango, they're a hard team to beat once again.
Well, the thing that, Frank, is the most startling, and the reason why people are so surprised by this, is because they were pot committed when this all started to, we need the new quarterback, we need the new shiny toy, we need it now, we've got to see, 2021 doesn't matter. And Kyle Shanahan said in 100 different ways, 2021 still does matter because as bad as we are, we're not out of this yet. And the way the rest of the conference has been playing for the most part proved that. I mean, who in the conference, and I asked Michael Irvin this, who in the conference gives you the kind of feeling of security that makes you think, I know what they're going to do week in and week out? And he couldn't even say Arizona, which is 9-2. Nobody trusts any team in this conference, except if you look at the bottom end and look at Detroit and Chicago and Seattle.
You can trust them to be terrible, but
but there's nobody that you go, yep, that's the team I want. I mean, Dallas looked hopeless yesterday. Tampa Bay, I guess we'll find out tonight against a bad Giants team. But the Rams weren't good. Minnesota, and Green Bay. That was a game that both teams probably deserved to lose based on the way they defended. New Orleans, very ordinary. That's why the 49ers were never out of it. And that's why, when people come around and decide, oh, yeah, Kyle Shanahan is a good coach, I'd like them to remember the fact that for the first 7 weeks of the year, they thought he was stodgy and, out of fashion.
He was. Let's be honest, though. He was.
But he has the personnel that he has to play that way. And that's the point. However you play, if those are the players you've got to put them in their best situations.
Well, and I think that's where a lot of the criticism was coming from, Ray, because he picked the players. It's not like he got saddled with a bad situation. He created what seemed to be an undesirable situation.
Oh, no. This is not about him as the general manager. We can go off on that fork another day because we've done it tons already. But he coached the team that he built. And now he's getting the kind of performances that he thought he would get, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. And that makes life a whole lot simpler.
So does the fact that Jimmy's thrown for over 1,000 yards with 6 touchdowns and only 1 interception over his last 4 games. He's really played as well as any quarterback in the league if not making a mistake is what you use to determine who had a great week of quarterback play. Gaudier numbers, you can find them. More accurate? In the last month, you're not going to find it more often than that. It's tough to be more accurate than Jimmy has been. Now, you can say, well, that is a man who is, just playing in his playbook. That's all Kyle asked him to do. Yeah. I think what Kyle, more than anything else, Ray, really craves is what you saw in that Jacksonville game. Now, that was like the extreme example of it, but I really think that, and again, this is just an observation. This is not a critique, because as we said earlier, there are different ways to skin a cat. Kyle Shanahan just wants to gobble up quarters. Like, he does not want a quick strike, big play offense. I think even if he could go and buy one, like shop for one and get one tonight before he came home for dinner, would Kyle Shanahan really want a quick strike offense? I think the answer is no. I mean, when you're trailing, clearly you need that capability. But in the meantime, in Kyle's perfect game plan mind, Ray, he wants death by inches. He wants a 2-score game early in the second quarter while the opposing offense has only had the chance to run about 7 plays. Like, that's his coaching fantasy. That's his game day fantasy. You're down 2 possessions before you've even run 7 plays.
But if that was his lingering coaching fantasy, wouldn't he have drafted Mac Jones instead?
Well, look, yes. Yeah, and you can't tell me that drafting Mac Jones would have been a mistake. I'm not saying that drafting Trey Lance is a mistake. Trey Lance will probably, in the 10th year of his career, not be as accurate as Mac Jones has revealed himself to be 10 games into his career. The kid has not been asked to do an awful lot by Bill Belichick, and he's done it perfectly, Ray.
Yeah, they have the best point differential in all of football because of that. But Kyle Shanahan, when he traded up and decided that he needed Trey Lance, he was saying, in time, I'm going to want this offense to be different than it is now. And there hasn't been enough time yet because he still has the roster largely from 2019 that he got to the Super Bowl with. And so, while his draft choice says, I want something different, I think he has the wisdom to know that you don't get different with one player in one position. You have to do a lot more to the roster than he's been able to do so far. And that's why I'd said all along that they're not in a hurry with Trey Lance. Ideally, they don't have to bring him until they're forced to. And the last 4 weeks have shown that they're not forced to.
Well, I told you about 3 weeks ago that the Niners were 3 wins away from me not bringing up Trey Lance anymore. That third win would be the Vikings game. Okay, I'm just not going to bring him up. Now, there is going to be a part of me that truly believes in my heart of heart that the Niners are still a little bit, they are included in a playoff discussion only because we have expanded the definition of who's allowed into the playoffs. So there's a little bit of that going on. I think there's a little bit of an illusion here. But if this team keeps playing like this illusion will turn into it's a reality. My critique is this week, because it's a week where it's hard to find a critique. Like, I thought that was going to be a coaching mismatch, and it was. I thought it was going to be a talent mismatch, and it was. If the Niners are going to stay out of their own way, not turn the ball over, not be afraid of their own shadow, and make a play behind the line of scrimmage, this is a game they should win. And they did. They did so emphatically over a bad Jacksonville Jaguar team. And Jimmy Garoppolo, God bless him, his passer rating over the last 4 games is 113.2. He's got the longest active NFL streak for consecutive games with a 100-yard passer rating. It's Jimmy Garoppolo. He's gone on 4 games in a row now with that since he's come back from the 1 game in Arizona that he did not play. Garoppolo's been pretty damn good. The only critique I have, Ray, and this is not just a Trey Lance critique, was that I really thought that there was a window to get the starters safely out of that game. Keyword safe. Everybody's safe. The decision of the day, the game itself is in hand. It's safe. And I'm talking about Bosa. I'm talking about Jimmy Ward. I'm talking about Debo Samuel. These guys do not need to be in games that are, several possessions away from even being several possessions away. And I thought that was a little penny wise or penny wise, pound foolish maybe. Yeah, and look, I know it's tough to say we're pulling our starters out of this game. And it doesn't happen routinely in football games that are out of hand. But I don't think there's any team in football that has had recent injury histories like the 49ers. Call me a little gun shy, if you will. I'm like Steve Kerr. I'm getting Steph Curry out of fourth quarters as soon as possible if I'm Kyle Shanahan. At many positions. This is not just a Trey Lance conversation.
I think the one mistake they made was not going for it on 4th down from the 2 near the end of the first quarter, because what I wanted to see them was gain the yard, get a new set of downs, and run the table for the quarter.
Yeah, and look,
which would have been hilarious.
That was the option that I actually thought was going to lead Kyle to going for it. Like, at that point, you want the first down almost more than you want the touchdown, right? Just to make the point of, yes, we did possess a ball for an entire quarter of football. You didn't run one play. Like, that would have been, again, like what gets Kyle excited at night when he's laying in bed having football fantasies? Things like that. But it was also smart to take the points there. As unsatisfying as it was, as limp of an exclamation point to a 20-play drive as it was the right choice.
No, he is almost painfully pragmatic, and I think that frustrates people too.
Yes.
It's that I know what the percentage play is, and it might not be what you want it to be, but I'm the guy with the contract. You're the guy in row 28. That's why I get to decide and you don't. And it's not what he wants. He has to have a certain level of play to get. and he wasn't getting that level of play earlier in the year. But in the last month he has, so he can be the kind of coach that this team requires. I still think he wants the offense to be different in 2 years. But for the moment, this is what he's got. You know, he's willing to run his best wide receiver 9 or 10 times a game. Just because he wants a running presence, because his team, it's a run blocking team. That offensive line run blocks better than it pass blocks. They don't have the drop dead, oh my God, passing weapon, either throwing it or catching it yet. Although Samuel is, can pretty much catch anything anywhere.
And look, I think Kittle's there too. If you can't have Travis Kelce, you'd rather have George Kittle, or that would be it. There is a conversation that is correctly answered by 2 names.
Yeah, but it is still an offense where Kyle Shanahan is more comfortable because of the way they block it and because of the quarterback they have that requires a 20-play drive every now and then.
Yeah, I mean
it's, and yeah, it's not fashionable. Yeah, it's hard on the eyes, but 2 years ago, that was a great offense and everybody loved it. And it's the same thing that fans in Indianapolis are going through right now, because their most important guy is Jonathan Taylor, who's a running back who gets the ball 30 times a game. He is this year's Derrick Henry. And the Colts fans are delighted with that because they have the team with the best record in the AFC.
By the way,
it's basically, how you decide to dress up the cat more than it is what kind of breed it is.
Look, I'll just say this about Jimmy, because Jimmy has earned a everybody off my back week on the radio. He has. I mean, he has. However, one thing, Ray, I cannot help but bring up is that as good of a day as it was for Jimmy Garoppolo, it also includes him missing the single most open wide receiver in the history of red zone football. Jeff Wilson couldn't be more open if he were a singular man walking through a cornfield all by himself. It was how Jimmy missed him, I'll never know. And there is, I guess, the frustration with Jimmy Garoppolo. On the day where everyone says he was great, he also has one of the single worst I miss that open guy throws I have ever seen in my life. You do not get more open than that in a professional football game. That is a pass that you got to make. They say you got to make that layup 100 out of 100 times in the NBA. You got to connect with that 100 out of 100 times. And because Jimmy didn't, it's why they were settling for that field goal on that opening drive.
Well, but that's who he is. If you're looking for spectacular, he's not your guy.
Spectacular was not called for in this situation. Eyesight was the only thing this situation called for.
No, but if you... It's a simple matter of he's going to do that.
He is.
He's just going to do that, and you're going to have to, not you, but people are going to have to deal with that because that's who he is.
By the way, how's your running game without Eli Mitchell? I thought it could maybe be in for a little bit of a test yesterday. No problems. 42 carries, 172 yards, a touchdown, 19 carries for Jeff Wilson Jr. He was unspectacular but workhorse-like. 10 carries for Trey Sermon. Again, unspectacular but involved, which for him is the very first step he officially takes to the Hall of Fame. Ray, he's going to get there someday. Rawr.
I like it when you hallucinate.
Thank you. 8 carries for Debo. He was unbelievable. 3 carries for Lance. Again, when he did get into the game, he wasn't asked to throw the ball, not once. 2 carries on the day for Jimmy Garoppolo. It was really something else. It was a day where I expected them to beat Jacksonville. I didn't think they were going to quite humiliate Jacksonville the way that they did. They just whipped them from pillar to post. 30-10 was your final. And because of that, the Niners have officially won 3 out of 4. They're back to 500. They are one of 5 NFC current teams in the 5-win club in the NFC. It's the Vikings, the Saints, the Eagles, the Panthers, and the Niners, all sitting there with 5 wins. 2 of those teams 2 of those teams that I just mentioned are going to the playoffs and the other 3 aren't. So that's how it's going to work out. Will the Niners be one of the 2 or one of the 3?
And that's where this breaks down, at least in part, to strength of schedule. Because they have 2 games that they probably won't win, but could, and a bunch of games that they probably should win. So even though they're, by tiebreaker, they're 8th instead of 7th, which is the break-in line, they have enough games that ought to be dealt with, within their parameters that they can get in. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that 4 weeks ago because they weren't showing any evidence that they were capable of what they've done since. But all they need to be is in the argument, and their schedule might take care of the rest for them.
By the way, the only thing Trent Williams needs to be is in the pass pattern. Unfortunately, we did not get a big man with a football. But Kyle tried, and I understand why he's not going to sit there and try every single week to get Trent Williams on a tackle-eligible touchdown. It's because you got to take the I'm reporting is eligible offensive lineman off the field after they report is eligible for the next play. So you don't want to take your starting left tackle out of the game very often. But, man, they threw a pass to Trent Williams in the end zone and then ended up converting on 4th down. So Kyle did go for it from about the same down and distance, but much later in the game, much less of a leverage position in the game. But there's some funny audio concerning that play, and we're going to come on back with it in just a moment. We're also going to have Peter King join us next hour. We're going to get back into the Warriors' win over the Toronto Raptors and some breaking news about the Giants' pitching rotation and the comeback player of the year already retired. Buster Posey won it. He just won't be able to follow it up. But he did win Comeback Player of the Year in the National League. So stick around. Much more still on the way this afternoon. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game, on the radio, twitching. How are we twitching? Are we twitching well? Does everything look okay? Everything good?
Nothing looks okay. It's us.
But you got your nice Nordique sweater on there. It's a sweatshirt. Yeah. It's not the actual.
Yeah, I don't have a jersey.
You're not wearing a jersey. Ray, if we can get you in a jersey here on Twitch, your credibility's just going to go up in flames.
I'm seriously thinking about just putting the mic cover over the camera now so that I won't be seen any longer today.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game.
How many Indiana T-shirts can I wear before Thanksgiving? Can
I wear all of them? You can wear all of them.
A different one each day? Let's find out.
A different one every segment. I've seen them all.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Hey, this is Damon Bruce for the California Academy of Sciences. I absolutely love that place. It's so interactive. It's so much fun. And right now, if you love the ocean, get there. You'll develop a deeper love for sharks and the many roles that they play at Sharks, a new jaw-dropping experience and exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. You'll see life-size models, rare fossils, and more. And every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket today at calacademy.org.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Monday Night Football, Tampa an 11-point favorite over the New York team in blue, and I would only bet Tampa in this game. Think Tampa could be sitting on a massive performance. I don't trust New York's coaching staff, so not one of my favorite plays, not something I'm extremely excited about, but Tampa would be the only way I would bet tonight. That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play-for-fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And this holiday season, they want to make some kids a little more merry than they might be. That's why they're participants with Toys for Tots. BMW of Fairfield.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So download that Odyssey app. You take Ray and I with you wherever you may roam. You also get all the Odyssey stations, rock stations, rap, hip-hop, country, everything you're looking for. It's all there. Curated by music fans, for music fans, sports fans, for sports fans. Check out the all-new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game. We've got Peter King joining us in about 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes, as a matter of fact, to talk about this week that goes in the books with Monday Night Football this evening. Really a fascinating week beyond just the 49ers kind of getting back into the conversation in the NFC. A lot of things had to happen for that to happen, and we'll talk about all of it with Peter King joining us in just a little while. Ray, the 49ers are undefeated when they try to get Trent Williams involved in the passing play. Just facts, again, just dispassionate, no emotion, no opinion involved, just a fact. Every single time Trent Williams has run one pattern in a football game, the Niners are undefeated. It's a historical fact. It's science.
They need to get him a fat guy touchdown. Pure and
Hell
simple.
yeah, they do. Hell yeah, they do.
And the fact that Kyle Shanahan keeps pounding that door is an indication that he is headstrong about this. I mean, as stubborn as he is about the offense he wants to run, he is equally stubborn about getting Trent Williams in the end zone.
I mean, maybe that's what that makes this offense so stubborn. I mean, it's just everything's been underneath to just set up Jimmy to be comfortable to get it to Trent, who you're not going to send on like a fly pattern, obviously.
Well, they should. The problem with getting Trent Williams the ball is that you're taking away your best blocker to try to get him a score, which reduces your chances of getting the ball.
Hey, this is the team that turned a wide receiver into a running back this week. Why not turn a left tackle into a wide receiver? Trent Williams, how was it?
It was such a blur. But once I seen Jimmy throw it, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is my time now. I got to go up and get this. As soon as I left the ground, man, I got blasted. I don't know who hit me. I felt like it was like 10 people right there. But it's definitely way harder than it looked, for sure. I got different respect for receivers now.
No call PI on the play. Were their hands involved? Let's go back to Trent.
That was bad, right? Come on, man. I don't know why coach ain't challenged that or something, man. That's crazy. I know that wasn't legal.
Ray, they were all over him. He got screwed.
He should have shoved off.
Competition committee needs to come in on this one.
Best wide receivers use their hands.
Look, he says
if he can't move a guy off of him, then I got no sympathy for him. Do what you got to do.
It's real simple. Defensive coordinators, take this note. When you see number 71 in the pattern, you got to double team that man. Isn't that right, Trent?
Yeah, when I reported eligible, I heard the whole defense yelling, we got double team 71. We know. Nah, I'm joking. I don't know. I don't think I sold it long enough. I think I was a little bit too excited to leak out, so I got to stick in there a little bit, maybe open it up.
Ray, you know the Niners are winning again because the Chuckle Hut is back a chuckling. Everyone's so funny after a win.
Trent Williams is always funny. We've had
he's
him
great.
on.
No, he's great.
He's quality. If they're laughing at if Daniel Brunskill, then yeah, it's the Chuckle Hut. But Trent Williams is talking about trying to get in the end zone.
Here's the thing. Say something funny after a loss. Does anyone laugh then? No.
Nobody tries to say anything funny after a loss. They get buried for it. It's the old etiquette. Never look like you're enjoying yourself when you're not supposed to be.
For the first time since 2018, the 49ers have failed to fail in back-to-back games. For the first time since 2018, the 49ers have failed to turn it over in back-to-back. Is that true? Good Lord. They're +4 in their last 2 weeks. They've got 86 rushing attempts in their last 2 games for a grand total of 327 yards in the last 2 games combined. Again, those are the things that Kyle Shanahan goes to sleep dreaming about. It's so funny. This offensive mastermind, Ray, he's gotten that, obviously. You haven't seen a lot of the mastermind at work. It's been death by inches all year long. But, man, Kyle Shanahan has got to be thrilled with what he's gotten out of his team in the last few weeks, especially under the circumstances that he's been asking to get it out of him. Oh, hey, what do you know? Brandon Ayuk must have had some really crisp routes in practice this week, Ray. 7 catches, 85 yards, and a touchdown. Brandon Ayuk's most important game since whatever was last year's most important game for Brandon Ayuk. It's his biggest game of the year so far.
Well, all that tells me is that he finally figured out what he needed to do to make Kyle Shanahan trust him again.
Why can't this team have 2 receivers pop in the same game, I guess would be my question. Because Debo only had 1 catch for 15 yards. Kittle, yeah, he got into the end zone, but only 3 catches. It wasn't a day to remember. How come only 1 wide receiver at a time?
Because they run the ball 45 times a game when they're going well. That's why. I mean, they only had 66 plays. So it's not like they can just, you can't throw the ball a lot and run the ball a lot. You have to make a choice.
No, but you can throw the ball to more than one guy. That can happen. There is like you're our primary target du jour that is being handed around week to week. And congratulations, Brandon Ayuk. You might be the soup of the day, after all, in a game this week or this season, because it just happened this week.
Oh, and by the way, you're questioning that stat about back-to-back games without a turnover. It was indeed 2018.
God, 2018.
Week 7 and 8 and a loss to the Rams and a loss to the Cardinals.
I mean, that feels ridiculous, does it not?
I'm sorry, a loss to the Cardinals and a win over the Raiders. I misspoke.
In a 3-year time period, it took until week 11 of that 3rd year to go 2 weeks in a row without a turnover. It feels like they're making that harder than it should be.
Well, I mean, look, the turnover in the Arizona game is completely defensible on every level. I'm calling that a non-turnover game, which means they haven't had a turnover that hurt them in 4 straight games.
And what do you know? It's been the turnaround time of the year for the 49ers. Peter King is going to be joining us in just a little bit. They've won their last 2 games by a combined score of 61-20. They are 4-0 this season when they play turnover-free football. They are 1-5 when they do not. Like I said, they are now in the NFC 5-win club. Teams currently with 5 wins. It's a 5-team club. And one of those teams is the team that's coming up next. And normally, Ray, I wouldn't be pivoting to what the Niners are going to be doing next weekend on a Monday. Mondays are all built to look back, but we've only got 3 shows this week. So we need to kind of accelerate the conversation all week long. And I'm just telling you, this game against the Vikings, it's the game of the week. It's a huge game. Both teams have used back-to-back wins to resuscitate their seasons from the life support that they were drifting into. And now all of a sudden, both the Vikings and the 49ers really think that they got a shot to do something this January. Or whether they do or don't, mathematically, one of them, with some more wins here, will have a shot to do something this January. So who's it going to be?
Well, they're playing at home where the 49ers have held service now twice in a row. They're unstoppable.
Only once in a row. Well, only
once in a row, that's right.
Yes, only once.
Jacksonville just felt like a home game. But, really after Titans, Patriots, and Rams, Packers, which nobody's going to bother with, Vikings, 49ers. Classic 5-5 showdown that frankly changes the course of an entire season.
Of NFL history, right?
Of NFL history, indeed. Also, Browns-Ravens will also be better. But it is, I think, and this is for the first time in a long time, the 6 teams playing on Thanksgiving are all coming off a loss.
Wow. It is the first time in a long time.
And quite frankly, only 2 teams of the 6 have a winning record.
Look, do yourself a favor. Either sleep in on Thanksgiving morning or just watch the Macy's parade. Bears-Lions is unlovable, almost unbroadcastable as a game. It insults me in every conceivable way.
No, you get up and you nail gun your eyelids open and you watch every play of it. That's your team.
It'll happen.
Own them.
It'll happen.
Of course it will. You can't help yourself.
I avoided IU in Minnesota this week, though. I'm very proud of that fact. I did avoid that. I do want to remain married. So I avoided that. But did watch Indiana. Louisville beat the Raging Cajuns, Mike Wilson's team. Ray. Or Mike Woodson, pardon me.
Yeah.
I got to excuse.
I'm trying to figure out who the hell you're talking about.
Right.
Because
Mike, as soon as I said
not
it.
the Raging Cajuns either.
And I didn't say I meant Louisiana. Did I say Louisville?
You said Louisville.
Every single time I looked at it, I wanted it to be Louisville. I'm like, I would love to be beating Louisville like this. It was just Louisiana.
Yeah, which used to be Louisiana Lafayette, but now they've decided they're a big deal.
They don't need Lafayette anymore.
Clearly,
no one needs Lafayette, which by the way is where Purdue is, West Lafayette. So yuck. God, they look good this weekend. Look out for Purdue.
It's an increasingly small world you live in. That's what happens when you have kids. You have to narrow your focus.
By the way, Elevate Your Tailgate is officially back, Ray. Butcher Boy hanging out with the Guru, Daryl Johnson, this last episode. Check it out on 957thegame.com. It's all over our social media. It's brought to you, Elevate Your Tailgate, by Charles Woodson's Intercept Wines. Look for your local retailer or visit interceptwines.com and have it delivered right to your door, which is, of course, the way to go. The 49ers delivered a victory right to your door, and they did it by taking one of the best wide receivers in football and saying, hey, for an afternoon, would you mind being a backup running back? And Debo was like, sure, but just for an afternoon. Let's not get used to this. Here is Kyle Shanahan on using his number 1 wide receiver as his number 2 running back.
I mean, we plan on giving them some throughout the game. I mean, we usually do. And usually when things work, you come back to them. And we had a couple different things with it and some play actions, I think, that we got in the third quarter. I think one off of it. I mean, when he runs the ball that well, it's pretty impressive to have. I think he had almost 10 yards of carry and 8 runs. And, his longest was 24. Usually when a receiver does that, it's because they have one, 70-yarder. And Debo was extremely efficient. He got everything and more on those looks. And I think he had one real bad look that he protected the ball and got down.
Dude, he was incredible. I mean, we've always said he runs when he catches the ball like a running back. Well, he runs like a running back when he's running with the ball, too. He was spectacular. That is a big ask. We talked to Michael Irvin earlier today, and he was like, yeah, I could not do that. That is a huge ask. That is not as easy as Debo just made it look. Peter King, nobody makes it look easier than him. He joins us here a day early because he's going to be traveling tomorrow, hopefully to go somewhere nice over Thanksgiving. Peter King, thank you for joining us. What do you know? The Niners are in the win column once again. And in that club of 5 wins in the NFC means you're back in the conversation, whether you wanted to be or not. And the Niners wanted to be back in the conversation. How are you, Peter?
Everything's going great. Thanks a lot, guys. I mean, look, I think the coolest thing about what has happened to the 49ers, yesterday was an absolutely perfect example of what you do. And I wrote the lead to my column on Frank Reich and what he did in Buffalo yesterday. And Frank Reich said, okay, look, why would we pass when we are just gashing them running after every, on every run play? And in this particular case, what I found really interesting about the Colts is that they basically said in the third quarter, every first and second down period, we are running. That's it. And their next 18 first and second downs, they ran 17 times. I only bring that up to tell you that sometimes, necessity is the mother and father of invention. And in this particular case, what I think was really great is that, they got together as a team, as an organization, as a coaching staff. And Kyle Shanahan and his coaches said, listen, we are down to the absolute nub right now at running back. We've had 5 running back injuries now. So let's do the best thing that we can to try to win one game. And I think that's what a good coach does. And sometimes coaches get stuck in saying, well, this is what we do, try to stop us. I mean, I've always thought that one of the things that whenever Bill Belichick retires, somebody is going to write on his coaching tombstone, the greatest thing he did was make every game plan a snowflake. In other words, every game plan is going to be different. And I think yesterday, that's exactly what Kyle Shanahan did. Did he ever have any plans of putting a wide receiver, in the backfield regularly? No, but it was a great idea. We all saw it. We all saw it work. So anyway, that's a long-winded answer for the question of how good did the 49ers do, knowing that, they're down to the 5th or 6th running back on their team now.
How much of what Indianapolis is doing is sort of an inadvertent homage to the Shanahan running game in general? Because I'm also wondering if Cleveland isn't doing the same thing with Nick Chubb that Indianapolis is doing with Jonathan Taylor, which is the thing that the 49ers do with whoever happens to be alive.
Yeah, well, I think, Ray, the one difference is that Frank Reich, and you see how he is called run versus pass during the course of the season. He is not, play after play after play, just handed it to Jonathan Taylor or Nyheim Hines or whoever it might be. He basically has been a diverse offense. And I think most coaches try to have diversity on offense. The one difference I would say right now is that there's a bunch of teams that might be either struggling throwing the ball, or even if you don't say they were struggling throwing the ball, what you might say is that they knew that on that particular day, the matchup was better for them to run it. Like, for instance, I talked to Frank Reich last night, and Frank Reich told me last night that he said, look at one of the most impressive stats that I've seen all year is that the Buffalo Bills are holding teams right now in the passing game. They're holding teams they're in the low 60s in passer rating. And, hey, passer rating is one of those stats. Some people love it, some don't. But the fact is, it applies to efficiency, okay? And to me, that was one of the most impressive things that you can do as a coach. You basically want to make your team efficient. And that's what they chose to do. And I think that's what Kyle Shanahan chose to do at running back yesterday in Jacksonville.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. You talk about that efficiency. One quarterback has had a passer rating over 100 4 weeks in a row, and it's Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, we were ready to throw this guy out with the bathwater a couple of weeks ago. I think he's earned a reprieve. Like I even said to Ray, they win their next 3 games. I'm going to not just say, I just won't say Trey Lance again this season, just because the guy will have earned it. He's on his way to earning it, Peter.
Well, there's no doubt about it. And that's what this season always was going to be about. This season was going to be, does Kyle Shanahan give his draft choice the opportunity at some point this year to have the job. And I always thought, based on my conversation with Kyle Shanahan on draft weekend, that yes, Trey Lance was going to get a shot, and it would be a fair shot if, but only if, Jimmy Garoppolo struggled. And I think we always talked about, and we've talked about on this show 16 times, so what is going to cause Trey Lance to get his chance? Well, to me, this was always Jimmy Garoppolo's job to lose. And look, I'm not saying that that Jimmy Garoppolo had to play lousy. What I'm saying is that Jimmy Garoppolo had the job in his hands, and then if he blew it, it wasn't going to be in his hands anymore. But he really was going to have a definitive, strong chance to win and to keep this job. So he won the job, and now he's keeping the job. Now, you all might say that, well, look, Trey Lance had a few chances, and we saw them both in the preseason and regular season to really impress and to win this job. Well, of course he did. But the fact is that it should be like this. The number 2 guy should have to be markedly better than the number 1 guy. And look, I'm not at every practice in any way, shape, or form. I saw this team for a day, so don't look at me like, oh my God, you really... I am the anti-Oracle. My point is that, Trey Lance, in order to win this job, was going to have to be absolutely, unequivocally, clearly better. And I don't think he ever has been 20% better than Jimmy Garoppolo at any point of this, of the last, say, 4 months.
Well, since Trey Lance no longer exists...
Ray, you know what? He's going to exist next year right about this time. I still think he absolutely is going to be the long-term starter of this team. But the fact, he hasn't been good enough to beat him out yet. But anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's quite all right. It's your segment, not mine. What are the stylistic differences and similarities between the 49ers and the Vikings, since they're basically fighting it out for one of the 2 wild card spots in the NFC?
Well, one of the 3, but in my opinion,
well, I'm seeding number 5 to teams that are better.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what's really, really interesting, and I'll preface this answer by this question. Like, I think 2 weeks ago, all of us were going to hand the 5th seed to the second team among Arizona and the Rams. And I'd say most of us would have handed the 6th seed to the NFC South number 2 team. But now, if you look at it, the Rams are struggling now. They're coming off 2 straight losses and a bye, and having been shown that physicality is their kryptonite. So they're going to have to go to Green Bay Sunday, which I think is going to be really hard. I mean, look, you look at their schedule, and you say, well, they got Green Bay, but hey, then they got Jacksonville. Well, after they have Jacksonville, look at their schedule. Look at the Rams' schedule. At Arizona, Seattle at home, at Minnesota, at Baltimore, and San Francisco at home. And that San Francisco at home in Week 18 could very well be a playoff game for the 49ers. And who knows, maybe for the Rams too. But anyway, the only point I'm going to make is that the landscape has changed. So the fact is, I would have thought 2 weeks ago, looking down the road, that 49ers Vikings would be a wing and a prayer for the 7th playoff spot. And now I look at it and say, it's not out of the realm of possibility that both teams could make it, or at the very least that they would enter Week 18 with one of them having made it. But I do think the fascinating part of this game is that you would think that this would be the 49ers having to stop Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson. And I think that's a very logical way to look at it. But right now, the way I would look at it, quite honestly, is this game is probably not, either a playoff game or a playoff game precursor. This is more of you've got to win X number of games the rest of the way. And if you don't win this one, you've got to figure out one other game to win. Like, let's just say if you're San Francisco and you lose this game, well, one of the games that might be unlikely to win down the stretch, at Tennessee, at the Rams, you got to steal one of those. And so I guess that's the way I would look at this game more than I would have maybe a week or so ago.
Our friend Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. So if Niners fans are getting a little nostalgic, it's because they've just watched some good, warm, fuzzy memory football over the last 2 weeks. The 49ers are +4 in the last 2 weeks. They've got 86 rushing attempts in the last 2 games combined. And all of a sudden, you got a defensive line that's starting to get home on the other team's quarterback. Nick Bosa, 2 more sacks yesterday. He's got a career-high 10 already with 7 games left to play. He's registered 2 or more sacks for the 3rd time already this season in just 1 game. And this is just 14 months off an ACL surgery. I don't know about the rest of the 49ers defensive line, although Arden Key, who's been popping up, has been impressive in the last couple weeks. Nick Bosa's back. We can pretty much tell you that. That's officially happening.
I think the one thing when I look at the Niners right now is that I think we all felt, say week 3 or 4 of the season, that the one thing you could count on is a defense to be like 2019. And quite honestly, most of this year, they had not been like 2019 at all. And to me, the most encouraging thing is not, going to Jacksonville and, routing the Jaguars. The most encouraging thing to me is that the defense is finally starting to play like the defense that we all thought that they were going to be. Now, I will say a couple things, not to rain on anybody's parade, but, this is still a defense that in the secondary is not taking the ball away enough, that is still being a little bit generous against the run. They're somewhere in the 4s, yards per carry. I mean, they're improving, they're better, but especially with all the injuries they've had, in the running game, they've got to continue to strive to shut teams down, on the opposing running game. Because, look, the great thing about what we've seen the last 2 weeks is 2 consecutive weeks holding opponents to 10 points. But you can't just sort of take that for granted like that's going to continue, because I think teams are going to look at the 49ers eventually, unless they fall way behind early, they're going to continue to look at the 49ers like, okay, we don't want to throw that much against them, but we can still run against them. And that is, I think, where the 49ers have to draw the line in the sand.
I don't know that this is a valid comparison, but the other team that has turned around its defensive profile in the last month is Kansas City. Mm-hmm. Which of those 2 teams' defensive improvement is more sustainable in your mind?
Great question. Really, really good question. I would probably say San Francisco because I trust San Francisco has more. And look, I don't love either team's secondary. So, those are both places that can really, turn out to be a problem. But, Ray, I kind of look at the 49ers right now, and I say that there's no way, at least in my opinion, that, especially with the young talent they've got on that front seven, I just don't think there are a lot of teams in the NFL that are better overall, on the front seven than San Francisco. Again, and I don't mean to be a nattering nabob here, but their front seven has to be really, really good because I really don't trust a secondary that has been as generous as the 49ers secondary right now.
Nattering Nabob with us here on 95.7 The Game. I've never heard that one before, Peter. That's new to me. But
well, that's because you didn't grow up in a time with Spiro Agnew. Ray Ratto and I did.
Thank you very much, Spiro Agnew. Look him up, kids. Wasn't just a football player. The Raiders officially feel a million miles away from their 5-2 start and all the goodwill that was around them at the beginning of the year and the excitement of fans coming into Allegiant Stadium. It feels like I said a million miles ago.
It feels like fool's gold, doesn't it?
It really does. Unforeseen happenings with the Gruden email thing and then the Henry Ruggs tragedy. No one could have seen any of that coming. What I also could not have seen coming, Peter, is that this team, it's not the losses, it's the manner of the losses. Like, I thought that they'd at least solve themselves offensively, and it would be the defense that would let them down. Their 3 losses, they've scored 16, 14, and 13 points respectively.
Look, I'll make this point about the Raiders, okay? So I think that these last 15 days, and I wrote about it today, a 7-point loss to the Giants on the road, a game in which the Giants did very little to win, a game in which Derek Carr was tremendously inaccurate, and they just weren't nearly good enough. They didn't make any plays the whole day. And then they lose by 27 to the Chiefs, and then by, I think, 19 to the Bengals. And, I kind of look at the way the Raiders are, and you know how every team, after there's some great big crisis, every team will say that, okay, look, we have to come to work. And no matter what happens in these, off the field, no matter what happens, we have to come out and we have to be really good and blah, 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 blah. You hear it. It's said all the time. But to me, all that right now in the wake of Henry Ruggs, in the wake of John Gruden, in the wake of, I have no idea who's running their front office now. I don't think they have anybody. But this is a team that in so many ways is adrift. I wrote about the sort of, I guess you'd call it the tributaries to the trade of Khalil Mack. And the fact is, it's been 4 years now. And if you look at what they got out of the trade for Khalil Mack, what you'd put in the good column, is a pretty good running back in Jacobs and a decent wide receiver who's been forced into a starting role, in Bryan Edwards. And again, I'd like to have both those guys on my team. They're both contributing players to a winning program. They are not the reason why you trade Khalil Mack. Okay? And in all ways, the Raiders really have messed up that trade. They should have gotten a great nucleus out of that trade and what they got are two decent contributing players. Cap hell from trading for or signing 4 lousy players in 2019. And look, the Raiders, I think, are at a crossroads right now in a very, very big way. Unless Derek Carr can carry them, can carry a team with pretty average talent at best, I think this team is going to have another sub-500 year. And then I don't know who's going to be the next person to be sacrificed to the football gods. Maybe it'll be Mike Mayock and they start all over. But all I know is the next GM and the next coach are going to ask Mark Davis, do we have the resources to win? That's the big question, because everybody in the league thinks that the Raiders right now are a cash-poor franchise that is really going to struggle if they are pressed to the wall to have to use money to solve some of their issues. And so there's not an easy way out for the Raiders unless their quarterback turns into Justin Herbert overnight.
By the way, Raiders-Cowboys on Thanksgiving. We will have that game here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, thank you for joining us. Good to get you a day early than not at all this week. Hopefully you are traveling to be with some family during the holiday weekend.
We are, yep.
Fantastic. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. Always appreciate your time.
Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate being on with you.
Thank you. We appreciate Peter King stopping on by each and every week, a day early here this week on 95.7 The Game. Text line says, Khalil Mack hasn't been exactly special, not to mention when forget about the money. And Khalil Mack, it has not changed the fortune of the Chicago Bears. That's obvious. I don't think you can say the Bears won the trade in terms of the production that they get, but just evaluating, who would you rather have? Khalil Mack or everything the Raiders put together after Khalil Mack? The answer is Khalil Mack. You'd rather have that guy than anyone else. But yeah, it's a disaster in Chicago, and it's normally a very much overreaction to say fire everybody. In Chicago, they need to fire everybody. Everybody needs to go. That's just a full-on house clean out. Goodbye. So long. I hope they dig up emails on Matt Nagy too, Ray. I really do.
Well, that seems like a rational approach. I think firing everybody in the building would be sufficient.
Everybody, fire them all, please, and do it now. If Matt Nagy doesn't get fired this week, there is no him. Or how about this? When they lose to the Lions on Thanksgiving, can you fire him then? Because if you're not going to make a midseason change at this particular time, I don't know what would actually cause that. When Ray and I come on back, it'll be to talk about the Warriors and their unique win over the Raptors, and that's how we're going to tip our cap and say thanks for listening today here on Damon and Ratto, brought to you by the Northern California Toyota dealers.
Toyota's Operation Black Friday is on. Get low 1.9% APR financing on 2021 RAV4, RAV4 Hybrid, Highlander, and Highlander Hybrid. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime.
$1 million deal. Alex Wood back on a 2-year deal, both years worth north of $10 million, so 20-something overall. Good for him. Good for Buster Posey. Not that he needs baseball anymore, that he's retired, but he was named the Comeback Player of the Year in the National League, so nice little end to the final thought of Buster Posey. He walked away from as good of a place where you can walk away from the game from, Ray. Since we got a little bit of baseball news, can we please celebrate what the A's did on a Friday night news dump? Did you see Friday night the A's let loose, but not until everyone was not paying attention? Friday night news dump extraordinaire. They've been on a large piece of land in Nevada. If you're an A's fan holding out hope that Howard Terminal is any more than a ruse, well, this one hurts. This is not a credit. This is a demerit into the Howard Terminal conversation. An undisclosed location in the Las Vegas area is all we know about that, and it came out on a Friday night news dump, Ray.
Yeah. All that means, though, is they bought some land because the stadium, buying the land is the cheapest part of it. I mean, they could have put it in Area 51 for all it matters. I mean, they're still playing both ends against the middle. And at some point, they have to show me, well, they don't have to show me, but I will not be convinced until there's a shovel in the ground somewhere. And whether that's at Howard Terminal or the middle of the Nevada desert or, off the coast of Narnia, until there's a shovel somewhere that's been employed, they got nothing.
Nothing. Oh, by the way, Isaiah Stewart got 2 games. LeBron suspended 1 game for that's what actually somebody angry looks like, fight on a basketball court that almost happened last night. I've got this from Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert Arenas went on Instagram with 4 thoughts about attempting fights in the NBA. Number 1, don't ever square up with LeBron or KD. Number 2, don't let your chest get puffy towards them 2 light-skinned boys in the Golden State, Steph and Clay, or your ass is done. Number 3, the only 2 teams allowed to fist fight without any real penalties are wherever Rajon Rondo and CP3 are playing. And number 4, wait until your teammates get around you and then you act tough for the crowd. You got to sell it like it's the WWE. And under normal circumstances, I would basically say he's right, but Isaiah Stewart wasn't there selling a ruse. If there weren't 2 NBA teams standing in between he and LeBron, LeBron gets hit last night out of malice in the Palace.
Yeah, and as soon as that happens, you got bodyguards everywhere, and you've got Malice in the Palace 2.0.
Oh, there's zip tying people and taking them out in paddy wagons if that were happening. It would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing, the other interesting thing about it is that the NBA felt strongly enough about it that they basically suspended LeBron from his next game, which will be in New York.
That's kind of a big deal.
It's kind of an eye-opener because if I'm a Knicks fan paying the prices I pay for a team that frankly is now adrift, and now you're telling me LeBron James is making 0 visits, I'm going to be anger drinking.
It's the return of Carmelo Anthony. They're getting the guy they really wanted to see anyways, Ray.
Yeah, that's it. They're still already pissed that they're not getting Alex Caruso.
Taking LeBron off the stage that is Madison Square Garden in what mathematically could be the last year of his career based on its year 19. It's something else. It really is. Speaking of something else, the Golden State Warriors seem to be something else. They were up 31-11 before anyone really even settled into their seats, getting home to Toronto. And the Raptors spent the rest of that game trying to close that 20-point gap, and it's hard to do that when the Warriors are hitting 22 threes, shooting 10% better from the field, notching 31 assists, and equaling the Raptors in rebounding total. It's real hard to close a gap on the Warriors when the Warriors are doing all the little things that make Steve Kerr the happiest coach in the land, Ray.
Yeah, and it gets harder and harder to point to their schedule and say, gee, they're playing nothing but easy teams. When essentially, by definition, any team they play right now is an easy team because they're playing better than anybody else in the sport.
for the first time since 2014. The Warriors had 2 players north of 30 when Steph Curry was not involved. Harrison Barnes and Jordan Crawford had that big game back in April 16th of 2014 where they both went north of 30. Against the Raptors, it was Poole, who was 8 of 11 from 3. I mean, Steph Curry's the guy who normally hits about 9 threes. 8 threes made for Poole as he had 33. Wiggins with another very good game, 32 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. He had a game-high plus 30. Ray, Andrew Wiggins will always be a Warriors. He's one of ours now. Otto Porter Jr., 15 points, all coming on threes. Draymond, 14 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 points, 1 block. Playing defense like a man possessed. We even got a Chioza sighting, 11 points in 20 minutes of work. Curry was just 1 for 6 from downtown, 12 points, 8 assists, 4 turnovers. Credit Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse knows how to give Steph a long night at the office. Luckily, the rest of the Warriors picked up that night at the office.
Chioza is going to be your Mannion now, isn't he?
No. I don't think so.
Smiley-Geach?
No, no one will ever be my Smiley-Geach. There's only one of those.
Wow, that came off really creepy.
And no one will ever be my Donskoy, except for you, Raymond. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks to all of you for tuning in today. Please do remember the football hour is coming up next. And we're going to have that Raiders-Cowboys game on Thanksgiving right here on 95.7 The Game. So put that in your notebook. Thanks to Michael Irvin and Peter King for joining Ray and I today. For Lucas and Grandy Maldonado back in the studio, I'm Damon saying thanks for tuning in. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that,